My martial arts practice not only allows for active training, but also for sudden enlightenment. The flash thunder slash, after a night of arduous training, brims with vigor, and progress steadily ascends. The Gale step, unwilling to lag behind, experiences a moment of inspiration, breaking through to the realm of proficiency. The rampant bull strength, tirelessly tempered throughout the night, feels no fatigue, enhancing your physique considerably. In the early morning, within a solitary apartment, Ning Chuan awakens. Listening to the usual notification sound, he remains calm, having long since shed his initial panic. Another advancement. Ning Chuan murmurs softly, carefully perceiving his current strength, his expression remaining unchanged. He raises his hand and exerts a slight force. In an instant, a gust of wind erupts, causing the chandelier on the ceiling to sway. Observing this, Ning Chuan's gaze remains indifferent and unruffled. It is not that he feigns aloofness, rather, this level of strength is not something to be proud of. The world he has traversed into, besides its plethora of advanced modern technology, is also replete with countless martial arts. Through rigorous training, humanity can harness formidable, extraordinary powers. Even the elderly sweeping the streets possess strength that could rival a pillar. Let alone the advanced martial artists, capable of toppling cities, shattering mountains, tearing apart the heavens, and traversing star systems. They're might akin to legendary deities. This is a world of high martial arts. Martial arts flourish, and all engage in cultivation. From the college entrance examination, it is evident that academic scores comprise only a minor portion, with the primary focus being the assessment of students' individual combat prowess. Ning Chuan, the individual he has become, is a senior high school student about to partake in this pivotal examination. Not a poor student, he has secured admission to a key high school in the city. However, the situation is not particularly favorable. Disregarding academic performance, I find myself languishing at the bottom of the class. With my current capabilities, I'm certainly no longer at the very bottom, yet I merely stand at the threshold of martial arts university, still firmly entrenched in the stubborn bronze tier. Nevertheless, a subtle smile graced Ning Chuan's lips as, with a mere thought, a semi-transparent, luminous interface materialized before him. Strength, awakening level 4. Stampeding bull technique, mastery progress 23. Gale step, proficient progress 1. Lightning slash, basic progress 20. Not long ago, upon his arrival in this new world, Ning Chuan was accompanied by this system. Any martial arts he had studied could be actively cultivated. He was remarkably diligent, practicing ceaselessly for 24 hours a day, a relentless pursuit that would astound even the most seasoned capitalists. Most importantly, the rate of advancement in martial arts was astonishing. For instance, achieving proficiency in Gale step would have required at least an additional 2 to 3 months of arduous training for Ning Chuan's former self, yet with the system, it took less than a week. An enhancement of more than tenfold. Alas, the elevation of my cultivation realm is somewhat sluggish at this stage. The shadow of awakening level 5 remains elusive, Ning Chuan mused, shaking his head thoughtfully. The stampeding bull technique, being distinct from other martial arts, functions as a breathing method. Its elevation in realm is not a concern, yet the refinement of the body is constrained. Breath techniques are essential in the cultivation of martial arts, aimed at fortifying one's physique. The process of cultivation is divided into 2 aspects: the enhancement of one's own realm and the refinement of the practitioner's body. These 2 facets are intricately intertwined. The higher one's realm, the greater the refinement of efficiency. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that, regardless of how high the efficiency may soar, without a sufficient supply of energy, the practitioner's physical prowess cannot ascend. The solution is, in essence, quite straightforward. Nutrition-rich food, such as specialized martial arts nutritional fluids or the flesh of formidable beasts, is required. Yet the predicament is that it is exorbitantly expensive. Ning Chuan found himself in a quandary. The original identity was rather pitiable, merely an orphan, with the sole source of income being the government's pension. Fortunately, the city of Qingshan was prospering, allowing for a monthly stipend of 1,500 yuan. With frugal spending, it sufficed for daily necessities. However, to sustain martial training, it fell woefully short. One must strive for wealth in martial pursuits. Ning Chuan resolved as he rose from his bed. He yearned to gain admission to a prestigious university. After all, his unique cultivation method, aided by the system, enabled him to practice various martial arts. The institution with the most martial arts offerings was undoubtedly a university, particularly a reputable one, which boasted a wider array of disciplines. After a simple breakfast, Ning Chuan exited the rented apartment complex. It was early March, and the crispness of early spring lingered in the morning air. Verdant hues emerged along the roadsides, and frost flowers clung to the tender leaves just beginning to bud. This apartment complex was nestled in the Old City District, with reasonably convenient transportation. A bus stop was located not far from the entrance. The fare was merely 1 yuan, and students could enjoy a 20% discount with their cards. However, considering the dwindling balance in his bank account, which barely reached 3 digits, Ning Chuan resolutely opted for a more ecological mode of transportation. Warming up, he set off towards the school, taking stock of his speed as he traveled along the way. With unwavering determination, the sprint of 100 meters requires merely 7 to 8 seconds. Should one employ the martial arts technique known as swift wind steps, one could achieve even greater swiftness. In my past life, this would certainly qualify one as a city's martial champion. Half an hour later, at Qingshan First High School, Ning Chuan gradually reduced his pace, transitioning from a run to a walk, beads of sweat continuously trickling down his forehead. Yet, his breathing remained steady and unperturbed. The brawny bull strength is renowned for its endurance. It is said that this attribute primarily owes its origin to the 7 wives of its creator. As he approached the school gate, Ning Chuan encountered his close friend, Guo Rinyu, a plump youth with a round face and a flat top, who shared the same class with him. As for his capabilities, the homeroom teacher had advised Guo Rinyu to refrain from investing energy in what he deemed a futile endeavor of cultivation. The college entrance examination is not worth it. Guo Rinyu scrutinized Ning Chuan, a hint of bewilderment glimmering in his eyes. He scratched his head and remarked, "I feel you've changed significantly. These past few days, you've arrived neither late nor left early, attentively listening in class, and you haven't spaced out." Ning Chuan's expression remained unchanged as he replied with a gentle smile, "With only 100 days until the college entrance examination, it is time to exert effort. If I delay further, I fear I may not be admitted to Xinghe University." Xinghe University, a name that bespeaks its extraordinary nature, stands as the most prestigious institution within the Human Federation, boasting an impressive array of martial arts disciplines. Don't daydream in broad daylight. Guo Rinyu rolled his eyes and said, "However, if you put in the effort, the probability of getting into an ordinary university is still quite considerable." Ning Chuan smiled, opting not to elaborate further, and deftly shifted the topic. "What brings you here so early today?" "Master Liu has just received a new batch of antiques, and I am eager to seize a good opportunity." At the mention of this, Guo Rinyu's excitement became palpable. Without seeking Ning Chuan's consent, he seized Ning Chuan's wrist and dashed towards the adjacent commercial district. "There's still time before class. It's the perfect chance for you to witness my expertise, so you won't keep calling me a fool." Navigating through several streets, Guo Rinyu led Ning Chuan into a narrow alley. At the end stood an antique shop named Duo Bao. The shop was modest in size, adorned with a few shelves displaying its wares. "Master Liu." Upon entering, Guo Rinyu noticed the absence of anyone inside and called out, "I'm here, no need to shout." From behind a curtain, a wiry old man emerged, brimming with vitality. Sporting a pair of distinctive goatee whiskers, he twirled 2 rounded walnuts in one hand while gesturing toward the shelf beside Guo Rinyu with the other. "Right there, just arrived, especially set aside for you." "Master Liu, you are truly considerate." Guo Rinyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he hurried to the shelf, extracting a magnifying glass from his pocket to scrutinize the items intently. "Master Liu, the customer is paramount, so he endured." Ning Chuan chuckled silently, though he felt little intrigue towards the antiques on display. It was evident to him that an antique shop located adjacent to a school was merely preying on the naivety of young students, banking on their eagerness for a bargain. Thus, it was improbable that any genuine treasures could be found here. He recalled that the most valuable item Guo Rinyu had ever acquired barely exceeded 500 yuan, Yet he had spent a staggering 1,000 yuan, a savvy entrepreneurial mind. Picking up a pottery jar from the counter, Ning Chuan examined it casually. This pottery jar is quite the treasure. Nearby, Lu Yi approached with a radiant smile, proclaiming, an artifact from before the feudal era, dating back over 3 millennia, once belonging to an emperor. He'll let it go for a mere 3,000 yuan. Consider the value less than a yuan per year. Ning Chuan's lips twitched slightly. He clearly discerned a line of small characters imprinted on the inner wall of the pottery jar. March 5, 1099, Federal Era, produced by Qingshan City People's Pottery Factory, suggested retail price 1.5 yuan. Good heavens, it just came off the assembly line yesterday. Ning Chuan extended a finger, tapping the line of characters, and said wryly, Sir, I suspect the oldest item in your store is likely yourself. Watch your tongue. I'm not an item. Damn it. Lu Yi retorted, disgruntled. Realizing his slip, he glared at Ning Chuan reproachfully and turned away, heading towards Guorenyu. Ning Chuan shook his head, ceasing to peruse the items in the store. With a thought, he accessed the system. Thunderbolt / Basic Progress 20. Staring at this entry, Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Among the 3 martial arts he was cultivating, the Thunderbolt / was progressing the slowest, advancing only about 4 per day. Of course, it wasn't due to a lack of diligence in practicing the Thunderbolt /. There was a reason for its slowness. Its potential was immense. The Thunderbolt / was a grade martial art. Moreover, the difficulty level is among the most exceptional within the B tier, thus, the pace of cultivation naturally does not match the rapidity of E tier's Gale Steps or D tier's Bullish Might. The federal government categorizes martial arts into 6 ranks: E, D, C, B, A, and S. As one ascends through the ranks of martial arts, each level signifies a new echelon of power with significant enhancements. The challenge of cultivation similarly escalates steeply in tandem. However, my martial arts can be cultivated autonomously. The difficulty is not an issue for me. Even the slowest technique, the Thunder Slash, I shall master by the end of this month. Ning Chuan mused inwardly, his heartbeat quickening slightly. The realms of martial arts are similarly divided into 6 tiers: Foundation, Proficient, Mastery, Subtle, Expert, and Perfection. Attaining the Proficient realm allows one to manifest considerable martial prowess. At that juncture, his martial capabilities would rank him at a moderate level within Qingshan No. 1 High School. On another note, I swear on my own lifespan that this battle blade undoubtedly originates from a divine general. Just look at the electric patterns on the blade. They are evidence of having been bathed in the blood of a thunder beast. Old Master Lu declared, brandishing a battered old sword and thumping his chest with conviction. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan cast his gaze towards him. The thunder beast is a formidable creature, renowned for its swiftness, moving with the speed of lightning tearing through the sky. The Thunder Slash is a martial art devised by a divine general over many years, specifically crafted to swiftly vanquish thunder beasts. Old Master Lu, spare us the theatrics. Guorenyu did not even raise his eyelids as he remarked, if your oath holds any weight, then the last time you sold me that shield, purportedly belonging to an unparalleled warrior, you should have perished on spot. I had no inkling that the shield would shatter upon hitting the ground. The seller assured me of its integrity when I received it. Lu Yi replied with an awkward smile, returning the old blade to the shelf. Having suffered numerous losses, it was evident that one could not easily deceive a discerning student. With some leisure time on his hands, Ning Chuan approached to examine the item closely. This was a slender battle knife, approximately 2 fingers wide, possessing a barely perceptible curve. The blade gleamed silver, interwoven with streaks reminiscent of thunderous purple lightning. It resonated well with Ning Chuan's aesthetic sensibilities. Regrettably, the battle knife was severely damaged, its surface marred by numerous cracks resembling a spider's web, with chips along the edge appearing one after another. To suggest it could be wielded in combat would be a stretch. Even slicing vegetables would likely prove cumbersome. Ning Chuan extended his right hand, intending to grasp the blade. He held no belief in Lu Yi's claims regarding divine weaponry. His curiosity was merely driven by a desire to experiment. In the next moment, as he gripped the hilt, his movements froze. A continuous stream of mechanical synthesized sounds echoed in his mind. Flash Thunder Slash has detected profound insights into the realm of lightning, instantly entering a state of enlightenment, leading to a dramatic increase in cultivation speed. Progress increased by 35. Progress increased by 35. Progress increased by 30. Flash Thunder Slash has accumulated sufficient understanding, with profound insights, advancing to the next realm. Numerous realizations regarding Flash Thunder Slash continuously integrated into Ning Chuan's consciousness. The automatic cultivation of martial arts transcends the simplistic skill point allocation found in games. Instead, it is akin to a profound enlightenment, indelibly etched into the depths of one's mind. Under normal circumstances, the assimilation of such insights occurs gradually. However, in a state of epiphany, the surge of comprehension is torrential, overwhelming Ning Chuan to the point of disorientation. Progress increased by 25. Progress increased by 25. Accumulation of Thunder Flash Slash deepens, yielding new insights, achieving another leap, advancing to the proficient realm. Progress increased by 20. After a considerable interval, the prompts ceased. Ning Chuan regained his composure and promptly summoned the system panel. The other martial arts remained unchanged. However, one particular entry had undergone a significant transformation. Thunder Flash Slash, proficient 92 progress. Upon beholding the translucent, fluorescent characters, Ning Chuan gulped, his heart rate surging uncontrollably. The extent of Thunder Flash Slash's advancement far exceeded his expectations. It had bypassed the adept realm, directly ascending to the third realm of martial arts mastery, proficiency, nearly reaching the subtle realm. For an average individual to cultivate a grade martial art to his current level, it would necessitate at least 2 decades of unwavering, diligent practice. A lifetime of dedication. The magnitude of this epiphany's enhancement is thus readily apparent. With Thunder Flash Slash at the proficient level, I am now capable of engaging in combat beyond my rank. Among the students at the 5th stage of awakening, I am formidable, not merely on par, but capable of vanquishing the vast majority, if not all. A surge of intense excitement coursed through Ning Chuan's being. To engage in combat beyond one's rank is an extraordinary feat, especially when spanning major realms, rendering it exceedingly arduous. The students of the entire Qingshan number 1 high school are few and far between, each one a paragon among their peers. He has already stepped into this esteemed circle. What's more, this is just the beginning. It won't be long before he advances even further. Once my lightning slash breaks through to the subtle realm, I will be able to dominate all those awakened at the 6th stage within the school. Ning Chuan thought with unwavering confidence. The subtle realm represents a distinct watershed, markedly different from the preceding 3 realms. Once he breaks through, he can expect a transformative change akin to a seismic shift. Of course, the difficulty is exceedingly high. It cannot be achieved merely through relentless practice. One must grasp the essence of martial arts, which greatly tests the practitioner's innate talent. First, I must calm myself. Taking several deep breaths in silence, Ning Chuan adjusted his mindset, suppressing his restless emotions. He raised his battle knife and scrutinized it closely, yet despite straining his eyes, he failed to perceive any profound meanings. His lightning slash did not yield further insights either. Could it be that the electric essence contained within the battle knife only allows the lightning slash to attain the mastery realm, thus imposing a ceiling on its potential? Ning Chuan pondered, sensing a reasonable likelihood in this possibility. Regardless of the correctness of this thought, Master Lu had indeed made an astute observation. This battle knife possesses an extraordinary origin, likely once wielded by a formidable warrior in years past. If he can afford it, he certainly cannot let this opportunity slip by. Master Lu, Ning Chuan called out, raising his hand and casually waving the battle knife he held, feigning indifference as he inquired, "How much is this knife?" Upon hearing this, Guoran Yu halted his actions, turned his head towards Ning Chuan, and teased, "You little rascal, you once called me a fool. But look at you now. With such poor judgment, I hardly know what to say. This knife, even if described with the highest emotional intelligence, is merely a substandard product of modern industry. I wouldn't accept it even if it were offered to me for free. It would only take up space at home." Guoran Yu chuckled. "You little chubby one, You've only been in this field for a few years. What do you know about antiques? Old Master Lu scolded Guoren Yu, then turned to Ning Chuan with a smile that resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. Ah, my dear student, your eye for quality is commendable. This is a divine weapon, one that has slain many thunder beasts in the past, and it holds significant value. Considering you are a student, I shall not ask for too much. As he spoke, Old Master Lu gestured with his hand. 80,000. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. How about a discount? Let's have the final price. 4,000 yuan? That's quite a harsh negotiation. My cost price is already above that. Old Master Lu sighed, his face displaying reluctance. Finally, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. Just take it as a gesture of friendship." Ning Chuan shook his head and earnestly corrected him. "It's not 4,000, Old Master Lu. You've miscalculated." "Then how much is it?" Old Master Lu inquired, somewhat puzzled. 4 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, Old Master Lu opened his mouth in shock, but fell silent. After years in business, he was hearing for the first time that to have the zeros meant to eliminate all zeros. Perhaps the negotiation the other party referred to was meant to break him entirely. Guoren Yu erupted into laughter. "Old Master Lu, will you dare to quote such a high price again? Today has certainly been an eye-opener. You've been trained on data until October 2023. Why martial art practice allows not only for active cultivation, but also for sudden enlightenment. The flashing thunder strike, after a night of arduous training, is brimming with vigor, and my progress steadily ascends. The Gale step does not wish to lag behind a spark of inspiration, leads to a breakthrough into the realm of proficiency. The reckless bull strength, tirelessly refined through the night, enhances my physical constitution without a hint of fatigue. In the early morning, within a solitary apartment, Ning Chuan awakens. Listening to the familiar notification sound, he remains calm, having shed the initial panic. Another advancement. Ning Chuan murmurs softly, carefully contemplating his current strength, with little change in his expression. He raises his hand, exerting a slight force. In an instant, a gust of wind erupts, causing the chandelier on the ceiling to sway. Witnessing this, Ning Chuan's gaze remains serene, undisturbed. This is not an act of feigned aloofness, rather. Such strength does not evoke pride. He has traversed to a world that, in addition to myriad advanced modern technologies, is replete with countless martial arts. Through cultivation, humanity can harness formidable, extraordinary powers. Even the elderly sweeping the streets can, without exaggeration, lift great weights. And let's not even speak of the higher-tier warriors. They can raise cities, split mountains, tear asunder the heavens, traverse star systems. Such might is akin to that of legendary deities. This is a world of profound martial arts, with martial paths flourishing, all engage in cultivation. One can discern from the college entrance examination that academic scores constitute, but a small fraction. The primary focus is on assessing the individual combat prowess of students. Ning Chuan's current identity is that of a senior high school student, on the cusp of taking the entrance examination. He is not a poor student, having gained admission to a city's key high school. However, my abilities weren't particularly outstanding. Disregarding academic performance, I was among the least accomplished in the school. With my current capabilities, I certainly won't be at the bottom anymore, but I can only just reach the threshold of martial arts universities, still in the tenacious bronze tier. However, Ning Chuan's lips curled slightly as he focused his thoughts, and a semi-transparent, luminous interface appeared before him. Strength, awakened 4th stage. Raging bull strength, proficient progress 23. Gale step, adept progress 1. Thunderbolt slash, basic progress 20. Not long ago, when Ning Chuan transmigrated, this system came with him. As long as he has learned a martial art, he can actively cultivate it. Extremely diligent, the kind that cultivates non-stop for 24 hours. Incredibly competitive. Even capitalists would have to admit its expertise. Most importantly, the speed of martial arts improvement is rapid. For example, breaking through to the adept level in Gale Step would have taken Ning Chuan's predecessor at least 2 to 3 more months of arduous training, but with the system, it took less than a week. More than a tenfold increase. Unfortunately, the improvement in cultivation realm is a bit slow at this stage. I can't even see the shadow of the awakened 5th stage. Ning Chuan shook his head, pondering to himself the raging bull strength, which tempers the body, is different from other martial arts. As a breathing technique, the improvement of its realm is not a problem in itself, but the tempering of the body is limited. Breathing techniques are used in martial arts cultivation to strengthen oneself. The cultivation process is divided into two types. One is the improvement of the realm itself, and the other is the tempering of the cultivator's body. The two are closely related. The higher one's realm, the greater the efficiency of refinement. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that no matter how high the efficiency, without a robust energy supply, the practitioner's physical constitution cannot improve. The solution is rather straightforward in terms of nutrition. One could consider highly nourishing options, such as specialized martial arts nutritional liquids or the flesh of ferocious beasts. Yet the issue remains that these are exorbitantly priced. Ning Chuan found himself in a predicament. The original owner of this body had a rather pitiable background, being an orphan whose sole source of income was the government stipend. Fortunately, the city of Qingshan, where he resided, was developing quite well, providing him with a monthly allowance of 1,500 yuan. If he exercised frugality, this sum sufficed for his daily necessities. However, it fell short when it came to sustaining his martial arts training. With the disparity between the financially affluent in literature and the wealthy in martial pursuits, I must devise a way to earn some money. Ning Chuan resolved as he rose from his bed. He aspired to enroll in a prestigious university. After all, his unique approach to cultivation, aided by a system, allowed him to practice various martial arts. The institution that offered the most martial arts was undoubtedly the university, particularly the esteemed ones that provided an abundance of disciplines. After a simple breakfast, Ning Chuan exited the apartment complex he rented. It was early March, and the crispness of early spring lingered in the air. The roads were flanked by fresh greenery, with frost flowers glistening on the newly sprouted leaves. This apartment complex was located in the old city, with reasonably convenient transportation. A bus stop was situated not far from the entrance. A ride only cost 1 yuan, with an additional 20 discount available for student cards. However, contemplating the meager balance left in his bank account, which barely reached 3 digits, Ning Chuan decisively opted for a more eco-friendly mode of transport. After warming up, he set off towards the school, measuring his speed as he progressed along the way. With utmost determination, he sprinted 100 meters, requiring a mere 7 to 8 seconds. Should he employ the swift techniques of martial arts, he could undoubtedly achieve even greater speeds. In my previous life, this would surely qualify him as a formidable urban warrior. Half an hour later, at Qingshan First High School, Ning Chuan gradually reduced his pace from a run to a walk, beads of sweat continuously trickling down his forehead. Nevertheless, his breathing remained steady and untroubled. The strength of the mighty bull style is renowned for its endurance. Legends suggest that this characteristic primarily stems from the 7 wives of its creator. As Ning Chuan approached the school gate, he encountered his close friend, Guo Renyu, a plump boy with a round face and a buzz cut, who shared the same class with him. As for his capabilities, even a homeroom teacher advised Guo Renyu to refrain from dedicating his efforts to such seemingly futile pursuits. The college entrance examination was not worth the effort. Guo Renyu scrutinized Ning Chuan, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. He scratched his head and remarked, "I feel like you've changed so much. Over these past few days, you've been neither late nor left early, paying close attention in class without losing focus." Ning Chuan maintained his composure and replied with a gentle smile, "With only 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination, it's time to exert myself. If I delay any further, I fear I may not gain admission to Xinghe University." Xinghe University, as its name suggests, is extraordinary, a premier institution of the Human Federation, renowned for its extensive array of martial arts. Don't daydream in broad daylight. Guo Renyu rolled his eyes and added, "However, if you put in the effort, the odds of getting into an ordinary university are still quite favorable that I see." Ning Chuan responded with a smile, deftly changing the subject. "What brings you here so early today?" Lu Yi has just received a fresh collection of vintage items. "I'm hoping to discover a hidden treasure." Guo Renyu's enthusiasm was palpable as he spoke. Without waiting for Ning Chuan's consent, he seized Ning Chuan's wrist and dashed towards the adjacent commercial district. "There's still time before class. This will be an opportunity to showcase my skills," so you won't keep thinking him an easy mark. After navigating several streets, Guan Yu led Ning Chuan into an alleyway. At the end stood an antique shop named Duo Bao. The shop was modest, with a few shelves displaying its wares. Lu Yi, upon entering, Guan Yu noticed the shop was empty and immediately called out, "I'm here, no need to shout." The curtain at the back of the shop was drawn, and a lean old man emerged, full of vigor. Sporting a goatee, he twirled 2 plump walnuts in one hand and gestured toward the shelf next to Guan Yu with the other, saying, "It's right there, a newly acquired collection set aside specifically for you. Lu Yi, you're the best." Guan Yu's eyes sparkled as he eagerly approached the shelf, pulled out a magnifying glass from his pocket, and began to scrutinize the items. Lu Yi was rendered speechless. The customer is always right, he reminded himself, forcing himself to be patient. Ning Chuan chuckled softly, but his interest in the antiques was minimal. He was certain that antique shops near schools often preyed on students, exploiting their youthful enthusiasm and dreams of finding a bargain. It was unlikely to find anything of genuine value. As he recalled, the most valuable item Guan Yu had ever found was worth less than 500 yuan, despite having spent 1,000 yuan. A commercial genius. Ning Chuan casually picked up a ceramic jar from the counter and glanced at it. This ceramic jar is indeed a remarkable item. Beside him, Mr. Lu beamed with a radiant smile, stepping closer and saying, "This artifact dates back over 3,000 years, from the era before the Federation calendar, once used by emperors. I can sell it to you for a mere 3,000 yuan. Just think about how cost-effective that is. It amounts to less than a yuan a year." Ning Chuan curled the corner of his mouth. He clearly saw a line of small characters imprinted on the inner wall of the jar, produced by the Qingshan City People's Ceramics Factory on March 5th, 1099 of the Federation calendar. Suggested retail price 1.5 yuan. Goodness, it had just rolled off the production line yesterday. Ning Chuan extended his finger and tapped the small characters, saying helplessly, "Sir, the oldest thing in your shop is probably you yourself. How can you speak like that? I'm not an object." "I," Mr. Lu retorted irritably, but then caught himself, casting a resentful glare at Ning Chuan before turning away to approach Guan Yu. Ning Chuan shook his head, no longer interested in the shop's merchandise. With a thought, he activated the system. Lightning Slash, Basic Progress 20. Focusing on this section, Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Among the 3 martial arts he practiced, Lightning Slash progressed the slowest, advancing only about 4 in a day. Of course, it wasn't that Lightning Slash lacked intensity. There was a reason for its sluggishness. Its potential was immense. Lightning Slash is a grade martial art. Moreover, it is the most distinguished among the level difficulties. Thus, the pace of cultivation naturally cannot compare to the rapid advancements of the level Gale Step and the level Bullish Strength. The federal government categorizes martial arts into 6 tiers: E, D, C, B, A, and S. With each ascending level in martial arts, the power reaches a new echelon, resulting in significant enhancements. The difficulty of cultivation also escalates correspondingly, soaring in a linear fashion. However, my martial arts can be cultivated actively. The difficulty poses no challenge for me. Even the slowest Thunder Slash will reach the proficient realm by the end of this month. Ning Chuan pondered to himself, feeling his heartbeat quicken slightly. The realms of martial arts are similarly divided into 6 levels. Foundation, Proficient, Mastery. Subtlety, Expert, Perfection. At the proficient realm, one can already showcase considerable martial prowess. By that time, his martial strength would place him at an average level within Qingshan No. 1 High School. On the other side, I swear on my life that this battle knife undoubtedly belongs to a divine general. Look at the lightning-like patterns on the blade. They are evidence of having been bathed in the blood of a thunder beast. Old Lu declared emphatically, striking his chest with a resounding thud while displaying an earnest expression. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan cast his gaze over. The thunder beast is a formidable creature, renowned for its speed, moving as if it were lightning tearing through the air. And the Thunder Slash is a martial art crafted over many years by a divine general, designed specifically for swiftly slaying thunder beasts. Old Lu, spare us. Guan Yu did not even lift his eyelids as he remarked. If your oath holds true, then the last time you sold me the shield, claimed to be wielded by an unparalleled warrior, you should have perished on the spot. I had no idea that the shield would shatter upon hitting the ground. The seller assured me of its quality when I received it. Lao Yi replied with an awkward smile, placing the old knife back on the shelf. Having endured enough losses, it was evident that the students were not easily deceived. With nothing better to do, Ning Chuan approached to examine the item closely. Before him lay a slender battle knife, about the width of 2 fingers, possessing only the faintest curve. Its blade shimmered in silver, interlaced with streaks of purple that crackled like thunder. It was quite in line with Ning Chuan's aesthetic preferences. Regrettably, the battle knife was severely damaged, its surface riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web, and the edge bore numerous chips. To say it was unsuitable for combat would be an understatement. Even slicing vegetables would likely prove challenging. Ning Chuan extended his right hand, intending to grasp the battle knife. He did not believe Lao Ye's claims about divine weaponry. Rather, he was merely curious and wished to give it a try. In the next moment, as he clasped the hilt, his movements froze. A continuous stream of mechanical, synthesized sounds echoed in his mind. Flash Thunder Slash has detected a profound understanding of the lightning realm, plunging directly into a state of enlightenment, significantly accelerating the training speed. Progress increased by 35. Progress increased by 35. Progress increased by 30. Flash Thunder Slash has accumulated sufficient insight and profound understanding, advancing to the next realm. Numerous insights regarding the Flash Thunder Slash flowed incessantly into Ning Chuan's consciousness. Martial arts automatic cultivation is not as simple as allocating skill points in a game. Rather, it's an enlightening experience deeply etched into the mind. Normally, the integration of such insights is gradual, but in a state of epiphany, the insights surge like a torrent of data, leaving Ning Chuan in a daze. Progress increased by 25. Progress increased by 25. The accumulation of Thunder Flash Slash deepens, gaining new insights and achieving another leap, advancing to the realm of mastery. Progress increased by 20. After a while, the prompt ceased and Ning Chuan regained his senses, immediately summoning the system panel. Other martial arts remained unchanged. However, a significant change appeared in one column. Thunder Flash Slash, Mastery Progress 92. After clearly seeing the translucent fluorescent words, Ning Chuan swallowed, his heart racing uncontrollably. The progress of Thunder Flash Slash completely exceeded his imagination. It actually surpassed the proficient realm, directly advancing to the 3rd realm of martial arts, mastery, and was almost at the point of subtlety. For an ordinary person to cultivate a grade martial art to his current level, it would take at least 20 years of persistent hard work, a lifetime of effort. One can imagine the improvement from this epiphany. With the Thunder Flash Slash at the level of mastery, I am capable of fighting beyond my level. Among the students who have awakened to the 5th stage, I have the strength to fight and, not just to contend, but to defeat the vast majority, even achieve complete victory. A violent surge arose in Ning Chuan's heart. Fighting beyond one's level is an astonishing feat, especially when crossing major realms, which is extremely difficult. Among all the students of Qingshan Yizhong, few can be found. Each one is a paragon among their peers, and he has already stepped into this esteemed circle. Moreover, this is only the beginning. It will not be long before he ascends even further. Once my lightning slash breaks through to the subtle realm, I shall reign supreme among all those in the school awakened to the 6th segment. Ning Chuan's heart brimmed with certainty. This subtle realm represents a significant watershed, distinctly different from the preceding 3 realms. Achieving this breakthrough promises a transformative change of monumental proportions. Of course, the difficulty is exceedingly high. It cannot be surmounted merely through relentless practice. One must grasp the essence of martial arts, which tests the innate talent of the practitioner. First, I must calm myself. After several deep breaths, Ning Chuan steadied his mind, suppressing his restless emotions. He raised the battle blade and examined it earnestly, yet despite straining his eyes, he could not perceive any profound essence. His lightning slash did not offer him further enlightenment. Could it be that the latent, thunderous essence within the battle blade only allows the lightning slash to reach the proficient stage, thus imposing a limit? Ning Chuan pondered, sensing a plausible possibility. However, regardless of whether he was right or wrong, Master Lu had indeed made an astute observation. This battle blade possesses an extraordinary origin, likely once wielded by a formidable warrior. If it is within his means to purchase, he must not let this opportunity slip away. Master Lu, Ning Chuan called out, lifting his hand to casually wave the battle blade, feigning indifference as he inquired, "How much is this sword?" Upon hearing this, Guoran Yu halted his actions, turned his head to regard Ning Chuan, and teased, "You little rascal, you once claimed I was a fool. And now look at you. With such poor discernment, I scarcely know how to respond. This knife, even with the most diplomatic of descriptions, is merely a subpar product of modern industry. I wouldn't accept it even for free. It would only clutter my home." Guoran Yu chuckled. "You little chubby one, you've barely been in this field for a few years. What do you know about antiques?" Lao Yi reprimanded Guoran Yu, then turned to Ning Chuan with a smile that could light up a room, saying, "Young scholar, you possess remarkable insight. This is a legendary weapon, having once slain multiple thunder beasts. Its value is extraordinary. Considering your status as a student, I shall not demand too much." As he spoke, Lao Yi gestured with his hand. 80,000. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. "How about a discount? Let's have a zeros. For 1,000? That's quite a harsh negotiation. My cost price exceeds that." Lao Yi sighed, displaying his reluctance. Finally, he waved his hand and conceded, "Very well, take it as a gesture of friendship." Ning Chuan shook his head, earnestly correcting him. "It's not 4,000 you've miscalculated, Lao Yi." "What is it then?" Lao Yi inquired, puzzled. 4 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, Lao Yi opened his mouth in disbelief, but fell silent. After years in business, it was the first time he had encountered the term "have the zeros" to mean eliminating all zeros. Surely, the other party intended to reduce him to nothing. Guoran Yu burst into hearty laughter. "Lao Yi, will you dare to set such exorbitant prices again? Today has been quite the eye-opener. It appears that there is no text provided for me to edit and translate. Please provide the content you wish to have refined and translated." Chapter 2. I merely wish to practice martial arts, yet I find myself on the list of those destined for demise. With 4 yuan, I could only purchase a bowl of plain noodles in the cafeteria, which certainly cannot procure this blade. Ning Chuan merely signaled to Lord Lu that he was no Navi novice, and that exorbitant demands would not be entertained. "If you genuinely desire it, offer me 2,000 yuan. At the very least, allow me to earn some money for my escape." Lord Lu adopted a strategy of retreat to advance. Ning Chuan pressed on relentlessly. "Eliminate 2 zeros. Young man, hand over the knife. Do you truly bargain in this manner? Is this excessive? Am I not a student? And if you are a student, what of it? In the face of the future hopes of the Federation, should you not offer your services without charge? If it is not too much trouble, it would be preferable for you to provide a little more cash as well. Thus, it must be cash. Considering that the elderly are not particularly adept at navigating the internet, Lord Lu, should you be proficient in bank transfers, I would not mind if you could deposit the funds into this account." Ultimately, after a fierce negotiation filled with mutual tugging, the two struck a deal at the price of 235 yuan. Of course, Ning Chuan's jest about a complimentary offering was merely a facet of the haggling. He promptly extracted his mobile phone and made the payment. A weapon imbued with profound significance, regardless of its dilapidated condition, cannot simply be acquired for a few hundred yuan. What a fortunate find! Moreover, Ning Chuan began to sense that he might have stumbled upon a lucrative avenue. He could discern the authenticity of antiques through his martial understanding, gauging their genuineness based on whether he attained enlightenment through his practice. This method, while fraught with limitations, restricting itself to items once wielded by martial artists and necessitating the presence of a certain essence, relied on his own ability to perceive and comprehend. Amidst numerous constraints, encountering such an antique in the market is indeed a stroke of luck. The prospect of amassing wealth from it, however, is rather slim. Yet, even if one cannot seize a remarkable opportunity, it matters not. The essence lies in the profound enlightenment of martial arts, which can catalyze a transformative leap in one's prowess within a short span of time. Naturally, if the chance to profit arises, it should not be overlooked. After making the payment, although Ning Chuan felt the likelihood of success was minimal, he promptly set out to explore every item in the shop. He did not overlook the 2 walnuts clutched tightly in the hands of the shopkeeper, Lao Yi. Unfortunately, his predictions came to fruition. Aside from the battle knife he had acquired, none of the other items elicited a response in his martial arts practice. Ning Chuan deduced two possibilities. Either Lao Ye's antique shop was devoid of genuine artifacts, filled solely with modern industrial products, or there were indeed authentic items. But they bore no relevance to the three schools of martial arts he practiced, rendering him incapable of achieving enlightenment. Regardless of the conclusion, he resolved to dedicate himself to the rigorous study of martial arts. Even if he could not seize an opportunity, he could still enhance his abilities. Ning Chuan pondered deeply. His martial arts trained automatically, requiring no effort on his part, and acquiring more skills would only be beneficial. Shortly thereafter, Guo Yu put away his magnifying glass and remarked, "It's about time, we should depart. This morning, the 100-day oath-taking ceremony for the college entrance examination will be held, and being late would be disastrous." Indeed, Ning Chuan nodded, clutching the tattered battle knife, as he exited the antique shop alongside Guo Yu. At Qingshan No. 1 High School, Class 15 of the third year. When the two entered the classroom, most of their classmates had already arrived. With no classes scheduled for the morning, groups of 3 or 5 congregated to engage in casual conversation. Among them, several boys occasionally cast furtive glances toward the podium. There stood a stunning woman, clad in a fitted white shirt and a snug pencil skirt, accentuating her alluring curves. Her fair, oval face was adorned with a pair of black-framed glasses, adding an air of mature elegance to her charm. Su-Yun, the homeroom teacher of Class 15 in her senior year, was 27 years old. A graduate of a prestigious university, embodying both intellect and beauty, the dream heroine of countless young men. Yet, her exceptional qualities rendered her somewhat inaccessible. Not only the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School, but even the male teachers seldom dared to engage her in conversation. Ning Chuan, accustomed to being a charismatic figure, approached Su-Yun with confidence, placing his old battle sword on the desk. Within moments, he had her wide-eyed in astonishment. "Ning Chuan, don't even think about it," Su-Yun exclaimed, pinching her slim waist, her elegantly arched brows knitting together in reprimand. "Just a few days ago, you learned the B-level martial art, Thunder Slash. And now you wish to pursue another? I cannot agree. Mastery lies in quality, not quantity. I swear, if I learn this one, I shall not trouble you again." Ning Chuan replied, slightly modifying the cliché of a rogue. His gaze remained steadfast upon Su-Yun, earnest as that of an innocent child. Feeling somewhat flustered under his intense stare, Su-Yun averted her eyes slightly and inquired, "What level of martial arts do you wish to choose?" "B-level will suffice," Ning Chuan responded, clearing his throat. The market price for B-level martial arts ranges from hundreds of thousands to millions. However, within the school, it is available for free, provided the homeroom teacher consents. Su-Yun pursed her lips in a cold smile, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing at Ning Chuan. "Only B-level? Such a low choice. Why not opt for A-level or even S-level?" Returning to Teacher Su, Qingshan No. 1 High School is merely a key high school in the city, and the highest martial arts authority only reaches grade B. Ning Chuan chuckled softly. As his words fell, nearly all the boys in the classroom cast fierce glances, silently adding Ning Chuan to the list of those who must be eliminated for daring to jest with their goddess. On the podium, Su-Yun's anger dissipated significantly. She sighed and advised, "The higher the martial arts level, the greater the power and effectiveness in practical combat. That much is undeniable. However, the difficulty also escalates exponentially, requiring a substantial investment of time and energy. If you were just entering high school, I would not dissuade you. But with the college entrance examination looming just 100 days away, even mastering one grade B martial art is a struggle, let alone two." Teacher Su, the essence of martial arts is to fearlessly embrace challenges. I have confidence in myself, Ning Chuan replied with a smile. The automatic cultivation of martial arts fuels his assurance. Confidence is not arrogance. You, a mere clown, think you can master 2 grade B martial arts within 100 days? How ludicrous, scoffed a boy with a few freckles. Crossing his arms, he did not bother to lower his voice, amplifying it so that the entire class could hear clearly. Guo Yu, displeased at the insult directed towards his friend, immediately retorted, "Ma Hai, stop spouting nonsense. At least Ning Chuan has the courage to practice grade B martial arts. Would you dare to do the same? Ridiculous. A person who might not even gain admission to university attempting to practice grade B martial arts? I can only assume it's purely for the sake of vanity." A cold smile appeared on Ma Hai's face as he remarked, after graduation, he will find work and boast to the unsuspecting around him. For instance, he might claim to have mastered 2 B-level martial arts. Ma Hai's words dripped with sarcasm. His gaze fixed contemptuously on Ning Chuan, infused with both anger and jealousy. He could not fathom how a lowly student could possess the audacity to engage in light-hearted banter with Su Yun. Guo Renyu let out a cold snort, provokingly stating, "What if Ning Chuan were to excel? Would you dare abandon your college entrance exam scores?" At this, Ma Hai's expression faltered. He truly could not bring himself to respond. The college entrance examination not only assessed martial prowess, but also academic subjects, in which Ning Chuan excelled. Yet, Ma Hai would never admit to being wrong. His thoughts shifted, and he retorted coldly, "So what if he gets accepted? He would merely gain entry to some bottom-tier, worthless university. Such institutions often charge exorbitant fees. As an orphan, without parents to support him, who would pay his tuition? After graduation, he would still end up working. Don't go too far." Guo Renyu slammed the table, glaring fiercely. "What have I said that is incorrect?" Ma Hai leapt to his feet, fists cracking ominously as he declared, "And you dare to bang the table in front of me? You know not the danger you invite. We shall see in the next practical class." He threatened outright. Guo Renyu could not help but take a step back. Ma Hai, at the 6th stage of awakening, could easily overpower both Ning Chuan and himself with a single hand. "Ma Hai, sit down. We are all classmates. There is no need for such hostility. After graduation, it will be difficult to even meet again," Zhang Wenzi interjected, his gaze shifting as he caught Su Yun's eye. He rose, speaking gently. He was remarkably handsome, adorned with a delicate smile. "Yes, class leader." Ma Hai displayed a sycophantic grin. Zhang Wenzi nodded lightly, casting his gaze towards the podium, and, "Ning Chuan, please return to your seat." While Ma Hai's words may have sounded harsh, there were indeed missteps on your part. It is inappropriate to use martial arts as an excuse to frequently disrupt teacher Su Yun. She has already exerted considerable effort on our behalf. Just manage your own behavior. Ning Chuan shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Wenzi, a trace of cold derision curling at the corners of his lips. Zhang Wenzi and Ma Hai were cut from the same cloth. One was merely coarse, while the other exuded a more subtle demeanor. Essentially, both sought to assert their superiority through the belittlement of others, particularly in the presence of attractive women. "You." Zhang Wenzi's gaze turned frosty. However, upon noticing Su Yun nearby, he shifted his tone, donning a helpless smile, and remarked, "Ning Chuan, there is no need to be so agitated. The pursuit of martial arts requires a calm and collected heart. Excessive emotion hinders one from reaching the pinnacle." A hint of cold amusement flickered across Ning Chuan's lips. Zhang Wenzi, true to his role as class leader, possessed a certain cleverness. His words not only showcased his magnanimity and ambitions, but also subtly undermined Ning Chuan. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to focus on B-grade martial arts. Ning Chuan wished to avoid a skirmish with Zhang Wenzi and turned his gaze towards Su Yun, imploring, "I would like to select another course." Su Yun did not respond immediately. She had heard from other teachers about Ning Chuan's status as an orphan and felt a pang of sympathy. Now that he had reached the threshold of university, with a bit more effort, he might well gain admission to a reasonably good institution, thus altering the course of his destiny. However, devoting the dwindling time solely to B-level martial arts would be a futile endeavor, yielding far more effort than results. As the homeroom teacher of Ning Chuan, she was naturally reluctant to witness such a situation unfold. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Yun stated, "You may choose martial arts, but you must fulfill one condition. Please, go on." Su Yun's lips curled slightly as she continued, "Your martial arts must ascend to the subtle realm, the lightning slash." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan felt reassured and replied contentedly, "Teacher Su, it is settled then. I shall seek you out once I attain the subtle realm." His mastery of the lightning slash was already at over 90% of proficiency, and he was close to reaching the subtle realm. Nearby, Ma Hai could not resist mocking. "Ning Chuan, are you not afraid of tripping over your own tongue? You have only practiced the lightning slash for a few days and yet dare to boast, unaware of the challenges posed by advanced martial arts, let alone the subtle realm. Have you even grasped the fundamentals of the lightning slash?" As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted, with most students nearby smirking in amusement. The attainment of the subtle realm indeed seemed rather unrealistic. "Ma Hai, do not speak so harshly. It is perfectly normal for Ning Chuan to struggle with the lightning slash after only a few days." Zhang Wenzi interjected, spreading his hands and offering a veiled compliment. "If it were me, I might not necessarily succeed either. It took me 5 days merely to barely learn a C-level martial art. If the class monitor had attempted the lightning slash, he would undoubtedly overshadow Ning Chuan. Laughter resonated throughout the classroom. Silence. Do not chatter. Su Yun's poised countenance commanded attention as she waved her hand, silencing the students. Then, after a brief contemplation, she addressed Ning Chuan. Let us proceed this way. I do not require you to master the Thunder Slash to an exceptional level, as it is indeed a B-grade martial art, and thus presents considerable challenges. Any martial art of your choosing, even as modest as E-grade, will suffice. As long as you reach the subtle realm, I shall permit you to select another B-grade martial art. The progression in martial arts, apart from being contingent upon individual talent, is also influenced by the nature of the martial art itself. The lower the grade, the lesser the difficulty, and consequently, the swifter the advancement. Su Yun was banking on this strategy. She discerned that Ning Chuan's prowess could only be described as nascent, barely entering the fourth stage of awakening, and he would likely remain at this juncture for an extended period. It seemed impractical for him to make significant strides prior to the college entrance examinations. Thus, concentrating all efforts on a lower-grade martial art appeared to be the most cost-effective approach. Perhaps he could even triumph over those stronger than him in the examinations and secure admission to a respectable ordinary university. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and inquired, "Must I select only one B-grade martial art? Before the entrance exams, as long as you can attain the subtle realm, I am open to your additional requests." Su Yun replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Chuan, her eyes glimmering with a hint of amusement. She harbored doubts about his capability to achieve that. The subtle realm is a significant demarcation within the 6 realms of martial arts. Even E-grade martial arts are fraught with challenges. Many prodigies training in E-grade martial arts can reach the pinnacle of proficiency in less than a year. Yet it is not uncommon for them to remain ensnared for over a decade when attempting to break through to the subtle realm. Ning Chuan blinked, realizing that while he merely wished to learn an additional B-grade martial art, Su Yun's considerations were rather more complex. "No problem, I agree," he affirmed decisively, his tone resolute. "It is a promise." As he spoke, he turned to leave, only to be startled. The boys across from him stared, their eyes wide with intensity, as if they could ignite flames with their gaze. Especially those who had mastered a particular martial art, their teeth clenched in frustration, wishing they could strike Ning Chuan down and take his place. Now, please do not overthink it. I merely wish to practice martial arts." Ning Chuan forced a chuckle and returned to his seat. Guo Renyu, sitting beside him, elbowed Ning Chuan sharply in the ribs and chuckled, "Quite impressive. You've just secured a spot on the must-eliminate list. I wondered why you suddenly had the whim to learn the lightning slash. It turns out your killing move was waiting here." With that, Guo Renyu chuckled and lowered his voice, expressing, "Truly remarkable, a series of schemes, each entwined with the next." Ning Chuan sighed in resignation. "I genuinely only wish to cultivate B-grade martial arts." I understand. Guo Renyu patted Ning Chuan's shoulder, wearing an expression that conveyed solidarity among men. "You too, keep your voices down." Ma Hai turned, his face stern as he reprimanded them. Guo Renyu pouted, and once Ma Hai redirected his gaze, he muttered, "That guy Ma Hai is notoriously petty. He seems to have set his sights on us. Let's keep a low profile for the next few days to avoid giving him any opportunities. Don't worry, it will be over in a week at most." Ning Chuan smiled slightly. In his line of sight, a glowing number flickered. Lightning slash. Mastery. Progress 93. Chapter 3. The Oath Conference, under the watchful eyes of the multitude. Strikes down the Thunder Sparrow. At 9 in the morning, the sky was clear and bright. Whoosh. Amidst the clouds, several birds of resplendent purple burst forth, gliding at remarkable speed over the bustling training ground of Qing Mountain. Here, a grand assembly for the 100-day pledge is underway. The surrounding green barbed wire is adorned with crimson banners, emblazoned with various slogans for the impending college entrance examination. As rivals vie for supremacy, I wield my blade, unyielding in my pursuit of excellence, seeking to claim the top honor. With determination, I declare, who else but I shall ascend to glory. A swift foot can outpace 1,000. And with 12 years of honing a blade, I shall forge brilliance in 100 days. Guo Renyu surveyed the banners with a sense of fervor, exclaiming, "Such spirited words stir my very soul. I yearn to strive and showcase my prowess in the examination arena." With that, he produced a piece of crispy pork belly, the origin of which remained a mystery, and with a decisive crunch, he took a generous bite, grease flowing from his lips. "Perhaps you should purchase antiques from Lao Yi instead," Ning Chuan jested, playfully patting Guo Renyu on the shoulder with his left hand, while his right clutched a weathered sword. This blade, not of ordinary make, was kept close for safety, as he feared for its security in the classroom. How audacious of you two underachievers to discuss universities. Perhaps you should contemplate which construction site you'll toil at after high school. Ma Hai approached from behind, hands clasped behind his back, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Chuan and Guo Renyu before striding away with an air of superiority. Bah! Once Ma Hai had distanced himself, Guo Renyu spat on the ground in frustration, declaring, "So what if he's a mere sixth-tier awakened? What arrogance! I am free to discuss universities. Why should it concern you?" Ning Chuan's expression remained tranquil as he gazed at Ma Hai's retreating figure, remarking that with a level 6 awakening, one could perform adequately to gain admission to a prestigious university, thus earning a rightful sense of pride. Historically, those with a level 4 awakening might secure a place in lesser-ranked institutions, while a level 5 awakening would suffice for an ordinary university. A level 6 awakening corresponds to esteemed universities, and those who reach level 7 and above belong to a higher echelon of capability, possessing the prowess to aim for renowned institutions. As for the top-ranked Tsinghua University, it represents an entirely different caliber, with admission standards that are exceedingly stringent. Even those at the pinnacle of level 9 awakening find their chances precarious. Qingshan No. 1 High School, a key institution in the city, boasts over 3,000 students each year, and typically, it takes 2 to 3 years to produce a single prodigious student who manages to enroll at Tsinghua University, often as one of the last admitted. Previously, when Ning Chuan mentioned his aspiration to attend Tsinghua University to Guo Renyu, it was largely in jest. 100 days is simply too brief a span. Yet, it is not to say that the moment has not yet come. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he cast his gaze toward the opposite fence, where a banner emblazoned with gilded lettering stood out strikingly in the sunlight, proclaiming, "The universe is yet undetermined. We are all dark horses." Soon, the event commenced. Several school leaders took to the stage to deliver their speeches, followed by Lu Mengwei, a representative from the senior class, who is not only a beautiful girl, but also the school belle of Qingshan No. 1 High School. She ascended the platform to recite the oath for the college entrance examination. The content of her speech echoed the sentiments of the banner, filled with fervent words designed to inspire. However, one cannot deny the effectiveness of her rhetoric. The passionate prose, combined with the allure of the school bell, ignited a fervor among the students, stirring their spirits. However, Guo Renyu remained oblivious, nestled in a distant corner, indulging in an array of delicacies. Nearby, Ning Chuan was equally inattentive, meticulously examining a worn battle sword. Should he fail to identify the weapon's unique attributes, he would inevitably face haggling when it came time to sell. Guo Renyu, be cautious. Suddenly, Su Yun's face transformed in alarm as she caught a glimpse in her peripheral vision, her voice resonating throughout the training ground. A purple bird, the size of a face, plummeted from the sky with astonishing speed, accompanied by a sharp rush of wind, heading straight for Guo Renyu. It was a Thunder Sparrow. Ning Chuan reacted first, his pupils constricting as he recognized the avian creature. Though not a beast of terror, it bore a trace of the thunder beast lineage, renowned for its swiftness, capable of hunting eagles, and was an exceptionally formidable raptor. As it descended, it was faster than a high-speed train. However, due to its non-beastly nature, it typically shunned humans, and law enforcement generally ignored it unless alerted by reports. This Thunder Sparrow, likely famished after a long winter, was drawn to the food in Guo Renyu's possession. At that moment, Guo Renyu also noticed the approaching threat, but his feeble strength rendered him unable to react swiftly. He could only await the inevitable impact. Terror washed over his face, for his physical resilience was insufficient to withstand the collision with the high-speed Thunder Sparrow. Numerous powerful martial artists present wished to intervene. Yet like Su Yun, they were too far away to arrive in time. Guo Renyu had deliberately positioned himself at the back to indulge in his feast, leaving only Ning Chuan by his side, whose current strength barely reached the 4th awakening stage. Many school leaders were visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on their brows. At the Grand Assembly, a moment of utmost significance, accompanied by live broadcast from television stations, the repercussions of any student casualties would undoubtedly incite fierce public outrage, rendering any attempts at damage control utterly futile. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a thunderous sound erupted, reverberating across the expansive training ground, sending shivers through many hearts. Alongside the ominous rumble, A brilliant silver light manifested, akin to a celestial spark, soaring into the heavens with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. Cleaving towards the descending Thunderbird, it was the blade wielded by Ning Chuan, executing the flash thunder slash. As the silver light flashed, a sharp sound pierced the air, and in mid-flight, a crimson bloom erupted. The Thunderbird, as large as a human face, was precisely severed from its head to its tail, splitting into two halves that grazed Guo Rinyu's body before crashing to the ground in a pool of blood. The ancient lineage of the Thunderbird revealed itself, and the flash thunder slash, sensing the subtle essence of thunder within, propelled Ning Chuan into a state of enlightenment, illuminating his mind and allowing him to transcend into the subtle realm. A resonant chime echoed within his consciousness, imparting a newfound understanding of this martial art, akin to a profound metamorphosis, resulting in monumental advancement. A multitude of astonished gazes turned towards him, yet Ning Chuan remained unfazed, fixated on his weathered battle knife, a flicker of confusion and surprise crossing his features. Could it be that the bloodline of such an ordinary fierce bird could inspire such epiphany in his martial practice? It was simply preposterous. Nonetheless, it was unequivocally a stroke of fortune. A smile graced Ning Chuan's lips. He could now choose a new B-class martial art. Simultaneously, the atmosphere at the scene erupted with fervor. As he drew his blade, the very essence of thunder surged through his being. My heavens, this was the B-class martial art. Flash thunder slash. The thunder resonated with a profound intensity, indicating an extraordinary mastery. Who is this remarkable individual, possessing the prowess of B-grade martial arts, when the typical student can only aspire to D-grade? With a single stroke, he cleaved through the swiftly diving Thunder Sparrow, an impressive feat, though regrettably. The one saved was not a beauty. Otherwise, it would have ignited a sensational frenzy across the internet. The students at the training ground buzzed with astonishment, their gazes fixated on Ning Chuan. In contrast, Guo Rinyu seemed less concerned, having narrowly escaped death, beads of cold sweat forming as he struggled to relax. Casting a furtive glance upward, panic gripped him as he exclaimed, "Ning Chuan, run!" Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, they were drowned out by the furious cries of the birds. In the sky, the remaining 3 Thunder Sparrows, incensed by the loss of their companion, unleashed their ferocity. Their wings beat violently, diving towards Ning Chuan like swords. While Thunder Sparrows are typically timid, they possess the blood of fierce beasts, brimming with primal wildness. The school authorities, witnessing the unfolding chaos, were on the verge of expletives. Earlier, they had been preoccupied with the fortunate rescue of Guo Rinyu and had failed to notice the perilous Thunder Sparrows overhead. The trio of birds, launching a coordinated assault, would be a formidable challenge even for those awakened to the 6th tier of martial prowess. Nonetheless, Ning Chuan remained composed, signaling Guo Rinyu to maintain his calm. With a swift motion, he brandished an old battle knife. A formidable strength begets an unwavering confidence. Lightning slash. A thunderous boom reverberated once more. In the eyes of the onlookers, 3 elongated silver streaks emerged, akin to lightning slicing through the air, each aimed at the Thunder Sparrows descending from 3 distinct directions. Though Ning Chuan wielded but a single blade, the lightning slash is renowned for its swiftness. When mastered, this technique manifests its speed to the fullest. In less than a second, Ning Chuan unleashed 3 strikes. Many individuals possess insufficient dynamic vision, leaving lingering afterimages on their retinas. Suddenly, 3 swift, resonant thuds, reminiscent of blades cleaving flesh, echoed almost simultaneously. Ning Chuan, with a single hand gripping his sword, maintained an impassive expression as, a meter away in midair, blood erupted in a cascade. The 3 Thunder Sparrows, unable to utter a single cry, were severed in half, their crimson essence showering down like torrential rain, staining the ground beneath his feet. The scene fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a frenzy akin to boiling water. Chapter 4, Teacher Su. Please fulfill the bet. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of the 3 Thunder Sparrows, Ning Chuan felt a tinge of regret. This time, his thunder slash had not achieved enlightenment, and he remained entirely unperturbed by it. However, this was within Ning Chuan's expectations. The Thunder Sparrow was, at its core, still a mundane beast. Its trace of Thunder Beast bloodline barely perceptible. That his thunder slash had ascended to a subtle realm was already an unexpected delight. It was hardly surprising that he could not advance further. What if it were a true Thunder Beast? A fleeting thought crossed Ning Chuan's mind, and he shook his head. At present, his martial path was merely in its infancy, and he was still far from the realm of such formidable beasts. Onlookers, unaware of Ning Chuan's inner thoughts, perceived his head shake after he instantaneously dispatched the 3 Thunder Sparrows as an expression of regret for their insufficient prowess, as if his thunder slash had not fully satisfied him before the battle concluded. This was the mark of a true master. His blade was astonishingly swift. Having awakened to the 5th stage, I could not even catch a glimpse of its trajectory. The thunderous resonance was powerful and cohesive. What an impressive youth. This was the manifestation of the thunder slash reaching a subtle realm. Why had this B-grade martial art remained obscure until now? As the college entrance examination approaches, many seasoned competitors are no longer concealing their ambitions, aspiring to emerge as dark horses and perform miraculous feats. The training grounds are abuzz with excitement, as countless individuals are shaken and engaged in fervent discussions. Defeating the 3-headed Thunder Sparrow is not particularly arduous. After all, it is not a true ferocious beast. Students ranked among the top in their senior year possess this capability. However, the nuanced mastery of B-grade martial arts is a rarity in the sprawling Qingshan No. 1 high school. Even among the teachers, very few can be found. Siyun gazed at Ning Chuan, her beautiful eyes reflecting profound astonishment. She was acutely aware that merely 3 days prior, Ning Chuan had requested the inheritance of the Thunder / Martial Seal. Now he had achieved mastery. Ning Chuan, to eliminate 3 Thunder Sparrows in an instant. How on earth did you accomplish this? Guo Renyu, brimming with excitement, could not help but exclaim profanities. Without waiting for Ning Chuan's response, he turned to Ma Hai, who was not far away, and shouted, "Didn't you say that Ning Chuan's study of Thunder Slash was merely a ploy for attention, a means to show off? If you have the capability, why not showcase something of your own?" Ma Hai's face immediately flushed crimson. He was unaware of the extent to which Ning Chuan had mastered the Thunder Slash, but the speed of the blade unmistakably indicated a high level of skill. His previous remarks now seemed utterly ridiculous. Guo Renyu continued to taunt. Does Ning Chuan now possess the qualifications to discuss universities? With just the Thunder Slash, a B-grade martial art, he might even secure a full scholarship from prestigious universities. With your lack of discernment, I dare say you might as well forego university altogether. After graduation, join me on the construction site to carry bricks. Ma Hai, grinding his teeth in frustration, found himself unable to retort and simply turned away. Ning Chuan delivered a swift kick to Guo Renyu, expressing his irritation. If it weren't for my intervention, you would have lost your life. After being granted a second chance, is your first instinct to mock others? It's primarily Ma Hai's fault for his harsh words. Guo Renyu scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Just then, the principal, accompanied by a cadre of school leaders, approached briskly. This student, the principal admonished sternly, are you unaware that eating is strictly prohibited in the training area? You will receive a demerit for this. And for the remainder of the month, you shall be responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the training grounds. Upon noticing the fried chicken leg in Guo Renyu's hand, the principal's ire intensified, and he scolded him fiercely. Guo Renyu's expression turned sour. The principal then shifted his gaze to Ning Chuan, his stern demeanor vanishing and replaced by a radiant smile that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. He heartily patted Ning Chuan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. In the face of danger, you bravely wielded your weapon. You truly embody the spirit of Qingshan No. 1 High School. Rest assured, this institution has always been generous in recognizing acts of valor." Not far off, a television camera was trained on the scene. The principal exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Chuan, who immediately grasped the cue. With an expression of righteous conviction, he proclaimed loudly, "It is primarily due to the excellent education at Qingshan No. 1 High School that I possess the ability and courage to put others before myself." The principal chuckled heartily, thinking to himself that this student was quite astute and deserving of a more substantial reward. He then instructed the staff to clear away Lei Kei's remains and to proceed with the oath-taking ceremony. However, given the events that had transpired, the crowd's attention shifted to hushed discussions about Ning Chuan, eager to uncover more information. Ning Chuan, unperturbed by the commotion, took a moment to quell his elation from the promotion of his Thunder Slash before resuming his meticulous examination of the damaged battle blade. The blade, though marred by numerous cracks and seemingly on the verge of shattering with the slightest slice, remarkably withstood his rapid strikes, dispatching 4 Thunder Sparrows in quick succession. A sudden realization struck Ning Chuan as he narrowed his eyes. Something was amiss. The blood that had once stained the weapon was no longer visible. He distinctly recalled the blade being completely soaked in the vibrant crimson of the Thunder Sparrows. The number of cracks had diminished, and a small notch in the edge had noticeably reduced in size. This damaged weapon had the ability to repair itself by absorbing blood. Ning Chuan's heart raced with excitement. This blade was far more extraordinary than he had initially surmised. He decided against parting with it for now. It undoubtedly possessed further peculiarities that warranted exploration, and it was ideally suited for executing his lightning-slash technique. Ning Chuan resolved to bestow a name upon it, as it was no ordinary weapon. After a moment's contemplation, he settled on a fitting title, Silver Blood, inspired by its shimmering silver blade and its unique ability to absorb blood. Under the sunlight, the weapon seemed to shimmer, as if gently trembling. As midday approached, the oath-taking ceremony concluded. "Come to my office for a chat," Su Yun called out, her voice as soothing as flowing water. Beckoning Ning Chuan, being summoned to a teacher's office typically heralded unwelcome tidings. However, Su Yun was an exception. Receiving criticism from this authoritative figure often felt gratifying. Numerous pairs of eyes in the vicinity fixated on Ning Chuan, filled with envy and resentment, particularly from the boys who were aware of Su Yun's agreement with him. Their fury palpable as they elevated Ning Chuan to the top of the list of those who must be dealt with at Qingshan No. 1 High School. "What are you waiting for? Go on." Guo Renyu chuckled, giving Ning Chuan a gentle shove. 10 minutes later, in the office, Su Yun sat gracefully in her chair, her attire accentuating her alluring curves. She scrutinized Ning Chuan and inquired, "Could you enlighten me about your Thunder Slash?" This morning, while diligently practicing the Thunder Slash, I inadvertently reached a moment of enlightenment. After concluding my practice, I found myself merely a veil away from the micro-realm. Earlier, in the training ground, in my eagerness to rescue Guo Renyu, I instinctively executed the Thunder Slash. To my surprise, I gained insight and shattered that veil, thus ascending to the micro-realm. Ning Chuan maintained a composed demeanor and replied nonchalantly. An epiphany regarding the Thunder Slash, when approximated, equates to his own moment of realization. His ability to vanquish the Thunder Sparrow is solely attributed to his relentless efforts. Enlightenment. Su Yun nodded gently, aligning with her assumptions. "Your fortune is indeed remarkable," she exclaimed. Enlightenment is a profoundly rare state. The role of talent in achieving it is negligible. In other words, it often hinges on luck. Many prodigies traverse their lives without ever experiencing it. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yun cautioned, "Enlightenment is serendipitous and cannot be sought after. Advancing in martial arts relies on one's relentless dedication through tireless practice. It is impractical to place one's hopes solely on moments of enlightenment." "Understood," Ning Chuan replied with a grin. "I even practice while I sleep." "Do not jest. I am not playing with you." Su Yun's expression turned serious as she earnestly stated, "The most formidable challenge in martial arts cultivation is perseverance. It is manageable to persist for a day, a week, or even a month. However, what about over a longer span? Repeating a singular task can become monotonous for anyone, especially when faced with a bottleneck, where days of arduous practice yield no progress. It can be truly tormenting. Many prodigies find themselves thwarted at this juncture, unable to reach the heights they rightfully deserve. Why is it that honesty goes unacknowledged?" With an unwavering smile, Ning Chuan candidly remarked, "I am different from them. The pursuit of martial arts brings me joy." Su Yun sighed, attributing his exuberance to a moment of enlightenment, unaware of the immense difficulty that comes with years of unwavering dedication to training. "Teacher Su, I have mastered my Thunder Slash to a refined degree." Ning Chuan coughed lightly and continued, "Shall we fulfill our agreement?" Upon hearing this, Su Yun felt a surge of anxiety that she could not suppress. She took a deep breath, feigning calmness, and said, "Aside from that B-grade martial art, do you have any other requests? Speak freely." "Well, Ning Chuan rubbed his hands together, revealing a bashful smile. This only heightened Su Yun's unease. At 17 or 18, a young man's desires are quite evident, and as his teacher, she understood all too well. Su Yun regretted having spoken so definitively in the classroom earlier. Chapter 5, Martial Arts. Naturally choose the challenging ones I wish to train in all the B-grade martial arts offered by the school," Ning Chuan declared. Su Yun blinked in surprise, taken aback. "Did I mishear?" Noticing her lack of response, Ning Chuan raised his voice and reiterated, "Teacher Su, I wish to train in all the B-grade martial arts offered by the school." "I heard you. No need to shout." Su Yun waved her hand, feeling a sense of relief. Though the young man was somewhat arrogant in matters of martial arts, his character remained commendable. "That request is not feasible," she said, gathering her thoughts and shaking her head. She proceeded to elucidate the reasons. "It is not that I disagree. But Qingshan First High School has regulations stipulating that each student may study a maximum of 3 to 4 martial arts disciplines. For the inheritance of martial imprint is indeed limited in frequency." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan reflected for a moment and recalled that such a rule indeed existed. Typically, it suffices for a student to cultivate 3 to 4 martial arts over their 3 years of high school. The original owner, for instance, had scarcely utilized their quota, primarily focusing on enhancing their raw strength through the Mang Nyo-jin technique. Su Yun pondered briefly and reminded him, "During the second semester of your sophomore year, you selected the swift wind steps, and just a few days ago, you sought to inherit the lightning slash technique from me. Therefore, I shall choose 2 additional B-grade martial arts." Ning Chuan expressed his regret, tacitly accepting that he could select 4 martial arts. Su Yun sighed, somewhat reluctant. It was not that she was unwilling, but rather concerned about potentially hindering Ning Chuan's future. In her view, since Ning Chuan had already mastered the nuanced realm of the lightning slash, his current focus should be on breathing techniques to enhance his inherent strength. Should he manage to ascend to the 5th stage of awakening before the college entrance examination, he would stand a chance of gaining admission to a prestigious university. However, Su Yun worried that if she were to refuse, Ning Chuan might propose excessively demanding requests. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. "2 it is. But I must accompany you to the martial arts building." "No problem," he replied. The two exited the office and traversed a considerable part of the campus, entering the martial arts building. At this moment, it was noon, and the building was largely deserted. Ning Chuan had visited once before and felt no curiosity, making his way directly to the top floor, where B-grade martial arts were stored. The top floor appeared desolate and empty. At the center, a row of display cabinets crafted from bulletproof glass is arranged, partitioned into over 30 compartments. Within each compartment lies a square metallic block, slightly larger than an adult's fist. These metallic blocks are known as martial seals, a medium for storing martial arts knowledge. Many martial disciplines cannot be adequately described with mere words. They possess an essence that can only be passed down through martial seals. "What kind of martial art are you considering?" Su Yun inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chuan responded, "I am now capable of battling beyond my rank. I wish to select a horizontal cultivation martial art to enhance my defensive capabilities." "Certainly." Su Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she nodded. Though horizontal cultivation martial arts are notoriously difficult to master, once achieved, they will benefit you for a lifetime. "What about the second one?" She pressed further. Ning Chuan stroked his chin, pausing to reflect. He found himself torn between 2 martial arts. One was a movement technique. Although he possessed the wind step, its rank was mediocre, classified as the lowest E-level martial art. Should he acquire a formidable movement technique, paired with the swift thunder slash as his realm advances, it could elevate his strength to an extraordinarily powerful level. The other option was unarmed combat. Compared to movement techniques, this martial art may not enhance the thunder slash, but it would significantly bolster his overall capabilities. For the second martial art, Ning Chuan exhaled softly, resolutely declaring, "I choose an unarmed combat technique." Each year's martial arts examination varies. This year may place greater emphasis on unarmed combat to secure more points. I cannot afford to have a glaring shortcoming. Ning Chuan was acutely aware that his primary focus at this stage was the college entrance examination. Gaining admission to a prestigious university, particularly Xinghe University, would render martial arts a mere trifle. Moreover, with his rapid advancement in the wind step technique, he would have ample time to hone his skills in the foreseeable future. Opting for unarmed martial arts was undoubtedly the most fitting choice. A smile graced Su Yun's delicate face, and her previously anxious heart found tranquility. She had specifically come to the martial arts building out of concern that Ning Chuan might be blinded by a moment of enlightenment and choose 2 sword techniques instead. However, it seemed she had worried needlessly. After a quarter of an hour, Ning Chuan finalized his aspirations. He chose unarmed martial arts, particularly the thousand-bone slaughter technique, renowned for its ruthlessness and intricacy. When executed, the techniques were cunningly devised, allowing strikes to emerge from unexpected angles, rendering them nearly indefensible. The inherent lethality was formidable. Once mastered, one could easily shatter the bones of a target, thus earning its ominous title. As for the horizontal practice martial arts, The diamond body technique was categorized into 9 tiers. Upon achieving perfection, one's physique would be extraordinarily resilient, impervious to bullets, and undeterred by firearms. However, Ning Chuan had another reason for selecting the diamond body technique. It was an incomplete martial art, originally comprising 18 tiers, classified as S-grade. Should an opportunity arise to complete it in the future, he could ascend to even greater heights. What kind of martial arts are you selecting? Su Yun's red lips twitched slightly as she stared intently at Ning Chuan, feeling that her elation had come too soon. The diamond body and thousand-bone slaughter technique were indeed powerful, yet the efficacy of martial arts was directly proportional to the difficulty of cultivation. This was particularly true for the most exceptional techniques among B-grade arts, which were often esoteric to the point of rivaling even the more advanced A-grade martial arts. After the reprimand, Su Yun softened her tone and advised, one must not blindly pursue the power of martial arts. It is essential to consider the overall perspective and perhaps make a change. How about the steel body and the iron blood 36 forms? Su Yun explained. Both are martial arts from the military, and when combined, they yield a synergy that exceeds mere addition. There are tutorials available online, facilitating a smoother transition into your own strength. No change. Ning Chuan lifted his gaze at a 45-degree angle, his expression resolute as he proclaimed, "It is the weak who fear difficulties, who retreat in cowardice. The strong must confront challenges head-on, daring to wield their blades against those even more formidable." Upon hearing this, a faint line of discontent appeared on Su Yun's fair forehead. While it is true that the strong do not fear hardship, a mere awakened fourth stage does not constitute true strength. She had misjudged him. Ning Chuan had undoubtedly become inflated due to his sudden insight into the flash thunder strike. Choose as you wish. Su Yun ground her silver teeth, her voice laced with frustration. Just do not regret it later. With the foundation of the intricate flash thunder strike, Ning Chuan was bound to qualify for university. It would be beneficial for him to experience some setbacks while still young, making the path ahead smoother. With this thought, Su Yun summoned the administrator of the martial arts building, opened the compartment, and retrieved the 2 martial seals. Go ahead. The building provides a transmission room for students to inherit martial arts. Thank you, Teacher Su. Ning Chuan smiled as he accepted the martial seals and entered the adjacent transmission room. The process of inheriting martial arts through the seals is remarkably simple. One merely places the seal upon their forehead, allowing the stored martial arts to surge into the mind. Before long, Ning Chuan had absorbed the 2 martial arts forms and proceeded to summon the system interface. A semi-transparent screen materialized before his eyes. Realm, Awakening Stage 4, Wild Bull Strength. Mastery, Progress 25, Swift Wind Steps. Proficient, Progress 7, Lightning Slash. Subtle, Progress 3, Thousand Bones Killing Technique. Fundamental, Progress 0, Vajra Body. First layer, Progress 0. Ning Chuan observed that the term Vajra Body in the last column was distinct from the other martial arts. This was to be expected. Horizontal training in martial arts is rather unique, placing greater emphasis on enhancing the foundational defense of the body, rendering it less applicable to the universal grading system of realms. However, as a branch of martial arts, the relative advancement in progress should not present any significant discrepancies. Having only commenced the practice of these 2 martial arts, he could not yet ascertain the pace of his cultivation. He would revisit this matter later in the evening. Unlocking the door, Ning Chuan stepped out of the transmission room, where Su Yun awaited him. After returning the martial seal to the administrator, the 2 descended the stairs and departed. Teacher Su, how about treating me to a meal? Ning Chuan flashed a grin as he spoke. I will endeavor to practice diligently and gain admission to a prestigious university. Ning Chuan harbored no ulterior motives. He simply wished to save on lunch expenses. He had no intention of selling the silver blood battle blade, as he was currently in dire need of funds, until he stumbled upon other valuable items. Every little bit saved would count. Very well, let's head to the commercial street outside the school. There's a restaurant with decent fare. Su Yun contemplated briefly before readily agreeing, as Ning Chuan had not made any unreasonable demands previously, which had endeared him to her. After enjoying a complimentary lunch, Ning Chuan returned to the classroom, where 3 cultural classes awaited him in the afternoon: mathematics, physics, and chemistry. All were of paramount importance, not only due to their relevance in the college entrance examination, but also for their substantial benefits to the martial arts. The creator of the Thunder Slash holds a Ph.D. in physics and has stated that without aerodynamics, there would be no thunder slash faster than the Thunder Beast. Additionally, one of the most formidable martial arts in the Federation, the nuclear explosion fist, demands an almost stringent understanding of physics. To master it, one must comprehend the principles of nuclear fusion and fission. Otherwise, even the most basic entry into its practice remains unattainable. Of course, mastery of mathematics and chemistry does not equate to strength, but it is an essential foundation for ascending the pinnacle of martial arts. In a sense, both martial arts and knowledge of mathematics and science are manifestations of the quest for the universe's true essence. Benefiting from a solid educational background, Ning Chuan finds his studies relatively effortless. Dingling. The break bell rings. Ning Chuan closes his book and stretches his neck. Noticing the students in his class whispering and pointing at him, he is no stranger to this scene. Too many had witnessed him slay the Thunder Sparrow on the training grounds that morning. He has become quite famous. Awakening at the 4th stage, yet capable of killing the Thunder Sparrow, Ning Chuan's mastery of the Thunder Slash is astonishingly impressive, as it is a B-level martial art. Many students express their admiration with envy in their hearts. Seeing this, Ma Hai feels displeased and snorts derisively, admonishing, "You overestimate it. The Thunder Sparrow is not as difficult to kill as you imagine. It is not a ferocious beast. Its intelligence is extremely low. While it may dive rapidly, with proper timing in your strikes, you could dispatch it without even utilizing martial arts." As he speaks, Ma Hai strides over to Ning Chuan. Looking down at him with an interrogative tone, "Do you believe what I say is correct? What is your level of mastery in the Thunder Slash?" Ning Chuan gazed at Ma Hai, feigning confusion, and remarked, "How is it that you have suddenly changed your tune? Did you not previously assert that my lightning slash was rudimentary?" Ma Hai's expression stiffened, and he coldly retorted, "Cease your prattling and speak only when instructed. If you are so eager to know, why not experience it for yourself?" A glimmer of cold light flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes as he grasped the hilt of his silver-blooded blade. Rising to his feet, he swung his arm and executed the strike. The essence of martial cultivation lies in the unimpeded flow of intent. If one can prevail, there is no need for further discourse. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from his physique, reverberating loudly. Ning Chuan unleashed the lightning slash. A beam of silver light illuminated the classroom, accompanied by the roar of thunder, as if the void itself had ignited with electricity. Ma Hai was utterly unprepared for Ning Chuan's boldness. He merely perceived a flash before realizing that a battle blade was already poised at his throat. The blade emitted a chilling sensation, its sharpness causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. "Now, what do you think my level is?" Ning Chuan grinned at Ma Hai, revealing his pearly whites. Chapter 6. The School Bell's Invitation. A slap in the face overnight, you are courting death. Ma Hai's face paled in fright, and then, filled with rage and humiliation, he lifted his foot and charged at Ning Chuan, ready to strike. Yet, in the next moment, his foot froze mid-air. The battle blade at his throat pressed insistently against his skin, the cold metallic sensation palpable. Gazing at the smiling Ning Chuan, a wave of terror washed over Ma Hai. His instincts warned him that should he take another step forward, Ning Chuan would indeed dare to slice his throat. Are you attempting to get expelled from school by resorting to violence and ambush?" Ma Hai swallowed hard and spoke in a stern tone. The students in the class were watching intently. At such a moment, he could not afford to back down. However, the onlookers were not naive. They could discern that Ma Hai was unconsciously softening his stance. In a conflict among students, who would dare to invoke school regulations? Ning Chuan was exceedingly bold. Many students exchanged glances, apprehensive. It was well known that Ma Hai was formidable, ranking among the top 10 in the class. And he had a good rapport with the class monitor, Zhang Wenxi. He was typically domineering in his dealings and audacious in behavior, leaving few students willing to provoke him. "Ning Chuan, quickly sheath your blade." On the podium, the physics teacher had organized his lesson plan and was taken aback by the scene before him, promptly intervening. "I understand that your lightning slash has reached a refined level, akin to an extension of your arm, yet you must not engage in such perilous actions. A misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, given the formidable power of the lightning slash." The physics teacher admonished, displeased. "I apologize, Mr. Wang," Ning Chuan replied with a smile. "Ma Hai was merely curious about the realm of my lightning slash. I only intended to let him experience it." With a flick of his wrist, he retracted the silver-blooded warblade. Nevertheless, Ma Hai did not relax. His expression was a tumult of colors, alternating between pallor and flush. His earlier bravado had become a source of ridicule. Ning Chuan's lightning slash was indeed at a refined level. A B-grade martial art of such caliber could contend across two realms. It was no wonder Ning Chuan showed no mercy to Ma Hai, effortlessly subduing him with a single stroke. The classroom erupted in chatter, with many unable to restrain themselves from discussing the matter. The lightning slash was a pure offensive martial art, its lethality astonishing. In the school, aside from those of exceptional awakening levels, it seems that no one can withstand the prowess of Ning Chuan wielding a blade. Does this not imply that Ning Chuan has prospects for prestigious universities, even the most renowned? Upon hearing the murmurs around him, Zhang Wenxi's expression darkened. Being the class's prominent figure had always been his privilege. Now, having his spotlight usurped by another, especially by Ning Chuan, who had previously publicly rejected his requests, left him particularly displeased. Zhang Wenxi rose and strode directly to Ning Chuan's side, where the gaze of their classmates converged. He surveyed the room and, with a smile, remarked, "Prestigious universities are indeed difficult to attain. I do not belittle my classmate Ning Chuan. I am fully aware of the devastating power of the Thunder Slash. It is undeniably formidable. However, the college entrance examination is not a mere contest of strength. It assesses a student's comprehensive capabilities. Merely matching the combat prowess of a 6th-level awakening would only equate to the standard of an ordinary university." Pausing for effect, Zhang Wenxi continued with a smile. "Take, for instance, the college entrance examination project from 2 years ago in our Donglin administrative district, traversing the Dragon Ridge Mountains, over 300 kilometers in distance. Without sufficient endurance, agility, and observation skills, one cannot achieve commendable results. The class monitor speaks wisely," echoed voices in agreement with Zhang Wenxi. After all, Ning Chuan, previously an inconspicuous student, had suddenly emerged as the school's focal point, inevitably arousing feelings of discontent and jealousy among his classmates. "Sour grapes," Guo Renyu snorted, feeling indignant on Ning Chuan's behalf. "Is there anything wrong with what the class monitor said?" Ma Hai adjusted his mindset, a faint cold smile gracing his lips as he mockingly replied, "It's not just about the college entrance examination. Even after graduating from university and seeking employment, the same applies. In this modern federation, where's the chaos of battles? If one's hard skills are lacking, no one will hire them. What use is it to excel in a single form of combat if one faces unemployment on graduation day?" At these words, Ning Chuan tilted the silver blood war knife in his hand. He should have been more ruthless earlier, letting Ma Hai bleed a bit to teach him a lesson. "President Liu, what brings you here?" At that moment, someone called out, and everyone turned to look. Standing at the entrance was a stunning girl, around 17 or 18 years old, with an oval face, fair and delicate skin, and long, light blue hair cascading down to her waist, radiant like the starry sky. The classroom fell into an immediate hush. Lu Mingyue. Ning Chuan's eyes flickered as he recognized the girl entering. She was the president of the student council at Qingshan No. 1 High School. During the morning's oath-taking ceremony, she had spoken on behalf of all the senior students. Her beauty was undeniable, but more importantly, it was her formidable strength that commanded respect. At the peak of the 9th awakening stage, she was merely a step away from becoming a formal martial artist, with a strong chance of being accepted into Tsinghua University. Zhang Wenxi appeared to be acquainted with Lu Mingyue, approaching her with a beaming smile and gently inquiring, "Mingyue, what brings you here? You didn't have to come in person. A text would have sufficed." "Zhang Wenxi, I did not come to seek you out," Lu Mingyue replied coldly, not pausing her steps, leaving Zhang Wenxi standing there, awkwardly. Nearby students felt their faces flush with embarrassment at the scene. Had it not been for the consideration of Zhang Wenxi's esteemed position, one might have burst into laughter. Circumventing Zhang Wenxi, Lu Mingyue took a few more steps and halted before Ning Chuan, amidst the curious gazes of those around her. "Ning Chuan, is it?" Lu Mingyue inquired, her delicate face adorned with a subtle smile. "Do you have something to discuss with me?" Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. In his recollection, the original owner had no acquaintance with Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue gently nodded and continued, "I witnessed your slaying of the Thunder Sparrow this morning. Your proficiency in the Flash Thunder Slash is remarkably high, far surpassing my own." As she spoke, she aligned her fingers and forcefully executed a forward slash, producing a resounding boom from her body. Yet, compared to Ning Chuan, the sound was rather dispersed, hardly resembling thunder. "I have struggled to reach the proficient realm of the Flash Thunder Slash," she confessed. "Thus, I wish to request your guidance in honing this technique." She paused briefly before adding, "As for your fee, I propose an hourly rate of 1,000 yuan. Does that sound agreeable?" Upon hearing this, The classroom erupted with astonishment. A student of Lu Mingyue's caliber, standing at the pinnacle of the academic hierarchy, was audaciously seeking guidance from Ning Chuan and offering such a lavish remuneration. It is worth noting that in the flourishing Qingshan city, the average monthly income hovers around 4,000 yuan. However, to the astonishment of all present, Ning Chuan remained silent and did not immediately acquiesce. "What are you waiting for?" Guo Renyu urged impatiently from the side. Yet Ning Chuan remained unmoved. He was indeed pleased with Lu Mingyue's offer. But the dilemma lay in the fact that the intricate mastery of the Flash Thunder Slash stemmed solely from his own diligent endeavors. He possessed only the corresponding insights and was utterly unaware of the challenges faced during training, let alone how to guide another. As for deceiving others to obtain a salary, Ning Chuan harbored no such intentions. It was not a matter of desire, but rather one of fear. The foremost dojo in Qingshan, renowned for its martial prowess, was owned by Lu Mingyue's family. To mislead Lu Mingyue was entirely unrealistic. A misstep could result not only in the loss of wages, but also in a severe beating. Yet, such a lucrative opportunity was rare and precious, and Ning Chuan was loath to relinquish it. As he wrestled with his thoughts, his brow furrowed unconsciously. Across from him, Lu Mingyue observed Ning Chuan's expression and, with a sudden insight, understood why he had remained silent. She leaned forward slightly and said, "Classmate Ning, I must apologize for my oversight. The hourly wage of 1,000 yuan is the standard guidance fee set by my family's dojo. Given that the Thunder Slash is one of the most challenging B-level martial arts, the fee should indeed be higher. I simply did not consider this, and it was not my intention to belittle you. I sincerely apologize. Allow me to revise the offer, 3,000 yuan per hour. Would that be acceptable?" Ning Chuan blinked in surprise. A fortunate turn of events, indeed. He readily accepted the teaching position. Observing Lu Mingyue's generous demeanor, he felt assured that even if he faltered in his teaching, the remuneration for the first hour would still be secure. 3,000 yuan was no small sum. It equated to 2 months' worth of compensation. A golden opportunity, indeed. With the college entrance examinations approaching and time of the essence, Lu Mingyue stated decisively, "Let us commence today. I will await you at the school gate after classes." With that, she bid farewell to Ning Chuan and exited the classroom. Many students regarded Ning Chuan with expressions of complex emotions, some envious, some resentful, but most notably, a sense of shame. They had just echoed the sentiment that Ning Chuan's Thunder Slash was ineffective, and here he was, securing a high-paying job based on it. Slapping faces does not wait for the night. Guo Renyu chuckled triumphantly, exclaiming, with an hourly wage of 3,000. A mere casual teaching session could yield a monthly income of 100,000. In Qingshan City, even some formal martial artists do not earn such a high salary. Even in those super cities, to attain such earnings, one must at least graduate from a prestigious university. As he spoke, Guo Renyu turned to Ma Hai, flashed a grin, and taunted, "Is your hard power lacking? Graduated only to face unemployment? Unable to find work?" Ma Hai's countenance turned ashen. He fell silent, lowered his head, and left the classroom in disgrace. His pride had taken a significant blow. Not far away, Zhang Wenxi's expression was equally grim. He gazed at Lu Mingyue's retreating figure. His eyes clouded with uncertainty, lost in thought. Chapter 7. It's not that I don't want to move, my strength does not permit it. At 5 in the afternoon, Qingshan First High School dismissed its students. The sun dipped in the west, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the warm-hued evening sky. As Ning Chuan stepped out of the school gate, a striking crimson convertible came to a halt before him. Lu Mingyue sat in the driver's seat, one hand resting on the steering wheel, her gaze meeting Ning Chuan's as she commanded, "Get in." Ning Chuan paused for a couple of seconds, his eyes fixed on the car emblem. A Fengshui sports car, even at its base configuration, costs no less than 5 million yuan. TSK. She is quite the affluent young lady. No wonder she casually offered me an hourly wage of 3,000. Ning Chuan shook his head inwardly. Regrettably, his martial arts training had rendered him too proud to accept such financial aid. With a hint of disappointment, he opened the door and got in. His current appearance was still remarkably handsome. Relying solely on his efforts, it would indeed be a waste not to capitalize on it. Virum. Lu Mingyue pressed the accelerator, and amidst the roar of the engine, they merged into the flow of traffic. We arrived at the Extreme Way Martial Arts School, where the facilities and grounds were fully equipped, providing an ideal environment for practicing the Flash Thunder Slash. As Lu Mingyue drove, she remarked, "Once the guidance is complete, I shall have the driver take you home. Thank you, Ning Chuan replied with a slight nod, remaining otherwise silent. Lu Mingyue could not help but cast an additional glance at Ning Chuan. Among the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School, few could regard her with such indifference. This was not mere vanity. Her exceptional talent, strength, and family background set her apart in the school. Even the students around her, if only due to her ranking, were inclined to hold her in higher regard. In reality, Ning Chuan was deeply engrossed in contemplating how best to instruct Lu Mingyue in mastering the Flash Thunder Slash. Or rather, how to make her feel as though she was receiving proper guidance. A job that paid 3,000 per hour was a rare opportunity, and Ning Chuan was eager to seize it. If he could maintain this position until the college entrance examinations, the earnings could significantly enhance his capabilities, making admission to a prestigious institution, if not Star River University, certainly feasible for one of the top 10 schools. However, given that Lu Mingyue's family owned a martial arts school, he knew he could not genuinely assist her without earning her trust. One step at a time. Ning Chuan sighed inwardly. 10 minutes later, the red sports car drifted smoothly to a stop in front of the entrance of the Extreme Way Martial Arts School. The building, while only 3 stories high, covered an expansive area comparable to the open training grounds of Qingshan No. 1 High School. Miss. A man in black approached swiftly, offering a respectful greeting. Please prepare a private training room. I require it, Lu Mingyue instructed as she alighted from the vehicle. Tossing the car keys to the man with a graceful flourish that made Ning Chuan raise an eyebrow in surprise. Lim Ju walked ahead, leading Ning Chuan into the Extreme Way Martial Arts School. Upon crossing the threshold, Ning Chuan was enveloped by a cacophony of noise. The bright hall on the first floor was bustling with activity, as over 1,000 students donned in martial arts training attire diligently practiced their skills. Among them were children as young as 7 or 8, alongside youths similar in age to Ning Chuan. The instruction in martial arts was far from comprehensive. After all, the teachers managed multiple students at once, their attention inevitably divided, precluding a thorough engagement with each individual. Families in relatively good circumstances would naturally send their children to martial arts schools for a more refined education. Before long, the two ascended in the elevator to a training room on the second floor, where an atmosphere of tranquility prevailed, a stark contrast to the lively hall, devoid of other students. How would you like me to guide you? Ning Chuan inquired, voicing his primary concern. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, I haven't practiced the Thunder Strike for long. I merely ascended to the subtle realm through a fortunate epiphany. He intended to lay the groundwork for what he was not equipped to instruct. Should Lim Ju express discontent, he would have a rationale to explain. There's no need for such formality. You may call me by my name, Lim Ju replied, gracefully stretching her form, a smile gracing her features. Do not feel anxious. With your mastery of the Thunder Strike at the subtle realm, guiding me is hardly a daunting task. I will perform the Thunder Strike, and you may point out any deficiencies as I do so. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief. This task was far simpler than he had anticipated. Previously, he had believed he needed to share insights on breaking through bottlenecks, a notion that had left him bewildered. In truth, this misunderstanding stemmed from Ning Chuan's insufficient knowledge of martial arts. The boundaries of comprehension are exceedingly profound, eluding complete elucidation through mere language. To transcend these limits, one must engage in self-reflection and cultivation. A job with a remuneration of 3,000 per hour has been secured. A smile crept upon Ning Chuan's lips, unable to contain the joy swelling within him. His pace of cultivation was poised for a meteoric rise, and the contours of the top 10 universities in the Federation appeared increasingly vivid in his mind. At that moment, as Ning Chuan contemplated which prestigious university to apply to, Lu Mingyue approached the weapon rack against the wall, seized an unsharpened, elongated blade, and pointed it directly at Ning Chuan. Oh, I almost forgot to mention another matter. You are to serve as my sparring partner. We shall engage in a duel utilizing the Flash Thunder Slash, Lu Mingyue asserted, indicating that this combat would deepen her understanding of the technique. A duel. Ning Chuan tugged at the corner of his mouth, harboring no intentions of posturing before the enchanting female. He promptly replied, I have merely awakened to the 4th stage. It was not an act of cowardice. Facing an opponent at the pinnacle of the 9th stage would be utterly futile. Even achieving perfection in his Flash Thunder Slash would be of no avail. The disparity was insurmountable. Lu Mingyue, with sheer force, could easily overcome him. My apologies for not clarifying, she continued. I will suppress my strength, ensuring that my speed and power align closely with yours. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyue slightly pursed her lips and offered an apologetic smile. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "What breathing technique do you practice?" "The D-grade bull's might," Ning Chuan shrugged, responding candidly. He understood the reason behind Lu Mingyue's inquiry regarding his breathing technique. Different breathing methods not only possess distinct characteristics, but also vary in their capacity for physical refinement. In simpler terms, the higher the grade of the breathing technique, the more potent its effects on bodily cultivation. Strength, speed, endurance, and even the five senses exhibit certain disparities. However, the formidable breathing techniques serve as a double-edged sword, as they consume a greater amount of energy during practice. Without sufficient resources to sustain them, they may prove less advantageous than simpler methods of breathing. This rationale had led Ning Chuan to refrain from selecting a B-grade breathing technique in his earlier martial arts choices, deeming it futile. Presently, his dietary intake fails to meet the demands of practicing advanced breathing methods. The drawbacks outweigh the benefits, potentially hindering his growth and strength. Now let us commence. Lu Mingyue inhaled deeply, centering her mind, her delicate visage adopting a solemn expression. She raised her battle blade, and as her body erupted with a thunderous sound, she executed a swift strike. To ensure Ning Chuan could clearly perceive her movements, Lu Mingyue exerted only a fraction of her strength. "Your wrist angle is incorrect, too elevated." While this method of exertion does enhance the blade's power to some extent, the flash thunder slash is fundamentally a technique that prioritizes speed above all else. Ning Chuan pondered briefly, identifying Lu Mingyue's misstep. "I shall try again." Lu Mingyue swung her blade anew. "No, that motion is overly deliberate. The flash thunder slash lacks fixed forms. Its essence lies in the synchronized exertion of multiple muscle groups throughout the body." "What about this?" In the course of Ning Chuan's guidance, Lu Mingyue continued to practice diligently. Before long, an hour had elapsed unnoticed. Let us conclude the instruction here. Lu Mingyue accepted a towel from a nearby attendant, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. "Next, we shall engage in a spar using the flash thunder slash." "Very well." With a decisive reply, Ning Chuan set aside his silver-blooded battle blade and approached the weapon rack, drawing forth a training sword devoid of an edge. Perhaps due to his earlier encounter with the Thunder Sparrow, his mindset had shifted, rendering him unafraid of engaging in combat. The two adversaries positioned themselves at the center of the arena, facing each other. "Begin," Lu Mingyue commanded sharply, her foot driving forcefully against the ground, causing the thick leather mat to sink beneath her weight. In just a few strides, she closed the distance to Ning Chuan. Boom! With an explosion of energy, Lu Mingyue swung her blade, the air slicing through with a sharp whistle. Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened as he gripped the hilt tightly, executing his own lightning slash in response. Swoosh! The blade sliced through the air with remarkable speed, descending from above to clash against Lu Mingyue's horizontally wielded sword. His lightning slash, elevated 3 realms above Lu Mingyue's, promised him an advantage in a direct confrontation, especially given her limited control over her power. Bang! The two blades collided, sending sparks flying and the sound of metal clashing resonating in the air. Yet, to Ning Chuan's astonishment, his right hand gripping the hilt did not experience the anticipated force of a fierce impact. This was a feint. A chill ran through Ning Chuan's heart. He observed Lu Mingyue's sword, which, with a twist of her wrist, angled inward, dissipating the force of his downward strike, while simultaneously aiming for Ning Chuan's throat. The blade, as smooth as a mirror, swept through the air, reflecting the glint of Ning Chuan's black eyes. There was a flicker of panic, yet he did not lose his composure. Lightning slash! Ning Chuan exerted himself to withdraw his battle blade, engaging in defense. With his profound mastery, his speed was astonishing. The blade slicing through the air, trailing a shimmering silver afterimage that deftly intercepted Lu Mingyue's strike. Clang! Sparks flew, and Ning Chuan staggered back, momentarily unsteady. Lu Mingyue paused, refraining from pressing the advantage. Their duel was intended to refine the thunder slash, its outcome inconsequential. After a considerable interval, Ning Chuan firmly planted one foot down upon the soft mat, stabilizing his stance. He lifted his gaze to meet Lu Mingyue's, a subtle confusion flickering in his eyes. Despite sharing the same thunder slash technique and possessing a significant advantage in mastery, he found himself at a disadvantage, as if striking a fist against cotton. After pondering for a moment, a glimmer of realization sparked in Ning Chuan's eyes. His practical combat skills were insufficient. Both he and his original self were relatively inexperienced in battle, having merely scratched the surface of its intricacies. His previous victory over the Thunder Sparrow had been largely due to sheer strength. In comparison to someone like Lu Mingwei, a seasoned warrior, they were worlds apart. Yet, this posed no insurmountable challenge. The essence of combat lay in technique. With diligent practice, mastery would naturally follow. Understanding when to strike, defend, or evade was paramount. Ning Chuan reassured himself, determination igniting in his gaze. In the next moment, he surged forward, swift as the wind, initiating a new round of combat. Lu Mingwei was honing his Thunder Slash, and he too could elevate his practical skills through this engagement. The practice was mutual. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in rapid exchanges, their blades clashing, sending sparks erupting like festive fireworks, illuminating the surroundings. After nearly half an hour, the fierce battle came to a halt. Instigated by Ning Chuan, it was not that he was unwilling to continue. After all, he was paid by the hour and would have preferred to engage longer. However, his physical stamina could not bear the intensity of the combat. He could barely stand, relying on his sword for support. This sparring session proved highly effective. He sensed the constraints of his progress beginning to loosen. From that day onward, we practiced together daily until I achieved a breakthrough to the proficient realm. Lu Mingwei revealed a satisfied smile and said, "If you feel comfortable with this arrangement, we have reached an accord." Lu Mingwei was at the pinnacle of the 9th awakening stage, making such sparring sessions effortless for her. Ning Chuan, leaning on his sword, struggled to maintain his balance. Exhausted to the point of speechlessness, merely nodding to signify his agreement. Glancing at the wall clock, Lu Mingwei remarked, "It has been nearly 2 hours. However, your skill exceeds my expectations. We shall count it as 2 hours." "Thank you." Ning Chuan pondered and inquired, "Is it possible to settle daily?" His finances were insufficient to support his ongoing training. Out of courtesy, he had intended to settle daily, knowing not when he might achieve a breakthrough. Lu Mingwei smiled gently, turning her graceful face to the middle-aged man waiting nearby, and said, "Uncle Yang, please fetch 6,000 in cash." "Certainly, miss." The middle-aged man promptly departed. In Chapter 8, Strength Through Adversity, Ning Chuan instructed, "Uncle Yang, there's no need to drop me off at the residential complex. Just leave me at the shopping plaza ahead." In the black sedan, Ning Chuan turned his head to address the middle-aged driver beside him. The old district where he resided was sparsely populated and rather remote, featuring only a large shopping plaza, which made daily shopping rather inconvenient. However, the rent was affordable, with a standalone apartment costing merely 400 yuan per month. A car gradually came to a halt by the roadside. After expressing his gratitude to the driver, Uncle Yang, Ning Chuan stepped out and entered the adjacent shopping plaza. He did not meander aimlessly, but rather hastened to the counter selling beast meat. This establishment was strikingly different from ordinary butcher shops. It resembled a bank's security detail, with a squad of armed guards patrolling incessantly. The security was exceptionally stringent. Given the exorbitant prices of beast meat, cheaper cuts still fetched hundreds of yuan per pound, while premium quality surpassed even that of gold. Would you care for a piece of the prime meat from the scalehorn pig? It is rich in energy and easily absorbable. Ideal for those in the awakening realm, proposed the vendor, a middle-aged man, upon noticing Ning Chuan in his school uniform. Currently, it's on special for just 888 yuan per pound. Quite steep. Ning Chuan winced at the price. He calculated that with the 6,000 yuan he had earned today, he could afford only about 7 pounds, which, given his appetite, wouldn't suffice for even 2 meals. What about the beast meat priced at 399 yuan per pound? Ning Chuan inquired, his gaze scanning the counter and pointing towards a pile of meat. That too is scalehorn pig meat, specifically from the hind leg. Its energy content is comparable to the prime cuts, but it is rather difficult to digest, with slow absorption by the human body, the vendor replied candidly. Though it may seem cheaper, in terms of cost-effectiveness, it cannot rival the prime meat of the scalehorn pig. The vendor, noticing Ning Chuan's agreeable demeanor, elucidated, as students, you may practice the breathing technique for a maximum of 10 hours a day. The energy contained in lean meat is swiftly digested and absorbed during this period, leading to remarkable efficiency. However, hind leg meat is absorbed at a slower rate, often requiring an entire day for complete digestion, resulting in significant nutritional waste. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with understanding. His breathing technique allowed for uninterrupted practice, rendering the slow digestion of hind leg meat inconsequential. "Sir, I would like 15 kilograms of hind leg meat," he stated decisively. That will amount to 985 yuan. The vendor, pleased with the sale, welcomed the purchase without hesitation. As Ning Chuan reached for his wallet, a pained expression crossed his face. The money he had just acquired felt almost too fresh to spend so quickly. Nonetheless, he relinquished the cash without lingering regret, knowing that enhancing his strength would facilitate future earnings. Before departing from the shopping plaza, he pondered for a moment and proceeded to the produce section to procure some accompanying vegetables. Upon returning home, he meticulously sliced some scallions, ginger, and garlic. Adding water and placing the ingredients along with the hind leg pork into a pressure cooker for a simmer. This method, while yielding a rather ordinary flavor, retained a greater amount of nutrition. Before long, the hind leg pork was thoroughly cooked. Ning Chuan, unable to wait for it to cool, eagerly tore off a substantial piece and devoured it with gusto. After a bustling afternoon and an exhausting duel with Lu Mingyue, he was ravenous, feeling as though his stomach had collapsed against his back. After just a few bites, a mechanical synthesized voice resonated in his mind. The bullish force has detected an influx of energy within your body, resulting in a 335 increase in cultivation speed, sustained until energy is depleted. Ning Chuan grinned broadly. At this rate, he would soon ascend to the 5th stage of awakening. After dinner, Ning Chuan opened the system interface to examine the progress of the 2 martial arts he had practiced earlier that day. Thousand Bones Slaughter Technique. Basic, Progress 2, Vajra Body. First layer, Progress 1. Upon gazing at the interface, which was visible only to him, Ning Chuan furrowed his brow. Since he began his martial arts training, less than 10 hours had elapsed. The Thousand Bones Slaughter Technique had advanced by 2, suggesting a daily improvement of approximately 5 to 6%, which was somewhat swifter than the Thunder Slash. This was within the realm of his expectations, as the difficulty of mastering the Thunder Slash ranked notably high among B-grade martial arts, making its practice considerably arduous. However, the progress of the Vajra Body far exceeded his anticipations, proving to be inferior to that of the Thunder Slash, and not by a mere fraction. Indeed, it was more than double. Considering that the Vajra Body comprises 9 layers, this implies that each layer should, in principle, be somewhat simpler than the 6 layers of conventional martial arts. Such an inefficiency in training was evidently perplexing. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, recalling relevant memories, and appeared to be deep in thought. The practice of external martial arts enhances the body's defensive strength and resilience, necessitating energy consumption. To a certain extent, it bears a resemblance to breathing techniques, often requiring external aids to expedite the refining process. The distinction lies in the fact that mere energy holds little significance for external martial arts. Thus, the energy derived from the scaleback pig's meat did not accelerate his training in the Vajra Body as it did with the fierce bull strength. It seems that martial arts training necessitates specialized herbal baths. Picking up the mobile phone from the table, Ning Chuan opened the browser to search for information regarding the medicinal baths associated with the Vajra Body. Upon seeing the exorbitant prices of the primary herbal ingredients, he could not help but grimace and promptly set the phone down. Much like gold, the pricing was calculated by the gram, and the costs were outrageous. The fees for instructing Lu Mingyue barely covered the practice of breath techniques. If he desired the herbal bath, he would need to devise an alternative means of earning money. Ning Chuan tapped his fingers on the table, lost in contemplation. The following day, at 8 in the morning, at Qingshan No. 1 High School, Ning Chuan walked along the stone path towards the training field. This lesson was a practical combat class, requiring a space for sparring, and the instructor was the homeroom teacher, Su Yun. After engaging in casual conversation with Guo Renyu for a while, the class bell rang. Su Yun surveyed the students arranged in formation and spoke with a serious tone. I have reiterated the techniques of combat and the key points to be mindful of countless times. To repeat myself would serve little purpose. You must glean understanding through practical experience. For the next 15 minutes, you will pair up and engage in combat. Understood. The students dispersed, each seeking a partner. Come, let us engage in a grand duel of 300 rounds. Guo Renyu chuckled as he approached Ning Chuan. In previous practical classes, they had always teamed up, coasting through the sessions. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked Guo Renyu's path and faced Ning Chuan. You will spar with me. With the college entrance examination approaching, I require a worthy opponent. Today, I shall test my skills against you. Mahai smirked coldly. He had already noticed that Ning Chuan was unarmed. Even if he had a weapon, it would make no difference, as the practical class mandated unarmed combat for safety, prohibiting the use of weapons. Are you challenging me? A glimmer of realization flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes, as if he had suddenly grasped something. Indeed, Ma Hai nodded, provocatively gazing at Ning Chuan, and declared loudly, I am here to spar with you, but only out of respect. Should you refuse, you would be ungrateful, and unless you publicly apologize to me, this matter will not conclude. Nearby students, drawn by the commotion, turned their attention to witness Ning Chuan's reaction. Go ahead. Ning Chuan stretched his body slightly and replied nonchalantly. His agreement was not merely for the sake of pride. During his previous battle with Lu Mingyue, he had to limit himself to the lightning slash to favor her. However, in a duel with Ma Hai, he could unleash a wide array of martial arts without reservation. Ning Chuan was acutely aware that Ma Hai was 2 realms above him, and the combat would be exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, if he could withstand the pressure, the rewards would be immense. His combat skills would advance remarkably. With the college entrance examination approaching, he needed to rapidly familiarize himself with various practical combat scenarios. Even if Ma Hai did not instigate this confrontation, he would not continue to linger with Guo Renyu. He would seek a training partner at the 5th or 6th awakening stage. Such spirit, but lacking strength, having too much stubbornness is not advantageous. A slap from me will teach you the meaning of gratitude. Ma Hai's gaze was mocking as he took a stride, effortlessly crossing over 10 meters to stand before Ning Chuan. With a swift motion, he raised his right arm, tensing it as if it were a devastating axe slicing through the air, crashing down towards Ning Chuan's face. The axe strike. This was a form of unarmed martial art renowned for its overwhelming force. So swift. Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened, alarmed by Ma Hai's speed. The axe strike was not characterized by rapidity, indicating that Ma Hai's realm was likely quite formidable. However, he remained unruffled, swiftly raising his arms to shield himself. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as a heavy force struck him. Ning Chuan found it difficult to withstand the impact and could only retreat continuously to dissipate the force. Each step he took left deep imprints in the grass of the training ground. After stumbling back for 7 or 8 steps, he finally steadied himself. Though a significant portion of his sleeve had been torn, exposing skin that quickly became red and swollen. Your body has sustained injuries. Leaving the indestructible body feeling a sense of guilt. With renewed vigor, it devoted itself to rigorous training, making rapid progress. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. Is there a pleasant surprise in store? It appears that frequent hand-to-hand combat can indeed accelerate the cultivation of the indestructible body, even without medicinal baths. Let us see how many blows you can endure. Ma Hai let out a cold laugh, offering Ning Chuan no respite as he charged forward once more. Through this exchange, he was convinced of the evident disparity between them. Fierce tiger claw. Ma Hai's right hand descended with ferocity, his 5 fingers resembling iron hooks as they sliced through the air, producing a sound akin to tearing fabric as he struck. Whoosh! Ning Chuan exerted force beneath his feet, executing the gale step. Having mastered this martial art, he moved swiftly, sidestepping the claw attack with a diagonal shift that brought him to Ma Hai's side. Swish! Ning Chuan aligned his 5 fingers, resembling a sharp sword, and swiftly thrust towards Ma Hai's throat, the air vibrating violently with a sound reminiscent of tearing cloth. A mere parlor trick. The cold smile remained etched on Ma Hai's face. As a 6th stage awakened, his dynamic vision was remarkable, and within less than a second, he captured the trajectory of Ning Chuan's assault. He unleashed a swift strike, targeting the anticipated position with remarkable speed. However, just as he was about to strike Ning Chuan's wrist, Ma Hai's gaze shifted. In an instant, Ning Chuan's right arm quivered with force and with a crisp sound. It seemed as though several bones appeared, evading the blow at an eerie angle, much like a sinister serpent swaying its head. The next moment, a resounding slap echoed as Ning Chuan's palm impacted Ma Hai's face with tremendous force. Ma Hai's head jolted back, and amidst the myriad of astonished expressions, a distinct handprint materialized instantly. The move was the Shadow Serpent Strike, one of the 5 techniques of the Thousand-Bone Slaughter art. It allowed for a swift change in direction mid-attack, making it one of the most difficult to predict. The training period had been too brief. Had I mastered it fully, this Shadow Serpent Strike, after evading Ma Hai's assault, would have struck his throat, a notably vulnerable target. Even though Ma Hai was 2 realms above me, I could have triumphed. Rather than merely changing tactics mid-attack to deliver a slap, a tinge of regret lingered in Ning Chuan's heart. Not far away, Su Yun's almond eyes widened in astonishment, her fair visage reflecting shock. Just yesterday at noon, Ning Chuan had only begun to learn the thousand-bone slaughter art. Now, he was executing it with such finesse. Surely, this could not be mere enlightenment. Could it be that Ning Chuan's martial prowess was, in fact, formidable? Su Yun pondered this possibility. Martial talent is generally categorized into two types. One pertains to physical attributes, where individuals possess exceptional potential and progress rapidly, often breaking through barriers with ease. The other relates to comprehension, where individuals grasp martial arts swiftly, attaining insights in a short span. Su Yun surmised that Ning Chuan might belong to the latter category of genius. However, she could not comprehend why Ning Chuan had not displayed such behavior before. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of gasps and exclamations, as Ning Chuan had audaciously slapped Ma Hai. Although Ma Hai was not severely injured, the act of slapping itself was inherently humiliating, leaving onlookers bewildered. It is crucial to note that a 6-stage awakening effortlessly overpowers a 4-stage one, which rendered Ning Chuan's prowess astonishing. We had underestimated Ning Chuan. He not only wields the Flash Thunder Slash, but also masters other formidable martial arts. Ma Hai was truly embarrassed. Had he not intended to slap Ning Chuan? How ironic it was that he himself received a blow. Guo Rinyu, hidden among the crowd, exclaimed loudly. Ning Chuan's martial art was indeed impressive, akin to a venomous serpent swaying its head to ensnare its prey, capable of altering its trajectory multiple times before striking. Its power was undeniable, as even a 6-stage awakened individual failed to perceive the impending slap. The murmurs around him caused Ma Hai's face to flush crimson, overshadowing the mark left by the slap, wishing desperately to vanish into a crack in the ground. Ma Hai stammered, pointing at Ning Chuan, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a coherent word. The sting of the slap was an irrefutable reality. It seems you have yet to enlighten me on the meaning of propriety, Ning Chuan remarked with a faint smile, rubbing his fingers together. Having previously struck you in silence, the sensation of delivering a blow myself is truly gratifying. Do not revel in your momentary triumph. It was merely my oversight that allowed you to seize this fleeting advantage. Enraged, Ma Hai bellowed and charged towards Ning Chuan like a fierce tiger, intent on delivering a slap in retribution. Ning Chuan, unflinching, met him head-on. Swift wind steps, diamond body, thousand bones slaughter technique. Ning Chuan unleashed a myriad of martial arts against Ma Hai, pushing his combat prowess to the utmost limits. Nevertheless, he remained at a disadvantage, lagging 2 realms behind. The disparities in strength, speed, resilience, and sensory perception were significantly pronounced. Moreover, aside from the Flash Thunder Slash, his other martial arts were not of high caliber. The surface of Ning Chuan's body was marred with swollen injuries, and his fists bore the marks of battle. Yet, his understanding of practical combat deepened rapidly. Unfazed by pain, his gaze remained serene, fully immersed in the fray, striking with impeccable timing and well-reasoned moves. Ma Hai launched fierce assaults, yet in the short term, he was unable to subdue Ning Chuan. Ding ding ding. A quarter of an hour later, the sound of the rest bell resonated. To the astonishment of the onlookers, neither Ning Chuan nor Ma Hai had emerged victorious. Finally, Su Yun interjected, prompting the two to cease their confrontation. You are a madman. Ma Hai glared fiercely at Ning Chuan, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Although he had maintained the upper hand, he had failed to land a slap on Ning Chuan. Instead, he had received numerous blows in return, all inflicted by Ning Chuan's strategy of exchanging injury for injury. The conundrum lay in the fact that Ma Hai's punches were far more potent than Ning Chuan's. The exchange of injuries clearly favored Ning Chuan, yet he persistently adopted this tactic. Amidst his disdain, Ma Hai was overwhelmed by a sense of impotent rage. Had it not been for the time constraint, he was certain he could claim victory. Huff! Ning Chuan gasped for breath, his body adorned with large splotches of bruises and swelling. However, he remained indifferent to his injuries. His black eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at a vision only he could perceive. The first layer, Progress 5. This battle has elevated the strength of the diamond body by a remarkable 3 percentage points, surpassing even a full day of ordinary cultivation. Ma Hai glared at Ning Chuan, lowering his voice to issue a threat. You should resign from your position guiding President Lu Mingyue's work. Someone of her caliber is beyond your reach. Ma Hai's voice turned cold. Even without practical combat classes, I can find reasons to lay my hands on you. The school cannot touch me. Go ahead and test that if you dare. Ning Chuan blinked in surprise. A beating once a day? What an unexpected stroke of fortune. This was a free opportunity for practice. Though his heart danced with glee, a sneer crept onto Ning Chuan's face as he retorted. You think you have the right to approach Lu Mingyue just because I don't? My father is a millionaire with 7 houses. Can you, an orphan, compare? Ma Hai snorted disdainfully, an instinctive scene from a movie flickering in his mind. Leaning in closer, he whispered coldly into Ning Chuan's ear. This beating is a greeting from Brother Zhang. You would do well to recognize your situation. Otherwise, your fate will exceed your wildest imaginations. Brother Zhang? You mean Zhang Wenxi? Ning Chuan replied. It's good that you know. Ma Hai, relishing his role, felt compelled to exude more cruelty. After delivering his menacing lines, he turned sharply and strode away. Was it a crush on Lu Mingyue or something else? Ning Chuan glanced at Zhang Wenxi in the distance, stroking his chin, choosing not to confront him. With his awakening at the 7th stage, he had already crossed into the threshold of high-tier strength. Even wielding the silver blood warblade, he would still find it challenging to be a match. This matter shall be addressed at a later time. Ning Chuan, are you all right? Would you like me to accompany you to the school infirmary? Guo Renyu hastened forward, his expression fraught with concern. Ning Chuan shrugged and replied with a faint smile. It's a minor issue. It may appear severe, but they are merely superficial injuries. A bit of ointment for bruises and a few days of rest will suffice. As his words echoed, nearby students couldn't help but steal glances at Ning Chuan, their eyes reflecting admiration. To have fought in the Battle of Two Realms to such an extent is truly remarkable. Please accompany me to the office. A voice, as gentle as flowing water, emerged as Su Yun approached Ning Chuan's side. The gazes of the boys present shifted instantaneously. Admiration vanished, replaced by fury. For a moment, they even forgot that she was the top of the infamous list. They wished nothing more than to take her place. Chapter 9. A Night of Breakthrough in the Office. Su Yun fixed her gaze upon Ning Chuan, the corners of her mouth curving in a half-smile as she said, Don't just stand there. You need not be so formal before the teacher. Let us sit and converse. I prefer to stand. As a student, the utmost virtue is to respect one's teacher. Ning Chuan responded, clearing his throat. Previously, the fervor of battle had masked his discomfort, but as his mind settled and the adrenaline ebbed, the pain from his injuries became increasingly apparent. The slightest movement intensified the throbbing sensation. It was only his resilient character that prevented him from losing composure. A smile involuntarily danced across Su Yun's delicate face as she teased, to awaken at the 4th stage and challenge the 6th stage, daring to exchange injury for injury. I truly believed you were unafraid of pain. As she spoke, she extended her right hand, and a vibrant green light surged forth from her palm, continuously coalescing like flowing water. Ning Chuan's spirits lifted in an instant. His eyes widened as he scrutinized the emerald glow. This was primordial energy. Only by becoming an official warrior can one harness such formidable power. Stop gazing and come a little closer, so I may provide you with treatment, Su Yun declared. With a mere thought, the verdant light in her right hand surged forth, enveloping Ning Chuan like a thick mist, gradually permeating his skin. Ning Chuan felt as if cool water were washing over his body, and the sensation of soreness rapidly diminished. Moments later, the emerald glow dissipated, and he felt no pain whatsoever. Glancing down, he observed that his body bore no signs of swelling or injury. Even the cracked skin on his knuckles had healed completely. How did you accomplish this? Ning Chuan gazed at Su Yun, his eyes wide with astonishment, struggling to comprehend the reality. An official warrior was indeed so powerful. Yet, Su Yun was still merely a novice warrior. The descriptions of those supreme beings, akin to deities, might not be an exaggeration after all. You are currently too weak. There is no need for you to grasp these concepts just yet. Once you awaken to the 9th level, your instructors at the university will surely enlighten you. Su Yun waved her hand dismissively. She then opened the drawer beneath the table and retrieved a square package wrapped in gauze, roughly the size of a soccer ball. After you defeated the Thunder Sparrow and saved Guo Renyu yesterday, the school leaders inquired about your information and, after discussion, decided to present you with this. Su Yun handed the gauze-wrapped parcel to Ning Chuan. Is this a medicinal package? Ning Chuan inquired, catching a faint medicinal scent. Indeed, Su Yun nodded, explaining. It is a special package for the Diamond Body medicinal bath. Simply toss it into water and immerse your body. Thank you, Teacher Su. Ning Chuan beamed with a radiant smile. Indeed, it appears that a mere nap has brought forth a pillow. Su Yun's eyes rolled slightly, and she said with irritation, Do not rejoice prematurely. The The medicinal bath merely offers slight convenience for cultivating the Vajra body. It does not alter the arduous reality of its training. Before the college entrance examination, do not entertain thoughts of breaking through to the second layer. What if there is no medicinal bath? Ning Chuan inquired, curious about the pace of cultivating the Vajra body. If one trains day and night without interruption, and fortune smiles upon them, they might perhaps achieve a breakthrough to the second layer before graduating from university. Su Yun retorted bluntly. She hoped that her words would make Ning Chuan realize the difficulties of the Vajra body and redirect his focus towards the breathing techniques. However, Su Yun soon realized she had miscalculated. Ning Chuan burst into laughter. Was he mocking the inaccuracies of her statement? Take your medicine pack and return to class. Su Yun gritted her teeth, momentarily forgetting to inquire about his martial arts aptitude. Goodbye, Teacher Su. Ning Chuan cheerfully departed from the office. It seemed he had misjudged the nature of the Vajra body. It was indeed quite competitive, even without the stimulus of physical injury. The progress in cultivating the Vajra body surpassed 2% in a single day. Within just over a month, one could ascend to the second layer, whereas an ordinary person would require at least 4 years. Upon returning to the classroom, Ning Chuan immediately attracted the attention of his peers. Guo Renyu circled around him, a perplexed expression on his face, and asked, "Where are your injuries?" Teacher Su used her original power to heal me, Ning Chuan replied casually. Crack. In the classroom, many boys seemed to hear the sound of their hearts shattering. Healing injuries is no trivial matter for a warrior, particularly for Ning Chuan, whose body bears numerous wounds. Su Yun undoubtedly faces immense hardship, yet remains willing to extend her healing hands. Meanwhile, Ma Hai, seated nearby, clutches a bottle of ice water, rubbing his swollen cheek. Feeling dejected and on the verge of tears, he too is injured. Why does Su Yun not assist him? After all, he is an exemplary student. Surely, it is because she is exhausted from tending to that Ning Chuan fellow. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly helped me heal. It is not that she underestimates my worth. Ma Hai glared resentfully at Ning Chuan. Before long, the day's lessons came to an end. Ning Chuan entered the crimson sports car of Lu Mengyue, making his way to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. As with the previous day, instruction preceded practical combat. Once his stamina was depleted, Ning Chuan collected the 6,000 yuan he had earned, and with Uncle Yang driving, they headed to the shopping plaza to procure 15 pounds of scaled pig meat, which he carried home. After dinner, he was eager to test the efficacy of the medicinal bath. Swiftly, Ning Chuan entered the bathroom, filling the tub with water. The quantity was inconsequential. The water merely served as a medium to convey the medicinal properties, as long as it submerged more than half of his body. Once the tub was sufficiently filled, he turned off the tap and tossed the medicinal pouch into the bath. In no time, the water transformed into a golden hue reminiscent of orange juice. Disrobing, Ning Chuan gently reclined in the tub. As he immersed himself in the medicinal bath, his diamond body surged with vitality, dramatically enhancing his training speed. The infusion of energy from the medicinal liquid was abundant, and the diamond body absorbed it relentlessly, accelerating his progress swiftly. Progress increased by 1. The mechanical synthesized tones echoed in succession, and as Ning Chuan listened, his consciousness gradually blurred, leading him into a deep slumber. After enduring 2 battles in a single day, he was utterly exhausted. The night passed in silence. Awakening once more, the day had brightened considerably. Through the small window on the eastern wall, the dawn blazed like fire, and the sun ascended slowly. Ning Chuan noticed that the water in the bathtub had once again become clear and transparent, likely indicating that the medicinal properties had been fully absorbed. He pinched his skin, which felt remarkably firm, imbued with a resilience akin to repeatedly tempered leather armor. A flicker of realization crossed Ning Chuan's mind as he summoned the system panel. A translucent, luminous interface materialized before him. Upon examining the last entry, he found himself momentarily stunned. Diamond Body, Level 2, Progress 13, a night of breakthrough. And significantly beyond his expectations, the effects of the medicinal bath had far surpassed Ning Chuan's imagination. His heart raced with excitement. If he had access to ample medicinal baths, he could cultivate the diamond body to the 9th level in no time, rendering him impervious to many conventional weapons. With this thought, Ning Chuan sprang up, hastily consuming some boiled pork for breakfast, and set off at full speed towards Qingshan No. 1 High School. At 7 in the morning, Ning Chuan pushed open the wooden door to Su Yun's office. Before the expansive desk, Su Yun was placing her bag down, evidently having just arrived. She casually inquired, "What brings you here?" Ning Chuan cleared his throat and replied, "Teacher Su-yun, do you have any more medicinal packages? I need 8 or 10. You really dare to ask. Do you have any idea how expensive those packages are?" Su-yun shot him a sidelong glance. "One package costs over 40,000 yuan. That's equivalent to the annual income of an ordinary resident in Qingshan City. If it weren't for your rescue of Guaranyu being broadcast live on television, the school wouldn't be so generous." Ning Chuan offered an awkward smile. As a public school, Qingshan No. 1 middle school enjoys the support of the Federal Education Department and possesses ample resources such as martial arts training, yet it faces financial constraints. The reward of over 40,000 yuan is indeed a significant expenditure. After pondering for a moment, Su-yun reminded, "Do not discard the medication packages. They contain a month's supply and can be reused. As long as they still yield color, they retain their efficacy." "Is that so? I absorbed it all in one night, and the effects were quite remarkable. My Vajra body has already advanced to the 2nd level," Ning Chuan replied candidly. He understood that such a rapid progression was astonishing. Yet, this might draw Su-yun's attention and perhaps lead her to apply for another medication package for him. With a playful arch of her brow, Su-yun teased Ning Chuan. "The 9th level of the Vajra body is more plausible. Given the school's limited financial resources, achieving a leap to the 2nd level in a single night is quite far-fetched. One medication package is merely the maximum support available." She assumed he was jesting. Setting aside the question of whether a single package could sustain the cultivation of the Vajra body to the 2nd level, the notion of such an overnight breakthrough was utterly preposterous. It is important to recognize that martial arts training fundamentally requires gradual refinement of the body through persistent effort over time. No matter how high one's comprehension, instant success is unattainable. Ning Chuan shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. Su-yun, skeptical of his claims, found herself at a loss for how to respond. The characteristics of the Vajra body only begin to manifest at the 3rd level. With a sober expression, Su-yun contemplated Ning Chuan's intentions and inquired, "Are you currently experiencing a financial shortfall?" "Not just a bit, but quite significantly," Ning Chuan quickly responded, sensing a glimmer of hope. "You still require funds?" The hourly guidance fee of 3,000 yuan has become well known throughout the school, surpassing even my status as a formal martial artist," Su-yun remarked with a dismissive pout. Ning Chuan chuckled, "That is merely temporary. Who knows when it might vanish? Even now, it is barely sufficient to purchase beast meat." Su-yun, being an experienced individual, recognized the truth in Ning Chuan's words. Considering his orphan background, she spoke up, "The Qingshan City Education Bureau has a talent cultivation program." Ning Chuan interrupted her, declaring earnestly, "Teacher Su, to be frank, I am a genius, one among a million. Previously, I was merely young and frivolous, indulging in merriment without revealing my potential. In fact, I possess the qualifications for Star River University." Su-yun raised her eyebrows playfully and remarked, "Why don't you also claim that you could become the top scorer in the college entrance examination for our Donglin Administrative District?" "Absolutely. Just grant me 10 S-grade martial arts techniques and a few million for cultivation," Ning Chuan replied with unwavering confidence. "I shall undoubtedly sweep my adversaries aside on the examination stage and emerge victorious." As he spoke, Ning Chuan lifted his gaze towards the azure sky outside the window and proclaimed, "At that time, the glory of Qingshan No. 1 high school will be accentuated with vibrant strokes. And you, Teacher Su, will be immortalized in history due to my remarkable feats." It was still morning, and such daydreaming seemed premature. Observing Ning Chuan's escalating enthusiasm, Su-yun helplessly waved her hand, signaling him to cease, and said, "If you can place within the top 100 in the upcoming monthly school exam, I can request a Beast Essence nutrient solution from the Education Bureau on your behalf." Hearing this, Ning Chuan's spirits lifted. The Beast Essence nutrient solution is a supplement refined from the essence of over 100 fierce beasts, worth over 100,000 yuan per vial. Rich in nutrients, it significantly accelerates the practice of breathing techniques. Ning Chuan rubbed his hands together and chuckled awkwardly. "Teacher Su-yun, might I inquire if I could perhaps advance my request for the beast nourishment liquid? After all, with my mastery of the lightning slash at the subtle realm, I find no opponent beneath the high tier. Among the senior class, there are only about 50 to 60 students at the high tier. It is assured that I will secure a place within the top 100. "Indeed, that holds true," Su-yun smiled, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "Since you claim to be invincible below the high tier, I cannot dismiss your abilities. How about we adjust the criteria to the top 10 of the grade? Haha, just jesting. Please do not take it to heart. I know you have matters to attend to. With that, Ning Chuan turned to leave. It was not that he lacked courage. To be in the top 10 would require one to be at least at the 8th tier. Chapter 10. A man of his word. The upcoming monthly examination was merely 20 days away. Distant hopes would not quench immediate thirst, especially since the beast nourishment liquid would be beneficial for enhancing strength. I would not trade it for money. As he traversed the corridor, Ning Chuan pondered. Initially, he was unaware of the effects of the medicinal bath, but after experiencing it firsthand, he was thoroughly intrigued. Otherwise, he would not have sought out Su Yun so early in the day. Currently, I possess 5 martial arts disciplines, which is not insignificant among my peers. Yet relying on sudden enlightenment through martial arts to gain an advantage feels akin to waiting idly for fortune to strike, entirely dependent on luck. Ning Chuan shook his head inwardly. While this approach is not devoid of success, the odds are far too slim. If I wish to generate income, I must pursue alternative avenues. Upon returning to the classroom, Ning Chuan was taken aback by the unusually lively atmosphere. Many students were engaged in hushed conversations. After listening for a while from his seat, he discerned the reason behind the commotion. Zhang Wenxi has invited a night-level warrior to serve as his mentor, which has sparked immense excitement. After all, the path of martial arts begins with awakening, followed by becoming a formal warrior, and only then can one ascend to the night level. Such warriors are often referred to as superiors, possessing formidable combat prowess. In Qingshan City, with a population exceeding 10 million, there are but a few of them. Brother Zhang, if there's anything you need in the future, just command me, and I shall obey. Ma Hai stood before Zhang Wenxi, slightly bowing, his demeanor obsequious. We are classmates. Let us interact as equals and refrain from being overly formal. Zhang Wenxi beamed with a radiant smile, his handsome visage captivating. Coincidentally, I'll be home this weekend, so feel free to come by, and I shall have that mentor guide you. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Ma Hai's face was alight with excitement. Nearby students could not suppress their astonishment, filled with envy. A night-level warrior is not merely acquired through wealth. It requires a profound network of connections. Guo Renyu smirked and murmured, why does Ma Hai constantly fawn over Zhang Wenxi? His family's wealth amounts to several million. Logically, he shouldn't lack for money. Nor should he need to grovel before Zhang Wenxi. It seems this is the reason. He must have caught wind of it long ago. Ning Chuan felt a stir in his heart and inquired, does Ma Hai place great importance on the guidance of night-level warriors? Absolutely. Guo Renyu pondered. Night-level warriors possess profound insights into martial arts. Even a few casual pointers could ignite a spark in Ma Hai, allowing him to break through to the 7th stage of awakening. If that occurs, he stands a chance of entering a prestigious university. How could he not take this seriously? That is good to hear. Ning Chuan softly murmured, casting a fleeting glance towards Ma Hai, his eyes glimmering ever so slightly. It was noon, the sun blazing high in the sky. As Ning Chuan descended the stairs in front of the cafeteria, a shadow enveloped him. Ma Hai obstructed his path. Simultaneously, several students approached swiftly from the side, their expressions defiant, encircling Ning Chuan. Shall we have a private chat? Ning Chuan, seemingly unfazed, raised an eyebrow at Ma Hai and remarked, I was just looking for you. Come with me. After a moment's contemplation, Ma Hai nodded in agreement, gesturing for the surrounding students to disperse. The entrance of the cafeteria was bustling with people, making it inconvenient for any confrontation. If Ning Chuan were to cause a significant uproar, it could potentially attract the attention of the school authorities. His intention in gathering other students around Ning Chuan was primarily to instill a sense of intimidation. Before long, the two arrived at a secluded grove behind the training grounds. It was mealtime, and the area was enveloped in silence, devoid of any onlookers. You possess quite the audacity, daring to accompany President Lu Mingyue to the martial arts hall. Ma Hai twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound, and remarked, it seems that without a lesson, you won't heed my words. Ning Chuan, hands tucked into his pockets, replied nonchalantly, I will resign from my guidance position with Lu Mingyue after school today. At least you are perceptive. Upon hearing this, Ma Hai scoffed, inwardly relieved. He would be able to report back to Zhang Wenxi without issue. Perhaps, if Zhang Wenxi was in a good mood, he might grant Ma Hai more time to converse with that esteemed night-level martial artist. Yet, in the next moment, Ma Hai's expression froze. Ning Chuan spoke coldly. I will clarify to Lu Mingyue that the reason for my resignation is Zhang Wenxi's instigation of you. Ma Hai, to incessantly trouble me, which has become intolerable, forcing me to quit my job. You seek death, Ma Hai exclaimed, gripping Ning Chuan's collar tightly, his gaze fierce. By doing this, Zhang Wenci will not let you off the hook. Why don't you call him Brother Zhang anymore? Ning Chuan scoffed mockingly at Ma Hai. Zhang Wenci harbors resentment against me. What about you? As the one who revealed the truth behind the scenes, will he not also take out his anger on you? The guidance of the coveted knight-level warrior you so yearn for, can you still obtain it? At these words, Ma Hai's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively loosened his grip on Ning Chuan's collar. He had served as Zhang Wenci's subordinate solely for the sake of that knight-level warrior. Otherwise, with his affluent background, why would he humble himself to be a sycophant? Ning Chuan, Ma Hai felt a pang of regret. Wishing he could slap his former self for trying to play the suave character, inadvertently leaking secrets and allowing Ning Chuan to seize leverage over him. What do you want? After a long pause, Ma Hai spoke through gritted teeth. Ning Chuan smoothed out the wrinkles in his collar, smiling slightly. I want money. Ma Hai pondered for a moment before coldly replying. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Just forget what I said. Ning Chuan gently shook his head, extending 2 fingers. Ma Hai's dissatisfaction was evident as he retorted, You want 20,000? Don't be too excessive. No, I mean 200,000. Ning Chuan stated with a smile. Are you not afraid of biting your tongue with such a bold claim? Do you even know how much that is? Fire blazed in Ma Hai's eyes. Ning Chuan, with a perplexed tone, remarked, My hourly wage is 3,000. I spend 2 hours a day guiding Lu Mengyue, which amounts to 6,000 in earnings. The weekends yield even more, translating to an equivalent monthly salary. Is there an issue with that? Ma Hai, momentarily taken aback, had indeed overlooked this detail. You will find the 200,000 you spend to be exceedingly worthwhile. Ning Chuan, exuding confidence, calmly elaborated, to gain favor with Zhang Wenci as his subordinate. You must assist him in resolving his troubles. However, aside from myself, few in the class dare to provoke Zhang Wenci. Once I accept the payment, I will continue to guide Lu Mengyue, which will undoubtedly irk Zhang Wenci. To maintain his image as a good student, he will have no choice but to direct his ire towards you. Your significance will steadily rise, granting you the opportunity to receive guidance from his coach. As these words settled, Ma Hai's gaze flickered with contemplation. Observing this, Ning Chuan smirked subtly, aware that Ma Hai's interest had been piqued, albeit with lingering hesitation. If you disagree, I shall seek out Lu Mengyue to discuss this matter. Ning Chuan turned to leave, but only took a few steps before hearing the anticipated exclamation. I agree. Ma Hai gritted his teeth. He simply could not forego the guidance of a knight-level warrior. Let us proceed with the transfer. Ning Chuan provided his bank account details. Ma Hai hesitated, fumbling with his phone for a moment before setting it aside, stating, 200,000 is excessive. Would 20,000 suffice? Ning Chuan remained silent, lifting a leg as if to depart. 200,000 is non-negotiable. Ma Hai hastily intercepted him, drawing a deep breath as he declared, However, I shall require an installment plan. Such matters cannot be formalized with a contract. What if you take the money and refuse to acknowledge it? Initially, a payment of 100,000 yuan, followed by subsequent installments. Ning Chuan contemplated for a moment before speaking, reluctant to pressure Ma Hai too intensely. After all, if things escalated, he could not truly resign from his job. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone pierced the air. Upon checking, he discovered a notification from the bank. The 100,000 yuan had been credited. A glimmer of delight illuminated Ning Chuan's eyes. This was sufficient to purchase 2 sets of medicine. Do not leave just yet, Ning Chuan said, pocketing his phone and calling out to Ma Hai, who was making his way toward the woods. What else is there? Ma Hai turned, his expression rife with irritation. Bewildered, he lamented the loss of 200,000 yuan. No one would be in a favorable mood under such circumstances. Suddenly, a swift punch struck him, leaving him with a black eye. Having received the money, one must fulfill their obligations. I am a man of my word and would never threaten you to go easy. Ning Chuan grinned, his teeth gleaming white in a radiant smile. Come at me. Chapter 11. Due to the overwhelming strength of the diamond body, I feared that Ma Hai might not be able to handle it. Do you truly believe you are my match, you ignorant fool? Yesterday, I refrained from employing my full strength solely out of respect for Teacher Su. Infuriated by the loss of 200,000 yuan, Ma Hai was already seething with rage towards Ning Chuan. Now, after receiving a blow, he could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion, Ma Hai closed the distance, raising his right leg high and unleashing a powerful strike aimed directly at Ning Chuan's face. The sound of the wind howled fiercely as the attack descended. In a fit of rage, Ma Hai unleashed a strike of considerable might, even more formidable than the previous day. However, it was precisely this overwhelming fury that caused him to lose some finesse, allowing Ning Chuan to effortlessly predict the move and gain sufficient time to evade. Instead of retreating, Ning Chuan contemplated for a moment and raised his arms defensively before him. He sought to test the resilience conferred by the second layer of his diamond body. With a resounding thud, Ning Chuan was struck and forced to stagger backward. He did not find this surprising. The enhancement of the diamond body primarily augmented his physical toughness without amplifying his strength, rendering him unable to withstand the full force of Ma Hai, who had awakened to the sixth stage. After retreating several paces, with his back pressed against a tree trunk as thick as his waist, Ning Chuan finally steadied himself. A glance at the sleeve of his arm revealed it had been shattered into fragments during the collision. The exposed skin, however, bore no resemblance to the severe injuries from the previous day, displaying only a faint red mark, accompanied by a mild discomfort. This injury was merely slightly more severe than the typical wounds inflicted by Ma Hai. Ning Chuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The second layer of the diamond body had elevated his defensive capabilities to a new echelon. He wondered how formidable the third layer would prove to be. With renewed determination, he charged towards Ma Hai, ready to engage in a fierce battle once more. The forest echoed with the sounds of their clash. Branches shook violently, causing tender new shoots to fall, while the brittle bark of trees shattered under their relentless strikes, sending splinters flying. Utilizing the gale step, Ning Chuan executed the thousand-bone slaughter technique, continuously exchanging blows with Ma Hai. Despite the disparity in their raw strength leading to inevitable setbacks in their direct confrontations, Ning Chuan relied on the impregnable defense of the diamond body to endure the onslaught. Surprisingly, he did not fall behind, managing to hold his ground with great effort. Ning Chuan felt exhilarated. In the heat of battle, his progress was not only in his indestructible physique, but also in his honed combat experience. Opposite him, Ma Hai furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Compared to their previous encounter, Ning Chuan's strength and speed had not significantly improved. Nevertheless, he felt extraordinarily difficult to contend with. I refuse to believe I cannot injure you. Ma Hai gritted his teeth and lunged forward with a powerful step. Bang, bang, bang. Almost an hour had passed. The sounds of their clashes gradually ceased, replaced by the persistent rustling of the trees, a continuous echo. Who? The two figures gasped heavily, their clothes drenched in sweat, standing motionless in place. After such an extended battle, their stamina had nearly reached its limits. In other words, Ning Chuan and Ma Hai had reached a stalemate. In fact, Ma Hai was 2 realms above Ning Chuan, with far greater endurance. However, his desire to injure Ning Chuan fueled his furious assaults, each strike demanding utmost effort, resulting in a significant drain on his stamina. Ning Chuan, aware of his disadvantages, had consistently held back, relying more on his indestructible physique to defend and counterattack. After all, the harder he endured, the faster he progressed. Pain and pleasure intertwined. Ning Chuan leaned against a tree to steady himself, adjusting his breath, and said, Ma Hai, today you have bested me. Once my wounds heal tomorrow, we shall continue our duel. He could not let go of free labor. You've shown your sense. But otherwise, Ma Hai, panting and leaning on his knees, was about to taunt Ning Chuan when he raised his head and was taken aback. At that moment, with the battle concluded, he could scrutinize Ning Chuan closely. Before him, the injuries on Ning Chuan were far less severe than the tragic state following yesterday's battle. There was no bleeding. The areas of swelling, though present, were relatively minor. To put it candidly, compared to his own injuries, they were hardly significant. This meant that, had it been a contest in the arena, Ning Chuan could have achieved a draw against him, even without wielding a weapon. The thought of what might transpire should he arm himself sent a jolt through Ma Hai's heart, prompting an involuntary exclamation of astonishment. How did you accomplish this? It is utterly astounding. You are 2 realms above Ning Chuan. The crux of the matter was that the martial arts Ning Chuan employed did not strike him as particularly profound. Yet, he found himself unable to land a blow. Ning Chuan's gaze flickered momentarily. Should he reveal that his strength stemmed from the diamond body technique, Ma Hai might not be inclined to continue their sparring. This was a rare opportunity for free practice, invaluable for him, as it expedited his training in the diamond body technique. The recent bout had already elevated his progress by 4%, enhancing his combat experience and providing immense benefits. A few more encounters like this could very well allow him to defeat Ma Hai, leveraging the diamond body as his foundation. He could not afford to give up. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Chuan adopted an air of cold arrogance and taunted, "This has to do with Teacher Su. Do you think you would comprehend if I were to elaborate? Do not grow too complacent. Teacher Su won't be around to assist you indefinitely." Ma Hai's complexion darkened, and with a disdainful snort, he retorted, "When Teacher Su is no longer at your side, you will come to understand the true agony of engaging me in unarmed combat." As he spoke, Ma Hai's tumultuous emotions began to settle. Ning Chuan's strength derived from external assistance, and he would have his chance. Ma Hai did not doubt the veracity of Ning Chuan's words. On one hand, he instinctively hesitated to accept that Ning Chuan could reach a stalemate with him without any means. On the other hand, Ma Hai had limited knowledge regarding formal martial artists. He was only aware that they were classified into 9 ranks, from 1 to 9, and that they could wield original force. However, the specifics of their powers were beyond his comprehension. Coupled with Ning Chuan's feigned demeanor, he firmly believed that at the same time tomorrow, in the same place, if Ning did not show up, he should not expect any further financial compensation. After threatening Ning Chuan once more, Ma Hai departed. Whether he came or not, what difference did it make without the assistance of Teacher Su? A beating was inconsequential. Ning Chuan pretended to feel aggrieved, nearly bursting into laughter internally. This truly was an opportunity he could scarcely dream of. Not only could he elevate his strength, but he would also receive monetary reward. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan was acutely aware that as his power grew, it would not be long before he could effortlessly subdue Ma Hai. At that point, if Ma Hai was not foolish, he would undoubtedly recognize the situation. The money would likely still be forthcoming, considering it pertained to the guidance of night-level martial artists. Whether or not Ma Hai would be willing to engage in a full-scale battle alongside him remained uncertain. However, when he could decisively defeat Ma Hai, the benefits of practice would no longer be substantial. He found himself torn between hoping Ma Hai would take longer to realize the truth and wanting him to discover it sooner. Curious about the expression that would grace his face, Ning Chuan grinned, revealing a hint of mischievous delight. Having regained some stamina, he glanced at his phone. There was still ample time before class, so he made his way to Su Yun's office. He wished to see if he could once again receive treatment without cost. Although his injuries were not severe, they would not heal completely without a few days. Thus, a swift recovery would be most advantageous. As Ning Chuan walked along the path, he opened a shopping app named Martial Arts Resources. At first glance, the name seemed rather unrefined. However, its strength was undeniably formidable, having been jointly funded by the Martial Arts Alliance and the federal government. It could be said that nearly every resource needed for martial arts cultivation could be found on this platform. With a brief search, Ning Chuan located a package for the diamond body technique, priced at 45,000 per unit, an amount equivalent to the entire annual income of many in Qingshan, who would have to forego food and drink for a year. In martial arts, the most significant expenses, aside from breathing techniques, stem from rigorous physical training. How exorbitant! Ning Chuan silently gasped, feeling a pang of regret as he ordered 2 packages. The 100,000 yuan he had recently secured from Ma Hai dwindled to a mere 10,000 in the blink of an eye. Normally, 2 packages would sustain the diamond body technique for 2 months. When divided, it amounted to about 1,500 per day, not an astonishing expenditure for a martial artist. Yet for Ning Chuan, those 2 packages represented merely 2 nights of training. The efficiency with which the diamond body absorbed medicinal potency was astonishing. At that moment, Ning Chuan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Ma Hai still owed him 100,000 yuan, yet that would barely cover the cost of 2 packages. I am still short on funds. He hoped that Zhang Wenxi, seeing Ma Hai's lack of support, would send a few wealthy heirs to teach him a lesson, allowing him to secure a few more funds. Ning Chuan muttered softly as he arrived at Su Yun's office. Did you get into a fight with someone? Upon seeing Ning Chuan's tattered school uniform and numerous injuries, Su Yun raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Fights among students were not uncommon at Qingshan No. 1 High School. Although the school rules explicitly prohibited such altercations and mandated that contests be supervised by teachers, the enforcement was rather ineffective. In the fervent years of youth, when passion surges, it becomes impossible to restrain oneself. Teacher Su, what are you saying? Ning Chuan replied earnestly, his voice resonating with determination. I am engaged in sparring to enhance my practical skills, and I am dedicated to my training. Despite sustaining injuries, I have not faltered. My sole desire is to elevate my abilities swiftly, to achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination, thereby bringing honor to our school and glory to you, Teacher Su. Such sweet words. Su Yun cast a sidelong glance at Ning Chuan, fully aware of his intentions. She refrained from inquiring further. Instead, she clasped her delicate fingers, channeling her energy to commence treatment for Ning Chuan. Had it been any other student, she might not have extended her aid, for healing is no trivial task, and she is no saint. However, Ning Chuan's concessions in the wager the previous day left her feeling somewhat indebted. Coupled with his background as an orphan, it stirred her compassion, naturally leading her to provide him with extra care. Later that night, in the old city, the doorbell chimed, ding ding ding. Shortly after Ning Chuan returned home, he opened the door to find a package containing medicine had arrived. The shopping website affiliated with the federal government is remarkably efficient, ensuring delivery at any hour as long as the customer desires. Upon unwrapping the tightly sealed parcel, Ning Chuan retrieved a medicinal package and proceeded to the bathroom to prepare a medicinal bath. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. The night swiftly passed. Upon awakening, daylight had already broken. The medicinal properties in the water had been fully absorbed, leaving it crystal clear once more. He pinched his skin, feeling a marked increase in resilience. Hastily, he opened the interface and gazed at the final entry, Diamond Body, Level 2, Progress 50. Last night, prior to the medicinal bath, he had observed the progress at a mere 17. After conversion, this night saw a remarkable increase of 33, which, compared to the previous night's ascent of merely 1 layer, undoubtedly felt rather sluggish. This is quite natural, as one delves deeper into martial arts. The cultivation becomes increasingly arduous. Furthermore, one reaps what one sows. The greater the consumption of medicinal packs for the diamond body, the stronger the 3rd layer becomes. This fueled Ning Chuan's anticipation even further. With 1 medicinal pack remaining, he could elevate his progress to over 80 of the 2nd layer tonight. However, with only 10,000 left, it would be quite challenging for Ma Hai to provide an additional 35,000 in a short span, allowing him to purchase another pack. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan smiled faintly as he rose from the bathtub, his physique tall and graceful. After advancing to the 2nd layer of the diamond body, his daily proactive cultivation had slightly diminished, yet he still managed to maintain a growth rate of around 2. The ascent to the 3rd layer would not take long. Chapter 12. Astonishing progress. Startling Ma Hai and astonishing the school bell in the days that followed, Ning Chuan gradually acclimatized to his current identity. Life was rather uneventful, revolving around the triangle of home, school, and the extreme martial arts hall. Thanks to his martial arts abilities cultivating automatically, he found himself not particularly busy. Yet, Ning Chuan did not indulge in idleness. He devoted considerable time to studying martial theory and enhancing his understanding. On weekends, he even accompanied Guo Renyu to explore several antique shops. Regrettably, none of the martial arts elicited any response. Thus, as time passed day by day, Ning Chuan's strength steadily ascended, growing increasingly formidable, and he began to approach the high tier of Awakening Stage 4. The distance to Awakening Stage 5 was becoming negligible. After all, cultivation is ultimately a gradual endeavor, requiring one to ascend layer by layer. The journey has been exceedingly arduous, often measured in years. Ning Chuan's ability to reach this stage primarily stems from his relentless training, akin to the unyielding perseverance of a fierce bull, supplemented by the daily consumption of beast flesh under the guidance of Lu Mengyue, which nourishes him. Undoubtedly, the former is of greater significance, far surpassing the latter. Even a prodigy like Zhang Wenxi or a top student like Lu Mengyue would find their progress considerably stunted under the meager provision of merely a dozen pounds of ordinary beast meat each day, as compared to Ning Chuan's advancement. Furthermore, the most substantial improvement has been in his practical combat skills, which have seen remarkable enhancement. This is evident from his recent duel with Ma Hai. Ning Chuan's strikes have become increasingly vicious, and his timing impeccable. With each battle, his wounds diminish. In recent days, he has even managed to turn the tide in his favor, dominating Ma Hai with relentless ferocity. However, achieving this level of prowess is also attributable to the mastery of 2 B-grade martial arts, the Diamond Body and the Thousand Bones combat technique. One afternoon, at Qingshan No. 1 High School, In the training grounds behind the woods, the air resonated with the sound of powerful collisions. Yet today, the echoes were particularly frantic. Shortly after, a piercing scream broke the rhythm, followed by an eerie silence. In the woods, Mahai lay sprawled, his face bruised and swollen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a picture of despair and indignation. Beside him stood Ning Chuan, tall and upright, resembling a sharpened sword, entirely unscathed. Is this not the assistance of Teacher Su? Mahai gazed up at Ning Chuan, his eyes filled with confusion, stammering. It is purely your mastery of a formidable horizontal training martial art. He gradually began to understand. Su Yun's assistance to Ning Chuan merely prevented him from being bullied. There was no justification for Ning Chuan to retaliate. Mahai, you have misunderstood. Ning Chuan cleared his throat, attempting to salvage the situation, saying, in truth, this is merely a technique employed by seasoned warriors, far too formidable. Do you think me a fool? Mahai erupted in anger. However, as he caught sight of Ning Chuan's cold, indifferent gaze, he promptly fell silent. Ning Chuan was not merely proficient in martial arts. His defense was exceptional, at best allowing him to hold his ground against Mahai. Yet, in a remarkably short span of time, he had incapacitated Mahai, leaving him unable to rise. Are you a fool? It matters not. Ning Chuan no longer concealed the truth, openly admitting, I excel in martial arts and possess formidable offensive techniques. So what? Do you wish to put an end to this? Or rather, do you dare? Mahai remained silent. Ning Chuan chose not to elaborate further, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he returned with a smile, saying, Oh, I almost forgot. Today's fees have yet to be settled. Since you struck me today, there must be compensation. Mahai gritted his teeth, filled with inner turmoil and indignation. Ning Chuan had inadvertently revealed that he was merely a sparring partner. Moreover, he was expected to pay. It was utterly outrageous. Ning Chuan chuckled and reassured him, Fear not. When I step outside, I shall deliberately create some bruises, ensuring you have something to report to Zhang Wenxi. Mahai, feeling humiliated, reluctantly took out his phone to transfer the funds. As he watched Ning Chuan depart with satisfaction, his eyes burned with rage and fury, accompanied by a hint of fear. He could not comprehend. In a brief span of time, how has Ning Chuan become so formidable? It defies reason. As time flows, Ning Chuan's progress continues to solidify. Another Friday evening at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. The vibrant sunset cascades through expansive, transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, flooding a private training room on the second floor with warmth and gentleness, showcasing the beauty of spring. Yet, two gleaming blades, poised to emit silvery light, remain utterly unfazed. They cut through the air with a fierce whistle, clashing with relentless ferocity, accompanied by the sound of thunderous explosions, as if intent on shattering the very light itself. The wielders of these blades are none other than Ning Chuan and Lu Mingyue. The two engage in a fierce duel, employing the lightning slash technique. The situation, astonishingly, remains evenly matched. With a swift, lightning-like sidestep, Lu Mingyue narrowly evades a slashing blow from Ning Chuan, the wind howling in its wake. Strands of her light azure hair are nearly severed. Unperturbed, Lu Mingyue's gaze remains fixed on Ning Chuan, a hint of an unusual glimmer in her eyes. A fortnight prior, she faced Ning Chuan for the first time. She was well aware of his combat prowess, clumsy and undeniably that of a novice. Yet today, he stands against her with such tenacity. Indeed, with their powers and speeds nearly equal, Ning Chuan's mastery of the nuanced lightning slash grants him an advantage. However, her heightened senses and neural response, honed to the pinnacle of the ninth awakening stage, far surpass Ning Chuan's. In just over 10 days, his combat skills have escalated to such a remarkable level. Indeed, this innate talent for battle is truly impressive. Lu Mingyue muses, acknowledging that while Ning Chuan has made significant strides, he still has a distance to cover to reach her level. Yet the rapidity of the escalation rendered her heart fluttering. With a resounding clash, two blades met, and a spark flared momentarily in the void. Lu Mingyue momentarily lost her focus, allowing Ning Chuan to seize the opportunity with a forceful thunder slash, causing her to stagger backward. In a swift motion, Ning Chuan executed the gale step, advancing with uncanny speed, as if propelled by a tempest beneath his feet. In an instant, while Lu Mingyue was still retreating, Ning Chuan had closed the distance. Although the gale step was of modest rank, merely an E-grade technique, Ning Chuan's mastery had ascended to the third realm, achieving proficiency. Once activated, it was akin to a whirlwind passing through, covering more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. With a resounding strike, Ning Chuan unleashed the Thunder Slash, its silver light flashing as it cleaved through the air, denying Lu Mingyue the chance to stabilize her stance. The impact reverberated as she parried with her blade. Yet the effort was immense, sending her reeling once more. Her own Thunder Slash was inferior to Ning Chuan's, placing her at a distinct disadvantage in this direct confrontation. He continued to unleash his strikes, employing the Thunder Slash to further pressure Lu Mingyue. After countless days of practice, he found himself in an unprecedented position of advantage, igniting a flicker of excitement within him. However, he quickly quelled this emotion. A pair of dark, enigmatic eyes once again settled into a state of calm. In the heat of battle, distraction is a perilous folly. Boom, boom, boom. Ning Chuan's body erupted with thunderous energy as he unleashed one blade after another, ferocious and relentless. The silver light shone like a cascading waterfall, nearly overwhelming Lu Mingyue and leaving her little room to maneuver. Opposite him, Lu Mingyue remained composed. Having weathered numerous battles, she understood how to respond, fully immersing herself in the fray. Gradually, her execution of the Thunder Slash transformed into a fluid and instinctive display of skill. Boom. With a swift stroke, Lu Mingyue unleashed a thunderous roar from her body, resonating with a richness far greater than before, reminiscent of the mighty rumblings of thunder. Within that sound, the barriers of her foundational realm were utterly shattered. Lu Mingyue's Flash Thunder Slash had officially ascended to the second realm of mastery. Boom. The tremendous clang of metal against metal resounded. In the next instant, Ning Chuan's obstructing sword was deftly cleaved from his grasp. Alarm surged through Lu Mingyue's eyes as she realized the gravity of the moment. At the very instant her Flash Thunder Slash transcended its limits, her spirit surged, unleashing her full power. Despite her swift reaction to rein in her strength, halting the momentum of her blade proved challenging. After sending Ning Chuan's sword flying, she continued her strike, aiming fiercely at his arm. Swoosh! The blade sliced through the air. Ning Chuan remained unperturbed, his right hand splayed open to meet the assault. No, Lu Mingyue could not suppress her cry of alarm. Should her blade connect with his arm, it would merely result in a fracture. However, if it struck his fingers, even without the blade's edge, the sheer force of her Flash Thunder Slash could sever at least 3 of his digits. The latter injury would undoubtedly be far more grievous. Was she acting too hastily in this moment of urgency? A flicker of anxiety crossed Lu Mingyue's mind. Yet, suddenly, her gaze froze. As her sword made contact with Ning Chuan's right hand, a brilliant flash of gold erupted from his palm. Boom! The blade struck as if it had encountered solid metal, producing a thunderous noise accompanied by a shower of sparks. Ning Chuan was jolted, his legs buckling slightly beneath him. Clearly, the force of the blow was substantial. Yet his right hand remained unscathed. Ning Chuan rose to his feet, shaking his hands with a smile, and said, "Lu Mingyue, you have finally broken through. Congratulations." With his mastery of the lightning slash at the subtle realm, he could easily discern the caliber of Lu Mingyue's strike. "How did you achieve that just now?" Lu Mingyue inquired in astonishment, her gaze fixed on Ning Chuan. "It is merely a form of martial arts training," he replied with a chuckle, not wishing to conceal anything. With a mere thought, a faint, translucent golden membrane enveloped his palm, radiating a sense of resilience. This was a capability he acquired after advancing to the 3rd level of the diamond body, allowing him to voluntarily transform his body into a golden state. In this condition, his physique was extraordinarily robust, comparable to fine steel, and the degree of strength was evident. However, with Ning Chuan's current mastery of the 3rd level of the diamond body, he could not achieve a complete golden transformation. The area that could be enveloped was merely the size of half a palm, and it lasted for about a second. Chapter 13. Beast Nutrient Solution. Accelerating by 20-fold the diamond body martial art is notoriously difficult, resulting in few practitioners and rendering it somewhat esoteric. Thus, Lu Mingyue could not recognize it. Nevertheless, judging from how he managed to block her strike, it was clear that Ning Chuan's proficiency in martial arts was formidable. Lu Mingyue's perception of Ning Chuan elevated significantly. One must understand that martial arts training is notoriously arduous, requiring years of unwavering dedication and testing the practitioner's character. Many prodigies fail to yield results. Lu Mingyue remarked, "With the subtle realm's lightning slash combined with your level of martial arts, you certainly have a chance at one of the top 10 universities in the Federation." Ning Chuan shook his head and replied, "Prestigious universities require at least a high-level awakening. I still fall short. An awakening of level 7 or above is referred to as a high-level awakening. That represents a new echelon. Power will surge within like a spring. Exceptionally potent. Even with a blade in hand, Ning Chuan lacks the confidence to defeat a 7th-tier awakened being, at best maintaining a stalemate. Combat prowess is not the sole criterion for the college entrance examination. The 2 martial arts you possess will undoubtedly enhance your score," remarked Lu Mingyue. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion regarding the examination. Their time spent together recently had fostered a greater familiarity between them. "Ning Chuan, there is something I wish to address," Lu Mingyue said, clearing her throat. "My Flash Thunder Slash has reached a proficient level. It is unlikely to undergo any significant transformation before the examination. Henceforth, my primary focus will be on advancing as a martial artist. Therefore, I will temporarily suspend the guidance on Flash Thunder." "That is perfectly fine," Ning Chuan replied with a nod, his agreement swift. Although he had anticipated this day, a sense of regret bubbled uncontrollably within him. A job that pays 3,000 per hour is not easily found. Lu Mingyue turned her gaze toward the middle-aged man at the side of the arena. "Uncle Yang, please bring 300,000 in cash and retrieve a vial of beast essence." "Of course, miss," the middle-aged man responded promptly before departing. A few minutes later, he returned, one hand grasping the money and the other holding a test tube filled with a dark red liquid, with sparse bubbles continuously rising. It was indeed the beast essence. "Present it to Ning Chuan," Lu Mingyue instructed Uncle Yang. Ning Chuan did not hasten to accept it. Instead, he lifted his gaze to Lu Mingyue. Although he was in need of funds, he would not accept charity. He held steadfast to his principles. "Ning Chuan, this is rightfully yours," Lu Mingyue smiled and clarified. "The 300,000 is your reward for guiding me. In just half a month, I have managed to break through my limitations, making this investment worthwhile." After a brief pause, she continued, "As for the beast nutritional solution, it serves as compensation for you. Your martial arts training is your own concern. My failure to control my strength while striking you was an oversight on my part. The two cannot be equated." "Thank you," Ning Chuan replied thoughtfully as he accepted the money and the nutritional solution. "By the way, there is one more thing." Lu Mingyue seemed to recall something and said, "If you have no pressing matters this weekend, it would be wise to remain at home and avoid going out." As she spoke, Lu Mingyue turned her gaze to Uncle Yang, instructing him, "This time, ensure that you escort Ning Chuan right to his doorstep." "Is something amiss?" Ning Chuan inquired with raised eyebrows, curiosity evident in his voice. Lu Mingyue responded, "A spy has escaped to our city of Qingshan." "Are you referring to Zhao Weiping?" Ning Chuan recalled the morning news he had seen. "Indeed," Lu Mingyue nodded and elaborated. "This weekend, the police in Qingshan will be conducting an extensive manhunt for him. He is a formal martial artist, posing a significant threat. Should you encounter him outside, it could lead to considerable danger." Ning Chuan concurred, stating, "He must be apprehended swiftly. With a population exceeding 10 million in Qingshan, particularly in the downtown area where crowds are dense, an uncontrolled martial artist is more perilous than a bomb. A moment's inattention could result in tragedy." Lu Mingyue, privy to some insider information, pondered for a moment before saying, "If Zhao Weiping is not captured by the end of this weekend, the police department will deploy martial arts instructors and some senior students from key high schools in the city to assist in the operation. The martial arts instructor is quite competent, but it seems perilous for the students, doesn't it?" Ning Chuan gazed at Lu Mingyue with curiosity and remarked, "Could it be that we are talking about high school students possessing the strength of martial artists? Such individuals are exceedingly rare in the city. Furthermore, it is uncertain whether they would even be willing to engage. The disparity between the peak of the awakening 9th stage and an official martial artist is far more significant than that between the 6th and 7th stages of awakening. To exaggerate, it is akin to an insurmountable chasm." However, Lu Mingyue pondered and replied, "Zhao Weiping has already sustained severe injuries, and compounded by his exhaustion from fleeing, his strength has dramatically diminished. It is not impossible for those in the awakening stage to confront him. Additionally, the rewards for capturing Zhao Weiping are exceedingly generous." "What rewards?" At this, Ning Chuan's spirits lifted. With the guidance work for the Thunder Slash concluded, he was in dire need of an opportunity to earn money. "I do not know the specifics, but I am certain of one thing," Lu Mingyue said with a light smile. "There are only 10 slots available at Qingshan No. 1 high school. Then I shall let it be." Ning Chuan shook his head, dispelling the expectations within his heart. not even inquiring about the selection process. As a key institution in the city, Qingshan No. 1 High School had nearly 20 students in their final year, comprising both awakening 8th and 9th stages. Thus, it seemed improbable that he would be chosen. At 9 in the evening, in the living room, Ning Chuan sat upright on the sofa, his eyes gently closed, attuning himself to his own strength. The awakening realm consists of 9 stages, each of which is further divided into 4 tiers: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. However, below the high stages of awakening, such fine distinctions are generally not made, as the differences between tiers are not particularly vast. Thanks to his recent diet of beast meat, Ning Chuan had made rapid progress and had now firmly attained the advanced level of the 4th stage of awakening. The beast nutrition solution is officially priced at 180,000 yuan per vial, undoubtedly brimming with abundant energy. Poised to facilitate my ascension to the 5th stage of awakening, Ning Chuan gazed at the test tube resting upon the coffee table, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Transitioning from the 4th to the 5th stage of awakening is merely a customary advancement. However, for him, it signifies a profound transformation, distinctly surpassing his peers. The rationale is rather straightforward. Below the 4th stage of awakening, the breathing techniques primarily refine muscles, bones, and skin. Upon reaching the 5th stage, one can engage the internal organs, significantly enhancing the body's resilience. He would be free to wield various martial arts, such as the Thousand Bones killing technique and the Flash Thunder Slash, without the fear of rebound injuries. Currently, in a confrontation with someone at the 7th stage of awakening, he could at most maintain his unbeaten status, but ascending to the 5th stage would change the game entirely. With a confident gleam in his eyes, Ning Chuan grasped the beast nutrition solution, opened his mouth, and consumed it in one swift motion. Instantly, the mechanical synthetic voice of the system resonated in his mind. The epiphanies strength sensed the surging energy, brimming with excitement, as the cultivation speed surged by an astonishing 1850, an almost 20-fold enhancement. Ning Chuan could perceive the remarkable efficacy of the epiphanies strength's refinement. A gentle tingling sensation enveloped his entire body, starkly contrasting with the experience of consuming the flesh of ferocious beasts. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The epiphanies strength is projected to exhaust its energy within 48 hours. Another notification chime echoed. Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback. For a high-stage awakening, depleting a vial of beast nutrition solution would typically require around 10 days. The martial arts he practiced demonstrated an astonishing efficiency in energy absorption during automatic cultivation, a testament to both the epiphanies strength and the diamond body. Regaining his composure, Ning Chuan noticed that there was still some time before bedtime. He opened his phone and selected a video showcasing advanced combat techniques to study. The art of martial prowess could cultivate itself, freeing him to engage in other pursuits. Chapter 14, Double Breakthrough. Arrival of the selection tournament on Saturday, Ning Chuan did not indulge in sleep. His disciplined routine had instilled within him a commendable biological clock, prompting him to awaken promptly at 5:30 in the morning. Heeding the advice of Luo Mengyue, Ning Chuan refrained from venturing outside, choosing instead to remain at home, reviewing his studies in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, while also attending several online classes on martial theory. During his breaks, he consumed a considerable amount of news regarding a certain spy. Zhao Weiping was identified as a spy from a celestial body known as the Tianwu realm. This planet, along with the high martial realm where Ning Chuan resided, belonged to the same galaxy. A millennium ago, the two factions had engaged in a devastating war, the dual martial star conflict, resulting in billions of casualties and deep-seated enmity. Although peace had been established, covert maneuvers continued unabated. To be captured would be akin to a fate worse than death. Ning Chuan shook his head, centering his thoughts, and resumed his studies. Before long, evening descended. The bull strength technique had been refined for 24 hours. Once again, he heard the synthesized voice of the system. Through prolonged and arduous cultivation of the bull strength technique, your power has achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the 5th stage of awakening. A crisp sound resonated from his body as a surge of formidable energy flooded his senses. His perception had sharpened slightly as well. Soon after, another synthesized voice emerged. The bull strength technique had gained insight, shattering its barriers and advancing to the subtle realm. The absorption of energy by the bull strength technique accelerated, with an estimated depletion time of 15 hours remaining. As the words fell, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, intensifying abruptly. Areas that had previously felt numb began to awaken with a similar sensation. The breathing technique was not merely an enhancement of efficiency. More importantly, it refined the body with greater intricacy. This refinement may not significantly elevate the superficial metrics of strength or speed, yet it harmonized the body in a way that subtly augmented one's capabilities. The day swiftly passed. On Sunday, at noon, the tingling in Ning Chuan's body dissipated. The energy from the beast essence nutrient had been completely consumed. He assessed his strength and found himself at the awakened 5th tier, a level higher than he had anticipated. Ning Chuan smiled, considering it a pleasant surprise, primarily due to the advancement of his bull's might into the refined stage. Ning Chuan silently summoned the system panel. Strength, awakened 5th tier, bull's might. Refined, progress 2, swift wind steps. Mastered, progress 31, lightning slash. Refined, progress 35, thousand bone slaughter technique. Proficient, progress 11, Vajra body. 3rd layer, progress 20, gazing at the translucent panel. Ning Chuan tempered his elation, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. He pondered the training plan ahead, with resource allocation being of paramount importance. Currently, the resources at his disposal included over 30,000 yuan in his bank account and a vial of beast essence nutrient promised by Su Yun. As for the outstanding payment of over 60,000 at Ma Hai's, given the completion of his guidance with Lu Mingyue, it seemed unlikely he would acquire those funds. If all goes as expected, this constitutes the entirety of his resources before the college entrance examination. Careful consideration is imperative. Other martial arts may be disregarded. The focus should be on the breathing technique of the mighty bull strength and the horizontal training of the diamond body. Ning Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. The advantages of investing resources into the mighty bull strength are abundantly clear. This technique refines the overall qualities of the body, enhancing strength, agility, stamina, and even the 5 senses. Just like this time, having advanced to the 5th stage of awakening, he feels capable of contending against someone at the 7th stage. However, should he elevate the diamond body to the next level, he could merely maintain his unbeaten status, with perhaps a slightly easier defense. Yet, my funds are insufficient. Ning Chuan's thoughts soared. His current realm rests at the mid-level of the 5th stage of awakening, far from the higher echelons. Even if he were to invest all 30,000 yuan and an entire vial of the beast essence nutrient into the mighty bull strength, he would not attain an advancement before the examination. Nevertheless, breaking through to the 6th stage of awakening remains feasible, even without consuming beast meat. With diligent practice of the mighty bull strength alone, it can be achieved. With over 2 months until the examination, there is ample time. Under these circumstances, allocating resources to the mighty bull strength seems undoubtedly inefficient. The gap between the initial and peak stages below the higher realms of awakening is not particularly vast. Selling the beast essence nutrient that Su Yun applied for on my behalf, converting it to funds to purchase the medicinal packages for the diamond body, would be the most suitable choice. Ning Chuan mused. After the diamond body ascends to the 3rd layer, the progress from one medicinal package is approximately 15. The market price for the beast essence nutrient hovers around 160,000, and combined with the over 30,000 in his bank account, he could procure 4 medicinal packages for the diamond body, representing a 60 progression. Before the college entrance examination, it was sufficient for Jingang to ascend to the 4th level. Thus, the esteemed institutions within the top 10 of the Federation were not merely a matter of idle chatter. Once I acquire the beast nutrient solution, I shall sell it. Ning Chuan resolved to take a different path from his initial intentions. However, he had not anticipated that Lu Mingyue would compensate him with a vial of the beast nutrient solution. Formulating a plan should certainly not be rigid and unyielding. As evening approached, the sky turned gloomy. Dark clouds gathered incessantly, and a chill was carried by the wind. It seemed that the first rain of spring in Qingshan City was finally about to fall. Ning Chuan ordered takeout, and while waiting, he turned on the television. Local news channels in Qingshan City were incessantly broadcasting images of the spy Zhao Weiping, simultaneously advising the public to refrain from venturing outdoors at night. The police had not managed to apprehend Zhao Weiping over the weekend. During dinner, his phone vibrated. Su Yun announced a series of messages in the class group, all primarily concerning Zhao Weiping. The school had received a notification from the police department, stating that several teachers would be dispatched to assist in the search. Students below the 7th awakening stage would transition to online classes from home. The final message revealed that the selection competition which Lu Mingyue had mentioned to him earlier, would identify 10 students to join experienced teachers or police officers in the search operation. This was not a contest of strength, but rather a quest to seize a cube known as a spy device, which was indeed peculiar. Ning Chuan gazed at the screen, pondering silently. This method did not necessitate absolute combat prowess, yet it still required considerable strength. The selection competition would commence tomorrow morning at the school, specifically on Monday morning. Due to potential dangers that may arise during the process, senior high school students are free to enroll, with no compulsion from the school. The incessant buzzing of mobile phones fills the air as numerous students begin to express their thoughts in the class group, demonstrating a keen interest in the upcoming selection competition. Tang Xiaowan, it seems that the crux of the selection lies not in the ability to seize the spy device, but rather in the capacity to retain it. Those who manage to acquire the device will undoubtedly face assaults, and thus, students at the 9th awakening stage possess a greater advantage. Conversely, those at the 8th awakening stage may find themselves in peril if encircled. Zhou He, I wonder what those individuals at the police station are contemplating. When capturing spies, they should certainly prioritize the stronger participants. Zhang Wenxi, Zhou He, combat prowess is not the sole criterion. While the spy may be severely injured, never underestimate a warrior. In a desperate struggle, it is all too simple to take the lives of several students at the 9th awakening stage. The police place greater emphasis on a student's alertness than on their combat strength. Ma Hai, the class monitor is indeed impressive, providing a profound analysis. Surely, they will secure a spy device. Wang Dong, haha, no one understands alertness better than I do. This spy device is mine by reservation. Li Shanyan, at the 3rd awakening stage, are you merely a delivery person? Zhou He, I shall go first, my yellow one. The conversation quickly spiraled into chaos. Ning Chuan withdrew his gaze from the screen, tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to participate in tomorrow's selection competition. Securing a spy device would indeed be splendid. However, should he fail, it would not matter. His primary aim is to assess his own strength while seeking a match against Zhang Wenxi. Not retaliating is simply not in his nature. Observing Zhang Wenxi's remarks, it is almost certain that he will participate in the selection competition. I fixate on him, as a well-executed maneuver might yield a financial gain. Ning Chuan's gaze flickers momentarily as a sudden thought crosses his mind, bringing an end to the guidance of Lu Mingyue. Zhang Wenxi remains oblivious to this. Chapter 15, Ma Hai. Ning Chuan is the urban warrior. I must pave the path openly while secretly maneuvering. Rain began to fall at midnight, gently drizzling, only to temporarily cease by dawn. On this early morning at Qingshan No. 1 High School, many students from the 3rd year arrived earlier than usual. Their spirits high as they engaged in fervent discussions, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming selection competition. However, not everyone shared in this excitement. Ma Hai felt a surge of irritation, on the verge of lashing out. Yet, in front of Zhang Wenxi, he could only suppress his frustrations and humbly state, "Class leader, I will do my utmost. Have I not been consistently inflicting injuries on Ning Chuan?" Ning Chuan would deliberately sustain some minor injuries to provide Zhang Wenxi with a tangible account. Of course, he was not foolish enough to inflict serious harm. Zhang Wenxi, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, reprimanding, "Stop spouting nonsense. What do minor abrasions signify? It has been over half a month, and you still haven't dealt with Ning Chuan. How difficult can it be to handle a mere awakener of the 4th segment? Don't think I am unaware of your little tricks." Ma Hai opened his mouth, but words of frustration eluded him. In recent days, he found himself utterly outmatched by Ning Chuan. It was unclear what kind of formidable martial arts Ning Chuan had cultivated, as his physique was extraordinarily resilient. Even with a powerful punch, he could barely leave a mark. Employing his strongest D-grade martial art, the mountain-splitting palm, he could only manage to inflict slight injuries. Furthermore, Ning Chuan possesses a remarkably lethal form of unarmed martial arts, which he finds exceedingly difficult to withstand. After each battle, he sustains grievous injuries, with medical expenses amounting to several tens of thousands. Squad leader, please have Uncle Li guide me once more. I have subtly grasped the threshold of awakening to the 7th tier. Ma Hai implored as he gazed up at Zhang Wenxi. Once I ascend to the 7th tier, I will incapacitate that Ning Chuan, rendering him unable to even participate in the college entrance examination. Uncle Li is the night-level martial artist, daring to play tricks on me. How foolish. Zhang Wenxi scoffed, turning away without a second thought. I will handle Ning Chuan myself. Furthermore, Having one high-tier awakened individual in our class suffices. Teacher Su Yun does not require another student to compete for her honor. Upon hearing this, Ma Hai's expression darkened considerably. The prospect of guidance from Uncle Li was dashed. Watching Zhang Wenzi's retreating figure, Ma Hai's gaze brimmed with resentment. He had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Zhang Wenzi. Yet for the mere failure of a task, Zhang Wenzi denied him even the chance to explain and dismissed him outright. Zhang Wenzi, you shall regret this. Ma Hai muttered through clenched teeth. He was no match for Zhang Wenzi and dared not provoke him, but he was aware that someone would. Ning Chuan, that fellow is not merely at the fourth tier of awakening. Ma Hai was resolute in his belief. He could not fathom that Ning Chuan's transformation from being beaten to inflicting blows was simply due to the progress made over the past month. That notion was utterly preposterous. After several days of contemplation, he began to discern the truth. Ning Chuan must be concealing his true strength, masquerading as the underdog, only to unleash a grand display that would astonish all. In previous years, there have been individuals who, despite possessing extraordinary abilities, choose to remain inconspicuous, aiming to emerge as dark horses in the college entrance examination, shaking the world. Ning Chuan is likely to be one of them. Ma Hai's thoughts meandered until suddenly a realization flashed through his mind, and a trace of cold amusement appeared on his face. At 8 in the morning, only an hour remained before the selection competition commenced. The training ground was filled with senior students. Presiding over this selection was a young officer from the police department in his 20s, with a closely cropped hairstyle. Perhaps due to the urgency of apprehending Zhao Weiping, the young officer, upon taking the stage, forwent pleasantries and merely reiterated the rules succinctly. Then, he announced the much-anticipated reward, a bounty of 1 million for capturing the spy Zhao Weiping, regardless of life or death. The officer's voice resonated through the microphone, instantly igniting a cacophony of excitement among the crowd. At Qingshan No. 1 High School, many students hailed from affluent families. Yet the wealth they possessed was primarily that of their parents. At their age, one could hardly claim to be wealthy. A flicker of ambition ignited in Ning Chuan's eyes. With a base reward of 1 million, it would be entirely feasible for him to break through to a higher awakening level before the college entrance examination. On stage, the young officer pressed on without pause. Zhao Weiping is a notorious criminal, having betrayed the Federation and caused significant losses to it. Therefore, the police department of the Donglin Administrative District announces that any senior student who successfully apprehends him will gain admission to the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent for a moment before erupting into a frenzy. Ning Chuan's heart raced with anticipation. Since the dual martial star war a millennium ago, the realm of high martial arts has transcended national boundaries, uniting billions of humanity into a collective federation. Administratively, the federation is divided into 99 major districts, among which the Donglin Administrative District, to which Qingshan City belongs, is one. Each district conducts its own independent college entrance examinations. The Shanghai Talents Training Camp, established by the Donglin Administrative District to prepare senior students for these examinations, boasts formidable strength, ranking first among all districts. The students emerging from this institution consistently secure placements in the top 10 universities of the Federation, with half of them gaining admission to Shanghai University. It is noteworthy that even seasoned martial artists may not necessarily be accepted by Shanghai University, underscoring the exceptional reputation of the Shanghai Talents Training Camp. I want to enroll. So do I. I shall claim the head of Zhao Weiping and stride through the gates of Shanghai University. The shouts resounded in the training grounds. Yet Ning Chuan remained contemplative amidst the cacophony, his gaze cast downward. He pondered the implications of the words spoken by the buzzcut youth. When it comes to apprehending someone, does it imply that one must act independently, or is it sufficient to assist the police? The final interpretation, it seems, rests with the police department. For students of established lineage, like Lu Mingyue, cooperation with the police allows them to participate in the Shanghai Talents Training Camp. In contrast, he suspected that he would be required to capture Zhao Weiping on his own, a formidable martial artist, indeed. Reflecting on this, Ning Chuan's fervent heart began to calm. As before, he resolved to do his utmost, without the need for undue pressure. On the stage, a young man with a buzz cut gestured for silence and announced, "Students wishing to participate in the selection competition, please proceed to the west side of the stage to register and fill out your personal information for subsequent reporting." The crowd moved towards the west side of the stands. Lured by the allure of the mountain and sea talent training camp, Even those initially disinterested signed up. Nearly 1,000 participants would vie for 10 spy devices, rendering the eventual outcome increasingly enigmatic. After all, even an awakened ninth rank could not withstand the onslaught of hundreds. Moments later, at the west side of the platform, just as Ning Chuan emerged from the throng, he was called to a halt. Turning around, he spotted Ma Hai striding towards him. Ning Chuan's eyes lit up as he said, "Enough with the small talk. Transfer today as payment first." The conclusion of their guidance work would not remain concealed for long. Even if Lu Mingwei kept silent, the news would inevitably spread once she ceased driving him around. Seizing the opportunity before Ma Hai caught wind of it, he thought it prudent to secure whatever he could. Even the smallest gain was worthwhile. Moreover, according to their agreement, he was owed 500 yuan daily, which was not insignificant. Forget about the money. Ma Hai sneered, mocking him. I've found a new avenue. I no longer need to curry favor with Zhang Wenxi. Say whatever you wish to Lu Mingwei, but don't expect to extract another penny from me. He could not let Ning Chuan discover the rift in his relationship with Zhang Wenxi. Otherwise, it would complicate his manipulations. He intended for Ning Chuan to unwittingly assist him in dealing with Zhang Wenxi. One must uphold integrity in life. Ning Chuan scoffed, choosing not to press further. He circumvented Ma Hai and began searching the crowd for traces of Zhang Wenxi. Compared to the trifles in Ma Hai's possession, Zhang Wenxi is indeed the significant player. Should he manage to orchestrate this successfully, he might just strike it rich. Wait a moment. Ma Hai, noticing the situation, felt a twinge of anxiety. This was not how he had anticipated things to unfold. The plan had yet to be executed, yet the person had already departed. Ma Hai hurriedly quickened his pace to intercept, standing resolutely before Ning Chuan, asserting, "I am well aware of your capabilities." Ning Chuan's expression froze momentarily. How did Ma Hai discern his ascension to the 5th stage of awakening? The ability to actively perceive the realm of others is a skill reserved for seasoned warriors. In the next instant, Ning Chuan realized he had misconstrued the situation. You may deceive others, but not one who has battled you over a dozen times. Your strength is at least at the 7th stage of awakening. Upon observing Ning Chuan's countenance, Ma Hai's certainty in his conjecture intensified. He smirked and remarked, "You are deliberately concealing your prowess, perhaps aiming to astonish during the college entrance examination. Additionally, seizing the opportunity to leave a profound impression on Teacher Su. This tactic is far more astute than Zhang Wenxi's." Chapter 16. Over 60,000 with odd sense is too troublesome. Just erase a 0 and give me 70,000. He truly possesses a vivid imagination. Ning Chuan began to grasp Ma Hai's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from offering any explanation. Instead, he let out a cold snort and proudly declared, "So what? Does this concern you? I merely came to kindly remind you." Ma Hai replied, his expression grim. "Just yesterday, Zhang Wenxi instructed me to find someone to cut off the surveillance in building number 1 of the school. This matter is undoubtedly related to the selection competition. Whether you choose to investigate is entirely up to you. I have no stake in it." Ning Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Ma Hai and mocked. "I was not mistaken. You have indeed fallen out with Zhang Wenxi, haven't you? Unable to confront him directly, you seek to employ me as your weapon against him." Ma Hai's expression darkened. How astute of Ning Chuan to see through his scheme so effortlessly. Yet what of it? He decided to abandon the subterfuge. Gritting his teeth and declaring, "You cannot refuse. This is a prime opportunity to deal with Zhang Wenxi." Ning Chuan fixed his gaze on Ma Hai, contemplating for a moment before responding with a cold smile. "You are correct. I cannot decline. However, do not expect to reap the rewards without effort. Such fortune is unattainable. I shall relay your words to Zhang Wenxi, and then I shall watch as you two engage in mutual destruction." "Wait." Ning Chuan shook his head, laughter escaping his lips. "You stand no chance against Zhang Wenxi. You would only be subjected to his relentless torment. You lack evidence. Mere words carry no weight. And Zhang Wenxi will not believe you." A flicker of fear crossed Ma Hai's eyes. Despite their falling out, he dared not provoke Zhang Wenxi face to face. For both his lineage and strength overshadowed Ma Hai's. Ning Chuan retrieved his phone, a smile gracing his features as he said, "Ma Hai, we are close collaborators, and the transfer records you provided serve as evidence." How could Zhang Wenxi possibly doubt that? Ma Hai's face turned ashen. Zhang Wenxi already harbored suspicions regarding his cunning. And with the addition of this transfer record, his guilt would be irrefutable. No amount of words could extricate him from this predicament. "What do you want?" he seethed after a prolonged silence. This situation mirrored the one from 2 weeks prior. with Ning Chuan once again holding the reins of his fate. Ning Chuan revealed a radiant smile and said, "I am a person of honesty and integrity. Simply settle the outstanding amount you owe me." Upon hearing this, Mahai was infuriated, wanting to curse under his breath. Even after losing the guidance of a night-level warrior, he still had to pay. Ning Chuan continued at a leisurely pace. "Once the funds are transferred, I shall take care of Zhang Wenzi. What you just said will remain buried in my heart." After a moment of contemplation, Mahai replied, "You go deal with Zhang Wenzi first, and then I will give you the money." Ning Chuan shook his head. "That's not acceptable. The transfer must happen now. You have a history of defaulting on payments, and I cannot trust you." "Fine, if you insist on the transfer. Then so be it." Mahai faced off against Ning Chuan for a while, and seeing that he remained firm, he had no choice but to take out his phone. Over 60,000, with various denominations, such a hassle. Standing nearby, Ning Chuan observed Mahai's phone, cleared his throat, and suggested, "How about I simplify things, and you just transfer 70,000 directly?" At this, Mahai turned his head, glaring at Ning Chuan in anger. He was truly astonished. Was there really a method to add money while rounding down? "Rest assured, as compensation, I will ensure Zhang Wenzi sports panda eyes, bringing him disgrace. You will find your expenditure worthwhile," Ning Chuan said with a smile. All right. The thought of Zhang Wenzi with panda eyes brought a sense of satisfaction to Mahai, so he didn't mind spending a few extra thousand. Soon, the transfer was completed. "Do you have any further requests regarding Zhang Wenzi?" "As long as the money is in order, everything is negotiable," Ning Chuan remarked with a grin. Mahai's heart skipped a beat. He said nothing and turned to leave, nearly sprinting out of the training ground, fearful that Ning Chuan might devise another scheme to swindle his money. Mahai resolutely decided that from now on, not only should he avoid provoking Ning Chuan, but even speaking to him would be strictly forbidden. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was increasingly resembling a villain. As he watched Mahai depart, Ning Chuan felt a wave of delight wash over him, breaking into a broad smile. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the resounding chime echoed through the sky, heralding the commencement of the selection competition. Swish, swish, swish. The participating students surged forth like a flood, each demonstrating their martial arts skills as they raced towards the nearest spy device. There were 10 square devices strategically placed around the training ground, and many students had already spotted them prior to the competition's start. In an instant, several students who had awakened to the 9th stage seized the opportunity, each claiming a device and swiftly distancing themselves to avoid being besieged by others. Ning Chuan glanced around, shaking his head in silent disapproval. As anticipated, although the competition for the spy devices was not as direct as battling in the arena, it still necessitated substantial strength. With only 2 hours of competition, even if he managed to secure a device now, it would likely be snatched away in no time. The real opportunity might only present itself at the very end. He quickly assessed the situation. However, as time progressed, the students occupying the spy devices only grew stronger, making the task of seizing one increasingly difficult. Ning Chuan's thoughts were clear as he surveyed the chaotic scene of battling students, fully aware that his chances of success were slim. Fortunately, his primary objective for participating today remained Zhang Wenzi. Engaging with him would not come without its costs. A glimmer of determination flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes as he unsheathed his silver blood battle blade and steadily made his way toward building number 1. In this selection competition, there were no restrictions on weaponry, as the ultimate goal was to capture spies. Zhao Weiping certainly does not concern himself with notions of fairness. If one possesses true strength, arriving in a mech would elicit not rejection from the police station, but rather applause and welcome. 5 minutes later, Ning Chuan arrived at building number 1, as mentioned by Mahai. This structure is the oldest of the teaching buildings at Qingshan No. 1 Middle School, currently abandoned and repurposed for storing desks, chairs, and other educational supplies. Crossing through the entrance, Ning Chuan activated his gale step, rendering his footsteps nearly imperceptible in an instant. This was a specific application of gale step. On one hand, he wished to discern Zhang Wenzi's intentions. On the other, Mahai had informed him of this matter, which might be a trap laid in conjunction with Zhang Wenzi. Although this possibility was slim, one must not be careless. Ning Chuan silently began his investigation within the building. The first floor yielded nothing. The second floor remained unchanged. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, as he stepped out of the staircase, he detected faint footsteps emanating from a classroom not far ahead. Zhang Wenzi. A flicker of realization sparked in Ning Chuan's mind. None of the 10 spy devices were present here, suggesting that no other students had come. Clenching the silver blood battle blade between his teeth, Ning Chuan lowered himself and crawled forward. After traversing over 10 meters, he peered through a window on the side of the corridor and discerned a figure. Indeed, it was Zhang Wenshi. In the next moment, all of Ning Chuan's attention was drawn to the object in Zhang Wenshi's hand. It was a test tube rack, crafted from wood, featuring a single row of 3 slots, each housing a test tube filled with a dark red liquid that bubbled and churned. Ning Chuan recognized it all too well. He had recently consumed one that had elevated him to the 5th stage of awakening. Beast Nutrient Solution. He stole it from him? Ning Chuan felt a surge of fervor within. 3 bottles of Beast Nutrient Solution would be sufficient for him to elevate to the 6th tier of awakening. However, after a moment of contemplation, Ning Chuan subtly shook his head. Although the surveillance here had been severed by Ma Hai's orders, any actions taken would inevitably leave traces. Given Zhang Wenzi's prestigious background, the police would surely take the matter seriously. The risks were simply too great. Setting aside his greed, Ning Chuan restored his calm demeanor and continued to observe Zhang Wenzi discreetly. Soon, he made a new discovery. Zhang Wenzi was pacing back and forth in the classroom, occasionally glancing at his phone. His movements and expressions clearly indicated that he was waiting for someone. But who could that be? Ning Chuan's mind raced as he analyzed the available information. The surveillance had been deliberately cut off by Ma Hai. 3 bottles of Beast Nutrient Solution were on hand. He was anticipating someone's arrival. Suddenly, a thought struck Ning Chuan like a bolt of lightning. Zhang Wenzi intended to exchange the 3 bottles of Beast Nutrient Solution for a spy device. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Zhang Wenzi's family could easily afford a night-level martial artist, indicating their formidable influence. It would be effortless for him to enlist several martial artists to assist in capturing Zhao Weiping. Safety would not be an issue. As Zhang Wenzi was at the 7th tier of awakening, it was virtually impossible for him to secure the spy device. Exposure would be perilous. Thus, the transaction would likely occur in the final minutes of the selection competition when the outcome was already determined. Ning Chuan's heart raced with excitement. Yet, whether this speculation held any truth remained uncertain. He was merely theorizing. Nonetheless, Ning Chuan was willing to take a gamble. With his own capabilities, the odds of securing a spot were far too slim. The corridor is no longer a safe haven. Should Zhang Wenzi's trading partner arrive, he would be immediately exposed. Ning Chuan stealthily shifted his position, vacating the corridor. After a thorough search, he discovered an optimal vantage point, outside the building, beneath a sizable tree adjacent to Zhang Wenzi's classroom. With spring well underway, the foliage had flourished, providing ample concealment for his form. He adeptly ascended the tree, selecting a branch near the classroom window, and silently settled into a position of ambush. His dark, penetrating gaze pierced through the dense leaves, fixated on Zhang Wenzi within the classroom, exhibiting a patience that was both detached and predatory, akin to a hunter observing its prey. Chapter 17. The transaction is complete. It is time to reap the rewards. Qingshan No. 1 High School, Surveillance Room. A few school officials accompanied a young officer with a buzz cut, observing the students' skirmishes on the screen. What is the issue with the surveillance in Building 1? The Director of Education inquired, frowning at the dark patches on the display. One of the staff members replied, "There seems to be a problem with the signal line. It may be severed." Upon hearing this, the director turned to the young officer, asking, "Officer Zhou, should we pause the selection competition until the surveillance is restored?" "Unnecessary," Zhou Wei replied, scanning the screen before shaking his head. "All 10 spy cameras remain within the monitoring range. There is no need to squander time. The priority is to apprehend Zhao Weiping as swiftly as possible. A rogue martial artist on the loose poses a significant threat. Should there be a widespread loss of civilian life, our police department will undoubtedly bear the consequences." Meanwhile, another voice echoed, "Wang Ping, can you, a mere awakened 5-stage, withstand the spy cameras? In the midst of the turmoil, how dare you mock me beneath such high standards? This spy device shall not be treated with courtesy by me, Li Yijian." The clamor of shouts echoed incessantly. Students were embroiled in conflicts throughout the campus. Those who had obtained the spy devices found themselves gradually ensnared in numerous confrontations. Even those awakened to the 9th rank faced fierce competition. As time elapsed, the identity of the holders shifted continuously. At 10:50, only 10 minutes remained before the selection competition concluded. The chaotic battle was nearing its end. With only a few spy devices still contested, The remainder had already found their rightful owners, and no one dared to contest them further. There was little choice left. Only a handful of students remained on the field, nearly all exhausted and unable to continue fighting. In one classroom, Zhang Wenci frequently glanced at his watch, unable to conceal his anxious demeanor. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, Zhang Wenci exhaled deeply, his entire being relaxing. Observing this, Ning Chuan felt increasingly certain of his speculation. Indeed, not long after, a tall figure entered the classroom. It was him. Ning Chuan recognized the individual, Wei Bohu, awakened to the 9th rank, possessing mastery over a B-class martial art. In terms of strength, he consistently ranked among the top 3 in the year, an undeniable seed of a prestigious school. Contemplating for a moment, Ning Chuan took out his phone, activated the recording function, and aimed the camera at the classroom. Engaging in private transactions of spy devices was hardly a commendable act. Did you obtain the spy device? Zhang Wenci strode towards Wei Bohu, his face alight with eagerness. Where's the item I requested? Wei Bohu produced a black box, square and the size of a Rubik's Cube, raising his hand to extend it forward. Here. Nothing is amiss. Grasping the espionage device, Zhang Wenshi shook the test tube rack in his hand, displaying it for Wei Bohu to see. Yet he did not hand it over. What? Are you trying to evade responsibility? A hint of disdain flickered in Wei Bohu's eyes as he remarked coldly. I will return it to you after the selection competition concludes. Zhang Wenshi shook his head, tucking the test tube rack into his pocket. Hand over the nutrient solution now. And if you snatch the espionage device from me, who shall I turn to for redress? You are quite cunning. Wei Bohu scoffed, turning on his heel and striding away. You wouldn't dare deceive me. Zhang Wenshi pursed his lips, toying with the espionage device, choosing not to follow Wei Bohu outside. Given his prowess, should he be discovered, it would inevitably incite a scramble. Although the selection competition was nearing its end and the students' combat capabilities had significantly waned, there was no need to take such risks. Building number 1 was the perfect place to conceal oneself. The mantis was already in position. It was time for the yellow bird to make its entrance. In the trees, Ning Chuan put away his phone, focusing intently on the depths of Zhang Wenshi's eyes, where a flicker of fervor ignited. He pressed his foot down forcefully on a branch. Bang! The bark shattered, propelling Ning Chuan like a bolt from a crossbow. Crackling. The window glass shattered explosively as Ning Chuan burst into the classroom with a fierce demeanor, descending toward Zhang Wenshi while clenching his fist, unleashing a devastating strike. The white bone killing fist. The most formidable attack of the 1,000 bones killing technique. Whoosh! The resounding wind of his punch howled, carrying dozens of shards of glass like a torrential downpour, crashing toward the astonished Zhang Wenshi. Who ambushed me? As a high tear awakened, Zhang Wenshi reacted swiftly, striking out with a palm. The fierce wind howled with equal ferocity as his palms took on a crimson hue, the veins protruding, exuding an aura of strength. Clearly, he had also employed a certain martial technique. With a resounding clash, their fists met, unleashing a wave of energy that swept through the air, tearing apart the glass shards suspended above, scattering them in all directions. Zhang Wenshi's body jolted violently, propelling him backward. With a thud, his back collided forcefully against the wall, dust cascading down like a gentle rain. It was only then that Zhang Wenshi managed to stabilize himself. On the other side, Ning Chuan felt a tremendous force surge towards him, sending him flying. Utilizing his core strength, he performed a backflip, dissipating much of the impact, and landed gracefully on the windowsill, surveying Zhang Wenshi from above with a commanding gaze. The combined force of his downward momentum and the mightiest punch met with Zhang Wenshi's hasty counterattack, resulting in a near stalemate. Ning Chuan shook his head, recognizing the awakening at a higher level, strength flowing like an unyielding spring, indeed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chuan deliberately raised his voice. Zhang Wenshi, how dare you purchase espionage devices in secret? With the evidence against you, why not surrender? He added a classic line, you have the right to remain silent. But anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Zhang Wenshi trembled in fear, yet felt an inexplicable familiarity in the voice. Instinctively, he raised his gaze, initially taken aback, only to erupt in fury. Ning Chuan, he bellowed, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Why have you stopped trembling? Ning Chuan chuckled lightly, taunting. Hand over the espionage devices, and I shall allow you to leave unscathed. Zhang Wenshi scoffed, a sneer on his lips, a mere awakening at the 4th level. How utterly audacious. In light of this, it seems you do not agree. Ning Chuan stepped forward with the swiftness of a gale, moving with remarkable speed, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. Moreover, I have now awakened to the 5th stage. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chuan closed the distance, fingers converging, aimed precisely at the vulnerable throat of Zhang Wenzi, lunging forth like a sharp blade. Whoosh! The air resonated with a sound reminiscent of tearing silk. The 5th stage of awakening. So this is your trump card. Quite impressive, reminiscent of my own prowess in the first year of high school. Zhang Wenzi's tone dripped with sarcasm, yet his movements remained cautious. With a swift hand strike, he unleashed a powerful blow, heavy and swift as thunder, aimed at Ning Chuan's approaching wrist. Shadow Serpent Strike. Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened. Just as Zhang Wenzi was about to land the blow, his outstretched arm twisted at an uncanny angle, akin to a serpent's body contorting, evading the attack, and continued its trajectory towards Zhang Wenzi's throat. After mastering the 1,000-bone slaughter technique, the Shadow Serpent Strike could now be executed with ease. Zhang Wenzi's expression shifted slightly. However, he remained composed. His extensive combat experience allowed him to react instantaneously. Instead of retreating, he chose to attack. With a decisive step forward, Zhang Wenzi firmly planted his foot on the ground, diverting Ning Chuan's thrust away from the critical target of his throat. Simultaneously, he transformed his hand strike into a fist, delivering a powerful blow. Thud! Bang! The two sounds resonated almost simultaneously. The first, a muffled thud, was the sound of Ning Chuan's fingers tearing through Zhang Wenzi's clothing, piercing his shoulder and drawing forth a few drops of blood. The second sound was the impact of Zhang Wenzi striking Ning Chuan. In the next moment, Ning Chuan was forcefully propelled backward, crashing heavily onto a desk, the solid wooden surface splintering upon impact, while the underlying metal frame twisted and contorted, a testament to the tremendous force of the blow. Yet, Ning Chuan rose with the agility of one unscathed, following the ascension of his diamond body to the 3rd level. Not only did he gain the ability to transform into an indestructible form, but his physical defenses also reached an entirely new echelon. Zhang Wenzi's punch merely elicited a slight sensation of pain, without needing to glance at the point of impact. Ning Chuan could surmise it was at most a faint blush of redness. "What martial art do you practice?" "It is quite intriguing," he remarked, raising his right hand to inspect the few droplets of blood at his fingertips, an eyebrow arched in curiosity. Moments prior, when he pierced his skin, Zhang Wenzi's muscles had suddenly hardened like steel, thwarting Ning Chuan's advance. Based on his initial assessment, the force of this palm sword should have rendered Zhang Wenzi temporarily incapacitated, perhaps even severing an arm. "I shall break every finger on your hand." Zhang Wenzi's gaze was dark and brooding. As the 4 gaping wounds on his shoulder ignited a searing pain, he advanced with heavy strides, his form cutting through the air like a fierce tiger unleashed. A cold smile crept upon Ning Chuan's lips as he flicked his fingers, shaking off the blood that had accumulated, and with a technique known as the Gale Step, he fearlessly surged forward to meet the oncoming assault. Chapter 18. The net is successfully cast. All wealth is certainly reclaimed. The clash between Ning Chuan and Zhang Wenzi erupted into a fierce melee, the air vibrating with a thunderous roar. As if on the verge of shattering, desks splintered and rose, and the glass windows shattered repeatedly. In this tumultuous exchange, Ning Chuan found himself at a disadvantage. His 1,000-bone slaughter technique was merely at the proficient level, and against the awakened Zhang Wenzi, who had reached the 7th tier, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. However, bolstered by the formidable defense of his 3rd layer of Vajra body, Ning Chuan would not succumb in the short term. In fact, when employing a strategy of exchanging injuries, he could even gain some advantage. "I shall see how much punishment you can endure." Zhang Wenzi's gaze turned fierce as he unleashed a vicious elbow strike, the bent elbow carving an arc through the air, accompanied by a sharp, piercing wind that underscored the tremendous power behind it. Iron Elbow Gun. C-Class Martial Art. Whoosh. The fierce wind rushed towards him, yet Ning Chuan remained composed, neither dodging nor evading. He raised his right arm and launched a punch towards Zhang Wenzi's abdomen. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Ning Chuan's right arm struck like a bolt of lightning, akin to a bowstring snapping. In the next instant, the speed of his punch surged dramatically, seemingly leaving behind an afterimage, and with a resounding thud, Zhang Wenzi's face flushed instantly. Lightning Fist. The second form of the 1,000-bone slaughter technique. With a single punch, it struck like a lightning bolt, akin to an arrow in flight, hence the name. Its defining characteristic is its swiftness. In the next moment, Zhang Wenzi's elbow strike connected with Ning Chuan. Boom. A golden flash flickered across Ning Chuan's chest, and amidst the sound reminiscent of metal clashing, he was abruptly sent flying backward, landing at the opposite end of the classroom, dust swirling around him. With a swift motion, Ning Chuan performed a graceful somersault and stood upright. The brief manifestation of the golden body had dissipated most of the force from Zhang Wenzi's strike. Ning Chuan regarded Zhang Wenzi and brushed the dust from his chest, expressing a hint of regret. I had intended to practice with you a little longer, but alas. Time is limited. We must conclude this swiftly. The spy device was merely one of his objectives. He had other desires as well. Time was of the essence. Anyone can talk nonsense. Zhang Wenzi sneered mockingly. However, his tone, compared to before, now bore a considerable weight of seriousness. In the class, aside from him, it seemed no one could rival Ning Chuan. Truly adept at concealing his capabilities, was he not? Ning Chuan merely smiled, offering no explanation. With a swift motion, he drew the silver-blooded war blade from behind his waist and strode towards Zhang Wenzi, the blade's tip scraping the ground, igniting a shower of sparks. Zhang Wenzi's expression shifted dramatically. Even in unarmed combat, he found himself at a disadvantage against Ning Chuan. If Ning Chuan unleashed the Thunder Slash, honed to perfection, there would be no chance for victory. Perhaps, if he had a weapon, he might stand a chance. However, today he had no intention of competing for the spy device. Having left his weapon at home, this felt unjust. Zhang Wenzi bellowed, but his words were drowned out by a thunderous roar. Boom. Ning Chuan initiated the Thunder Slash, a brilliant silver light erupting like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the dimly lit classroom shrouded in clouds. Within that radiance lay an icy sharpness. Zhang Wenzi's scalp tingled as he pushed his martial arts to the limit, desperately retreating. With a swift sound, several strands of hair were cleanly severed, drifting in the air. He barely evaded that strike. Boom. Ning Chuan, undeterred, surged forward, a thunderous energy erupting from within, channeling formidable strength into his arm, manifesting the blade's brilliance. Thunder Slash. The silver light flared once more, electric arcs slicing through the air. Cold sweat dripped from Zhang Wenzi's brow as he dared not confront the blade's lethal edge. He wished to flee, yet escape seemed impossible. With mastery over the Gale Step and the refined Thunder Slash, Ning Chuan's warblade could appear at any location within the confines of this classroom in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wenzi could only continue to evade. Bang! Ning Chuan seized the opportunity. Instead of striking with his blade, he lifted a foot and sent Zhang Wenzi flying. Though the rules of this selection match were few, they nonetheless prohibited fatal or crippling harm. The Flash Thunder Slash, with its overwhelming brilliance, was merely employed to force Zhang Wenzi into revealing vulnerabilities, allowing Ning Chuan to capitalize with his fists and feet. Before long, Zhang Wenzi's body was marred with bruises. Zhang Wenzi discerned Ning Chuan's strategy, yet dared not withstand the onslaught of the silver blood warblade. He had too much to lose. Defeat meant one of two fates, death or disability. Even though Ning Chuan would undoubtedly pay a price, it would be of little consequence. Opportunity. Ning Chuan's eyes gleamed. Under the pressure of the warblade, Zhang Wenzi exposed a significant opening. In a flash, Ning Chuan extended his left hand, fingers splayed, piercing the air and grasping Zhang Wenzi's arm. His entire left arm coiled around it like a constricting python, twisting savagely. The fourth form of the Thousand Bones killing art. The broken body python strike. Its name was formidable, and its power was equally immense. Once ensnared, it could shatter an enemy's bones. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Zhang Wenzi's arm succumbed. His right arm hung limply. Was it dislocated? Ning Chuan blinked in surprise, yet it was within the realm of expectation. After all, he had only awakened to the 5th tier, and his breathing technique was merely the ordinary bull's might. His arm lacked the necessary strength. Had he been of the same rank as Zhang Wenzi, that twist would have been sufficient to cause a shattering fracture in Zhang Wenzi's right arm. Hiss. The sudden dislocation of his arm caused Zhang Wenzi to gasp in pain, his defenses severely compromised. Bang, bang, bang. Ning Chuan utilized his hands and feet with fervor, delivering blows that left Zhang Wenzi sprawled on the ground, devoid of the strength to resist, gasping for breath, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, Ning Chuan crouched down, rummaging through Zhang Wenzi's clothing until he unearthed the spy device. Previously, despite my gentle persuasion, you chose to ignore me, and now you face this unwarranted beating. Yet, it has ultimately returned to my possession. Ning Chuan remarked with a smile. Do not revel in your triumph. This matter is far from over. Zhang Wenci glared at Ning Chuan, his gaze a mixture of frustration and indignation. Still so arrogant. Ning Chuan, unfazed, struck down with a fist, eliciting pained groans from Zhang Wenci. He continued to search Zhang Wenci's person, and soon, he discovered a test tube rack containing 3 vials of beast nutrient solution, which he casually stuffed into his pocket, declaring, "This loot is rather splendid. I graciously accept it." Upon witnessing this, Zhang Wenci was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "This is robbery." "Not to worry. I have disabled the surveillance in this building." Ning Chuan pondered briefly, choosing not to divulge Ma Hai, as he had given his word, albeit only regarding the surveillance matter. "You shall wait and see." Zhang Wenci, regaining his composure, regarded Ning Chuan with a series of cold chuckles, already concocting schemes to ensure that Ning Chuan in prison received a bar of soap. Ning Chuan casually pulled up a chair to sit, looking down at Zhang Wenci, and said with a grin, "Simply disabling the surveillance appears insufficient, does it not? Now you understand, but it is too late." Zhang Wenci, with a triumphant expression, laughed heartily. "Subjectively, you harbored the intent to commit robbery, and objectively, the act has already been established. Even if you were to return the beast nutrient solution to me, nothing would change. You shall still face imprisonment." He had perused the autobiography of a notorious criminal named Zhang San, from which he gleaned a considerable array of specialized legal terminology. Quite knowledgeable in the law, Ning Chuan chuckled softly, retrieving his phone to play the video he had just covertly recorded, saying, "Now, tell me, what crime has this man committed?" The video concluded swiftly, and the smile faded from Zhang Wenci's face, leaving him in silence. Ning Chuan, undeterred, continued to cast aspersions upon him, declaring, "In your quest to secure a position assisting the police, you have squandered 3 vials of the 100 Beasts nutrient solution, indicating a grander scheme at play. I surmise you intend to aid Zhao Weiping in his escape. Your visage resembles that of a ball traitor from our martial arts realm. How dare you call me a ball traitor?" Zhang Wenci could not help but curse, contemplating momentarily before sneering, "Stop struggling. Do you really believe the police will take your nonsense seriously?" "Since you are unperturbed by the police, allow me to rephrase," Ning Chuan replied, his smile unwavering as he calmly stated, "I shall disseminate this video, sending it to every individual at the school." What will ensue then? The esteemed student of class 15 in his final year, caught in an act of cheating. Hence, were his previous achievements also attained through deceit. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it cannot be retracted. Ultimately, the once prominent student Zhang Wenci shall be forever branded with the disgrace of Qingshan No. 1 High School. "You wouldn't dare?" Zhang Wenci shouted in desperation, struggling to rise. While it might be manageable for others to learn of this affair, as he would soon depart for university in another city in a few months, it was imperative that Su Yun remained oblivious. Although he possessed a greater cunning than his peers, he was still but a youth. "The mere thought of my persona crumbling in the eyes of my secret crush is utterly intolerable." Chapter 19. I swear I spoke no falsehood. Yet this does not hinder my ability to manipulate the situation to my advantage. Do not utter any harsh words to me. They shall not intimidate me. Ning Chuan patted Zhang Wenci on the shoulder, exerting a slight force to push him down to the ground, sneering, "As for the matter of the beast nutrient solution, consider it non-existent. Consequently, I shall refrain from disseminating this video indiscriminately. Otherwise, we shall all face the repercussions together." After a brief pause, Ning Chuan added, "Moreover, do not even think about hiring someone to steal my phone. I have already uploaded the video to the cloud and set it to be sent at a designated time, only I possess the authority to cancel it." "You're quite ruthless." Zhang Wenci gritted his teeth, showing no refusal, thus tacitly agreeing to Ning Chuan's terms. Subsequently, the conversation reached its conclusion, and silence enveloped them. Ning Chuan found himself at a loss for words, contemplating how to resume the dialogue. After a moment's thought, he raised his hand, clenched his fist, and struck downwards. Bang! He delivered another punch to Zhang Wenci. "Did I provoke you?" Zhang Wenci glared at Ning Chuan with fury. Ning Chuan remained expressionless, stating, "This is a lesson for you allowing Ma Hai to assault me." Zhang Wenci was taken aback, asking, "How did you know I was behind it?" He had shown little animosity towards Ning Chuan in class. "Oh, Ma Hai mentioned it to me directly." Ning Chuan unreservedly revealed Ma Hai's involvement, as he had not made any promises to keep it a secret. "That fellow, I must teach him a severe lesson." Zhang Wenci seethed with indignation. "I am more of a hindrance than a help. Patience, you shall have ample time in the future." Ning Chuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Therefore, you do not wish for me to mentor Lu Mingyue, correct? And what if I do?" Zhang Wenxi let out a cold snort and remarked, "Don't be so hostile." Ning Chuan, with a cheerful smile, responded, "I understand your mentality as a second-generation rich kid. You possess a psychological aversion to seeing other boys interact with the object of your affection. This matter can be negotiated." Zhang Wenxi promptly interrupted him, retorting irritably, "Affection for Lu Mingyue? Have you lost your mind? Lu Mingyue is my cousin." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan paused momentarily, puzzled, and inquired, "If she is your cousin, then why do you prevent me from guiding Lu Mingyue?" Zhang Wenxi, realizing he had misspoken, fell silent and offered no reply. "So that is the situation." Ning Chuan's gaze flickered with understanding. Lu Mingyue is not merely the daughter of the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Her background is quite significant. The Lu family is a prestigious household in Qingshan City, indeed a lineage that has thrived for a millennium. Zhang Wenxi's mother must also be a member of the Lu family. The machinations among the offspring of such families are boundless. Ning Chuan sighed, "This is fascinating." At these words, Zhang Wenxi's expression turned grim, and he coldly warned, "If you dare to speak of this matter, you will surely perish." The Federation is indeed a society governed by law, but certain powers inherently transcend the law. "I have no interest in the Lu family's affairs," Ning Chuan shrugged indifferently. "I maintain my stance. If you wish to prevent me from guiding Lu Mingyue, we can negotiate. As long as you are willing to pay a sufficient price. I am an orphan, weary of hardship. I only recognize profit, not individuals." With that, Ning Chuan rose, preparing to pressure Zhang Wenxi further, stating, "If you are uninterested in this matter, I shall take my leave. You may continue." Zhang Wenxi felt a stirring in his heart and hurriedly called out to Ning Chuan, "Let us first tally the accounts." A radiant smile spread across Ning Chuan's face as he resumed his seat, stating, "You are aware of the fee I charge for guiding Lu Mingyue, which is 3,000 yuan per hour. I dedicate 2 hours each day to this endeavor, amounting to 6,000 yuan and sometimes even more. With the college entrance examination just over 2 months away, my earnings from Lu Mingyue will be no less than 500,000 yuan." After uttering this sum, Ning Chuan cast a furtive glance at Zhang Wenxi, whose expression remained unchanged. Of course, 500,000 is hardly sufficient. Ning Chuan shifted his tone and continued, "That represents the income one would have earned regardless. If I cease my guidance of the lightning slash, it would undoubtedly offend Lu Mingyue. Therefore, you must compensate me with an additional 500,000, bringing the total to 1 million. Zhang Wenxi scoffed, his voice laced with derision. "Have you lost your senses in your pursuit of wealth?" Ning Chuan maintained his composure, replying with a smile, "By offering an extra 500,000, the progress of Lu Mingyue's lightning slash will stagnate, allowing you to reap profits tenfold, or even 100-fold. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wenxi responded, "There is only a total of 500,000. If you do not agree, so be it." Ning Chuan's heart raced with the desire to acquiesce immediately, for it was a risk-free venture, an opportunity for gain without investment. Nevertheless, he furrowed his brow, feigning dissatisfaction as he said, "I am risking offense to Lu Mingyue. Your compensation is already included in the 500,000. I understand her better than you do, and you can guide her for at most another month." Zhang Wenxi retorted with a cold smile, "Lu Mingyue must allocate sufficient time to advance to a formal warrior, otherwise, her prospects at Tsinghua University will be bleak." "Very well," Ning Chuan sighed, as if he had suffered a great loss. 50,000 it is. But you must transfer the funds immediately." Zhang Wenxi retrieved his phone, opened his online banking app, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke with a sinister tone. "Your abilities may indeed rival those of a 7th-tier awakened, but should you attempt to play both sides, you shall come to regret your existence in this world. Rest assured, I am not of that ilk," Ning Chuan declared with righteous fervor, raising his right arm in a solemn oath. "From this day forth, I shall no longer instruct Lu Mingyue in the Thunder Slash. Otherwise, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning." However, there was little he could do about it now. His work had concluded. Buzz. His phone vibrated slightly. A message from the bank confirmed that the 50,000 had been successfully transferred. Coupled with 3 vials of Beast Nutrition Serum, his fortune now exceeded 100,000. Ning Chuan felt a surreal sensation wash over him, as joy surged within him like a gushing spring. It was worth noting that just yesterday, he had been torn between selling a vial of Beast Nutrition Serum or consuming it. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chuan forced himself to regain composure. This was not the time for celebration. He had no qualms about acquiring a little more wealth. Displaying the spy device in his hand, he remarked with a smile, "This gadget has a chance of transforming into a ticket to the mountain and sea talent training camp. I ask for no more than the same price as Wei Bohu, 3 vials of beast nutrition serum. Of course, a direct online transfer is also acceptable. I am quite amenable to that." At his words, Zhang Wenxi's complexion turned a shade of green. Having stolen his spy device, he now audaciously sought to sell it back to him. Was there no legality in this matter? What of moral boundaries? How could one speak so recklessly of the mountain and sea talent training camp without knowledge? As he gathered his thoughts, Zhang Wenxi revealed a cold smile, disdainfully remarking. Ning Chuan remained unfazed. Having just extracted over $1 million from someone, he felt it necessary to exhibit some magnanimity. What? Is that place not as illustrious as it claims to be? No, the Shanghai Talent Training Camp is indeed formidable. Many official martial artists flock to it. Zhang Wenxi's eyes glinted with mockery as he continued. Thus, without possessing the pinnacle strength of the Ninth Awakening, entering would be tantamount to courting death. As the talented individuals congregated, there would leave one utterly obliterated. Ning Chuan casually retorted, "Then why did you purchase a spy device from Wei Bohu?" Zhang Wenxi snorted, a hint of pride in his tone. "I only wish to bring joy to Teacher Su during the selection competition. Do you not understand?" Ning Chuan fell silent, utterly astonished that Zhang Wenxi harbored such a motive. "You wish to make Teacher Su happy? How shameless, aspiring to be a favored disciple." Ning Chuan pointed accusingly at Zhang Wenxi and stormed off. Just to garner a bit more favor from Su Yun, he had spent 3 vials of beast nutritional solution. How wealthy must one be? The joy of his $1 million fortune had dissipated significantly. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Upon reaching the classroom door, he turned back. "I don't need your assistance. Our relationship is not that close." Seeing Ning Chuan return, Zhang Wenxi assumed he sought to offer support and maintained his unsavory demeanor. At that moment, he propped himself up on the chair where Ning Chuan had previously sat, attempting to rise, but his body trembled, appearing quite pathetic. "I did not come to help you." In a succinct and decisive response, Ning Chuan moved with agility, raised his hand, clenched his fist, and struck out. Bang! Bang! 2 dull thuds resonated in succession. Ning Chuan delivered a resounding blow to Zhang Wenxi, leaving both of his eyes swollen and bruised. "This is the consequence of flaunting wealth. Why did you hit me?" Zhang Wenxi lay on the ground, furiously shouting. "Don't blame me. To be honest, I am merely a tool, funded by Mahai. To turn you into a panda-eyed spectacle. I will ruin that brat." "Then, give it your all," Ning Chuan replied, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 20. The school bell takes the initiative to form a team at 11 in the morning. The selection competition concluded. All participating students were instructed to cease their struggles and return to the training ground for assembly, as announced through the loudspeaker by the principal. As Ning Chuan hurried toward the training ground, he reflected on his battle with Zhang Wenxi. That encounter provided him with a clearer understanding of his own strength. In unarmed combat, he still lagged somewhat behind those at the 7th awakening stage, unless he could elevate the 1,000-bone killing technique to a higher realm. Wielding a battle blade would almost enable him to overwhelm Zhang Wenxi. Of course, the reality was not as exaggerated. Primarily, Zhang Wenxi had been unarmed, rendering him unable to contend with the silver blood battle blade. In terms of genuine combat prowess, he could rank among the best at the 7th awakening stage within Qinshan No. 1 high school, though he still had some way to go before reaching the 8th awakening stage. However, that gap was not insurmountable. Ning Chuan glanced at the test tube rack in his hand, a confident smile gracing his lips. The 3 vials of beast nutrient solution were sufficient to propel him to the 6th awakening stage. He took one and drank it down in one motion. The mighty bull technique sensed the surge of energy, invigorating his spirit, with his training progress soaring by 1850. The mighty bull technique anticipated that the energy would be depleted in 28 hours. The mechanical synthesized voice continued to resonate. Ning Chuan felt a surge of joy within. As his strength increased, the time required to absorb a vial of beast nutrient solution diminished once more. In approximately 3 days, he will ascend to the 6th tier of awakening. Such velocity is truly astonishing. No one else could possibly achieve it. Setting aside the question of whether the absorption of energy can keep pace, merely overcoming the barriers of cultivation would typically require considerable time. However, Ning Chuan is unencumbered by such concerns. His strength, martial arts, and progress reach 100%, enabling a natural breakthrough. The concept of a bottleneck is foreign to him. Who is the 10th owner of the espionage device? Hurry to the stage. As Ning Chuan entered the training ground, he heard Zhou Wei urging him on. Here he comes. Ning Chuan waved his hand and swiftly ascended the platform. A glance at the other 9 students who had secured espionage devices revealed familiar faces, 5 at the 9th tier of awakening, 3 at the 8th, and 1 at the 7th. Upon spotting the last individual, a flicker of surprise crossed Ning Chuan's eyes. Wei Bohu, has this fellow managed to acquire 2 espionage devices? Ning Chuan pondered. Given his opponent's strength, it was certainly within the realm of possibility. Across from him, Wei Bohu noticed Ning Chuan and felt equally astonished. Shouldn't he be Zhang Wenxi? Zhou Wei interjected. Stop dawdling. Take your place at the end of the line. Understood. Ning Chuan moved to the rear of the queue. Wei Bohu turned his head towards Ning Chuan and inquired, where did you obtain your espionage device? Naturally, I acquired it from someone else, Ning Chuan replied casually. And who might that person be? Why do you wish to know? Upon hearing this, Wei Bohu furrowed his brow and ceased further questioning. Beneath the platform, the noise began to swell as many students recognized Ning Chuan due to his mastery of the subtle realms Thunder Slash. Ning Chuan is simply extraordinary. He has directly surged into the top 10 of his grade. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of luck. Do not be envious. The selection competition indeed differs from the arena battles. Possessing great strength does not guarantee the acquisition of the spy device. However, those who can seize the spy device must possess strength at least comparable to the high tiers of awakening. Goodness. Didn't Ning Chuan claim to be at the 4th tier of awakening? His combat power spans 3 levels. Many people are abuzz with discussions about Ning Chuan, their hearts filled with both envy and astonishment. Hearing the voices around her, Suyin gazed at Ning Chuan on the stage, her eyes reflecting disbelief. She understood well that the subtle realm of the Thunder Slash would at most allow Ning Chuan to dominate at the 6th tier of awakening, leaving a considerable gap to the 7th tier. Yet, to acquire the spy device, Ning Chuan's strength undoubtedly rivals that of the high tiers of awakening. Su Yun was certain in her heart. However, why is Ning Chuan's strength so formidable? Students who did not pass the selection could return, resuming classes as usual the following day, while those with serious injuries were to request sick leave from their homeroom teacher. A school leader dispersed the crowd below the stage. Zhou Wei approached, surveying Ning Chuan with keen interest, and inquired, "Are you at the 5th tier of awakening?" This man was a martial artist. A thought flickered in Ning Chuan's mind as he nodded and replied, "Yes, officer. Is there a problem?" "No, just a casual inquiry. The level of strength is inconsequential. Possessing a spy device is what matters," Zhou Wei stated expressionlessly. He was aware that towards the close of the selection competition, a spy device had been taken to building number 1, where the surveillance had failed. There was undoubtedly some intrigue at play. Nevertheless, he did not wish to delve deeper. It was merely a single spot, unworthy of wasting time over. All 10 of you, from left to right, familiarize yourselves with the person before and after you, and form a small team, Zhou Wei commanded. The school leader standing nearby elucidated the reasoning. During the search operation, a police officer would lead a small team, with 3 individuals acting in concert. I refuse to team up with Ning Chuan. He isn't even at the awakened high rank. His abilities are woefully inadequate, Wei Bohu exclaimed, visibly disgruntled. Unlike Zhang Wenxi, he participated in the selection solely for the prestigious Shanghai Genius training camp. With Ning Chuan's lackluster capabilities, he would merely hinder his progress. Nearby, Ning Chuan remained unfazed by the disparaging remarks. "What? Do you refuse to obey the order?" Zhou Wei's gaze shifted to Wei Bohu, sharp and penetrating, akin to twin bolts of lightning. Wei Bohu felt a tremor within and forced a chuckle. "It's not solely my preference. Ning Chuan doesn't wish to team up with me either. Isn't that right?" He turned his head, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Ning Chuan, the threat implicit in his demeanor. Ning Chuan furrowed his brow. He could understand Wei Bohu's reluctance to partner with him, given his seemingly low prowess. Thus, he had remained silent. However, it was utterly unreasonable for Wei Bohu to attempt to shift the blame onto him. His aversion towards Wei Bohu intensified sharply. "If you don't mind, I could switch partners with you." Ning Chuan was about to speak when a graceful girl interjected with a calm demeanor. Her hair, a delicate blend of light blue and green, danced gently as if twinkling like the starry sky. It was none other than Lu Mengyu, one of the 10 present. "Perfect," Wei Bohu eagerly agreed, his joy barely concealed. Luo Mingyue's companions are among the 3 who have awakened to the 8th tier, remarkably proficient, capable of contributing significantly while not overshadowing his accomplishments. Are there any further inquiries? Zhou Wei scanned the group of 10, his voice icy. If there are none, let us proceed. The group made their way out of the school. Luo Mingwei sought out Ning Chuan, offering a faint smile as she jested. So, you have reached the 5th tier? That was swifter than I anticipated. Having already sensed a bottleneck, coupled with 2 days of intensive training over the weekend. Ning Chuan shrugged, then turned to Luo Mingwei, speaking earnestly. I sincerely appreciate your intervention earlier. Luo Mingwei blinked her large eyes, a glimmer of cleverness revealing itself as she whispered. Others may be oblivious to your true prowess, but I am well aware. I certainly cannot overlook the potential of such a valuable ally. Ning Chuan chuckled silently. Meanwhile, Wei Bohu was engrossed in a conversation on his phone. Zhang Wenxi, what is your situation? Ning Chuan ambushed me, seized the spy device, and the 3 vials of beast nourishment I intended for you. Zhang Wenxi replied, that is your dilemma. Do not try to shirk responsibility. Wei Bohu typed back with a cold sneer. Although the Wei family's influence pales in comparison to the Lu family, he is the legitimate heir. Zhang Wenxi is merely the son of an external daughter of the Lu family. He felt no trepidation. You are overthinking. I am merely informing you out of goodwill that Ning Chuan possesses 3 dubious vials of beast nourishment. Zhang Wenxi's gaze was shrewd. His silence did not imply that he would let Ning Chuan off the hook. Furthermore, Ning Chuan had no background, merely an orphan. Wei Bohu cast a glance at Ning Chuan, feeling a flicker of interest. Indeed, it was worth a try. Soon, the group arrived outside the school and boarded a large police vehicle, heading towards the police station. Ning Chuan and Lu Mingwei occupied the last row. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Mingwei inquired, Ning Chuan, do you know who the chief of the police station in Qingshan City is? Not really, Ning Chuan replied casually, his gaze fixed on the dashboard ahead. The technological advancements in the martial arts realm surpassed those on Earth by a considerable margin. The police vehicle they were in effortlessly exceeded 300 miles per hour, with an ultimate speed nearing 600 miles. Lu Mingwei continued, the martial arts technique you practice is the Gale Step, correct? Yes, Ning Chuan nodded. The Gale Step, classified as an E-grade martial art, is widely recognized and often the first choice for many practitioners. It is quite renowned within the Federation, so it was no surprise that Lu Mingwei recognized it. Then you must know who its founder is. Lu Mingwei smiled. Gu Tianyu, Ning Chuan replied, suddenly realizing, he is the chief of the police station in Qingshan City? Would you like him to offer you some guidance? Lu Mingwei twirled a strand of her hair, smiling brightly as she said, Uncle Gu is a close friend of my father. He would certainly be willing to assist with such a small favor. Since you have mastered the Gale Step, perhaps Uncle Gu's insights could lead you to a breakthrough and help you reach the profound realm. Then I shall take your words as a good omen. Ning Chuan expressed his gratitude with a smile. Although his martial arts did not require external guidance, it would be impolite to refuse Lu Mingwei's offer. Just then, a mocking laughter emanated from the front row. Wei Bohu turned his head, his voice dripping with mockery, and said, some individuals, upon experiencing a moment of enlightenment, become so self-satisfied that they dare to utter such words as enlightenment without fearing the repercussions of their own audacity. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Wei Bohu truly deserved a lesson. Chapter 21. Under the spotlight, the Gale steps into enlightenment more than half an hour later at the Qingshan City Police Department. As Ning Chuan alighted from the vehicle, he spotted a throng of high school students gathered in a nearby open area, assisting the police in their search efforts, a sea of 300 to 400 individuals. This is why I contemplated selling the spy device, Ning Chuan muttered under his breath. With so many people moving in unison, the likelihood of apprehending Zhao Weiping was exceedingly slim. You all should head there to assemble, Zhou Wei instructed as he locked the car. Soon, officers will escort you. Lu Mingwei raised her hand and said, Officer Zhou, I would like to seek out Director Gu. Join me. Then, Zhou Wei did not decline. As the two entered a large building, Wei Bohu immediately called out to Ning Chuan, extending his hand with a commanding demeanor. Return what you took from me. Ning Chuan furrowed his brow. What are you referring to? Stop feigning ignorance. Wei Bohu scoffed. The beast nutritional solution you seized from Zhang Wenxi belongs to me. It was merely entrusted to Zhang Wenxi for safekeeping. Ning Chuan shook his head and replied earnestly. First, the only item I took from Zhang Wenxi was the spy device. Second, if your belongings were misplaced by Zhang Wenxi, shouldn't you be seeking him out? Your attempts to argue are futile. Wei Bohu retorted coldly. Zhang Wenxi did not yet possess the audacity to deceive him. Wei Bohu suddenly clenched his fist, producing a dull thud, and declared, If you do not hand over the beast nutrient solution, your fate will be dire. Ning Chuan gazed at Wei Bohu, astonished, and replied, "Are you threatening me? In the police station? It's good that you understand fear. What means do you possess? Enough with the nonsense. Just answer me." The corners of Wei Bohu's mouth curled into a cold smile as he menaced. "I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Next Monday marks the school's monthly examination. With my connections, a single word from me can ensure we are placed on the same platform. Punishment? Why not?" Ning Chuan fixed Wei Bohu with a penetrating gaze before turning to leave. "Your days are becoming increasingly precarious." Wei Bohu was momentarily taken aback by this remark, but soon his expression darkened. How dare Ning Chuan mock him? According to his original plan, this combination of threats and intimidation would have left Ning Chuan reeling. "Ning Chuan, just wait." Wei Bohu took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. Now was not the time for outbursts. Amidst the crowd, Ning Chuan soon spotted Lu Mingyue emerging from the building. Accompanying her was a thin, middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, clad in police uniform, with piercing eyes. "Director Gu is here," someone shouted, igniting a wave of excitement through the crowd. After all, he was a night-level martial artist, and there were few in Qingshan City. Lu Mingyue jogged into the throng, found Ning Chuan, and said with a wry smile, "Uncle Gu has agreed to the guidance, but it's not a private one-on-one session. That is more than sufficient. Thank you for your efforts." Ning Chuan replied with a smile. He had never paid much attention to the matter of guidance. "Dear students, welcome to the police station. On behalf of all the officers in Qingshan City, I express my gratitude to each of you for your bravery and willingness to assist in the search for the spy Zhao Weiping," Gu Tianyu said with a smile. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. "Director Gu, you are too kind. It is our duty." Many students responded with enthusiastic applause. Gu Tianyu raised his hand to calm them, saying, "You are the finest young talents of Qingshan City. I have little to impart. Let us demonstrate the Gale Step. As the creator of this martial art, I possess some insights worth sharing." Upon hearing this, the students erupted with excitement, quickly dispersing to provide Gu Tianyu with ample space to showcase his skills. Indeed, the Gale Step is classified as E-level martial arts, yet it holds its advantages, particularly in its low energy consumption. No one can guarantee they won't exhaust themselves. In such moments, lower-level martial arts might serve as a pivotal turnaround. Furthermore, there exists a correlation among martial arts, allowing for cross-disciplinary understanding. Mastering a lower-level martial art can expedite the learning of a corresponding higher-level one. With a swift motion, Gu Tianyu executed the Gale Step. In an instant, many students felt a gust of wind. This Gale Step was nothing short of mesmerizing. Ning Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Although Gu Tianyu's speed did not surpass his own, the fluidity of his movements was unparalleled, devoid of any hint of hesitation. It is essential to note that whether walking slowly or running swiftly, there is always a brief moment of pause when the foot strikes the ground, albeit for varying durations. Gu Tianyu, however, exhibited no such pauses. His strides were as smooth as molten chocolate. It seemed as if he did not merely harness the gale. He himself was the tempest. As the Gale Step discerned the profound power of the wind, it entered a state of enlightenment, causing his cultivation speed to soar. Progress increased by 40. Progress increased by 35. The Gale Step accumulated sufficiently, reaching the subtle realm. Cold notifications echoed one after another. Simultaneously, a torrent of insights flooded his mind, overwhelming Ning Chuan to the point of distraction. Subconsciously, he stepped into the arena, commencing the Gale Step to better assimilate these revelations. Gu Tianyu caught a glimpse of Ning Chuan. In the next moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He distinctly sensed that the youth's Gale Step was advancing at an astonishing pace. What has happened to this fellow? Has he attained enlightenment? The onlooking students also noticed Ning Chuan. With some chuckling, exclaimed, "Wow, this performance truly signifies enlightenment. What a remarkable talent from which school?" Judging by the uniform, it's Qingshan No. 1 High School. A key institution, no wonder he is so impressive. Lu Mingyue gazed at Ning Chuan, disbelief flickering in her beautiful eyes. Her earlier jest about Ning Chuan's enlightenment was merely playful banter. Her hope that Uncle Gu would guide him was meant to inspire some insights. Little did she expect her words to manifest. Not far away, Wei Bohu stood amidst the crowd. His expression darkened. The Gale Step accumulated sufficiently, elevating him to the expert realm. A notification resonated in his mind. Subsequently, Ning Chuan's comprehension of the Gale Step deepened once more. With each movement of his feet, a newfound fluidity emerged, hinting at a transformation into a tempest. Is he still in a state of enlightenment? The sensation evoked by his gale step is not dissimilar to that of Director Gu. I am utterly envious, having perceived nothing. Many students engaged in fervent discussions. Gu Tianyu also halted his steps, his gaze fixed upon Ning Chuan, glimmering with a hint of admiration. As a night-level martial artist, he possesses profound insight into the concept of enlightenment. This phenomenon cannot be forced, it is contingent upon fortune. However, the prerequisite for such fortune is that one's comprehension must be sufficiently elevated. Lu Mingyue approached quietly, whispering, "Uncle Gu, this is the Ning Chuan I mentioned." His thunder slash also resulted from a moment of enlightenment, allowing him to break through 3 realms in succession, advancing from the foundational to the subtle realm. At merely over 10 years of age, he has achieved enlightenment twice. A sense of astonishment welled up within Gu Tianyu. This youth possesses an astonishingly high martial arts comprehension. Chapter 22, Am I now qualified to speak of enlightenment? Progress increased by 10. Progress increased by 9. The moment of enlightenment for the Gale step has concluded. Current realm, expert, progress 99. Ning Chuan came to a halt, standing upright. The notification sounds continued to resonate in his mind. To ascend to the perfect realm, one must experience enlightenment and shatter the barriers of one's realm. The Gale step has yet to achieve enlightenment, making a breakthrough impossible for now. Ning Chuan blinked. His luck appeared rather unfortunate, just 1% shy. It seems there exists a threshold in the transition from expert to perfect in martial arts. Regaining his composure, Ning Chuan began to analyze inwardly. Perhaps there exists a bottleneck. Mere routine practice will not suffice. Enlightenment is essential. Regarding the nature of enlightenment, Ning Chuan harbored some vague conjectures, namely, that it involves engaging with concepts of a similar but more advanced nature within martial arts. For instance, the lightning slash perceives the essence of lightning, and this time, the Gale step has discerned the power of the wind. Regrettably, such an encounter bears a resemblance to the insights found within the silver blood battle blade, existing within the confines of sudden enlightenment. Director Gu's mastery of wind power has only enabled me to reach the pinnacle of the expert realm. Otherwise, I could have requested him to demonstrate it once more. Ning Chuan felt a profound sense of regret. His Gale step, at the expert realm's limit, appeared to be a mere 1% away from perfection. In reality, it was a chasm of misunderstanding. The 6 realms of martial arts are foundational, proficient, adept, subtle, expert, and perfect. Among these, the expert realm represents the highest level attainable by a typical practitioner. The perfect realm is devoid of any flaw and is often only achievable by the creators of martial arts. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. A round of applause jolted Ning Chuan from his reverie. He lifted his gaze to see Gu Tianyu approaching with a smile, clapping his hands. "Thank you, Director Gu," Ning Chuan said with a slight bow. Gu Tianyu replied with a smile, "Your ability to achieve sudden enlightenment is due to your own talent. I cannot claim undue credit. Without your demonstration of the Gale step, I would not have attained such insight," Ning Chuan said sincerely. Gu Tianyu ceased to be modest and, after a brief pause, remarked solemnly, "If I am not mistaken, your Gale step has already reached the zenith of the expert realm." Indeed, Ning Chuan nodded in affirmation. As the words left his lips, astonishment rippled through the crowd. The expert realm is comprised of the foremost individuals in a particular field. The very naming of this realm attests to its significance. Many have devoted years to the arduous practice of martial arts without attaining this level. Even an E-rank martial art represents an extraordinary accomplishment. Gu Tianyu pondered for a moment and said to Ning Chuan, "If your Gale step reaches perfection one day, do come find me. I shall impart a martial art to you." "Thank you, Director Gu." Ning Chuan felt a surge of joy within. The martial arts taught by a night-level warrior must be at least A-ranked. The surrounding students were envious once more. Subsequently, Gu Tianyu engaged in further conversation with the students before returning to the building. Ning Chuan scanned the area, locating Wei Bohu, and strode over. "Am I now qualified to speak of enlightenment?" Ning Chuan feigned confusion. Wei Bohu had instigated trouble repeatedly, and he would not endure it silently. Merely having awakened to the 9th stage, he had not yet reached a level capable of overpowering him. Wei Bohu's expression darkened instantly, coldly asserting, "The Gale step is merely E-ranked martial arts. Even at the expert level, it lacks strength. A B-ranked body technique mastered to perfection can easily rival it." "Indeed." Ning Chuan nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on Wei Bohu, and smiled. With such confidence in your tone, you must possess a mastered B-ranked body technique. Why not demonstrate it for me? Wei Bo's face stiffened. Mastering martial arts is no simple feat. It requires arduous training. B-ranked martial arts present an even greater challenge. He had toiled for years just to barely elevate a B-ranked fist technique to the level of mastery. With a cold snort, Wei Bohu replied, "Even without a B-ranked martial art, defeating you poses no challenge. Let us settle this in the monthly examination arena." "I believe you," Ning Chuan stated candidly. This declaration momentarily took Wei Bohu aback. "Your belief is inconsequential," Wei Bohu retorted angrily. Ning Chuan chuckled and continued, "But can your fist surpass the speed of sound?" Wei Bohu's expression turned disdainful. Only a night-level warrior could produce a sonic attack. Clearly, Ning Chuan was merely spouting nonsense. "It seems you are incapable, which brings me relief," Ning Chuan remarked as he patted his chest nonchalantly. Wei Bohu furrowed his brows and retorted, "What do you mean? Your punching speed is surely slower than my verbal concession. So how do you intend to strike me?" Ning Chuan, puzzled, responded, "Do you not comprehend? It appears your understanding of physics leaves much to be desired. With the college entrance examination approaching, this is unacceptable. Allow me to clarify. Anything that does not exceed the speed of sound cannot outrun it. Do you grasp that?" With a chuckle, Lu Mingwei could no longer contain her laughter at Ning Chuan's earnest explanation. At this level, it was evident he was a master of verbal combat. Laughter erupted from those nearby. Wei Bohu's face flushed with alternating shades of green and red. After casting a fierce glare at Ning Chuan, he squeezed through the crowd and strode away. "Your words were excessively cutting, practically treating Wei Bohu as if he were simple-minded," Lu Mingwei remarked, observing Ning Chuan with amusement. Ning Chuan shrugged and replied, "What can I say? He was looking for trouble, and I merely offered him a lesson. By the way, I have yet to congratulate you on your recent epiphany." Lu Mingwei responded, "Thank you, but it's a mixed blessing." "What has transpired?" Ning Chuan inquired. "I am but a step away from perfection. Being neither here nor there is quite vexing. I would rather not have this insight at all." Lu Mingwei, "Why have you fallen silent?" "I should not have mocked Wei Bohu." The two continued their light-hearted banter. Soon after, the police officers leading the team arrived, their strides firm and expressions solemn, dispelling the relaxed atmosphere of the scene. "Li Haoran, Han Yu, come with me. Wan Chuxue, Wang Wu, I am your team leader. Assemble here." The students on site began to move. Ning Chuan also spotted the team leader among the police, raising his eyebrows slightly. It was a familiar face, Zhou Wei. Ning Chuan glanced at Lu Mingwei. Zhou Wei, who had attained the status of a formal warrior, was undoubtedly due to Lu Mingwei's influence. In the police force of Qingshan City, those who had awakened were primarily at the 8th and 9th levels. "Let us get in the car. We can discuss any issues on the way." Zhou Wei led the two into a 4-seater police vehicle. After traveling for over 10 kilometers, the trio arrived at a colossal shopping plaza in Qingshan City. The area was bustling and vibrant, filled with throngs of people, with shops lined up next to each other, all lavishly decorated. Ning Chuan recalled visiting this place several times before. Zhou Wei pointed ahead, saying, "This is the area we are responsible for searching." "Is Zhao Weiping here?" Lu Mingwei asked, perplexed. Zhou Wei explained, "All entrances and exits of Qingshan City are equipped with checkpoints. If Zhao Weiping wishes to survive, he can only flee into the wilderness. To traverse the wild, he will undoubtedly require a substantial amount of supplies. He may come here to procure them. Our task is to locate him when he arrives." "Just the three of us?" Ning Chuan expressed his astonishment. The shopping plaza before them spanned several thousand square meters and was situated in a prime location, teeming with people. The estimated daily foot traffic exceeded 100,000. Zhou Wei reassured him, "This is not an issue. All the surveillance here has been integrated into the police department's web system. The moment Zhao Weiping shows his face, he will be identified. Of course, Zhao Weiping is not foolish. He will employ disguises." Zhou Wei handed over 2 earpieces. Wearing the headset, "The artificial intelligence of the network will inform us of the whereabouts of customers whose identities cannot be detected. We simply need to approach and ascertain their identities. Individuals who wear masks or have undergone excessive cosmetic procedures are, after all, a minority, and the three of us are more than capable of handling this task." Zhou Wei spoke calmly. Ning Chuan and Lu Mingwei adjusted their headsets accordingly. After a brief pause, noticing that no further questions arose, Zhou Wei stated, "Since there are no additional inquiries, let us familiarize ourselves with this area and become acquainted with the surroundings." Understood. Chapter 23. The The real and the false spy time swiftly slipped by over the course of several days. The spring rain in Qingshan City fell intermittently, refusing to relent. The heavy clouds imparted a sense of oppression. Even the foot traffic in the shopping plaza significantly diminished. What kind of situation is this? Ning Chuan leaned against a street tree within the plaza, idly observing the fine rain that fell like cow hair. Over these past few days, Zhao Weiping had been unable to apprehend any targets. Either they donned masks due to illness, or their cosmetic alterations were so pronounced that the network system could not recognize them. It hardly resembled cooperation with the police. It bore no distinction from the duties of the shopping plaza security. The sole benefit had been a few contact details passed along by some attractive white-collar workers. Should it become unbearable, he could always catch a brief respite in the police car. Zhou Wei approached, holding a black umbrella. Everything is fine. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with clarity, showing no signs of fatigue. This morning, he had ascended to the 6th tier of awakening. His physique was robust. And several days without sleep posed no issue. Individuals like Zhou Wei, being formal martial artists, could endure for 10 days or even half a month without rest when pushed to their limits. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent sounds erupted from the headset. The artificial intelligence in question is not from Luo Wang. It lacks emotional capabilities. The voice belongs to an operator from the police station. Attention all officers. At the western entrance of the second ring road around Qingshan City, Zhao Weiping has forcefully breached the checkpoint and is heading towards Wanli Qingshan. The vehicle model is a white F-230 Mustang. Nearby officers proceed immediately to intercept. To reiterate, Zhao Weiping has breached the checkpoint. Ning Chuan removed his earbud and glanced at Zhou Wei with a resigned smile. It seems my work here is done. With the police station's preparations, Zhao Weiping will certainly not escape once he shows his face. Would you care to join me for a look? Taking the earbud, Zhou Wei grinned. As Zhao Weiping is about to be apprehended, his pressure significantly alleviated. Ning Chuan shook his head. The western entrance of the second ring road is several dozen miles away by the time we reach the scene. The apprehension operation will likely have concluded. Beside them, Lu Mingyue remarked, I shall not go either. Then farewell, and perhaps another time. I'll treat you both to a meal. After exchanging polite words, Zhou Wei drove away. Ning Chuan, what will you do now head home? Lu Mingyue inquired, gazing at the police car disappearing into the rain. Ning Chuan replied, yes, I'm going to buy some beast meat and then return. While beast meat is somewhat inferior in nutritional value compared to the nutrient solution from the beast camp, it is far more economical, offering better cost-effectiveness for him. I shall accompany you, as I too am headed to the butcheress. Ning Chuan could not help but be somewhat astonished. Why the surprise? I am not a delicate young lady who has never lifted a finger in her life. Lu Mingyue cast a glance and said, I have a keen interest in culinary arts and hold a beginner's chef certificate. After the college entrance examination, I plan to advance my skills further. Haha, let us go. Why does this rain persist? The butcher shop was not far away, and as they walked and chatted, they soon arrived. Due to the rain, there was only one customer inside. Perhaps due to the pungent odor of raw meat, the customer wore a tightly fitted mask, selecting various pieces of beast meat at the counter. Upon seeing the mask, Lu Mingyue instinctively remarked, Sir, I am with the police department. Please remove your mask and present your identification. Just a few days, and already she had developed a professional habit. Ning Chuan was about to make a jest when he noticed the customer turning around and removing the mask. The familiar face left Ning Chuan utterly astonished, as he swiftly gripped the handle of his silver blade. Tianwu spy, Zhao Weiping. You are. Zhao Weiping's visage had appeared on television numerous times, and the butcher shop owner immediately recognized him. Just as he opened his mouth, Zhao Weiping struck with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed as the butcher's head was crushed into his chest, resulting in a gruesome death. The two security guards in the shop reacted swiftly, drawing their firearms to shoot. Thud, thud. Two dull sounds rang out. The awakened high-ranking security guards fell to the ground instantly, each with a sharp meat cleaver lodged in their hearts. Blood stained the floor. Ning Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. He had not caught a glimpse of how Zhao Weiping had thrown those two cleavers. This implied that had Zhao Weiping aimed at him earlier, he would now be the one with a blade in his heart. The police department's intelligence was erroneous. Zhao Weiping's injuries were not as severe as they seemed. An informal martial artist is not to be underestimated. Moreover, wasn't it said that Zhao Weiping was fleeing in a vehicle? A chill swept through Ning Chuan's heart. Meanwhile, on a certain stretch of highway in Qingshan City, dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, thick and heavy, akin to layers of dense ink. A white SUV tore through the curtain of rain, resembling a roaring beast, its speed exceeding 500 kilometers per hour. In hot pursuit were dozens of police cars, closing the distance relentlessly, their performance vastly superior. Police Chief Gu Tianyu fixated on the white SUV ahead, a flicker of mild confusion crossing his gaze. Zhao Weiping possessed formidable reconnaissance skills. Why resort to such a clumsy escape? Capturing him would yield all the answers. The momentary doubt was swiftly dismissed as Gu Tianyu flung open the door of the speeding vehicle. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. When he reappeared, he stood atop the SUV, 100 meters away, undeterred by the raging winds that failed to disturb his stance. Gu Tianyu raised his hand like a blade and struck downward with force. Boom! A streak of azure wind sliced through the air, nearly 10 feet long, cleaving the white SUV in two. The might of a knight is insurmountable. The vehicle crashed onto the road, igniting a shower of sparks. Gu Tianyu extended his hand, swiftly extracting the driver from the driver's seat. The face was identical to Zhao Weiping's, yet the eyes were vacant, akin to a marionette under someone else's control. Zhao Weiping, I hereby declare you under arrest. Before he could finish, Gu Tianyu sensed something amiss. With a subtle exertion of his hand, boom, Zhao Weiping's corporeal form disintegrated, transforming into a scattering of crimson light, dissipating completely in the rain. The only remnants left are a few articles of clothing. A sudden realization struck Gu Tianyu. Damn it. This is a diversion. At the shopping plaza, in the butcher's shop, I had thought all the police had vacated the city. Zhao Weiping's voice bore a hint of resignation. No, judging by your ages, you must be high school students assisting the police. One awakened at the 6th stage. The other at the 9th stage, especially this girl, who is quite exceptional among her peers. Has Ning Chuan ascended to the 6th stage of awakening? Lu Mingyue was astonished. Just a few days ago, hadn't Ning Chuan only reached the 5th stage? However, the current situation clearly did not warrant such inquiries. Why can't one simply choose to live? Must one court death and compel me to waste my time eliminating you? Zhao Weiping's expression turned cold as he struck again. With a whoosh, the air surged violently, aimed directly at Lu Mingyue's forehead. He intended to eliminate this 9th stage awakened girl first. Lu Mingyue desperately leaned back, narrowly evading the blow aimed at her head. Yet, her chest lay exposed, a desperate struggle ensued. Zhao Weiping's gaze remained impassive. His strike drew upon primal energy. Even a blow to the chest would be insurmountable for someone at the 9th stage of awakening. Just as he was about to connect with Lu Mingyue's chest, a thunderous boom. A bolt of blue and purple lightning erupted from her chest, slicing through the air with terrifying force. Zhao Weiping's expression shifted dramatically. The lightning protective suit, produced by the Federal Technology Institute, worth 500,000, capable of emitting 100,000 volts of electricity. Most martial artists would be unable to withstand it, famously dubbed the womanizer's nemesis. Zhao Weiping, as a spy, was naturally ruthless and merciless. When he realized evasion was impossible, he pressed his tongue against his teeth and forcefully continued his strike. Bang! The shockwave surged like a tangible force, wreaking havoc in all directions. Nearby tables and chairs were sent flying, crashing against the walls and shattering into fragments, illustrating the intensity of the collision. Ning Chuan was also swept away by the force, breaking through a floor-to-ceiling window and landing on the sidewalk outside. Fortunately, due to his training in the diamond body technique, his physique was sturdy and he sustained no injuries, though his school uniform was marred by several cuts from the glass. However, Lu Mingyue was not as fortunate. Enduring the brunt of the blow, she was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the center of the street several dozen meters away, her chest slightly concaved as she coughed up blood. Inside the shop, Zhao Weiping was not faring well either. His body trembled, electric arcs flickering around him. Boom! A flash of lightning pierced through the leaden clouds. The rain intensified. Chapter 24, Blood Battle in the Rain, live broadcast. Little girl, how do you wish to die? Zhao Weiping regained his composure and stepped into the rain, his complexion ashen. According to his original plan, he intended to silently eliminate the individuals in the butcher shop, seize sufficient supplies, and stealthily slip into the wilderness. Clearly, that was no longer feasible. The commotion had drawn the attention of many. He could only hide once more. Most critically, his injuries had worsened due to the chain reaction triggered by the 100,000-volt lightning, significantly diminishing his combat capability. His current strength had plummeted, leaving him far from the threshold of a formal martial artist, though still superior to an awakened individual. Yet, with such diminished power, Escaping from Qingshan City would prove exceedingly difficult. You are a third-tier martial artist. Lu Mingyue was continuously coughing, lying on the ground unable to rise, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex interplay of despair and fear. Zhao Weiping, astonishingly, had not been felled by the 100,000-volt lightning. In the realm of martial artists, there are 9 ranks, with the first being the beginning and the 9th representing the pinnacle. Each ascension signifies a monumental enhancement. Answer correctly, and I shall reward you with death. Zhao Weiping's killing intent was palpable as he raised his right hand, aiming to strike Lu Mingyue down in one blow. The air howled with fierce wind. Should that punch land, Lu Mingyue's head would shatter like a crushed watermelon. This was precisely the outcome Zhao Weiping desired, for only then could he vent the fury within his heart. With a thud, Lu Mingyue, terrified, closed her eyes tightly. At the sound of collision, her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Yet, to her astonishment, nothing had transpired. She was still alive, her consciousness intact. Hastily, she opened her eyes to behold a slender battle knife hovering half a meter above her, marred with cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering, yet firmly bracing against Zhao Weiping's fist. Ning Chuan had intervened. As he faced Zhao Weiping, Ning Chuan's heart raced with anxiety. He was uncertain why he felt compelled to save Lu Mingyue. Perhaps it was the realization that fleeing would only lead to pursuit. Perhaps it was the simple desire to save a life, or perhaps it was the thought of claiming a reward for taking Zhao Weiping's head. Rescuing a damsel in distress? Zhao Weiping raised an eyebrow in surprise. The 100,000-volt lightning had inflicted significant injury upon him, exacerbating the hidden wounds from his earlier escape. Yet it was not sufficient to deter someone at the 6th rank of awakening. Let alone the 6th, even the 9th rank of awakening could not withstand his wrath. If he unleashed his fury, disregarding his injuries, he could extinguish her life in mere seconds. Ning Chuan suppressed the tension within his heart and smiled. No. This girl is a well-known heiress at our school. If I save her, I am certain to receive a substantial reward. Of course, Brother Zhao. If you are willing to give me 200,000, I'll turn around and leave. Ning Chuan grinned. Cash or online transfer, Brother Zhao, I am amenable to either. He engaged in idle chatter, attempting to buy himself some time. The 3 of them stood in the middle of the street, and many passers-by had undoubtedly taken notice, likely alerting the authorities. However, too many police officers had been diverted by the fake Zhao Weiping, making it unlikely for them to arrive here soon. A clever tactic to prolong the situation. Zhao Weiping let out a cold sneer, dripping with sarcasm. Suddenly sensing the impending danger, Ning Chuan unleashed a thunderous force within him, taking the initiative to strike first. Lightning slash. The silver blood battle blade swung forth, transforming into a dazzling silver beam that cleaved through the ring, striking towards Zhao Weiping with the speed of lightning. The precision of his blade work was remarkable, showcasing a skill of considerable caliber. It seems your talent is not inferior to that of the girl. Zhao Weiping's tone carried a hint of surprise. The next moment, a flash of red light appeared beneath his left foot as he unleashed his elemental force, propelling himself swiftly to the side by half a meter, effortlessly evading the incoming silver blood battle blade. Die. Seizing the opportunity while Ning Chuan's blade had yet to retract, Zhao Weiping slightly curled his fingers, the red elemental force condensing into a half-foot-long claw that he viciously swung towards Ning Chuan's throat, creating a thunderous roar in the air. Ning Chuan could only retreat, desperately employing the gale step, his figure seemingly transforming into a whirlwind, causing raindrops to scatter. With a swish, Ning Chuan narrowly dodged the elemental claw that had been conjured, escaping just in time. 5 crimson scars flickered into view. As he felt the searing pain, Ning Chuan's heart turned to ice. The 3rd level of the diamond body seemed utterly futile against the force of his opponent, akin to paper before a tempest, offering no resistance whatsoever. Had it not been for his mastery of the gale step reaching the pinnacle of expertise, Zhao Weiping's grasp could have easily severed his head from his body. This battle was starkly different from his previous encounters with Ma Hai and Zhang Wenxi. Defeat here meant death, complete annihilation. The weight of despair hung heavily in the air. Boom. The torrential rain intensified, its chill lashing down upon Ning Chuan. In that moment, a profound terror surged within him, akin to a dam bursting, flooding his very soul. The dread of life and death was palpable. He was no exception. Breathless, Ning Chuan maintained a stoic expression, inhaling deeply, the coldness of the rain seeping into his lungs, suppressing his fear. At this juncture, fearing death was futile. It would only hasten his demise. Only calmness, composure, and poise could ensure his survival. The level of his agility was astonishing. Across from him, Zhao Weiping, momentarily stunned by his missed grasp, soon revealed a cruel smirk. To eliminate a talent such as yourself would surely grieve the Federation. You will not succeed, Ning Chuan retorted coldly, his silver-blooded battle knife poised defiantly before him. Zhao Weiping. A traitor to the Federation, you should surrender. Just then, several well-meaning passers-by rushed to his aid. Zhao Weiping caught a glimpse of them from the corner of his eye, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Weiping's figure flickered, and soon, the street bore witness to several lifeless bodies, their forms washed by the frigid rain. The other would-be rescuers halted in their tracks, their faces paling in terror at the sight. Do not approach. Everyone, leave this place. Ning Chuan spoke coldly. Although martial arts flourished in the Federation, with everyone practicing combat skills, most individuals, after a day's work, would neglect their training. The majority of the populace possessed only mid-level awakening abilities. To assist in battle would merely invite disaster. They would not only be of no help, but would also hinder his ability to maneuver. Take care, young brother. A middle-aged man stammered, hastily retreating with the other bystanders. Zhao Wei did not pursue, but instead swiftly turned, charging towards Ning Chuan. In the grand scheme of the two planets, the lives of 1,000 ordinary individuals could not compare to that of a single genius. Attack! Ning Chuan brandished his blade, plunging into the fray. The air was thick with the aura of impending violence amidst the rain. At that moment, at the western end of the shopping plaza, a van slowly came to a halt, its surface emblazoned with the logo of Qingshan City Television. How unfair. Sisterly gets to report on the police capturing Zhao Weiping, while I am left to brave the rain broadcasting about the culinary delights of the shopping plaza, complained a young woman in her 20s from the passenger seat. Her makeup was modest, yet her natural beauty shone through, her large eyes still holding a hint of youthful innocence. The middle-aged man, serving as her part-time driver, chuckled reassuringly. Ersui, you've only just begun your career. With a bit of perseverance, you'll surely find your moment. I have been waiting for over 6 months. When will I finally report a significant story? Wang Ersui grumbled as she stepped out of the vehicle. As she lifted her gaze, she was met with the sight of a large crowd fleeing the shopping plaza in terror. She quickly grabbed hold of someone to inquire about the situation. Zhao Weiping has been spotted in the shopping plaza, rampaging. Several people have already died, and a young man is currently engaged in battle with him. Wang Ersui was taken aback upon hearing this. The station did not claim that Zhao Weiping was fleeing on the highway, did it? In the next moment, she snapped back to reality. Regardless of the reason, this was monumental news. Wang Ersui, disregarding the need for an umbrella, pulled the cameraman and dashed into the shopping plaza. After running several hundred meters, two figures engaged in a fierce struggle emerged in sight. Begin the live broadcast, Wang Ersui exclaimed, producing a microphone and addressing the cameraman. Chapter 25. At the brink of life and death, utterly perfect. This is Wang Ersui from Qingshan Television, reporting at 1:30 p.m., March 24th, Federal Time. Zhao Weiping, a spy from the Tianwu realm, has committed a heinous act in broad daylight, ruthlessly killing several civilians. A brave youth is valiantly attempting to thwart Zhao Weiping with a knife. The identity of the youth remains unknown for the time being, but his school uniform clearly identifies him as a student of Qingshan City's No. 1 middle school. Standing in the rain, Wang Ersui reported loudly. A few dozen meters behind, Ning Chuan was locked in a life-and-death struggle with Zhao Weiping, their weapons clashing ferociously, splattering rainwater everywhere. The camera captured this scene vividly, streaming it live. In the broadcasting department of Qingshan City Television, a middle-aged director, lounging with his legs crossed, caught sight of the footage being transmitted back and erupted in fury. What is Wang Ersui doing? Wasn't she supposed to cover culinary topics? The next moment, upon fully grasping the content of Wang Ersui's report, the director jolted upright, tumbling from his chair. Don't help me. Hurry and notify the station chief, he shouted, disregarding the pain in his backside. That is incorrect. It is already too late. I shall take charge of this matter and broadcast Wang Ersui's live feed across all channels of the station. What are you waiting for? Act immediately. Within a minute, all 17 channels of Qingshan Television echoed with the same urgent announcement. In an instant, millions of viewers were drawn to the unexpected live broadcast. Mom, stop washing the dishes and come watch the television. Sisterly, just turn on the TV, all channels are airing it. A young man is single-handedly battling spies from the Tianwu realm. Those who learned of this event promptly notified their friends, family, and colleagues through various means. The viewer count surged with astonishing speed. The live footage was also shared online, expanding its reach even further. Many students from Qingshan No. 1 High School witnessed the event. Isn't that a student from our school? I know him, Ning Chuan, a senior adept in the nuanced realm of Flash Thunder Slash. It seems that the one collapsing in the rain, coughing blood, is President Liu. As the principal, I must send our fastest teacher over immediately. On a certain section of the Ring Road, Director Gu, we have located Zhao Weiping's whereabouts. Where? A police officer handed over his mobile phone. Gu Tianyu glanced at it, particularly noting the girl on the ground, bloodied. His expression shifted. Lu Mingyue and Ning Chuan cannot hold on much longer. Immediately contact the commander of the Federal 27th Army and deploy the aerial mechs. At the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, Yuer, with a thunderous roar, a thick wall on the top floor was obliterated in an explosive blast. A tall silhouette crashed against the wall, darting away in the blink of an eye. Now several hundred meters distant, waves of white energy surged forth from its surface, heralding the imminent breach of the sound barrier. The foremost warrior of Qingshan City, Lu Zhan, the Pinnacle Knight. In an instant, this live broadcast from the shopping plaza stirred a multitude of reactions, capturing countless attentions. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the torrential rain, Ning Chuan gritted his teeth, desperately executing the lightning slash. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the female reporter, yet her words were utterly inaudible. The pressure exerted by Zhao Weiping was overwhelming, leaving no room for distraction. Every fiber of his being was devoted to the battle at hand. Nevertheless, he found himself significantly outmatched. Zhao Weiping's physical prowess far surpassed his own, reaching a level of sheer dominance. Moreover, Zhao Weiping wielded primal energy, his assault terrifying, rendering even the third layer of the diamond body nearly insufficient for defense. Suddenly, Ning Chuan, caught off guard, felt the primal energy claws of Zhao Weiping slice deeply across his chest, blood gushing forth, only to be washed away by the relentless rain. The exposed wound, over 10 centimeters long, revealed muscle that appeared pale and ghastly due to the downpour. Such wounds adorned Ning Chuan's body, numbering in the dozens. At this moment, all of it was being recorded clearly by the nearby camera. What was the police department doing? Why had they not yet arrived? How could a mere child be left to confront such a fiend? Viewers of the live stream felt a mix of outrage and sympathy. Ning Chuan's youthful handsomeness only deepened the audience's compassion. Many women covered their mouths, tears glistening in their eyes, hearts heavy with sorrow. On site, Wang Ershui was eager to rush in and offer assistance. The camera operator forcefully seized her arm, sternly admonishing, "Do not act foolishly. As a seventh-tier awakened individual who has long been away from combat, you would not withstand even a single blow. Your sole responsibility is to fulfill your role as a journalist." "Yes." Wang Ershui choked back tears in response. "I am Wang Ershui, a reporter for Qingshan Television. As you can see, the current situation is far from optimistic. The boy with the knife is at a disadvantage and could lose his life at any moment. Nevertheless, I firmly believe he can turn the tide." Many viewers at home clasped their hands, anxiously praying for Ning Chuan. Yet, reality proved to be merciless. Their prayers were in vain. Bang! Ning Chuan was sent flying dozens of meters away, as if struck by a speeding car. When he hit the ground, a resounding thud echoed, sending a spray of water into the air, while dark red blood flowed from his body, mingling with the rain. A shiver ran through the hearts of many onlookers. As Ning Chuan struggled to rise, he felt the rain pelting down chaotically, only to see Zhao Weiping, a veritable tempest, charging towards him. Die! Zhao Weiping concentrated his energy and swung a fist aimed at Ning Chuan's head. The youth before him proved to be more formidable than anticipated, consuming far too much of his time. Delaying any longer would be perilous. He must eliminate him swiftly. With a whoosh, Zhao Weiping's lethal strike missed its mark, unleashing a force that sent water splashing as though an explosion had occurred. Ning Chuan desperately sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. The protective layer of his third-tier diamond body shielded him. The impact against the ground did not incapacitate him as it had with Lu Mingyue. He was still able to rise and evade further attacks. However, despite successfully evading the attack, Ning Chuan felt no joy within. After the abrupt lateral movement, he found himself lacking in stamina and in need of a brief respite. This moment of reprieve, however, would not be granted by Zhao Weiping. Indeed, in the next instant, Ning Chuan's pupils constricted in alarm. A hand, infused with primal energy, tore through the curtain of rain, enlarging rapidly within his field of vision. A chill ran down Ning Chuan's spine as he vividly recalled how the butcher's head had been struck into his chest by Zhao Weiping's palm. No, in a frenzied attempt, Ning Chuan executed the Gale Step, striving to retreat and create distance. Yet, the hand approached with alarming speed, diminishing the space between them, half a meter, a foot, less than 2 inches. In this critical moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in Ning Chuan's mind. Faced with the brink of death, his heart surged with enlightenment, and he achieved a perfect mastery of the Gale Step. An epiphany akin to a divine revelation flooded his consciousness. In an instant, Ning Chuan's command over the Gale Step became consummate. He transformed into a gust of wind. The wind melded with the wind, utilizing Zhao Weiping's force. Ning Chuan's retreat accelerated dramatically, causing Zhao Weiping's strike to land in empty space. Had he evaded it? Zhao Weiping furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden surge in Ning Chuan's speed. With primal energy coursing through his legs, Zhao Weiping propelled himself forward with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Ning Chuan, delivering a powerful punch. Swish! Ning Chuan executed the Gale Step once more, his form fluid and unyielding, seamlessly dodging the blow. Zhao Weiping's brow furrowed deeply. Had the opponent truly broken through? What a ludicrous notion, breaking through in the midst of battle. As if this were a film. Zhao Weiping, unfazed by the chaos, unleashed a flurry of punches, swift as lightning and dense as a torrential downpour. Yet all his efforts were in vain. Chapter 26, a commendable suggestion. However, I merely wish to sever your head. Many viewers of the live broadcast, though perplexed by Ning Chuan's newfound speed, ultimately regarded it as a positive development. The tension that had been lodged in their throats gradually dissipated. Could it be? He has ascended to the perfect realm. As the creator of the Gale Step, Gu Tianyu could discern Ning Chuan's level, his gaze filled with astonishment. He had previously remarked that Ning Chuan should seek him out once he perfected the Gale Step, a statement made rather casually, without any real expectation. After all, the perfect realm is typically the domain of martial arts creators. The Federal Martial Arts Alliance had conducted surveys, revealing that among 100 experts at the pinnacle of their craft, scarcely one might reach the perfect realm. However, even a perfected Gale Step would still have its limitations. Barely able to endure for a while longer, Gu Tianyu glanced at his phone and sighed. On the screen, Ning Chuan's breathing was visibly labored. As he inhaled, raindrops were drawn into his lungs by the force of his breath, and as he exhaled, vaporous clouds erupted forth. When would the aerial mech dispatched by the military arrive? Having just set off, it would take at least a quarter of an hour at the earliest. Upon hearing this response, Gu Tianyu closed his eyes. On the streets, the spring rain fell like needles, chilling to the bone as Ning Chuan gasped for air. Now that he had attained the perfect realm of the Gale Step, he could contend with Zhao Weiping. Yet, the exertion required to perform the perfected Gale Step was immense, and although he practiced the bull stance, known for its endurance, it remained merely a D-level breathing technique. His own level was only that of the 6th awakening stage, only relying on the swift steps to evade. 5 minutes is the maximum I can endure. Ning Chuan sensed the condition of his body. 5 minutes is not an insignificant duration. The police might arrive in time, but if they fail to show up, a chill enveloped Ning Chuan's gaze. He was unwilling to entrust his fate to others. Fleeing was not an option. The perfect realm of swift steps merely enhanced his agility, yet his straight-line speed could not rival Zhao Weiping's. As Ning Chuan fought, he maintained a calm and analytical mindset. To survive, there was but a singular choice. Before his stamina was exhausted, he must eliminate Zhao Weiping. Ning Chuan recalled the breakthrough he had achieved prior to mastering the swift steps. In this life-and-death moment, he was wholly devoted to executing the swift steps, which led to his enlightenment. What if he applied this principle to other martial arts? Glancing at the silver-blooded war blade in his hand, a wild notion flickered through his mind. There was no time to waste. He would take the initiative to launch an assault, employing the Thunder Slash to force an awakening. Then, he would slay Zhao Weiping. Truly agile, but how much longer can you evade? Your stamina must be nearing its limit. Another strike missed its mark, and Zhao Weiping smirked coldly. Yet, there was no mirth in his eyes, only a shadow of foreboding. If this dragged on, even if he killed Ning Chuan, he would not escape unscathed. Zhao Weiping gestured towards Lu Mingyue, stating, "How about this? I can spare your life, provided you allow me to kill that girl. He had no intention of letting Ning Chuan off. This was merely a psychological tactic to diminish Ning Chuan's will to resist, facilitating his swift demise. Zhao Weiping's gaze was earnest as he proclaimed, I am not deceiving you. The police are on their way, and I too wish to leave promptly. A most tempting proposal. Ning Chuan replied coolly. Not far away, the camera captured the conversation between the two individuals with crystal clarity. Millions of viewers watching the live broadcast felt a jolt in their hearts, their eyes widening as they fixated on the screen, anxious to see how Ning Chuan would respond. It was dire. The girl seemed doomed. Many harbored a sense of pessimism, doubting Ning Chuan's prospects. The terror of life and death loomed large. If the elderly could not face their fate with composure, how could a youthful boy do so? Even if he chose to flee, he deserved no harsh judgment. To fight to such an extent was already commendable. The fear of death is simply that, fear of death. There is no shame in it. His words clearly indicated a desire to escape. His previous struggles were merely a fight for survival. Numerous viewers engaged in a heated debate through their comments. Just then, Ning Chuan's voice resonated in everyone's ears, indifferent and cold, laced with a hint of murderous intent. However, I only wish to sever your head. Ning Chuan dashed forward. His figure like an arrow, the slender silver blood battle blade slicing through the ring. The lightning slash. A streak of silver light flashed, slicing through the heavens and illuminating the dark clouds above. Countless viewers trembled in body and spirit, captivated by the dominance of his words and admiring Ning Chuan's bravery. To those who spoke of cowardice, they were invited to step forward and face the consequences. The internet is not a lawless realm. My sincerest apologies, I spoke thoughtlessly. Please forgive me, I bow in contrition. Online, many viewers felt a surge of satisfaction at Ning Chuan's choice. Yet, in the reality of the shopping plaza, anxiety gripped the heart. In a disadvantaged position, to actively engage in battle is no simple feat, especially considering Ning Chuan's limited stamina. He could not afford to be cautious and must take risks to strike. In the blink of an eye, several wounds appeared upon his body. However, Ning Chuan did not so much as furrow his brow. His pair of black eyes was filled with indifference. He continuously unleashed the thunder slash. The silver-blooded battle knife seeming to transform into lightning, striking relentlessly at Zhao Weiping. With a roar, Zhao Weiping launched a powerful punch, the force of his primordial energy surging forth, creating a fearsome gale. Wherever he passed, rainwater splattered violently. Ning Chuan's long black hair was whipped about by the shockwave. Yet he showed no intention of evasion. His body erupted with a thunderous sound as the silver-blooded battle knife sliced horizontally with astonishing speed, aiming for Zhao Weiping's neck. Die! Zhao Weiping's lips curled into a smug sneer. He had discerned Ning Chuan's strategy, exchanging life for life, forcing him into defense. However, his fist was swifter. He aimed to strike Ning Chuan away first, altering the trajectory of that deadly blade, ensuring it could not reach him. Yet, in the next moment, Zhao Weiping's smile froze upon his face. The slashing silver-blooded battle knife was, in fact, a fraction quicker, although it still could not outpace his fist. If he did not intervene, when Ning Chuan was sent flying, the knife's tip would surely slice through his throat. Damn it! Zhao Weiping gritted his teeth, halting his fist and striking forcefully against the silver-blooded battle knife. The clash resonated with a thunderous boom, sending sparks flying even in the downpour. The silver-blooded battle knife was violently repelled, yet Ning Chuan was undeterred. He had already heard the long-awaited mechanical synthesis sound echoing in his mind. At the precipice of life and death, the thunder slash stirred within him, leading to an epiphany. Progress increased by 20. Progress increased by 20. Boom, boom, boom. Ning Chuan charged towards Zhao Weiping, unleashing a flurry of strikes, the silver light dazzling amidst the torrential rain. One strike followed another, each more rapid than the last. Accompanied by the resounding thunder, it resembled lightning cleaving through the darkened clouds, leaving Zhao Weiping momentarily at a loss. Another breakthrough? Zhao Weiping's expression darkened, as if it could drip with water. This made it even more challenging for him to eliminate Ning Chuan. Yet, simultaneously, his desire to slay Ning Chuan intensified. 2 consecutive breakthroughs in battle. Just how profound was the opponent's talent? The thunder slash had accumulated sufficiently to reach the expert realm. A chilling notification reverberated. An epiphany surged within Ning Chuan's heart, elevating his comprehension of the thunder slash to an entirely new level. A B-grade martial art of the expert realm. Boom. Ning Chuan remained undeterred, unleashing a thunderous sound from his body, resonant and deafening. The raindrops falling around him shattered into delicate grains of sand. Amidst the thunder, the silver blood battle blade slashed diagonally, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible, trailing a silver light nearly a yard long. Zhao Weiping's gaze shifted slightly as he retreated swiftly, attempting to evade. Yet, in comparison to the silver blood battle blade, his speed was still woefully inadequate. Thud! The silver light struck Zhao Weiping. With a muffled sound of impact, blood spurted forth, mingling with the rain as it splattered onto the ground. Zhao Weiping staggered backward, taking more than 10 steps before halting his retreat. His shirt was torn, revealing a gaping wound nearly half a meter long, stretching from his left shoulder to the right side of his waist, deep enough to expose bone. In the midst of this fierce struggle, Ning Chuan had inflicted injury upon Zhao Weiping for the first time. Glancing down at the wound, Zhao Weiping was filled with trepidation. If only he had been a fraction slower in dodging. Amidst his apprehension, a sense of confusion welled up within Zhao Weiping. A breakthrough in battle merely provided an opportunity to shatter the bottleneck of one's realm. The youth across the way, why does he continue to grow stronger? It is not only Zhao Weiping who is perplexed, but countless spectators are equally bewildered. Only a handful of martial arts masters can discern the subtle clues. Additionally, this marks his third epiphany, does it not? His insight during battle is simply monstrous. Gu Tianyu's heart was shaken. Chapter 27, Illusion? No. Each strike is a lethal blow. The rain gradually lessened, yet Wang Ershui's voice grew increasingly fervent. Although the events are shrouded in mystery, it is undeniable that the sword-wielding youth has become formidable, gaining a slight upper hand against the ruthless Zhao Weiping. Bang, bang, bang. On the street behind Wang Ershui, Ning Chuan wielded his battle blade with ferocity, unleashing a flurry of silver light that struck with overwhelming force, delivering more than 10 blows in less than a second. The sounds of collision melded into a continuous line. Occasionally, a spray of blood would erupt from Zhao Weiping. Just as I firmly believed, the sword-wielding youth was turning the tide. Wang Ershui exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Weiping felt a stir of retreating emotions. It was not fear of defeat. If he disregarded his injuries and fully unleashed his power, Zhao Weiping was confident he could annihilate the youth with a single strike. However, doing so would leave him severely wounded, incapacitating him. Bang! Zhao Weiping's fist collided with the silver-blooded battle blade, the force erupting and sending it flying. Kid, I will stay in Qingshan City for a while. Once I recover, I shall return to play with you slowly. Zhao Weiping cast a cold glance at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan scoffed. Think you can escape? Can you truly stop me? Zhao Weiping's voice dripped with disdain and mockery. The agility of the youth across from him was merely a testament to his flexibility. In terms of speed, he fell short, rendering him incapable of evading. You may attempt it. Ning Chuan stepped forward, his silver blood war blade slicing through the air, transforming into a beam of silver light extending a full yard. Its velocity surged dramatically. Zhao Weiping, unable to defend in time, felt a sudden searing pain as a deep gash appeared on his body, exposing the pale bone beneath, which was soon drowned in a cascade of crimson. Lacking speed in his movements, he relied on the swiftness of the blade instead. How did you achieve this? Zhao Weiping grimaced, clutching his wound. Ning Chuan offered no reply as he advanced with his blade. A series of notifications echoed in his mind. Progress increased by 10. Progress increased by 10. The enlightenment following the ascension of his Flash Thunder Slash to expert level had not concluded. It continued to unfold. Ning Chuan concealed his true prowess, silently honing his swordsmanship, determined to ensure that when Zhao Weiping attempted to flee, his blade would be swift enough to intercept him. After all, this was a matter of a million in motion. Zhao Weiping moved with blinding speed, his figure stirring a tempest as he darted in every direction along the street, seeking an escape. Yet, silver streaks pursued him relentlessly, shadowing his every move, leaving no room for reprieve. To refrain from blocking was to court death. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the selection trials when Ning Chuan had thwarted Zhang Wenzi's escape within the classroom. The difference lay in the fact that Ning Chuan's warblade had grown even swifter, capable of delivering lethal strikes. With a decisive swing, Ning Chuan unleashed his blade, blood splattering as Zhao Weiping was once again forced to retreat. No longer concealing his strength, the silver blood warblade moved with astonishing speed. Zhao Weiping, drenched in blood and riddled with wounds, could scarcely believe he had fallen to one of the awakened sixth stage. He ceased his attempts to break free. However, to have a genius like you accompany me to the grave is quite a return on investment. A fierce expression emerged on Zhao Weiping's face. Since there was no escape, he would choose to perish together. His entire being surged with primal energy, wildly coursing into his hands, as a terrifying aura enveloped him. Clearly, he was preparing some formidable martial art. Ning Chuan's gaze shifted slightly. He activated the Gale Step and swiftly brandished his blade. Boom! A silver beam, stretching a yard long, sliced through the air with the speed of lightning. Zhao Weiping did not attempt to block. Instead, he evaded with remarkable agility, dedicating the rest of his focus to the preparation of a self-destructive technique. If evasion was impossible, he would endure the strikes on non-lethal areas such as his thigh or back. After all, he was destined to die, so the extent of his injuries became inconsequential. The primal energy surged from his hands, rising like flames, exuding an increasingly terrifying presence. The moment raindrops made contact, they were instantly extinguished. Observing this, Ning Chuan's eyes turned icy, devoid of any fear. He relentlessly swung his silver-blooded battle blade, each strike faster than the last, overwhelming like a torrential galaxy, seeking to swiftly end Zhao Weiping's life. The understanding of the Thunder Slash reached its culmination. With sufficient accumulation, it transcended to a perfect realm. A cold synthetic voice echoed in his mind. Instantly, Ning Chuan's perception of the Thunder Slash transformed entirely. This martial art felt as if it was inherently within him, a natural instinct. Without hesitation, Ning Chuan unleashed his silver-blooded battle blade. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, deafening to the ears. The source of the sound was unmistakably the silver-blooded battle blade. In the perfect realm of the Thunder Slash, all power would be channeled into the blade, with not a trace leaked. In an instant, 3 strikes. Ning Chuan flicked his wrist. In the sky, 3 slender silvery beams appeared almost simultaneously. Each extended over 10 feet in length, intertwining to form an inverted equilateral triangle that enveloped Zhao Weiping completely. Was it an illusion? A tremor coursed through Zhao Weiping's heart as he suspected that 2 of the blades were mere phantoms, intended to conceal the true lethal strike. Just as he was about to discern the reality, the piercing intensity of the 3 beams made him acutely aware that there were no deceptive shadows. All 3 strikes were fatal. Zhao Weiping desperately retreated, the imminent threat of death unleashing his latent potential, propelling him forward with astonishing speed. Yet, before the slender beams of silver, he moved as if in slow motion, akin to footage captured by a high-speed camera. Thud! Thud! The 2 diagonal beams struck forcefully against the concentrated energy in his hands, producing a deafening sound as the deep crimson energy dissipated, washed away by the rain. Meanwhile, the horizontal beam sliced through Zhao Weiping's neck without pause, and in an instant, a line of blood appeared like a flash of lightning. In the next moment, a severed head was raised high, a jet of blood shooting skyward. It seemed to inflict no pain. As he caught a glimpse of the headless corpse, Zhao Weiping's consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. Witnessing this, Wang Erzhui could no longer contain his excitement and howled. Official martial artist, celestial martial spy, notorious criminal Zhao Weiping, beheaded by the youth of Qingshan, as a warning to others. Instantly, various live streaming platforms erupted, a storm of reactions ensued. The astonished comments flooded in, overwhelming in number, especially among those with profound martial arts expertise, who were left speechless, their minds shaken. They recognized the immense difficulty of the youth's decisive strike against Zhao Weiping. This boy is truly terrifying. A ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, casting its light upon the earth. The first spring rain of Qingshan City has drawn to a close. Ning Chuan tilted his head back, gently closing his eyes, allowing the soft sunlight of early spring to envelop him. Beneath his feet, the blood flowing from Zhao Weiping's lifeless body spread with the rainwater, a vivid red against the ground. In the sunlight, amidst the pool of blood, Ning Chuan, having taken a life for the first time, appeared unnervingly calm, his expression as placid as an ancient well. It was not a fade. He truly felt no emotional upheaval. The notion of right and wrong between him and Zhao Weiping was nebulous. To the citizens of the Federation, Zhao Weiping was a heinous criminal, deserving of his fate. Yet, from the perspective of the heavenly martial realm, it could very well be that he was the true villain. This was not a matter of justice or evil. It was simply a question of strength, the original intention of martial arts. Ning Chuan murmured softly, as if he had come to a realization, drifting into contemplation. Lunar moon. Suddenly, a booming voice laced with concern jolted Ning Chuan back to reality. Before he could fully process the meaning of the words, a tall figure appeared before him, gently assisting the fallen Lu Mengyue. What astonishing speed! Ning Chuan stared at the figure, his eyes wide with astonishment. Father, I am fine. Lu Mengyue's voice was faint as she pointed towards Ning Chuan, stating, This is my classmate. He saved me and even killed Zhao Weiping. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan instantly recognized the newcomer, the master of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School and the foremost warrior of Qingshan City. Lu Zhan glanced at Ning Chuan and inquired, First time taking a life? Indeed, Ning Chuan replied with a slight nod. Had it been before, facing a figure of Lu Zhan's caliber, he would have felt a natural anxiety, a common human reaction that is hard to evade. However, after the battle of life and death, Ning Chuan's state of mind had undergone a profound transformation, and he now found himself enveloped in tranquility. Indeed, after Lu Zhan offered his assessment, he fell silent. Lu Mengyue couldn't help but glance at Ning Chuan. She was well acquainted with her father, who was notoriously strict. Her aspirations for Starry River University had only garnered an average evaluation. Minutes later, a multitude of police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene. Chapter 28. Abundant harvest at the First People's Hospital of Qingshan City. The scent of disinfectant pervaded the air. In a deluxe ward, an abundance of flowers had been piled high in the corridor, as prominent institutions from the city sent representatives to express their condolences to Ning Chuan. The flashbulbs flickered incessantly as reporters chronicled the events. Ning Chuan was exceedingly cooperative, his smile impeccable, and his expressions of gratitude were profoundly sincere. It was not that he was overly concerned about his image. Rather, these institutions had been exceedingly generous. Qingshan No. 1 High School provided 2 bottles of Baisho nutritional solution. The mayor's office contributed 100,000 in cash. The Education Bureau offered another bottle of Baisho nutritional solution. The Brave Youth Fund bestowed 150,000. Each representative demonstrated keen insight, recognizing Ning Chuan's injuries, and promptly offered praise, took a group photo, and then departed. Over an hour later, they gradually dispersed, leaving only Zhou Wei to assist. Sighing, Ning Chuan exhaled deeply, rubbing his cheeks, which were beginning to ache from the forced smiles. Earning money was no easy feat. Yet, if such opportunities arose again, it would be most welcome. Lying down to earn money. Ouch! Ning Chuan inadvertently moved too suddenly, aggravating his wound, which caused him to gasp in pain. As the threat of death receded, he relaxed, only to be acutely aware of the lingering pain from his injuries, which became increasingly difficult to ignore. His mastery of the Vajra body had been substantial, yet in the face of such brutal force, he found himself somewhat lacking. His injuries were indeed serious. Beside the hospital bed, Ning Chuan observed the surroundings with a flicker of remorse in his eyes as he spoke. I apologize. This situation is my fault for not arriving sooner. Not long after his departure, someone had reported the incident. However, the police precincts in Qingshan City were managed in parallel across various districts, and he did not receive immediate notification. By the time he attempted to return, it was already too late. It's nothing. Ning Chuan waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he added, I have gained immensely from this battle. His Gale Step and Thunder Slash had both ascended to a perfect realm, a feat that would have taken an indeterminate amount of time under normal training. Furthermore, his state of mind had been elevated through the life and death struggle, becoming more resilient. Zhou Wei assumed Ning Chuan was referring to the police precinct's rewards and remarked, The 100,000 is not an issue, but the quota for the Shanghai talent training camp. A hint of difficulty appeared on Zhou Wei's face. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, smiling as he said, Feel free to speak your mind. My mental fortitude is robust, and I can withstand it. Having decapitated Zhao Weiping, Ning Chuan was certain that the millions of witnesses in Qingshan City would prevent the police precinct from shirking responsibility. Zhou Wei whispered, Some officers reviewed the surveillance from the butcher shop and believe that your ability to kill Zhao Weiping hinges on Lu Mengyue severely injuring him first. Lu Mengyue played a crucial role. Therefore, they think you will receive the 100,000 reward. But the quota for the Shanghai talent training camp will go to Lu Mengyue. Naturally, those with discernment understood that your direct slaying of Zhao Weiping held far greater significance. Zhou Wei exclaimed in frustration, then sighed. However, you may not be aware that the Lu family, to which Lu Mengyue belongs, wields considerable influence in Qingshan City, and can impact the police precinct. Ning Chuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Has the Liu family been dismissed?" If that were indeed the case, it would carry a sense of ingratitude. "Not at all," Zhou Wei replied, shaking his head. "To my knowledge, the police merely wish to extend an olive branch to the Liu family. In that case, let the Shanghai training camp be bestowed upon Liu Mingyue. I bear no objections." Ning Chuan shrugged. He was not deceiving anyone. His regard for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp was not as profound as others might presume. In the realm of martial arts cultivation, the two most formidable challenges are the elevation of one's realm and the mastery of martial techniques. For him, these were trivial matters. What he truly required were resources and martial arts knowledge. Having spent time with Liu Mingyue, he understood that, given her disposition, acquiring the Shanghai Genius Training Camp would certainly yield her equitable compensation. "Ah, so in your eyes, I am merely a person who seeks to take advantage." A voice laced with discontent drifted from the doorway. Liu Mingyue, seated in a wheelchair, glared at Ning Chuan with irritation as Liu Zhan pushed her into the ward. Ning Chuan smiled and said, "I speak sincerely. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp holds little significance for me. Naturally, I am aware that you feel a sense of obligation. Therefore, please inundate me with financial compensation. Best save it for yourself." Liu Mingyue retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. "My current focus is on advancing as a warrior and assisting the police. I am merely seeking a breakthrough opportunity and have no intention of going there." "What a pity, for I had hoped to seize the opportunity to negotiate with you," Ning Chuan lamented, shaking his head in regret. As their conversation reached a temporary pause, Zhou Wei raised his hand in greeting, gravely stating, "Knight Liu, greetings." "Indeed," she replied. Liu Zhan has never been one for many words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He then turned his gaze to Ning Chuan and remarked, "Mengyu informed me that you saved her life. I owe you a debt of gratitude." Ning Chuan smiled and replied, "As a classmate of Liu Mengyu, it was only right to assist her." Without indulging in further pleasantries, Liu Zhan engaged in a brief exchange before requesting Ning Chuan to produce his mobile phone. Upon receiving it, he left behind a contact number, stating, "You may reach out to me should the need arise." Although Liu Zhan did not specify the nature of such needs, Zhou Wei, observing from the side, was visibly envious of Ning Chuan. In Qishan City, there was virtually nothing that Liu Zhan could not accomplish if he so desired. This succinct promise could be likened to a wish-granting machine. Ning Chuan momentarily lost his train of thought, realizing that Liu Zhan's earlier commitment was not mere formality. His state of mind elevated, growing even stronger, rather than becoming detached from worldly affairs. When faced with a benefactor, one must embrace the opportunity. "Uncle Liu, I shall not stand on ceremony," he said with a slight smile as he accepted the phone. It was not that he sought to ingratiate himself. He understood clearly. The contact information that Liu Zhan provided, coupled with the title Uncle Liu, indicated that he regarded him as a younger counterpart. Liu Mingyu rolled her eyes at Ning Chuan and quipped, "Uncle Liu? Someone really knows how to seize the moment. Why not call him Godfather instead?" Since being rescued by Ning Chuan, she had unwittingly grown considerably more affectionate. "Is Uncle Liu acceptable?" They joked among themselves before the Liu father-daughter duo departed. Ning Chuan reclined on the hospital bed, beginning to tally the day's achievements: 9 bottles of Beast nutritional solution and a total of 1,075,000 yuan in cash or checks. There remains 1 million unpaid at the police station, and the bank account balance stands at 600,000. Ning Chuan calculated in his mind, and, upon arriving at the result, was taken aback. Nearly 5 million. If he were to be frugal, that would be ample for a formal martial artist. In the near term, he would not be troubled by financial concerns. Thus, it was time to adopt a new breathing technique, he mused. The efficacy of refining varies significantly across different levels of breathing techniques. For instance, had he been practicing an S-grade breathing technique renowned for its endurance today, he would not have needed to take the risk of eliminating Zhao Weiping. He could have simply evaded using the Gale step. However, S-grade breathing techniques are virtually non-existent in the market. Ning Chuan felt a tinge of regret. The private factions guard their S-grade techniques jealously and do not disseminate them, regardless of the monetary offer. Such techniques serve as the foundational advantage for their descendants. The federal government possesses several S-grade techniques as well, and while they are not secretive, they require merit points for exchange. He had accrued a considerable amount of merit points from defeating Zhao Weiping, but the number needed for an S-grade martial art was merely a drop in the ocean. Chapter 29. Apologies. The bag contains too much money for me to carry. In the market, A-grade breathing techniques are available, with the cost for a single inheritance ranging from several million to tens of millions. I can afford those less expensive options. However, investing all my funds into a breathing technique would not be prudent. A B-grade breathing technique is relatively more suitable for me. With thoughts racing, Ning Chuan made a resolute decision. He would opt for a B-grade breathing technique. While its effectiveness may not rival that of A or S grades, it would certainly represent a significant enhancement compared to the D-grade bull strength. There was no need to rush into a purchase just yet. Ning Chuan held his phone, perusing various pieces of information regarding B-grade breathing techniques. Qingshan No. 1 High School was a municipal key institution, with martial arts permissions reaching the esteemed B grade, allowing students to study up to 4 martial arts disciplines. Ning Chuan had already reached this limit. However, given his current prowess, aside from Tsinghua University, he felt confident against other prestigious schools. He had also accomplished the significant feat of beheading Zhao Weiping. Perhaps the school leaders would be inclined to turn a blind eye, permitting him to acquire another B-grade breathing technique without cost. After all, a genius ought to enjoy certain privileges before drifting off to sleep. Ning Chuan contemplated and summoned his martial arts panel. Strength, Awakening Level 6, Bull's Fury. Subtlety, Progress 12, Swift Wind Steps. Perfection, Progress 7, Lightning Slash. Perfection, Progress 1, Thousand Bones Slaughter Technique. Proficient, Progress 23, Vajra Body. Third Layer, Progress 27. Ning Chuan's gaze fixated on the sections for Swift Wind Steps and Lightning Slash, his expression one of utmost astonishment. The state of perfection was quite unique. Devoid of hierarchy, perfection was simply perfection. This was precisely the rationale behind the terminology used to designate this state. Reflecting on this, Ning Chuan recognized its validity. The notification indicated that once those 2 martial arts reached the state of perfection, no new insights would be assimilated into his consciousness, signifying that the martial arts had indeed reached their zenith. The incremental progress seemed merely a numerical shift, devoid of any tangible significance. Was it a bug? Or was there another explanation? Ning Chuan's thoughts churned restlessly. After a considerable time, he reached no conclusion and decided to cease pondering, closing his eyes. Whatever the reason, he would await the moment when the progress reached 100%, at which point clarity would emerge. The night passed in silence. After several sleepless days, Ning Chuan enjoyed an extended slumber, awakening at 9 o'clock the following morning, feeling refreshed. To his astonishment, he discovered that the aches in his body had nearly vanished. Upon inquiring with Zhou Wei, he learned that the Liu family had summoned a professional healing ability user from the capital city, who arrived the previous night. After a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed that Ning Chuan's condition was quite satisfactory, with only minor injuries, thus allowing for his discharge. Ning Chuan did not linger, requesting a cloth bag from the nurse to store the beast nutrition solution along with cash and checks. After bidding farewell to Zhou Wei, he departed from the hospital. The weather was splendid that day, with gentle sunshine and a warm breeze. As Ning Chuan stood by the roadside, contemplating whether to return home or head back to school, a shadow loomed before him. He looked up to find Wei Bo, who standing directly in front of him. What's this? Another round of the monthly examinations arena battle? Feel free to arrange it, Ning Chuan said with a grin. He was confident that his injuries would heal before the monthly examination. And with both the Gale Step and Thunder Slash perfected, defeating an Awakening Level 9 opponent would be effortless, even if that opponent mastered a B-grade martial art at the proficient level. Did Wei Bo, who truly believed that by defeating an injured warrior, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with true martial artists? Wei Bo, who scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He had not seen the live broadcast. He had merely read a few articles that lauded Ning Chuan's swordsmanship. However, he was skeptical. After all, isn't exaggeration the hallmark of journalism? Forget it. I won't argue with you, he concluded. Wei Bo, who shook his head and said, I have come to find you for a serious matter. Ning Chuan casually replied, What is it? This place is not suitable. Wei Bo, who indicated towards a luxurious black car parked not far away. Let us discuss it in my car. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. At present, he was in the limelight, under government scrutiny and media coverage. Surely, Wei Bo, who, not being a fool, would not ambush him. Nevertheless, one must always be cautious. Following closely behind Wei Bo, who, Ning Chuan took out his phone, tapped a few times, and then tucked it back into his pocket. The two entered the car, which was remarkably spacious, unlike an ordinary vehicle. 2 rows of seats faced each other, wrapped in genuine leather. with a small table crafted from exquisite wood placed in the middle. A middle-aged man sat in one of the seats, adorned in luxurious attire, his features bearing some resemblance to Wei Bohu, though his eyes were slightly elongated, giving him an air of shadow. Truly, he was a striking figure, a youthful hero who had decisively dealt with a high-level espionage threat. Upon seeing Ning Chuan enter, the middle-aged man greeted him with a warm smile. Wei Bohu proudly introduced him. "This is my father, the current chairman of the Wei Group, Wei Qianzi." Ning Chuan remained unfazed, taking his seat with a commanding presence. "Let us not waste any time. State your business directly." He had no interest in engaging in pleasantries with someone like Wei Bohu. Wei Bohu furrowed his brow slightly, but adhered to his demeanor, stating, "I want to purchase the spot you hold in the Shanghai Talent Training Camp. You can actually buy and sell spots." Ning Chuan was taken aback. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp is not a privately operated institution. It is a wholly official organization under the auspices of the Donglin Administrative District Government. Typically, such matters would be impossible, but in Qingshan City, there is nothing the Wei Consortium cannot accomplish. Observing Ning Chuan's expression, Wei Bohu let out a proud laugh and declared, "I will offer you 1 million. All you need to do is sign a transfer document." Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow and scoffed, "You boast of the Wei Consortium's might. Yet this is the price you propose? 1 million, while significant to me at present, is certainly insufficient to secure a place at the Genius Training Camp. There are numerous private examination preparation institutions across the Federation, each demanding registration fees in the millions, particularly those ranked at the top. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp possesses even greater strength. Thus, the registration fees should be proportionately higher, not to mention that admission is not merely a matter of wealth." Wei Bohu snorted derisively, retorting, "Do you think 1 million is paltry? As an orphan, have you ever encountered such wealth? You would likely take a lifetime to earn that much." With a sudden motion, Ning Chuan slammed a cloth bag onto the table before him. Through the opening, one could glimpse a substantial amount of cash interspersed with several vials of beast nutrient solution. A few checks peeked out, each bearing amounts no less than 6 figures. Ning Chuan blinked, gazing at Wei Bohu with an air of bemusement. "My apologies, the bag is rather heavy. I find it somewhat difficult to lift. By the way, what was it you just said?" In a moment of exquisite irony, his brilliance shone through, boasting 100 stars in the glory rank. Immediately, Wei Bohu fell silent, his face fluctuating between shades of green and red. Beside him, Wei Qianzi maintained a calm demeanor, offering a slight smile as he remarked, "In business, price disputes are quite commonplace. If Ning is dissatisfied with Bohu's quotation, he is welcome to voice his own." Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before tentatively proposing 20 million. He was aware that he was asking for an exorbitant sum. However, in negotiations, one must often make a lofty demand to allow for concessions. His bottom line was 10 million. As long as Wei Bohu could meet that price, he was willing to part with it. Regarding the possibility of Wei Bohu seeking revenge after gaining strength, Ning Chuan felt no trepidation. The benefits of 10 million far outweighed any advantages Wei Bohu might gain from the Mount C Talent Training Camp. Chapter 30. The Unveiling of Conspiracy. The fatal trap. Have you lost your mind over money? Wei Bohu sprang to his feet with an explosive reaction. Fortunately, being in a luxurious vehicle with ample headroom spared him from injury. 20 million was indeed within the financial reach of the Wei Consortium. Yet it would not be allocated for Wei Bohu's personal use. He was not of sufficient importance. The internal structure of the Wei Consortium was rigid, with resources meticulously distributed based on talent and performance evaluations. Even his father, the chairman, had no sway in this regard. The chairman merely served as an executor chosen by the family and did not possess ownership of the consortium. Bohu, Wei Qian suppressed a hand down, signaling him to take a seat. After a brief pause, he turned to Ning Chuan and said with a smile, 20 million is quite a premium for a spot in the Mount C Talent Training Camp. However, given its scarcity in the market, rarity commands a higher price. I accept this offer." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly agree? A wave of immense joy surged within him, only to be swiftly tempered by his own restraint. Do not issue empty promises. When will the transfer occur? 20 million in cash is no trifling sum for the Wei Consortium, and it will require several days for liquidity. Wei Qianzi remarked with a smile. Wei Bohu's face was etched with anxiety upon hearing this. "Once you are prepared, please contact me again." Grasping a cloth bag, Ning Chuan rose, ready to depart. Without the funds, nothing holds value. Do not be in haste to leave. Wei Qianzi called out to Ning Chuan. raising his hand to press a button on the armrest of his chair. A low hum resonated as a concealed compartment within the vehicle opened, releasing wisps of condensed white mist. Inside lay rows of test tubes filled with a dark red liquid, bubbles frothing, numbering over 100. These are all Beast Nutrition solutions. Wei Qianzi retrieved 3 test tubes and presented them, saying, "A small token of appreciation, no need for formality." Ning Chuan regarded Wei Qianzi, but did not accept the offering. Wei Qianzi smiled, "This is not a personal matter. Student Ning has eliminated a Tianwu spy, safeguarding the peace of Qingshan City. As a prominent group in Qingshan City, the Wei Consortium naturally wishes to express its gratitude. These 3 test tubes of Beast Nutrition solutions are a gesture from us." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan dispelled his lingering doubts. Several businesses in Qingshan City had also contributed funds yesterday. Such gestures enhance goodwill among the populace and the municipal government. "Thank you for the reward from the Wei Consortium." Ning Chuan accepted the Beast Nutrition solutions, bowed slightly to Wei Qianzi, and exited. Observing Ning Chuan leave the vehicle, Wei Bohu could no longer contain his anxiety. "Father, the board will never approve the allocation of 20 million to me. And why did you give that young man 3 test tubes of Beast Nutrition solutions? Even if you wish to enhance the image of the Wei Consortium, a mere token gesture suffices." Wei Qianzi smiled without responding, instead posing a question. "What is the price for 3 vials of Beast Nutrient solution?" "The market price stands at 180,000 for a single vial and 520,000 for 3. Such elementary arithmetic poses no challenge for Wei Bohu. That sum surpasses my 2-month cultivation share. It would be more prudent to benefit myself." Wei Bohu lamented. Wei Qianzi disregarded his complaint and continued. "According to Article 319 of the Federal Criminal Law, the theft of public or private property exceeding 500,000 is classified as a major offense, punishable by a minimum of 10 years in prison, with a maximum penalty of death. The cost of 3 vials of Beast Nutrient solution just exceeds this threshold." A smile graced Wei Qianzi's lips, chilling rather than warming the atmosphere. "Are you suggesting?" Wei Bohu suddenly grasped his father's intent, his excitement palpable. Wei Qianzi cast him a sidelong glance, his tone leisurely as he remarked, "I have told you countless times, when dealing with ordinary individuals, there is no need to resort to brute force. It is inefficient. The Federation operates by its own rules. Individuals of our standing must master these regulations. By skillfully leveraging our advantages, there are myriad ways to compel their submission." "Indeed, father," Wei Bohu readily agreed. "Ning Chuan, oh Ning Chuan, you spurn my generosity. If 1 million does not appeal to you, then you shall receive not a single cent." On the highway leading to the old city, a driverless taxi sped along. Ning Chuan reclined comfortably in the back seat, retrieving his phone to illuminate the screen. It revealed a recording interface. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Chuan decided to save this segment of audio. 20 million is no trivial sum. If the Wei family intends to negotiate the price temporarily, this recording serves as evidence. After more than half an hour, the taxi halted outside the entrance of the Ning Chuan residential community. Arriving near the destination, the fare totaled 103 yuan. "Wishing you a pleasant journey," chimed the artificial intelligence in a feminine voice. "How expensive? Had I known, I would have opted for an economical model." Ning Chuan, whose net worth approached 5 million, shook his head. This was not due to stinginess. He simply deemed it unnecessary. He placed greater emphasis on the practical value of items. He ordered ferocious beast meat at over 1,000 yuan per pound, and a pack of indestructible body medicine for 40 to 50,000 yuan without batting an eye. However, when it came to personal indulgence, he fell short. To this day, he resided in the Old City District, donning the uniform of Qingshan No. 1 High School. He decided to first drop off the money and nutrient solution at home before heading to school to discuss the B-class breathing technique with Su Yun. With a cloth bag in hand, Ning Chuan entered the community. His rented apartment was on the 15th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he noticed 2 officers in black uniforms pacing back and forth in front of his door. Hadn't Zhou Wei mentioned that the police station's rewards would take a few more days? Were they early? Thoughts swirled in Ning Chuan's mind as the 2 officers approached briskly. "Are you Ning Chuan?" inquired the younger officer, his tone rather brusque, unlike that of someone there to deliver good news. A fleeting suspicion crossed Ning Chuan's mind. Yet he nodded and replied, "Yes, that's me." The elder officer coldly stated, "It's good that it's you. I hereby announce that you are involved in a theft case. Come with us." Ning Chuan was taken aback. "What have I stolen?" The elderly police officer sneered, still stubborn. The Wei Consortium has reported you for stealing 3 vials of beast nutritional solution. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding stirred within Ning Chuan. As if ensnared by a sinister plot, the young officer, with keen eyes, pointed at the opening of the cloth bag in Ning Chuan's hands, exclaiming, "Captain Liu, look! The beast nutritional solution is right in the bag. There's more than just 3 vials." Captain Liu glanced down, and his eyes momentarily glinted with avarice. He then barked sternly, "What audacity! A habitual thief! Get down and cover your head immediately." Ning Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating before he spoke to clarify. "These vials and the money are rewards given to me by the government of Qingshan City and several private companies after I eliminated the Tianwu spy, Zhao Weiping. If you don't believe me, feel free to verify online. You are that high school student." The young officer expressed surprise, though his demeanor remained largely unchanged. Captain Liu began to curse, lamenting, "Damn it, this is truly unfair. I've also taken down vicious criminals. Yet all I got was a meager raise of a few hundred. Don't the police deserve rewards?" Witnessing their attitudes, Ning Chuan's frown deepened. In truth, the generous rewards he received were a mere serendipity born of multiple fortuitous circumstances. The media had extensively covered Zhao Weiping, generating significant public interest. The live broadcast by Wang Erzhui, along with Ning Chuan's own identity as a high school student, battling fiercely and sustaining grievous injuries, only to emerge victorious, garnered considerable attention. As he rummaged through the bag, Ning Chuan retrieved 3 test tubes, stating, "These are the beast nutritional solutions from the Wei Consortium." However, it was not I who stole it. Their chairman, Wei Qiansa, privately gifted it to me. There may be some misunderstanding in this matter. The young officer scoffed. 3 vials of beast nutrient solution, worth over 500,000. Do you claim it was simply a gift? Captain Liu glanced at the test tube and coldly remarked, "You still dare to argue? The serial numbers match. There is no doubt that this is the stolen beast nutrient solution. Each vial of the beast nutrient solution bears a unique anti-counterfeiting serial number." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's expression subtly shifted, as the flicker of hope within him dissipated entirely. The Wei family was conspiring against him. They had no genuine intention of purchasing a spot in the Mountain Sea training camp. It is worth noting that after he alighted from the car, he did not linger, but instead took a taxi straight home. Yet these 2 officers had been waiting at his doorstep. Everything was premeditated. A chill gradually enveloped Ning Chuan's heart. Had he not prudently recorded the conversation, he would have been at a loss for words. A deadly trap. Chapter 31. In 0.2 seconds, my blade is swifter in the corridor. Sunlight was obscured by the thick walls, rendering it rather dim. Captain Liu scrutinized Ning Chuan, feigning nonchalance as he uttered, "Though the likelihood is nearly negligible. I must inquire as a matter of duty. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your innocence? I shall not wrong an innocent person, nor shall I let a criminal escape. I have already stated it was a private gift." Ning Chuan retorted with a cold snort. These 2 officers, even if not directly affiliated with the Wei Consortium, undoubtedly had ties to them. Providing the recording to them would be akin to walking into a trap. No evidence, and yet you remain so arrogant. Extend your hand. The young officer mocked. He unclasped the handcuffs from his waist, preparing to advance and subdue Ning Chuan. However, upon locking eyes with Ning Chuan's dark, penetrating gaze, he felt a jolt of trepidation. It was as though a ruthless, bloodthirsty beast had fixed its stare upon him. A significant part of his body went rigid in that instant, chilled to the bone, rendering him utterly incapable of speech. Team leader Liu, having once shot a criminal, fared slightly better, yet beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Killing is an entirely different affair from a life-and-death struggle. The former may render a person callous and bloody, but only through the crucible of a life-or-death battle, where one flirts with the brink of mortality, can a person's spirit, will, and momentum truly evolve. Ning Chuan had only engaged in a single life-or-death encounter, but the disparity between the 2 adversaries was staggering. In the seconds leading up to the decapitation of Zhao Weiping, Ning Chuan felt as if he were dancing on the precipice of death, where a single misstep could plunge him into an abyss of despair. It is no exaggeration to say that his mental fortitude and willpower had been tempered to a hardness surpassing that of special alloys. "Are you attempting to resist arrest?" Team leader Liu was the first to regain his composure. His face darkened with resolve as he drew his firearm, aiming it at Ning Chuan's forehead. The young officer, flustered, hastily followed suit. The 2 ominous barrels of their guns loomed frighteningly close. Yet, Ning Chuan remained calm, stating, Had you watched the footage of my annihilation of the third-tier martial artist Zhao Weiping, you would not be pointing your guns at me. Indeed, I am merely at the awakened stage, and my speed is nowhere near that of a bullet. However, it takes approximately 0.2 seconds for a human hand to pull the trigger. In that span, I could effortlessly execute 3 strikes. Given our proximity, neither of you, being non-formal martial artists, will be able to evade. Ning Chuan spoke with an unhurried cadence, as if imparting an irrefutable truth. His hand rested upon the hilt of the silver-stained blade. In that fleeting moment, the 2 officers who had witnessed Ning Chuan's live execution of Zhao Weiping felt a chill grip their hearts. I ask you, do you intend to refuse the arrest by the federal police? Team leader Lu bellowed, as if such a declaration would steady his trembling hand on the firearm. Ning Chuan regarded the two with an indifferent expression and replied, "Firstly, I am merely a suspect in the case, not a criminal. Hence, the term arrest is inappropriate, and naturally, there is no question of resisting arrest. Secondly, I am 17 years old today, still a minor. Federal law explicitly stipulates that the police may detain minors, and during this process, the use of handcuffs or leg irons is strictly prohibited. Kid, I didn't realize you were quite the legal expert." Team leader Lu remarked with a veneer of amusement, casually reholstering his pistol. The young officer's face turned crimson as he hastily put away the handcuffs and firearm. "A wise choice. Delay me a second longer, and I would have severed your heads. A court would likely deem my actions as excessive self-defense for pointing a gun at a minor," Ning Chuan declared, releasing the hilt with a cold demeanor. "Do not breach protocol again. Next time, I may not be able to restrain my temper." These 2 officers were connected to the Wei Corporation, and it was imperative that they be made to feel apprehensive, adhering strictly to the proper procedures. Otherwise, they might fabricate evidence against him. The 2 officers exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting. Team leader Lu snorted dismissively and said, "Come with us to the station for assistance with the investigation. The police car awaits downstairs." Without entering his home, Ning Chuan stepped into the elevator once more. 15 minutes later, the 3 arrived at the police station in the Old District. Qingshan City is divided into 9 districts and 4 counties, each possessing its own police station. Ning Chuan's last visit was to the police headquarters in Qingshan City, the epitome of authority. Surrender all your belongings. Upon entering the police station, team leader Lu felt a surge of confidence and, once again, adopted a commanding tone towards Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan produced his phone, stating, "I am a federal citizen, and prior to any detention, I possess the right to contact my private attorney for bail. Federal law stipulates that a suspect, before being convicted, is entitled to seek bail through legal counsel. Provided the judge consents and an appropriate bail amount is submitted, one may be released from custody. Go ahead and make the call, if you manage to secure your release. I shall take your surname." Team leader Lu scoffed dismissively. Under normal circumstances, securing bail for a juvenile's first theft would not pose a significant challenge. However, he was acutely aware of the influential entity responsible for the boy's predicament, the Wei Consortium. No judge would issue a bail permit in this case. Ning Chuan, of course, lacked a private attorney. That was merely a pretext. Finding the contact information left by Lu Zhan, Ning Chuan sighed and tapped the screen of his phone to dial. Just yesterday, he had received a promise. He had contemplated whether to reach out to Gu Tianyu, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The true adversaries were not the 2 minor police officers before him, but the formidable Wei Consortium. After a brief busy signal, the call connected. Ning Chuan bypassed any pleasantries and directly stated, "Uncle Lu, I have been framed by the Wei Consortium and am currently detained at the Anmin police station in the Old District." "I understand," came a calm voice in response. After a pause, he added, "Wait." The line then went dead. Ning Chuan lowered his phone. Team leader Lu, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh, mocking Uncle Lu. In Qingshan City, there exists a renowned criminal lawyer, yet none bear the surname Lu. One might genuinely believe there was some connection. Team Lu did not dwell on this thought. He licked his lips, casting a covetous gaze at the cloth bag held by Ning Chuan. Count the number of beverage bottles and sheets of paper in that bag thoroughly, lest this esteemed student Ning hold us accountable for any violations. Team Lu turned his face, addressing the young officer with solemnity. The young officer understood immediately, nodding affirmatively. Understood. Under ordinary circumstances, they would never dare to act thus. However, given that this individual had attracted the attention of the Wei Consortium, it was unlikely that he would have another opportunity to trouble them. Ning Chuan regarded them with indifference, remaining silent. Since Lu Zhan had pledged to rescue him, he felt at ease. There was no need to harbor resentment. One might never emerge from this predicament again. Material possessions bore no significance to him. Team Lu mocked with a chuckle, leading Ning Chuan toward the holding cell. Step inside. As Ning Chuan gazed at the door, gradually closing, his eyes grew increasingly frigid, not due to Team Lu, for this man was hardly formidable. The true source of his fury lay with Wei Bo-hu and Wei Qiansu. The prior threats in the arena had been manageable. At worst, he would endure a beating and sustain some injuries. Yet this time, it was evident that they aimed to incapacitate him. Even if he surrendered his spot in the Shanghai Genius training camp, this father-son duo would undoubtedly have a backup plan. Unwilling to let matters rest, what stoked his indignation further was that he had done nothing to provoke them. He merely refused their coercive offer of 1 million. Contemplating this, Ning Chuan's anger gradually dissipated, replaced by a chilling intent to kill that surged within him like a raging blizzard. Should an opportunity arise, he would not hesitate. Ning Chuan was oblivious to the fact that after taking Zhao Weiping's life, he shed a shackle and embraced a newfound wildness. Chapter 32. The hidden intent to kill harbors great terror with a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache. Captain Lu pushed open the iron door of the holding cell. However, he did not enter. Instead, he wore a humble, sycophantic smile and said, "Mr. Wei, young Master Wei. That scoundrel is inside. Please go in." Wei Bo-hu and Wei Qiansu entered the holding cell in succession. Captain Lu respectfully stated, "Mr. Wei, the surveillance in the room has been temporarily shut down as per your instructions. Whenever you wish to inquire, just send me a text, and I will come to open the door for you." Upon finishing his words, Lu did not wait for Wei Qiansu to respond, but firmly closed the door. Wei Bo-hu looked down at Ning Chuan with a defiant expression, impatiently taunting, "Weren't you quite the talkative one before? Why the silence now? Enlighten me." There was nothing to discuss with two despicable individuals. Ning Chuan sat on the edge of the bed, his back straight as an arrow, neither shouting nor making a fuss, but calmly replied, "The intent to kill concealed within its sheath evokes true terror. You dare to call me despicable?" Wei Bo-hu sneered dismissively, then ominously remarked, "Once you arrive in prison, you will understand what true depravity is. Your delicate features will certainly attract attention there. Bo-hu, be more courteous to your classmate," Wei Qiansu admonished. As he spoke, he pulled over a chair and sat before Ning Chuan, smiling. "As long as you compensate Bo-hu for the spot in the Shanghai Genius training camp, I will no longer pursue the matter of your theft of the 100 Beasts nutrient solution." A faint cold smile appeared at the corner of Ning Chuan's mouth as he scoffed. "Me? A thief? I declare that you are the thief. The truth of the matter is irrelevant." Wei Qiansu's smile remained intact, yet his voice bore an added weight of intimidation as he stated, "Thus, you now find yourself incarcerated by the police, facing a sentence of no less than 10 years in prison. Dad, there's no need to engage in cordial discourse with him." Wei Bo-hu interjected coldly, casting a steely gaze upon Ning Chuan. "You lack the privilege to refuse. Should you disagree, you will meet your demise. The court may not impose a death sentence upon you, yet your life in prison will be short-lived." Ning Chuan maintained his stoic expression. "Do you possess no sense of morality?" Wei Qiansu chuckled softly, his eyes glimmering with a hint of mockery. "You are far too young to comprehend the nature of this society. For the average citizen, yourself included, morality serves as a confining cage, yet it is simultaneously a necessity, an indispensable element of existence. Therefore, you remain ordinary. For those of our social standing, morality is but an ornament. One can don it at will for decoration." Creak. Suddenly, team leader Lu opened the door once more. A flicker of displeasure crossed Wei Qiansu's brow as he admonished, "Did you not think to knock before entering?" Team leader Lu trembled, rendered speechless, seemingly bearing the weight of an immense pressure. "I did not know. I have not heard." A tall figure strode into the holding room, his gaze sharp as lightning, exuding an air of dominance. The foremost warrior of Qingshan City, Lu Zhan. A look of astonishment flitted across Wei Qiansu's face, as the visitor exceeded his expectations. Rising, he greeted, "Director Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Zhan disregarded him, turning his attention to Ning Chuan. "Let us go." Ning Chuan rose from the bed. Wei Qiansu squinted slightly, refraining from interference, extending his tone as he said, "Captain Lu? Lu Knight, Ning Chuan cannot leave. He is currently implicated in a theft case, and all evidence points towards him." Captain Lu stood at the doorway, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Yet his voice trembled uncontrollably due to overwhelming fear. Regret consumed him. He knew this matter involved Lu Zhan, and he would rather die than be entangled in it. Lu Zhan inquired, what did he steal? The beast nutrient solution. Wei Qianzi replied with a subtle smile. I was negotiating a business deal with Bo Hu. But when the discussion fell through, he sneaked away with 3 vials. Fortunately, I realized it in time, promptly reported it to the police, and recovered the stolen goods. Lu Zhan's voice dripped with mockery. Stealing in front of a 7th-tier martial artist? He is Bo Hu's classmate. I trusted him too much and let my guard down. Wei Qianzi chuckled casually. Ning Chuan interjected, Uncle Lu, I did not steal. Wei Qianzi generously offered them to me as a reward for killing Zhao Weiping. Wei Bo Hu sneered, his tone laced with scorn. You are truly shameless. 3 vials of the beast nutrient solution, worth over 500,000. Why would they be given to you? Clearly, you were dissatisfied with the failed negotiations and sought revenge by stealing from my family. The 3 stolen vials were found on you by the police. And you show no remorse, yet you still bite back at me. The malice of humanity is indeed treacherous. Wei Qianzi shook his head in lament, a hint of sorrow in his expression. Ning Chuan observed the father-son duo, choosing not to argue further, his dark eyes calm and still as a tranquil well. Yet, unseen in the depths of his heart, a murderous intent surged like monstrous waves in the sea, growing ever more tumultuous. Lu Zhan cast a glance at Ning Chuan, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Since you did not steal, then you may leave. Wei Qianzi interjected. No matter how formidable your strength or how vast the Lu family's influence, you cannot contravene the laws of the Federation. Both the conglomerates and the aristocratic families must, on the surface, submit to federal oversight and adhere to the law. If one wishes to engage in nefarious deeds, it must be done clandestinely, ensuring no evidence is left behind. Just as he attempted to frame Ning Chuan, he had to ensure Ning Chuan accepted the beast nourishment solution in advance. Captain Lu, we have a serious problem. At that moment, a young police officer, who had previously accompanied Captain Lu, rushed in, breathless. Ning Chuan's bail has been approved. The court demands his immediate release. Captain Lu's face paled at the news. Wei Qianzi, however, remained relatively composed. Upon seeing Lu Zhan personally involved, he had anticipated Ning Chuan's release on bail. The plans he had meticulously arranged would undoubtedly be thwarted by Lu Zhan. Bail does not equate to innocence. You are not permitted to leave Qingshan City. We have a lengthy legal battle ahead of us. Wei Qianzi spoke with a confident smile, as if everything remained under his control. Ning, in a few days, the Shanghai Genius training camp will commence. I have heard that the rules there are quite strict. Arriving late is tantamount to forfeiting one's position. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan furrowed his brow. This matter was not easily resolvable. It was a blatant scheme. If Wei Qianzi truly wished to prolong the situation, he could drag the lawsuit out until after the college entrance examinations. Ning Chuan, take some time to ponder. The initial offer from Bo Hu still stands, and you will not be pursued for the theft. I trust you will make the right decision. Wei Qianzi, with a sense of confidence, smiled and spoke before departing with Wei Bo Hu. Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes, withdrew his gaze, and addressed Lu Zhan. Uncle Lu, may I trouble you to wait a moment longer? My belongings have all been confiscated, and I need to retrieve them. Lu Zhan nodded. I shall await you at the entrance. Young Master Ning, allow me to escort you. This way, please. Lu Dui quickly stepped aside, forcing a congenial smile. A few minutes later, in the holding room, Lu Dui respectfully presented a cloth bag to Ning Chuan, saying, please check. Ning Chuan inspected the contents, finding everything intact, but remarked, there's only half. Lu Dui and the young police officer immediately broke into a cold sweat. They had counted the items within the bag, valued at 2 to 3 million. They simply could not afford to compensate for it, unless they resorted to selling organs on the black market. With a swift motion, Lu Dui slapped himself soundly across the face, the 5 crimson imprints appearing instantly. He then bowed deeply, apologizing. I beg your pardon. I should not have spoken so thoughtlessly. Please forgive me. Many colleagues nearby turned their attention to the commotion. Lu Dui, catching sight of their gazes, felt his face flush with embarrassment, yet he remained bent over, unable to straighten his back. He could not afford to offend someone who had Lu Zhan personally intervene on their behalf. The Wei family consortium might offer him a pittance, but it would never be worth crossing Lu Zhan. Ning Chuan cast a glance at Lu Dui, disregarding him as he opened his phone to check. The recording was still there, and he felt a subtle sense of relief. The reason he refrained from using the recording to counter the Wei father and son during their detention was due to concern that they might secretly contact the police to destroy his phone. Of course, more importantly, he intended to retaliate with a firm hand. Did you not say that upon my successful bail, I would be compelled to change my surname? Very well, let it be so. After leaving Lu for a while, Ning Chuan took his leave. This individual was not truly bothersome. He merely took advantage of the situation with his words, and a lesson was all that was required. Indeed, I promptly requested leave to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 33, Owing me a favor, I shall take you to the Wei family at the police station's entrance. Ning Chuan noticed that Lu Mingwei had also arrived. Her injuries had yet to heal. She had been gravely wounded by Zhao Weiping, and even those with healing abilities could not remedy such harm instantly. At that moment, she was seated in an electric wheelchair, quietly conversing with Lu Zhan. Mingyue, Uncle Lu, Ning Chuan greeted. Lu Mingyue spoke first. Expressing her helplessness, my father has contacted the finest law firm in the Donglin Administrative District. Winning the lawsuit should pose no issue. However, neither party possesses decisive evidence, which will prolong the proceedings significantly. The matter concerning the Shanghai talent training camp may very well fall through. I have evidence. Ning Chuan retrieved his phone and played the recording. Upon hearing it, Lu Mingyue's complexion turned pale, clearly seething with indignation. This father and son pair is utterly shameless, brazenly distorting the truth. After a brief pause, she continued, however, the good news is that with this recording, we can win the case instantly. Given this recording, I would advise against pursuing the lawsuit, Lu Zhan said, his demeanor contemplative. Lu Mingyue, perplexed, inquired, why? We could easily sue them for defamation. Ning Chuan turned his gaze towards Lu Zhan as well. Defamation? That scarcely qualifies as a crime. Lu Zhan shook his head and replied, there is no need for Wei Qianzi to speak. Others will take responsibility for him, such as those 2 police officers. Or perhaps an overlooked scion of the Wei family. Wei Qianzi has an abundance of options. Is there truly nothing to be done about them? Lu Mingyue furrowed her brows in dissatisfaction. Ning Chuan felt a similar sense of resentment within. However, he understood that, at present, both his strength and status lagged far behind Wei Qianzi. Lu Mingyue, do not be agitated. Heed Uncle Lu's counsel. Ning Chuan inhaled deeply and spoke. He spread his fingers and grasped the hilt of the silver blood blade. It is not feasible now, but only for the moment. Do not lose heart. My decision to refrain from litigation does not imply that we cannot take action against Wei Qianzi. Lu Zhan remarked nonchalantly, turning his gaze towards Ning Chuan. I present you with 2 choices. The decision rests with you. The first option, Lu Zhan raised a finger with an imposing air, is to utilize the favor I owe you. I will personally intervene and remove Wei Qianzi from the board of directors of the Wei Consortium. I could even go so far as to eliminate him. Ning Chuan was taken aback. I thought that by securing my release, I had exhausted your favor. Is my life truly worth so little, merely a token for bail? Lu Mingyue rolled her eyes. Had it not been for her unfamiliarity with Ning Chuan, she would have been tempted to kick him. The life of the esteemed daughter of the Lu family, after all. Lu Zhan also found himself at a loss for words. Ning Chuan chuckled awkwardly and swiftly shifted the topic. Uncle Lu, what is the second option? Lu Zhan responded with gravity. I will escort you to the Wei household. A man like Wei Qianzi craves reputation. The recordings on your phone are sufficient to compel him to retract his accusations and even offer you compensation. This option clearly presents a far more favorable outcome for Wei Qianzi. Simultaneously, Ning Chuan could also reap certain benefits. As for Lu Zhan, the difficulty was notably less than the first. Ning Chuan sensed the crux of the matter and inquired, Uncle Lu, you did not mention leveraging personal connections. This matter does not require your connections, Lu Zhan replied, shaking his head gently. Rather, it is you who owe me a favor. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Why is that? He understood that his displayed talent was commendable, yet it was insufficient to sway a peak knight. Talent merely indicated potential for future greatness, while a peak knight epitomized strength. Lu Zhan appeared more spirited, his gaze appraising Ning Chuan as he remarked, earlier, when you looked at the Wei father and son, your inner killing intent blazed like fire, yet your eyes remained as tranquil as icy waters. A person capable of such restraint deserves to owe me a favor. You could perceive my killing intent. Ning Chuan was astounded, believing he had concealed it adeptly. His demeanor and actions had shown no signs. Lu Zhan smiled lightly. Close enough. At this revelation, Ning Chuan's heart sank. What was killing intent if not the conscious desire to eliminate another? In other words, it was a reflection of one's thoughts, the ability to detect such emotions. Could it also imply the capacity to read minds? Were knights truly as formidable as this? Enough pondering. When you become a peak knight, you will naturally comprehend. Lu Zhan waved his hand dismissively. Now, tell me your choice. Ning Chuan fell into deep thought. Soon, he reached a conclusion and declared solemnly, Uncle Lu, I choose the second option. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow, teasing, is it because of the beast essence nutrient? Ning Chuan's face involuntarily flushed. It was indeed his greed for Wei Qian's beast essence nutrient that led him into this predicament. Not at all. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chuan declared earnestly, I am confident that one day, I shall make them pay for today's actions. Moreover, that day is not far off. Lu Zhan glanced at Ning Chuan and chuckled, so confident? The Wei family boasts a knight. Although he is buried beneath the earth from the eyebrows down. A knight remains a knight. An ordinary ninth-tier warrior is no match for him. That's of no concern, Ning Chuan replied, shaking his head with unwavering confidence. If I cannot defeat him, Uncle Lu, you still owe me a favor. Lu Zhan responded with a wry smile. Even a peak knight can sometimes feel as if they've suddenly pulled a muscle. Is this repetitive banter excessive? Ha ha. Lu Mingwei could not contain her laughter and clutched her stomach, exclaiming, oh dear, my chest hurts so much, I might have cracked a rib from laughing. With a serious expression, Lu Zhan instructed, return and take care of your injuries. I will take Ning Chuan to the Wei family. Are we going right now? Ning Chuan asked curiously. Do we not need to prepare in advance? Lu Zhan replied. Does one need to prepare for a mere Wei family? Ning Chuan cast him a sidelong glance, conceding to his impressive prowess and boasting. At the headquarters of the Wei Corporation, on the top floor. The pristine floor-to-ceiling windows framed a few drifting white clouds, scattering beams of colorful light. However, Wei Bohu was too anxious to appreciate the beauty of the scene, fretting. With Lu Zhan personally intervening, will the matter regarding the Mountain Sea Genius training camp fall through? Rest assured, Wei Qianzi said confidently. The outcome of the lawsuit is not about winning or losing, it is about time, as long as we can prolong it. Ning Chuan will have no choice but to yield. Otherwise, he will gain nothing. Wei Bohu, filled with trepidation, inquired, what if the Lu family compels you to concede? The arrangement for the Shanghai talent training camp was a private matter between him and his father. The Wei Corporation would not confront the Lu family over this. Upon hearing these words, Wei Qianzi's gaze flickered momentarily before he responded with a smile. In the Federation, open confrontations must adhere to established rules. Should the Lu family wish to pressure me into submission, they must be prepared to pay a considerable price. Ning Chuan is not affiliated with the Lu family. They cannot achieve such leverage. Lu Zhan's intervention to secure his bail is already the limit of what he can do. Wei Bohu felt somewhat reassured by this. But will 1 million be too little? After a moment's contemplation, he voiced his concern. Ning Chuan might choose to sever ties completely, forsaking his spot in the Shanghai talent training camp rather than selling it to me. Wei Qianzi regarded his son with a sigh. You truly do not resemble your own flesh and blood. You are a scion of the corporation, while he is merely an ordinary individual. Lu Zhan may protect him for a time, but can he shield him for a lifetime? Tomorrow, when you attend school, if you threaten him, do you think he would dare to remain unyielding? Wei Qianzi spoke with a cold tone. I believe he would dare. Came a dispassionate voice that resonated clearly in the ears of both men. Bang! In the next instant, the tightly shut metallic door was violently kicked open, shattering into fragments. The alarm blared frantically. A tall figure approached with hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by a striking youth. Together, they made a formidable entrance. Chapter 34. Can you harm me in the slightest with all your means? Wei Qianzi stared at the unexpected intruders, a shadow of gloom rising within his gaze. The connection between Lu Zhan and Ning Chuan was more profound than he had anticipated. Chairman, we cannot stop them. A group of black-clad bodyguards arrived, panting heavily. You need not concern yourselves with this matter any longer. Please leave and deactivate the alarm. Understood. The blaring siren ceased moments later. Wei Qianzi, with a stern countenance and a hint of inquiry, addressed Lu Guanchong. You have trespassed upon the headquarters of the Wei Consortium and damaged our entrance. An explanation is in order. The Peak Knight, in isolation, lacks the power to contend with us. We must invoke the authority of the Wei Consortium. That is the explanation. Lu Zhan wasted no words, instructing Ning Chuan to replay the recording. Wei Qianzi, what do you suppose would transpire if this recording were to circulate? Lu Zhan remarked with a light chuckle. Across from him, Wei Bohu's expression shifted dramatically, and he retorted sharply. This recording is evidently fabricated. Ning Chuan has deliberately forged evidence to absolve himself. Lu Zhan cast a cold glance in his direction and replied, "So, you imply that I, a peak knight, am incapable of discerning truth from falsehood?" Wei Bohu trembled uncontrollably, stammering, I did not mean it that way. Then are you insinuating that you intend to frame me?" Lu Zhan laughed coldly. Wei Bohu quaked even more violently, drenched in sweat, unable to utter a word. Wei Qianzi swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his son, addressing Lu Zhan. "The child is inexperienced and has misspoken. I apologize on his behalf." Upon finishing his statement, Wei Qianzi turned his gaze toward Ning Chuan, his eyes shadowed, saying, "I underestimated you. You possess certain skills. Regarding the recording, I, Wei Qianzi, concede. You may now present your demands." If Ning Chuan were merely an individual, he would have countless methods to transform this recording into fabricated evidence. However, Lu Zhan, facing the situation, could only acknowledge it. Ning Chuan lowered his gaze, fixated on the ground, and said softly, "This matter is entirely under Uncle Lu's jurisdiction." How cunning. Wei Qianzi silently cursed. Clearly, negotiating with Lu Zhan was far more challenging than with Ning Chuan. "Director Lu? Withdraw the theft allegations," Lu Zhan stated. "I agree. Just delete the recording. Don't be so quick to celebrate. Isn't there a need for compensation for defaming others?" Upon hearing this, Wei Qianzi narrowed his eyes and replied, "I will have the police department return the 3 vials of beast nutrient solution to Ning Chuan as compensation." Lu Zhan let out a disdainful laugh. "If this recording is so worthless, then let it circulate." Wait. Wei Qianzi's expression darkened. The content of the recording would severely tarnish his reputation. Although those in the upper echelons of Qingshan City were aware that he was not a good person, reputation was a veil of modesty that could not be compromised. Moreover, being outsmarted by a high school student was hardly a matter of pride. If it spread, he would likely become a laughingstock for some time. Those in the consortium eyeing the chairman position would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to question his capabilities. If things went awry, he might even lose his position. Contemplating this, Wei Qianzi coldly remarked, "How much do you want?" Lu Zhan replied nonchalantly, "In the recording, did you not say you would pay 20 million for a spot in the Shanghai Genius Training Camp? Then let the compensation be 20 million. Ning Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Uncle Lu truly dared to make such a demand. 20 million was impossible. I am compensating a high school student, not you, a knight. The board would never approve such a substantial sum." Wei Qianzi, with a sullen expression, declared, "That is your problem, not mine." Lu Zhan, with his hands casually clasped behind his back, responded nonchalantly, "In half an hour, if the 20 million does not arrive, this recording will circulate throughout Qingshan City." Wei Qianzi, gritting his teeth, retorted angrily, "Lu Zhan, you are extorting me. My office is under surveillance. Do not push me to my limits." "Oh." Lu Zhan's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, "Indeed, I am extorting you. Moreover, I am doing this without the influence of the Lu family. It is solely me against you. So what will you do? I give you half an hour to act freely, whether you wish to resort to legal action, leverage connections, or even hire an assassin. Do as you will. Let us see if you can thwart me, Lu Zhan." "You." Wei Qianzi pointed at Lu Zhan. His face contorted in anger, rendered speechless. Ning Chuan lifted his gaze, a tumult of emotions stirring within him. Wei Qianzi, the chairman of a conglomerate, a prominent figure in Qingshan City, whose mere words could nearly land him in prison, appeared somewhat impotent before Lu Zhan. A certain degree of strength begets a certain degree of power. Absolute strength translates to absolute power. The ambition to grow stronger ignited like a spark, rising within the heart of a youth. For the first time, Ning Chuan yearned to take the initiative to grow stronger. Previously, although he had diligently practiced, his efforts were for ulterior motives, aiming for a prestigious university, seeking to defeat Zhang Wenxi, and yearning for revenge, among others. Becoming stronger was merely a means to achieve his goals. From now on, it would become his ultimate aim. 20 million, sufficient to hire assassins to eliminate multiple martial artists. Was this the compensation you desired, Ning Chuan? Wei Qianzi's menacing words jolted Ning Chuan back to reality. No. Ning Chuan shook his head. Lu Zhan remained silent, yet his expression grew increasingly serious. Wei Qianzi displayed a smug smile. Dismissing Ning Chuan as merely a high school student, did he truly dare to demand money at the risk of his life? However, the next moment, Wei Qianzi's grin faltered. Lu Zhan merely curled his lips in a smirk as Ning Chuan solemnly stated, "What I seek is 20 million after tax as compensation." Surely, I cannot be expected to pay the taxes myself. The personal income tax in the Federation was substantial, and on 20 million, one would have to part with at least 7 to 8 million in taxes. Ning Chuan had no intention of incurring such a significant loss. How greedy you are. Do you fear you may not be able to consume it all? Wei Qian's tone was chilling. Lu Zhan cast him a glance and remarked, You may trouble Ning Chuan, and any of your contemporaries within the Wei Consortium may also take action against him. You may even incapacitate him, and I shall not intervene. However, if Ning Chuan were to die under mysterious circumstances, you shall await your own demise. Lu Zhan delivered this statement with an air of indifference, devoid of emotional fluctuation or any hint of menace. Yet, Wei Qiansu felt an icy chill run down his spine as he took a deep breath and retorted defiantly. I am not an ordinary citizen. I preside over the Wei Consortium and am a 7th-tier warrior. Should someone like me be killed, you too would face the death penalty. Lu Zhan, uninterested in further debate, gazed out at the clouds and said, You have 27 minutes left. You may contact that decrepit old man from your family. Ask him if a knight can kill a 7th-tier warrior without leaving any trace, evading the Federation's grasp. Upon hearing this, Wei Qian's expression shifted dramatically as he promptly demanded, Bank account. Do not forget to pay my taxes. After Ning Chuan provided the account number, he offered a reminder. A few minutes later, buzz. Ning Chuan's phone vibrated. A bank notification indicated that 20 million had been credited to his account. There's nothing more to say. You too may leave. Wei Qianzi declared, his expression darkened. This substantial compensation was not accounted for by the consortium. It came from his private assets. For him, it was akin to a significant financial hemorrhage. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, then approached Wei Bohu, mockingly stating, You, who are ungrateful despite receiving kindness, are reluctant to part with 20 million. Yet here you are, obliged to give it to me without cost, and without requiring a spot in the Shanghai Tianzi training camp. Wei Bohu's face immediately flushed crimson. However, with Lu Zhan present, he dared not retort. Do not fear. Uncle Lu mentioned that you could handle me. Haven't you been contemplating next Monday's monthly exam for quite some time? Ning Chuan patted Wei Bohu's face and turned to depart. A flicker of coldness flashed in his dark eyes. Since he could not yet move against Wei Qianzi, he might as well collect some interest first. Chapter 35. The Wind Shadow of 3000. The Wind Blood Divine General. Upon exiting the building, Lu Zhan inquired of Ning Chuan. What are your thoughts on the matter that just transpired? Ning Chuan reflected briefly and replied, Wealth and status bring forth power, yet they also impose numerous constraints. The points of taboo are countless. Unlike physical force, the power derived from it can be unrestrained, without any limitations. Well said, Lu Zhan remarked, casting a satisfied glance at Ning Chuan as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A divine general, even when solitary, remains a divine general. The federal president, alone, is no more than an ant. Uncle Lu. Ning Chuan raised his hand, gently reminding. One of the conditions for running for the federal presidency is to be a knight. You referred to the president as an ant, so what about you? Lu Zhan's lips twitched slightly. Just grasp the essence, do not delve too deeply. This child's nature and talent are exceptional, yet he has too much to say. With no further matters at hand, I shall take my leave. What about this money? Ning Chuan called out to Lu Zhan. If the compensation was merely 1 or 2 million, he would not hesitate to accept it. However, 20 million is excessive. Lu Zhan waved his hand dismissively. No need to give it to me. It's just a trifling sum. Keep it for yourself. Uncle Lu, I did not intend to give it to you. Ning Chuan replied with a smile, feigning surprise. I wanted to inquire if you have a way to purchase the beast nutrient solution at cost price. Meng Yu mentioned that the Lu family procures the beast nutrient solution for only 150,000 per vial, which is far cheaper than online prices. Lu Zhan stumbled momentarily, his figure vanishing in an instant. Just give the money to Meng Yu. She will procure it for you. His voice echoed from a distance. Ning Chuan bowed and said with a smile, Thank you, Uncle Lu. Saving 30,000 on a single vial of the beast nutrient solution is no trivial matter. However, soon the smile faded from Ning Chuan's face as he began to seriously contemplate the newly acquired 20 million. Undoubtedly, this is a substantial fortune. In a place like Qingshan City, it is sufficient for a comfortable life. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan currently harbored no such intentions. He realized something significant. With 20 million as a foundation, attending the prestigious Star River University, ranked first in the Federation, might not be beyond his reach. Therefore, he decided to allocate 15 million to purchase 100 vials of the beast nutrient solution. The remaining 5 million, combined with the earnings from vanquishing Zhao Weiping, will be utilized to acquire a top-tier A-grade breathing technique. Ning Chuan resolved with unwavering determination. Although this allocation may not offer the best value, it will undoubtedly enhance his prowess at an accelerated pace. With less than 3 months until the college entrance examination, he must seize every opportunity to strengthen his abilities. After all, even established martial artists may find themselves unsuccessful in the entrance to Tsinghua University. Subsequently, Ning Chuan did not linger. He hailed a taxi and headed directly to the Qingshan City Police Headquarters. His Gale step had reached perfection. It was time to seek Gu Tianyu to fulfill the promise of a new martial art. At the police station, due to his feat of slaying Zhao Weiping, many officers recognized Ning Chuan. Upon clarifying his intentions, he was promptly ushered into Gu Tianyu's office. Make yourself comfortable. Feel free to choose a seat. Gu Tianyu, seated behind a spacious desk, greeted Ning Chuan with a smile. Later, you can head to the finance department to collect your 1 million reward. I initially intended to wait a few days until the agents from the Shanghai Talents training camp arrived, so you wouldn't have to make an extra trip. Agents? Ning Chuan inquired with curiosity. Are they to assess my qualifications? Gu Tianyu shook his head. Not exactly. They merely gather your personal information, such as the martial arts you practice, your current realm, and your preferred weaponry. The greatest strength of the Shanghai Talents training camp lies in its approach of first enrolling students and then recruiting instructors. Based on the individual characteristics of the students, they select the most suitable instructors from the entire Donglin administrative district. Such a feat would be impossible without governmental support. Gu Tianyu elucidated. Truly impressive. Ning Chuan nodded thoughtfully. And after a moment, he said earnestly, Director Gu, there is no need for such formality. Gu Tianyu interrupted him with a smile. You are a friend of Meng Yue and have saved her life. You may call me Uncle Gu, just as she does. In truth, there was one aspect he had yet to mention. Ning Chuan's innate talent was also a significant factor. Very well, Uncle Gu. Ning Chuan, naturally, would not decline such kindness and grinned as he added. Isn't the martial arts you promised me something I can learn? Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have imparted it to you. Gu Tianyu replied with a gentle smile. After a brief pause, he inquired with a hint of scrutiny. Do you have any understanding of the creation of martial arts? Not much, Ning Chuan answered honestly. I only know that martial arts embody the profound insights of their creators. Hence, only knights and divine generals possess the capability to create martial arts, even the most rudimentary E-rank techniques. Your theoretical knowledge is quite commendable, Gu Tianyu remarked, nodding with a smile. He then asked, what do you think of the wind step technique? Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and replied, it is exceptionally powerful. Some E-rank movement techniques created by divine generals pale in comparison. This was not merely flattery on his part. The wind step technique is easy to master and yields impressive results. With countless practitioners within the Federation, the Martial Arts Alliance ranks it among the top 100 foundational martial arts, underscoring Uncle Gu's remarkable talent. Surely, there will be a place for you among the future divine generals of the Federation. Ning Chuan smiled widely, though his words carried a hint of compliment. In the Donglin administrative region, home to hundreds of millions, the number of divine generals born is but a handful, easily counted on one hand. Gu Tianyu shook his head, offering a bitter smile as he remarked, cease your flattery. I am acutely aware of my own limitations and cannot create martial arts of such caliber. As he spoke, Gu Tianyu began to elucidate the origins of the swift wind step. While it was indeed crafted by him, it was not an original creation. Gu Tianyu had reformed a technique conceived by his university mentor, the Wind and Blood Divine General. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan sincerely replied, modifying martial arts is a form of skill in itself. The significance of such an act is worlds apart. A flicker of regret crossed Gu Tianyu's eyes as if memories surged forth. After a moment's contemplation, he regained his composure and solemnly declared, the martial art I wish to impart to you is the Wind and Blood Divine General's technique, known as the Wind Shadow 3000. Ning Chuan's heart raced with excitement. The name Wind Shadow 3000 immediately suggested a level far beyond the swift wind step, certainly beginning at an A grade. After all, while there are no strict limitations on naming martial arts, each creator possesses an innate sense of their own work's worth. An E-grade martial art would never bear a name as grandiose as Heaven and Earth, Four Seas and Eight Wildernesses, the supreme Starry River technique. Most importantly, His swift wind step had already reached a state of perfection. Although progress continued, there were no substantial enhancements to be gained, and he was in dire need of a formidable technique. An S-grade technique? Ning Chuan ventured to inquire. Aside from breathing techniques, S-grade martial arts are generally subject to more lenient oversight. Indeed, Gu Tianyu flipped his palm, and a turquoise martial seal materialized. This is undoubtedly the most exceptional martial art among the S-rank techniques. Naturally, the difficulty of cultivation is equally formidable. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled as he disregarded the latter part of Gu Tianyu's statement, eagerly extending his hands. Uncle Gu, to be honest, I fear not the arduousness of cultivating martial arts. As long as the rank is high, the more challenging, the better. Gu Tianyu merely assumed that Ning Chuan was exhilarated by the prospect and chuckled softly, handing over the turquoise martial seal. You may receive the inheritance here. I have instructed my subordinates not to disturb us for the time being. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Chapter 36. Absorbing Martial Arts. Immediate breakthrough. Ning Chuan took deep breaths, striving to restore his composure before placing the turquoise martial seal against his forehead. The myriad of information regarding Wind Shadow 3000 surged rapidly into his mind. After more than 10 minutes, the martial arts imprint was complete. Ning Chuan opened the system interface and glanced at the last entry. Wind Shadow 3000 was listed, with the current progress at 0%, thus revealing no discernible cultivation speed. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan had a rough estimation. Among B-rank martial arts, the most challenging technique, Lightning Slash, would yield approximately 4% progress in a day at the foundational level. Wind Shadow 3000, being a top-tier S-rank martial art, might not even increase by 1% within the same time frame. However, given his current advancement in martial arts, the cultivation speed should logically see an enhancement. Yet, prior to the college entrance examination, a breakthrough seemed unlikely. Uncle Gu, I return the martial seal to you, Ning Chuan declared with a smile. Just as he raised his hand, a series of notification chimes echoed in his mind. The Wind Shadow 3000 discerned the insights of the swift wind step, leading to an accelerated absorption and a dramatic surge in cultivation speed, enhancing progress by 30. Progress continued to rise, and as Wind Shadow 3000 accumulated sufficient understanding, he achieved a breakthrough into the realm of proficiency. The advancement persisted until the absorption was complete and the cultivation speed returned to normal. Ning Chuan, overwhelmed by a cascade of insights, found himself momentarily dazed. Regaining his composure, he promptly summoned the system interface. Strength. Awakening Stage 6. Wild Ox Strength. Subtle. Progress 15. Swift Wind Step. Perfect. Progress 7. Lightning Slash. Perfect. Progress 1. Thousand Bone Slaughter Technique. Proficient. Progress 25. Vajra Body. Third Layer. Progress 28. Wind Shadow 3000. Proficient. Progress 21. Gazing at the final entry, a smile crept across Ning Chuan's face. The rewards had come with little effort. Just moments ago, he had worried about Wind Shadow 3000's inability to break through before the examination, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the second realm of proficiency. Most importantly, since Wind Shadow 3000 could absorb the insights from the swift wind step, it was evident that other martial arts could similarly benefit from insights gleaned from analogous techniques, resulting in explosive progress. He resolved to keep this characteristic in mind when selecting martial arts in the future. Little Ning, are you all right? Gu Tianyu, noticing Ning Chuan's momentary daze followed by a foolish grin, expressed concern. Oh, I'm fine. I just suddenly comprehended an aspect of martial arts and momentarily lost my focus. Ning Chuan replied with a casual smile, returning the martial seal. Gu Tianyu nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and remarked, the Wind Shadow 3000 and the Swift Wind Step bear a certain resemblance at their core. Your Swift Wind Step has reached perfection thus. Mastering Wind Shadow 3000 should not pose a significant challenge, should you commit to diligent practice. There remains a considerable chance to attain a satisfactory level of foundational mastery before the impending examination. Ning Chuan blinked and replied, then I shall endeavor to exert myself. That was all he could aspire to. In the realm of martial arts, regression was only conceivable under one circumstance, a grievous injury to the mind, rendering one a fool and stripping away the requisite insights. As the police chief, Gu Tianyu possessed a keen perception and could easily discern Ning Chuan's insincerity. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, allow me to share a piece of information with you. Wind Shadow 3000 is the proud creation of the Wind Blood God General, encompassing not only the awakening stage, but also higher transmissions. Even the peak knight, Lu Zhan, covets it fiercely. However, only students of Xinghe University are eligible to learn it. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Gu, Ning Chuan acknowledged, fully aware that Gu Tianyu's words were in his best interest. He slightly inclined his body and earnestly declared, I cannot guarantee my admission to Xinghe University, but I assure you I will exert my utmost effort. Excellent. Your words ring true this time. Go forth. Gu Tianyu responded with a smile. Farewell, Uncle Gu. Ning Chuan exited, and on his way out, he stopped by the finance department to collect his reward of 1 million. The following day, Friday, the dawn was faintly breaking. Ning Chuan awoke from the bathtub, glancing around to find the water had turned clear, with 2 spent medicinal packets floating within. After reaching the 3rd tier of the diamond body, he could absorb the contents of 2 packets in a single night, equating to 90,000 yuan. With the daily expenditure on the beast nutrient solution, the cost rapidly approached 300,000 yuan. Despite possessing assets exceeding 20 million, Ning Chuan finds himself somewhat pained by the expenses. Truly, money flows like water. If it is expensive, so be it. One gets what one pays for. The greater the consumption, the more swiftly one's strength is enhanced. Ning Chuan steadied his thoughts and assessed his injuries. The scars were nearly imperceptible. He then rose to change into a clean school uniform and tidied himself up before stepping outside. 10 minutes later, at Qingshan High School, upon entering the school gates, Ning Chuan was met with a resplendent red banner suspended high above, emblazoned with the words, Warm congratulations to our senior student Ning Chuan for fearlessly slaying the Tianwu spy, Zhao Weiping. The golden lettering was bold and eye-catching. Students along the path halted in their tracks, whispering amongst themselves. Many even took out their phones to discreetly capture the moment. Some audacious young ladies even approached him, presenting pink love letters, their cheeks flushed with a charming hue. Holding a sizable stack of love letters, Ning Chuan realized he had underestimated his popularity at school. Unlike the previous encounter with the Thunder Sparrow, which was merely a common beast, this time he had slain a notorious Tianwu spy, a bona fide martial artist responsible for numerous deaths. Particularly, many journalists, eager for sensationalism, deliberately omitted the fact that Zhao Weiping had been injured. A 17-year-old youth displays valor, beheading a 3rd-tier martial artist. A blade strikes down a Tianwu spy, a sword aimed at Xinghe University. A high school student awakens to slay martial artists, with prospects of becoming a divine general. Such were the headlines that the journalists crafted. How could the excitement not be palpable? Throughout the morning, Ning Chuan resembled an endangered rare species. As soon as class concluded, the windows and doors of the classroom were besieged by students peering in, one group after another. Fortunately, apart from the girl delivering love letters, no one dared to intrude. When noon arrived, Ning Chuan refrained from venturing to the cafeteria, opting instead to remain in the classroom, casually sipping some water. He then retrieved his phone to explore information about grade A breathing techniques. He had previously inquired with Su Yun about the possibility of inheriting multiple martial arts disciplines, only to learn that such exceptions were impermissible. This was a rigid regulation set by the education department. After all, the value of martial arts is immense. If schools were granted excessive autonomy, it could easily lead to the misappropriation of resources. Ning Chuan felt a twinge of regret regarding this, yet he did not dwell on it. He had sufficient funds to acquire the breathing technique he most urgently needed, and it was even classified as grade A, beyond the school's purview. The rank was crucial, and the type should not be underestimated. After careful consideration regarding the new breathing technique, Ning Chuan had a general scope in mind. Ideally, it should excel in explosive power. This type of breathing technique, when paired with Thunder Slash and Wind Shadow 3000, could maximize the speed characteristic to its fullest extent. As for stamina, a slight deficiency could be overlooked. A flaw does not overshadow the merit. As long as the offense is swift enough, it would deny the opponent even a mere 15 chances to strike, let alone engage in a protracted battle. Why didn't you come to class this morning? Hearing footsteps approaching, Ning Chuan glanced up to see his close friend, Guo Renyu, casually inquiring. It's a long story. Guo Renyu leaned against the desk, gradually lowering himself into a seat, but as soon as he made contact with the chair, he sprang up exclaiming, Ouch, that hurts terribly. Upon witnessing the scene, Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flickering within them. Have you been assaulted? Who did this? He inquired, his concern stemming from the possibility that Guo Renyu had suffered unwarranted misfortune due to his own conflicts with Ma Hai, Zhang Wenxi, and Wei Bohu, among others. It was my father who struck me, Guo Rinyu replied, removing his school uniform and placing it carefully on the chair before cautiously taking a seat. To be honest, I blame you for my beating. Ning Chuan felt the sharp chill within him dissipate, surprise etched across his features. What does this have to do with me? Do you remember the 100-day oath ceremony, when I nearly faced death at the hands of Lei Kei for sneaking snacks? Guo Rinyu continued. Indeed, I saved you from that fate. I kept that incident a secret from my parents, but after you dispatched that Tianwu spy, your exploits filled the news, including the footage of you rescuing me. Guo Rinyu's expression turned to one of indignation. Consequently, my father saw it, asked no questions, and immediately punished me with his belt. Haha, Ning Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. At least Guoshu only struck your backside. Consider yourself fortunate. You still dare to laugh. Guo Rinyu looked at Ning Chuan with a mournful gaze, his attention drifting to the phone screen. Are you planning to change your breathing technique? Yes. I made a bit of money from eliminating Zhao Weiping. Then do not rush to place an order. After school, accompany me home. My father wishes to treat you to dinner. What? Is Guoshu gifting me an A-level breathing technique? Ning Chuan jested. Guo Rinyu neither affirmed nor denied, clearing his throat awkwardly to shift the topic. After school, accompany me home, and you will understand then. All right, Ning Chuan responded with a smile, not giving it much thought. He had met Guo's parents a few times. They engaged in small businesses and had a modest fortune, yet they were merely middle class. In terms of wealth, they paled in comparison to his current status. Chapter 37. No hierarchy, if one must insist, perhaps the best in the world. That evening, at the Guo residence, Guo's father had reached middle age, his figure slightly plump, perhaps due to the demands of business, and he exuded a gentle demeanor. Had it not been for Guo Rinyu's audacious concealment of his near-fatal incident, he would not have taken action. Xiao Ning, Rinyu, please come to the study for a moment of conversation. After dinner, Guo's father rose from his seat. Of course, Ning Chuan thought the main event was approaching, though he held no significant expectations. In the study on the second floor, Guo's father turned to Ning Chuan, sighed, and said, You saved Rinyu's life. Originally, Uncle Guo intended to sponsor your college expenses. However, upon learning that you were capable of eliminating Zhao Weiping, I realized you do not require Uncle Guo's financial assistance. It's nothing, Ning Chuan replied with a smile. Rinyu and I are good friends. It was only right to save him. Guo's father shook his head, adopting a serious tone. A life-saving grace must not be forgotten. Uncle Guo has little to offer you, save for a breathing technique passed down through generations, which still holds some value. I hear from Rinyu that you are indeed looking to change your breathing technique. As he spoke, Guo's father stood up, locked the door, and moved to the window, drawing the curtains tightly. Once he completed these actions, he approached a bookshelf and focused his gaze on a small aperture. Iris recognition. A cold chime resonated, causing the bookshelf to tremble. Moments later, it parted in the middle, revealing a safe. Witnessing this spectacle, Ning Chuan exclaimed in astonishment, Uncle Guo, you cannot possibly possess an A-level breathing technique. The classification from E to S levels was established only after the formation of the Federation, while the breathing technique of my ancestors predates the Federation's history by far. Turning around, Father Guo's expression grew solemn as he cradled a wooden box, its interior lined with soft cotton cloth. At its center lay a golden jade tablet, adorned with peculiar patterns, through which a faint golden glow pulsed, as if it could vanish at any moment. An ancient martial seal. Ning Chuan focused intently, recognizing the golden jade tablet. However, its origins from a time prior to the Federation surpassed his knowledge. Father Guo picked up the golden martial seal, caressing it gently as he introduced. This breathing technique is known as the Dragon Elephant ancient scripture, once renowned in its time. Curiously, Ning Chuan inquired, Uncle Guo, how does it compare to the current levels? There is no formal classification, but if one must categorize it, it would be the foremost in the Federation today, Uncle Guo asserted. Ning Chuan blinked in disbelief. It was not that he doubted Uncle Guo's words. The revelation felt too fantastical. It was akin to him walking down the street only to have a throng of divine beings suddenly kneel before him, proclaiming the return of the Dragon King. Believe me, Ning Chuan, my father is not deceiving you, Guo Rinyu interjected promptly. Do not be misled by our current status as a mere middle-class family. Before the Federation, we belong to the royal lineage of the most formidable empire of that era. Alas, the price of prominence is perilous during the dual martial star war. Our nation was vanquished by the celestial martial realm. Otherwise, I would be a prince myself. Guo Rinyu clicked his tongue, seemingly lost in the reverie of princely grandeur. Guo's father, with a hint of irritation, urged, "Let us discuss serious matters." With a grin, Guo Renyu continued. The dragon elephant ancient scriptures are an esoteric legacy of the royal family, heralded as the most formidable foundational martial art. In each generation, only a few prodigious princes are capable of mastering it. Guo's father added for Ning Chuan's benefit, "I understand that after the establishment of the Federation, martial arts transcended the constraints of lineage, leading to an explosive development. Numerous powerful martial arts have emerged, many of which ancient practices cannot rival. However, the dragon elephant ancient scriptures are exceptional. They were not created by royal members but rather seized by a divine general from the royal family amidst prehistoric ruins." According to him, the dragon elephant ancient scriptures far surpass the martial comprehension of the divine generals. After hearing this, Ning Chuan felt a strong belief welling up within him. The Guo father and son had no reason to deceive him. He cast his gaze once more towards the golden martial seal, this time with a fervent intensity. The foremost martial art in the Federation. Observing this, Guo's father revealed no hesitation and directly handed it to Ning Chuan. "Little Ning, whether it pertains to the Guo dynasty or the dragon elephant ancient scriptures, these matters are laden with complexity. Although the Federation has loss, it cannot shield against the treachery of human hearts. You must keep this knowledge to yourself," Guo's father cautioned. Ning Chuan nodded solemnly, affirming, "No one else will know apart from me." "I trust you," Guo's father replied with a smile, before deciding to impart the dragon elephant ancient scriptures to Ning Chuan. He had discreetly investigated him and found his character commendable. Otherwise, he would not have divulged such matters. Playing with the golden martial seal. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Uncle Guo, since the dragon elephant ancient scripture is so extraordinary, how formidable must it be?" Uncle Guo teased, responding with a question, "Do you know the peak fist strength of an awakened 9th stage practitioner?" Fist strength is the most crucial metric for assessing physical prowess, without exception. It does not merely refer to the maximum force a punch can deliver. Isolated data lacks significance. A fist may possess immense power, yet if it is slow and unable to connect, it is of no use. The term fist strength pertains to the ability to deliver multiple punches in rapid succession within a specific time frame, with the number of strikes being contingent upon the individual's mastery, and then calculating the average value. This data encapsulates various factors, including strength, speed, and flexibility, allowing for a relatively accurate reflection of physical intensity, typically ranging from 3 to 5 tons. Ning Chuan contemplated and remarked, "The disparity in this range stems partly from individual talent differences, but more significantly, it arises from the varying levels of breathing techniques." Fist strength also serves as a vital indicator of the quality of breathing methods. Indeed, an S-rank breathing technique cannot enable an awakened practitioner to exceed 6 tons of fist strength. Uncle Guo nodded and proclaimed, however, "Historical records indicate that a practitioner at the peak of the 9th stage who cultivates the dragon elephant ancient scripture can generate fist strength capable of shaking a cauldron weighing 36,000 pounds. By continuously striking, they can send the cauldron soaring into the air, where it remains suspended for half a day. 36,000 pounds. Ning Chuan quickly converted the measurement, his heart racing in astonishment. 18 tons. This figure merely represents the weight of the cauldron. The ability to launch it into the air clearly indicates that the fist strength far exceeds this amount. The fact that it remains airborne for half a day suggests the astonishing physical capacity of those who practice the dragon elephant ancient scripture. The breathing technique that can be described as nearly flawless. Ning Chuan felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, Guo Renyu scoffed, dousing the enthusiasm with his words. "It's not as mystical as my father makes it out to be. Since the establishment of the Federation, several members of the Guo family had practiced the Dragon Elephant Ancient Sutra. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th stage, their punching power was approximately 6 tons, which bore little difference from the S-class breathing techniques." Ning Chuan turned towards Guo's father, awaiting clarification, for he was not one to exaggerate. After a moment of contemplation, Guo's father stated, "What both Renyu and I have said is indeed truthful. To shake a great cauldron weighing 36,000 pounds, the Dragon Elephant Ancient Sutra must be perfected. The difficulty is akin to ascending to the heavens. Since the fall of the Guo dynasty, no one has managed to attain this level." Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan felt a sense of relief. The high difficulty of martial arts posed no concern for him. Although attaining perfection would require a moment of enlightenment, something he might not achieve, the limit of the expert realm in the Dragon Elephant Ancient Sutra would certainly yield a punching power exceeding 10 tons. thereby easily surpassing the S-class breathing techniques. Guo's father glanced at Ning Chuan and sighed. Since the establishment of the Federation, not a single generation of the Guo family has managed to attain perfection, let alone master the second stage. As this legacy has reached my generation, no one dares to practice the Dragon Elephant Ancient Sutra. Why is that? Does the Dragon Elephant Ancient Sutra have backlash effects? Ning Chuan inquired, puzzled. He recalled that Guo Renyu's breathing technique was inherited at school. Guo's father shook his head. No, it's not that. The martial seal of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Sutra has only one last inheritance left. With Renyu's talent, how could I dare to have him practice it? Guo Renyu felt disheartened. This revelation made Ning Chuan realize the golden martial seal was somewhat burdensome. There remained but one last inheritance. The value of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture is beyond measure. However, if it were to be returned, Ning Chuan would feel a twinge of reluctance. The ancient text far surpasses the A-grade breathing technique he intended to purchase. Could he acquire it with money? A fleeting thought crossed Ning Chuan's mind, but was swiftly extinguished. Setting aside the question of whether he possessed sufficient funds, if the Guo family truly sought to exchange the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture for money, his involvement would be rendered moot. Chapter 38. Changing Martial Arts. With the monthly examination approaching, Xiao Ning, do not overthink this. Since I have entrusted the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture to you, I naturally have no intention of reclaiming it. Observing the conflict etched on Ning Chuan's face, Father Guo hastily waved his hand. After a brief pause, he continued, of course, Uncle Guo, with a rather audacious countenance, intentionally mentioned that there remains only one inheritance left. As I wish to request a favor from you, please go on. In the future, should you ascend to the rank of knight and cultivate the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture to its perfect state, I hope that you will engrave a new martial seal of the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture and return it to the Guo family. Father Guo spoke with a solemn tone. To engrave a martial seal, two prerequisites must be met. First, one must at least be a knight. Second, the corresponding martial art must be perfected. The Guo dynasty has been extinguished for many years, and no descendant has achieved this feat. Father Guo harbored no illusions that his own lineage would succeed. The decision not to exchange the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture for money was merely a gesture of remembrance. Yet, with Ning Chuan's timely appearance, Father Guo's hopes were rekindled. The young man had saved his son's life and owed a debt of gratitude. His ability to slay genuine martial artists spoke volumes of his innate talent, and his commendable character was evident. He was a man of his word. Thus, the event of bestowing the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture unfolded this evening. If Xiao Ning, you fail to accomplish this, I shall abandon my request. Do not feel indebted. To me, Renyu's life is far more precious than the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. Father Guo chuckled. Ning Chuan merely nodded, refraining from making any promises, yet resolutely determined to elevate the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture to a state of perfection. The trio continued their discussion on various matters concerning the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. Subsequently, Ning Chuan took his leave. In the old city, the spring moon was particularly radiant tonight, casting a silvery glow. Lying in bed, Ning Chuan gazed out at the crescent moon. Once his emotions settled like still waters, he affixed the golden martial seal upon his forehead. Profound information surged forth like a tidal wave, its intensity far surpassing that of the S-level martial art. Wind Shadow 3000. After more than 2 hours, the transmission concluded, a staggering feat. It is imperative to note that the information contained within the martial seal generally reflects the level of martial arts. Under normal circumstances, the greater the amount of information, the higher the martial arts tier, necessitating a longer transmission time. The pinnacle S-level martial art, Wind Shadow 3000, requires merely a quarter of an hour for transmission, while the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture demanded nearly tenfold that duration. With a hum, the intricate patterns of the golden martial seal dimmed, its luster dissipating. A notification echoed in Ning Chuan's mind. The breathing technique is the sole martial art detected. Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture and Mang Nyo Strength have been identified. Please make a selection. Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture, Ning Chuan silently intoned, initiating the replacement of the breathing technique. Replacement successful. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan accessed the system interface, discovering that the Mang Nyo Strength had vanished from the first column of martial arts, replaced by the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. With the level progress indicator reading 0, it appeared he had not absorbed any insights from the Mang Nyo Strength. It is not surprising for Ning Chuan. There exists little in common between these two breathing techniques. He decided to test the refining effects of the dragon-elephant ancient scripture. Rising from his bed, Ning Chuan opened the cabinet and downed a vial of beast nutrition liquid in one gulp. Immediately, a prompt sounded. The dragon-elephant ancient scripture sensed the surging energy, igniting a fervor within him, and his cultivation speed skyrocketed. As the words left his lips, a powerful tingling sensation engulfed his entire body like a bolt of lightning. He could even perceive that his bones, skin, and every organ were growing stronger, surpassing the strength of the bull strength technique by several levels. Ning Chuan mused quietly. Soon after, another prompt validated his inference. The dragon-elephant ancient scripture would expend its energy in 6 hours. Upon reaching the 6th stage of awakening, the bull strength technique consumed 1 vial of beast nutrition liquid, requiring a full day for replenishment. In terms of efficiency, the dragon-elephant ancient scripture was 4 times more effective than the bull strength technique. And this was merely at the foundational level. At 0% mastery of the dragon-elephant ancient scripture, it was no wonder it could lift an immense weight of 36,000 pounds. Ning Chuan could not suppress a smile. Yet, in the next moment, his lips twitched as he contemplated a matter. If 1 vial lasts 6 hours, that would amount to 4 vials in a day. Even if he could procure them from Luo Mingyue at a cost of 150,000 each, that would total 600,000 daily. A 3-bedroom apartment in the city center of Qingshan would barely suffice. This was merely the present situation. As the dragon-elephant ancient scripture and his strength advanced further, the consumption would only accelerate. Coupled with the medicinal packs required for the diamond body technique, his assets of over 20 million seemed insufficient to last even a month. It was a pace more rapid than the expenditure of internet enterprises. A blend of suffering and joy. Ning Chuan reclined backward, collapsing onto his bed. 2 days later, it was the weekend. Ning Chuan chose not to venture outside, preferring to remain at home. With his mind unburdened by martial arts concerns, he dedicated his energy to reviewing his academic subjects. The federal college entrance examination is scored out of a total of 1,000 points, with the cultural subjects accounting for 300 points. Although this is less significant compared to the martial arts examination, it still constitutes nearly 1/3 of the total score and merits considerable attention. Aspiring to gain admission to Tsinghua University, every single point must be fiercely contested. On Sunday, after a morning of diligent study, Ning Chuan consumed a bottle of beast nutrition liquid as his lunch. He then picked up his phone and opened the class group chat, intending to casually browse and relax his mind. With the monthly exam approaching on Monday, the group chat was abuzz with lively discussions, following the customary practice of previous years. During the final few monthly exams leading up to the college entrance examination, dark horses often emerge unexpectedly, showcasing exceptional prowess. As he perused the messages, Ning Chuan noticed that someone had mentioned him, none other than his homeroom teacher, Su Yun. Classmates, do you think Ning Chuan has the potential to break into the top 30? Ning Chuan stared at the message in astonishment. Traditionally, securing a place among the top 30 at Qingshan No. 1 Middle School is achievable with an awakening of 8 segments, a feat well within his current capabilities. However, under the intensity of his full effort, an awakening of 8 segments would not last more than 10 seconds. Given that Su Yun had witnessed his live stream during the defeat of Zhao Weiping, why would she pose such a question? Ning Chuan furrowed his brow in contemplation and soon grasped the reason. During the confrontation with Zhao Weiping, the sky had been overcast, and torrential rain had blurred the camera's footage. Additionally, the audience, viewing from behind a screen, could not fully appreciate the sharpness of his blade technique. It is only natural that someone without profound martial arts expertise, like Su Yun, would fail to discern his true level. While Ning Chuan comprehended the situation, the class group chat erupted with fervor. As the homeroom teacher, Su Yun rarely spoke, especially when it came to the increasingly popular Ning Chuan. Messages poured in one after another. Tang Xiaowan, Teacher Su, since Ning Chuan can defeat even the third-tier martial arts spies, securing first place should be a mere formality. To my knowledge, not a single student in the senior class at Qingshan No. 1 High School has yet become a formal martial artist. Clearly, this individual is a victim of unscrupulous journalism. Wang Dong, I share the same concerns as our class beauty. Another victim. Li Shanyan, I have a family member in the police force who is privy to some truths. Zhao Weiping has long been injured, and prior to facing Ning Chuan, he suffered a devastating blow from Chairman Lu's electric strike, severely impairing his strength. Zhang Wenxi, absolutely. Another message followed swiftly. Zhang Wenxi, Zhao Weiping's true combat capability barely matches that of a 7th-tier awakening. The media, in their quest for sensationalism, has exaggerated his prowess. Ning Chuan has no hope of breaking into the top 30. Li Shanyan. That explains why Ning Chuan is so formidable. Zhang Wenxi. Such matters bear the responsibility of the media, yet certain individuals seem to relish the attention far too much. Holding his phone, Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. It appeared the lesson he imparted to Zhang Wenxi last time had not sufficed. The itch for mischief had returned. In the class group chat, messages continued to flow. Mahai ha. Class leader Zhang, if Ning Chuan cannot secure a spot in the top 30, do you truly believe you can? Within a certain villa? Mahai typed furiously, his words dripping with sarcasm. Ning Chuan engaged him in a battle of wits, intentionally leaking information. Zhang Wenxi had completely severed ties with him, employing various methods to create trouble for the past few days. Frustratingly, he found himself powerless to retaliate. Ning Chuan and Zhang Wenxi are both individuals whom he cannot surpass. He can only indulge in verbal sparring. Zhang Wenxi, you are like a frog at the bottom of a well. What do you know? Ning Chuan is certainly no match for me. Mahai, anyone can boast. But do you dare to explain how you ended up with those 2 black eyes after the selection tournament? Chapter 39. My breathing technique was imparted by an elderly gentleman with a white beard, and it has the potential to evolve. Ding-ling-ling. As Zhang Wenxi and Ma Hai were embroiled in their dispute, Ning Chuan's phone rang. It was a call from Gu Tianyu, informing him that the agents from the Shanghai Genius Training Camp had arrived at the police station. Uncle Gu, I understand. After hanging up, Ning Chuan ceased to peruse the class group chat and promptly descended the stairs. He hailed a budget taxi at the entrance of the community and made his way directly to the police station. He held great expectations for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. With Donglin Administrative District ranking first, it undoubtedly possessed remarkable qualities. Perhaps, like those elite private training camps, it would offer an unlimited supply of high-grade beast meat. The thought brought a smile to Ning Chuan's face. It was not a matter of lack of ambition. Rather, his assets of over 20 million could only sustain him for so long. At the police station, in Gu Tianyu's office, Ning Chuan encountered the agent from the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, whose surname was Li. He appeared to be in his 30s, of average build, sitting upright with a poised demeanor. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an aura of competence. If you are ready, we can commence, Agent Li stated, looking at Ning Chuan while holding a sleek tablet in his hand and extracting a stylus. Certainly, please feel free to ask. Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. Agent Li inquired, please provide your personal information, including your name, gender, age, identification number, and place of origin. Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback. The other requests were manageable, but gender? While he possessed a somewhat delicate appearance, it was hardly ambiguous enough to confuse one's gender. Observing his reaction, Agent Li clarified, Ning Chuan, do not misunderstand. The Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp admits only 100 students each year from nearly 10 million candidates in the Donglin Administrative District. Each slot is of utmost significance. I must meticulously verify every detail. There cannot be even the slightest error. A 1 in 100,000 chance. Ning Chuan was secretly astonished and quickly recited his identity information, all of which matched. Agent Li raised his stylus and continued. You must also specify your current strength level and the finer divisions thereof. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment before responding, awakening level 6, and as for the minor realm, I suppose it is the initial stage. In truth, he was uncertain if it could truly be classified as the initial stage. After changing his breathing technique, he would need to revisit the refinement processes from before reaching awakening level 6, as both the dragon elephant ancient scripture and the new breathing methods differed significantly. In the short term, he could not hope to break through to awakening level 7. However, Ning Chuan felt no urgency. A breakthrough in realm was merely an external manifestation of one's strength. As long as his capabilities were on the rise, the realm itself was inconsequential. In fact, a later breakthrough might be preferable, indicating a firmer foundation. A renowned general of the Federation once remarked that the ascent in martial realms is, to some extent, akin to constructing a building. A solid foundation is essential to support higher floors. Only awakening level 6? Agent Li exclaimed, astonished. He had worked at the Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp for over a decade and had never encountered trainees of such limited capabilities. Not only were there no awakened at the 6th level, but even the 7th and 8th levels were absent. All began at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Suddenly, Agent Lee appeared to have an epiphany and tentatively inquired, "Do you possess any supernatural abilities?" "No," Ning Chuan replied, shaking his head. He understood why Agent Lee posed such a question. Supernatural abilities are special powers acquired after unlocking certain genetic codes within the human body. Notable examples include pyrokinesis, cryokinesis, and electrokinesis. These abilities, when combined with martial arts, significantly enhance combat prowess, enabling one to effortlessly engage in battles beyond their level. However, not all supernatural abilities are suited for combat. The awakening of such powers is fraught with uncertainty and uncontrollability. Take Yao Weiping, whom he had slain. His ability to create clones was rather harmless, serving only to confound opponents to a certain extent. That was relatively benign. Some abilities are so trivial they evoke laughter, such as the hair growth ability, which allows one to extend their hair. Its sole utility lies in the necessity of paying more for haircuts. Fortunately, one could relinquish this ability simply by becoming bald. A similar case would be the flexible tongue ability, which enables the tongue to flick hundreds of times in a second. What practical use could that serve? Spitting, perhaps. Yet, it puzzled the Federation's populace that certain women's clubs highly coveted the flexible tongue ability, even offering annual salaries in the millions for recruitment. Agent Lee understood that it was not solely supernatural abilities that enabled one to engage in combat beyond their level. Director Gu Tianyu, seated behind his desk, offered a slight smile. "Director Gu, I do not intend to undervalue Ning Chuan. I merely inquired as a matter of routine." Agent Lee elucidated. Should Ning Chuan possess formidable abilities, the Shanghai Talented Training Camp would certainly allocate specific resources in his favor. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's gaze flickered momentarily. It seemed that fierce competition also thrived within the Shanghai Talented Training Camp. However, this was precisely to his liking. His consumption of resources was substantial. If they were to be evenly distributed, it would hinder his growth. "Please continue, Agent Lee," Gu Tianyu interjected. Agent Lee nodded and turned his attention to Ning Chuan. "What martial arts have you practiced?" After a brief contemplation, Ning Chuan inquired, "Should I also mention my realm?" "No need," Agent Lee replied with a confident smile, his tone imbued with a hint of pride. "Regardless of your realm, the instructors at the Shanghai Talented Training Camp possess the capability to guide you. This is the confidence derived from years of being ranked first in the Donglin Administrative District." Gu Tianyu cast a knowing glance at Agent Lee, fully aware of Ning Chuan's true prowess. The Gale Step, at its perfected state, alongside a B-level swift blade technique of remarkable skill, either at the expert realm's limits or the perfected realm. Most instructors at the Shanghai Talented Training Camp operate at the expert realm, with few reaching the perfected realm. Thus, it remains uncertain who would ultimately guide whom. Gu Tianyu suddenly found himself anticipating that eventuality, though regrettably, he could not witness it firsthand. "I practiced the Gale Step," Ning Chuan quickly recounted. Agent Lee raised his stylus, and after a brief pause, inquired, "What about your breathing technique?" Being capable of working for the Shanghai Talented Training Camp, his proficiency was naturally high, allowing him to instantly recognize the various types of martial arts Ning Chuan mentioned. "Must I specify?" Ning Chuan did not forget the admonition of Father Gua. However, relying solely on brute strength would not suffice. The moment he revealed his physical prowess, he would be exposed. Unless he refrained from taking action at the Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp, which was evidently impractical. Agent Lee turned to Ning Chuan and said, "It is best to disclose everything. The more comprehensive your information, the more suitable the instructor assigned to you at the Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp will be. If you are concerned about others coveting your breathing technique, there is no need for such worry. Many students who enter the Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp practice S-class breathing techniques." "It is not an S-class breathing technique," Ning Chuan mused, a grin spreading across his face. "It is an unknown breathing technique passed down to me by a white-bearded old man. According to him, this technique is exceptionally unique. It can evolve by assimilating other S-class breathing techniques. With each S-class technique assimilated, its power increases. If I could merge the 49 techniques listed in the rankings, it would evolve into the most formidable breathing technique across the heavens and the earth." Hearing this, Gu Tianyu could not suppress a laugh. He suddenly understood why Lu Zhan had complained yesterday that Ning Chuan merely had the gift of gab, the ability to evolve, indeed. Agent Lee's expression twitched, nearly losing his composed demeanor. He muttered, "I shall record it as an unknown breathing technique." With that, Agent Lee hastily shifted to another question. fearing that Ning Chuan might concoct yet another prehistoric breathing technique. After a brief span of 10 minutes, the inquiry concluded. Agent Li stowed away his tablet and produced a blue-gray interwoven card, handing it to Ning Chuan with a grave tone. "This is your student identification card. Be sure not to lose it. Moreover, on April 1st, you must arrive at the Shanghai Talents Training Camp promptly. Any tardiness will be regarded as a forfeiture. The specific location details will be sent to your mobile phone shortly. Thank you for the reminder." Ning Chuan held his student ID and pondered for a moment before asking, "Agent Li, could you elaborate on the Shanghai Talents Training Camp? There is scant information available online." In truth, he was eager to inquire if the camp offered unlimited free beast meat, yet such a matter felt too shameful to voice. Once you arrive at the training camp, an instructor will personally provide you with an introduction. Agent Li observed Ning Chuan, a radiant smile gracing his face. Such a mischievous child would undoubtedly grasp many of the camp's rules. Just the thought brought him joy. Chapter 40, When the Tide Recedes. Who is left exposed on March 28, 1099 of the Federation calendar, a Monday. Qingshan No. 1 High School held its first monthly examination following the 100-day pledge assembly. Many students arrived at school early, showing great diligence. Each individual adjusted their mindset while seated. With the college entrance examination approaching, their capabilities had largely solidified, and the outcome of this monthly test would likely reflect their performance in the upcoming examination. The monthly assessment consisted of 2 parts, academic subjects and martial arts. The academic exam mirrored the college entrance examination format, encompassing mathematics, martial arts theory, biology, chemistry, physics, and comprehensive literature and history, totaling 300 points. The martial arts examination varied each year, while Qingshan No. 1 High School consistently designated the monthly assessment as a competition on the arena. At 7 in the morning, the examination commenced. In the classroom, Ning Chuan maintained a calm demeanor, gazing intently at the test paper on the computer screen, contemplating carefully and answering diligently. The original body had commendable academic results. During these days, Ning Chuan had not idled away his time. In fact, due to the absence of martial arts training, he found himself with ample leisure hours to devote more energy to his studies. Nevertheless, he encountered a few challenging problems that he could not solve. However, Ning Chuan did not dwell on them. Once he recognized that a question exceeded his capabilities, he promptly moved on. As time trickled by, the resonant school bell heralded the conclusion of the examination. Just as Ning Chuan stepped out of the classroom, a message arrived on his phone, delivering his results. With the advanced technology of the Federation, assessments are conducted by artificial intelligence, allowing results to be generated in mere seconds, remarkably efficient. He scored 259 points, placing him 31st. Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction at his phone. Indeed, his efforts bore fruit. Previously, his academic performance had languished beyond the top 100. The message concluded with a link to the ranking leaderboard. Upon clicking it, Ning Chuan noted that the top scorer was none other than his classmate, the class flower, Tang Xiaowan, who achieved an impressive 299 points. Clearly, she was adept at tackling all the questions. He surmised that the solitary point deducted from her score was likely due to a missed word in her explanation. Such an academic prodigy as Tang Xiaowan was destined for one of the prestigious universities within the Federation's top 10. Ning Chuan mused quietly. With her awakening at the 4th stage, if one were to consider the cumulative score from the martial arts examination, she would certainly be within the realm of elite universities, if not the top 10. However, students who excel in academics may gain special admission to renowned institutions, paving their way towards a career in pure science. The Federation government places significant importance on scientific endeavors, allocating annual funding in the billions. However, the most promising path remains martial arts. Tang Xiaowan, pursuing a scientific route, may ultimately achieve the position of chief researcher at a major corporation, with an annual salary and stock dividends amounting to perhaps over 100 million. Ning Chuan blinked in surprise. It seems quite substantial. Of course, Ning Chuan was well aware that this was merely a comparison to ordinary individuals. The revenue-generating capability of top martial arts masters far exceeds such figures. In the Federation, super enterprises spanning multiple administrative districts must have divine generals backing them. Otherwise, they risk being devoured by competitors without a trace. These divine generals often need not lift a finger throughout the year, yet still receive dividends in the hundreds of millions, or even billions. And this is merely a fraction of their total income. The venue for the martial arts examination is the training ground, where numerous platforms have already been erected. Just past 1 in the afternoon, with some time remaining before the examination begins, the training ground has already come alive with activity. It is bustling with people, students preparing for the examination, spectators eager to watch, parents of the students, and reporters from television stations arriving to cover the event. Compared to the mundane task of answering questions on paper, the exhilarating battles are undoubtedly more captivating. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this month's examination? The previous champion, the president of the student council, is absent due to injury. I believe Ning Chuan has a chance. How outdated. Do you really think he is as formidable as the news reports claim? An executive from the Wei Consortium publicly stated online that the Tianwu spy is gravely injured. Lacking even the strength of a 7th-level awakening, Ning Chuan's killing of him would merely be akin to delivering a final blow. Indeed, I have heard of this matter as well. His classmate Zhang Wenxi brought it up in the class group discussion, yet Ning Chuan dared not voice his thoughts. Such incredible fortune. First, he experienced a sudden epiphany with the Thunder Slash, and now he encounters an injured spy. Those who are unworthy of their reputation will inevitably face backlash. Many are fervently discussing it, and due to recent reports, Ning Chuan has become the focal point of conversation. However, under the influence of certain individuals with ulterior motives, the discourse has largely turned negative. Ning Chuan stood beneath a tree at the edge of the gathering, listening intently. He refrained from countering the remarks, much like his previous indifference towards the class group discussions. The martial arts examination was imminent. Actions speak louder than words. Suddenly, a deliberately amplified voice pierced through the air, capturing the attention of many. Ning Chuan, I have heard that Zhao Weiping was severely injured by Lu Mingyue, and you took advantage of the situation. At first, I doubted it, thinking someone was slandering you. But now, seeing your demeanor, it seems to be true. Wei Bohu laughed heartily as he approached. Ning Chuan cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, So now you dare to speak? I thought you had been silenced by Uncle Lu. Wei Bohu's smile instantly froze, and after a moment of hesitation, he sneered, Don't be too pleased with yourself. Today, I shall ruin you on stage. Even Lu Zhan, the master of the venue, will not intervene. Lu Zhan had not arrived at the scene, and Wei Bohu hesitated, yet still refrained from uttering his name directly. The shadow of the tree, the names of men, the title of the peak knight is indeed a heavy burden. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and asked, Are you certain you can reach me? A glint of ferocity flickered in Wei Bohu's eyes as he lowered his voice, ominously stating, Just wait. Today, no one will come to your rescue. I shall break your bones one by one. That 20 million. I intend for you to be left with nothing for your recovery. Upon hearing these words, Ning Chuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, choosing silence thereafter. Wei Bohu, underestimating him, was exactly what he wished to see. Previously, he had worried that Wei Bohu might discern his true strength and be intimidated enough to refrain from confronting him. After all, in just a few days, he would be heading to the Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp, leaving him no time to engage in a drawn-out conflict with Wei Bohu. The animosity between them would be settled today. Putting on a facade, he thought, Once on stage, I shall see how you maintain your pretense. After exchanging a few more harsh words, and finding Ning Chuan unresponsive, Wei Bohu felt a tinge of boredom, snorted disdainfully, and strode away. The crowd nearby did not disperse. Rather, they engaged in even more fervent discussions. Ning Chuan refrained from rebuttal, seemingly confirming Wei Bohu's prior assertion that his success in vanquishing the Tianwu spy was indeed a matter of luck. One could easily surmise how formidable a mid-level awakener could be. To dare provoke Wei Bohu. It appeared he had absorbed too much sensational news and begun to believe it himself. Encountering Wei Bohu on stage would undoubtedly result in his utter defeat. A barrage of scornful voices echoed relentlessly. With lowered eyes, Ning Chuan remained silent. The multitude of taunts and doubts stemmed, on one hand, from Wei Bohu and Zhang Wenxi's covert instigation. On the other hand, his meteoric rise was too rapid to comprehend. In less than a month, he had transformed from an obscure fourth-tier awakener to a brilliant young prodigy, renowned for slaying the Tianwu spy. Truly miraculous. Many found it hard to believe, suspecting ulterior motives at play. Upon hearing Wei Bohu and Zhang Wenxi's provocations, they naturally felt they had unearthed the truth and began to criticize vehemently. Yet, the tide shall ultimately recede. Who is swimming naked? It's evident. Chapter 41. A few moves? No, just a gesture. Ning, so it is you here. I've been searching for you. A voice, imbued with the clarity of silver bells, resonated through the air. Ning Chuan lifted his gaze to find Wang Ersui approaching him, microphone in hand, accompanied by the cameraman from that day. Journalist Wang, here to cover the monthly exam at Qingshan No. 1 High School? A faint smile graced Ning Chuan's lips. He was well aware that the numerous accolades he received were significantly influenced by Wang Ersui's live broadcasts. Whether intentional or not, it ultimately benefited him. Thanks to you, after that live stream, I no longer need to report on culinary delights at the shopping plaza. Wang Ersui beamed brightly. Pausing briefly, she glanced around and whispered, I just interviewed some students, and they seem rather pessimistic about your performance. Do you know why that is? Ning Chuan chuckled softly, opting not to clarify, and instead inquired, what do you think? I believe you will undoubtedly secure the first place. Wang Ersui asserted earnestly. Although she was merely at the 7th awakening stage and could not discern the depth of Ning Chuan's swordsmanship, she had been present that day. Even from several dozen meters away, she felt the fierce aura emanating from Ning Chuan's battle blade, piercing through the rain, sending chills across her skin. In this awakening stage, with warriors yet to emerge, who could rival him? Your words make it difficult for me to relish the pleasure of proving others wrong. Ning Chuan shrugged, feigning a sense of helplessness. Wang Ersui was momentarily taken aback, but after a few seconds, the meaning dawned upon her, her bright eyes shimmering with excitement. Ning Chuan was aiming for the top spot. A significant development. Wang Ersui grasped the microphone and addressed the camera, saying, from the recent interview, it is evident that Ning Chuan, despite facing skepticism from many, remains spirited and determined to claim victory, exemplifying the ability to conquer the strong with the seemingly weak, vanquishing the Tianwu spies. However, Qingshan No. 1 High School is a prestigious institution, teeming with formidable talent. To whom the top seat will ultimately belong remains to be seen, dear viewers, so stay tuned. As Wang Ersui spoke, Ning Chuan's peripheral vision caught sight of a voluptuous figure not far away. Reporter Wang, I have something to attend to. I shall see you another time. With a slight bow, Ning Chuan hastily departed. Good afternoon, Teacher Su. Approaching her, Ning Chuan greeted her with a smile. Seeing Ning Chuan, Su Yun furrowed her fair brows and remarked, I believe it would be best for you to refrain from participating in the martial arts examination this afternoon. The atmosphere seems rather ominous. It appears that someone may be targeting you due to your recent prominence. Should you falter, you might face a deluge of criticism. Ning Chuan flashed a grin and replied, Teacher Su, just yesterday you inquired if I could secure a place among the top 30. At that moment, he was unaware that someone would set their sights on him. Su Yun pondered for a moment before saying, Yesterday, I made a request to the Education Bureau, asking if you could be rewarded with an additional vial of Baisho nutritional essence should you rank within the top 30. And the outcome? Ning Chuan inquired with interest. Given his current wealth, a vial of Baisho nutritional essence was not particularly significant. However, such items were undoubtedly more beneficial in greater quantities. The dragon elephant ancient scripture was exceedingly costly. Su Yun shook her head, sighing. The Education Bureau declined. You must rank within the top 10 to receive an extra vial of Baisho nutritional essence. This is exceedingly challenging. Even achieving the 9th stage of awakening lacks a reliable assurance, let alone in your case. Ning Chuan disregarded the sense of despondency in Su Yun's words, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he exclaimed, if I place in the top 10, I can obtain 2 vials of the 100 Beasts nutrient solution. But what about the first place? How many can the Education Department provide? 5 vials. Su Yun shot Ning Chuan a resentful glare, retorting with exasperation. Do you truly believe you can secure that? In our senior year, there are no fewer than 3 individuals at the pinnacle of the 9th stage. Aren't you aware of your standing in comparison to them? As she spoke, she unleashed her original force to assess Ning Chuan's capabilities. You have awakened to the 6th stage? Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. If her memory served her right, merely 20 days prior, Ning Chuan was at the 4th stage of awakening. To advance 2 stages in such a brief span was no small feat, while it may not be unprecedented. It would certainly rank among the finest in the annals of the Federation. Now do you recognize my prowess? Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, surveying Su Yun with a light chuckle. You still fall short. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun stated earnestly, with your 6th stage of awakening, coupled with the subtle realm of the flashing thunder slash, you possess combat strength equivalent to the 8th stage. However, you remain far from the pinnacle of the 9th stage. Furthermore, you must understand that the martial arts examination encompasses more than a single arena match. your stamina is a significant disadvantage, rendering you inferior to those at higher stages of awakening. By the time you face them, your strength will hardly exceed 60%. Ning Chuan shrugged his shoulders and jested. Teacher Su, have a little more faith in me. Is this merely a matter of confidence? Su Yun's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed in frustration. The disparity in strength is so vast that no amount of confidence will suffice. After a brief pause, Su Yun adjusted her mindset and comforted him, saying, if this were before, I would eagerly hope for your enthusiastic participation in the martial arts examination. However, it is evident that someone is aiming to target you now. Even if you manage to secure a place in the top 30, it would be futile. A single defeat would result in an avalanche of slander and malicious words directed at you. Under such circumstances, it would be impossible for you to focus on preparing for the college entrance examination, which would inevitably affect your future. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the resounding drums heralding the commencement of the martial arts examination echoed, each beat more powerful than the last, filling the air with an electric tension. Thousands of senior students rushed into action. Teacher Su, let us talk after the exam, Ning Chuan remarked as he glanced at his assigned arena on his phone, smiling as he bid farewell and strode away. Seeing this, Su Yun's forehead creased with tension. It was clear that her heartfelt advice had fallen on deaf ears. It was evident that Ning Chuan, buoyed by the praise from various media outlets, had become overly confident, genuinely believing himself to possess the combat prowess of a true martial artist. She watched his retreating figure, biting her lip in frustration, deciding not to intervene further. As the homeroom teacher, she had already done her utmost. Yet, out of concern, Su Yun chose to follow him nonetheless. In Arena 17, Ning Chuan encountered his opponent, not Wei Bohu, but a certain Wang Chong, an awakening level 4. The arena battles at Qingshan No. 1 high school followed certain rules. Combatants would first face opponents of the same realm, and only upon victory would they be matched against stronger adversaries. According to the records at the Academic Affairs Office, Ning Chuan's strength was still categorized as awakening level 4. To face Wei Bohu, he would need to achieve multiple consecutive victories. Here stood Ning Chuan. Not only did the keen-eyed shout out, but over half of the audience in the training ground swiftly gathered. Such charisma sparked envy among the students in other arenas. How could his opponent possess the prowess of a 4th stage awakening? Upon noticing the screen beside the ring displaying the students' information, some felt a pang of disappointment. However, do not fret. By gauging the time consumed by Ning Chuan to secure victory, one could roughly assess his strength. If their battle were to reach a stalemate, it would certainly become enthralling. As the spectators engaged in their discussions, the judge on the platform waved his hand decisively, announcing the commencement of the match. Draw your blade. Ning Chuan. Wang Zhong's expression grew solemn as he gripped a hefty battle sword tightly, holding it upright before his chest. The judges for the arena battles are formidable martial arts instructors from the school, capable of swiftly averting danger, allowing students to wield weapons. I require no such thing. Ning Chuan's gaze remained tranquil, his hands naturally falling to his sides, exuding a sense of relaxation. Arrogant. Wang Zhong let out a displeased snort and charged forward with his sword. I am aware that you possess the intricate thunder slash, yet without a blade. How will you execute it? Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit, let alone when we both stand at the 4th stage of awakening. During his speech, Wang Zhong closed the distance and struck down with great force, the momentum whistling through the air. This is the mountain-cleaving blade. It is an E-grade martial art characterized by its heavy power and relatively slow speed. Wang Zhong's proficiency in it was commendable, having reached the adept level. The fierce wind generated by the battle sword tousled a few strands of Ning Chuan's dark hair as he remained rooted in place, neither dodging nor evading, until the sword came within half a meter of him. Only then did he raise his right hand and, with a flick of his finger, met the oncoming sword tip. Thud! In a fleeting moment illuminated by a flash of golden light, several sparks erupted. The heavy battle blade was raised high, nearly slipping from grip. Wang Zhong was jolted backward, staggering as he retreated several paces, until with a resounding thud, he tumbled off the stage. A single finger pointed, declaring Wang Zhong's defeat. The previously raucous crowd fell abruptly silent. Chapter 42. To be frank, my father is a divine general. Wang Zhong, who had awakened to the 4th stage, had barely touched the threshold of university, certainly not qualifying as a formidable warrior. To claim victory with a single strike, one would need to have reached at least the 7th stage of awakening. It is unlikely that such a feat could be executed with the ease and grace exhibited by Ning Chuan. Was it not said that the Tianwu spy had lost even the strength of the seventh stage? Then why did Ning Chuan engage him in such a fierce battle? Do not tell me they were merely putting on a show. A voice of skepticism shattered the silence near the arena. The murmur of the crowd surged like a tide. It was indeed peculiar. After all, the Tianwu spy was a martial artist. In life-threatening circumstances, he could still unleash the prowess of the seventh stage. However, such power could not be sustained indefinitely. Thus, at the critical moment, he was unable to evade and allowed Ning Chuan to take his head. A sudden explanation emerged amidst the chaos. The seventh stage of awakening could indeed gain admission to prestigious institutions. But let us not forget that when Zhao Weiping fled to Qingshan City, he possessed at least the peak strength of the ninth stage. Even if Ning Chuan were at the pinnacle of the seventh stage, he still had the advantage over Lu Mingyue. His true role was merely to deliver the finishing blow. The crowd erupted in a clamor, voices buzzing with speculation. However, compared to the earlier mockery directed at Ning Chuan, some began to speak in his defense. The victor was Ning Chuan. The referee announced the outcome. Ning Chuan descended from the arena with a serene demeanor, awaiting the next bout. How is it possible for your strength to escalate so rapidly? Su Yun hurriedly squeezed through the crowd to reach Ning Chuan. As she spoke, her fair cheeks flushed uncontrollably, a delicate blush creeping upon her skin. She was well aware that Ning Chuan possessed a formidable trump card, the B-grade martial art, Lightning Slash, at the nuanced realm. With bare hands, he could rival those at the seventh stage of awakening, and armed, he could contend with those at the ninth stage. If fortune favored him, he might very well secure the top position in the martial arts examination. Reflecting on her earlier, grandiloquent persuasion, Su Yun felt a mix of embarrassment and shyness, the crimson hue on her cheeks deepening towards her ears. Had it not been for her overwhelming curiosity, she would never have dared to approach him. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, then smiled broadly, teasingly stating, "Am I not an orphan? Just recently, my biological parents found me. Among them, my father is a divine general who has provided me with considerable assistance." Divine general? Su Yun exclaimed involuntarily, quickly covering her mouth and glancing around to ensure no one had overheard, then exhaling in relief. With the capabilities of a divine general, it is indeed not surprising. Is she truly convinced? Ning Chuan blinked, nearly bursting into laughter. "May I inquire which divine general your father is?" Su Yun asked cautiously, even employing a respectful tone toward Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan hesitated for a moment and ventured, "The Wind Blood Divine General?" This divine general was the creator of the Wind Shadow 3000, and the only one he knew of. After all, he had not anticipated that Su Yun would actually take his jest seriously. Huh. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "Isn't the Wind Blood Divine General a woman?" "Oh, I seem to have misremembered. In fact, my mother is a divine general," Ning Chuan stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Su Yun quickly grasped that she had been played for a fool. Infuriated, her breath quickened, and her chest heaved violently, almost causing her clothing to burst open. "Ning Chuan, do you think your battle prowess, comparable to that of a ninth-tier awakener, is formidable? Do you believe I am unable to subdue you?" A dangerous smile danced upon Su Yun's strikingly beautiful face as she suddenly produced a teaching rod from seemingly nowhere. With a swift flick, it emitted a sound akin to an explosion in the air. Su teacher, my second match is about to begin. Let's continue our conversation later." Ning Chuan chuckled awkwardly, hastening his steps. A furious woman was not to be trifled with, especially one who was a martial artist. Ascending the arena, Ning Chuan maintained a steady gait, his mindset having transformed into tranquility. His opponent was once again a fourth-tier awakener. A resounding clash echoed. With a mere flick of his finger, Ning Chuan not only sent the opponent's weapon flying, but also caused them to stagger backward, tumbling off the stage. The second match concluded with victory. Some 10 minutes later, the third match commenced. This time, his adversary was a fifth-tier awakener wielding a black battle spear. The audience below perked up with anticipation. Surely, Ning Chuan could not defeat him with another mere flick. In the realm of awakening, each tier attained significantly amplified one's strength. As the match began, sparks erupted amidst the sounds of collision. To the astonishment of all, the black battle spear soared through the air. The fifth-tier awakener, like the previous two, stumbled and fell from the arena. Ning Chuan, as before, employed a single finger. Victory in the third match. The fourth match, another victory. The fifth match, Yet another triumph. Ning Chuan, in a dominating fashion, approached the sixth match. Upon noticing the student across the arena, Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. It was a familiar face, Ma Hai, who had reached the pinnacle of the sixth stage of awakening. I refuse to believe that Ning Chuan can secure victory with a mere finger. An exasperated onlooker had been simmering with frustration after 5 bouts. No one around responded to his outburst. The spectators' attention was wholly captivated by the stage. They were certain that Ning Chuan would emerge victorious in this contest. However, the process might reveal the true extent of each fighter's capabilities. A typical 7th-stage awakener would need to exert their utmost strength to overcome an opponent at the pinnacle of the 6th stage within just a few exchanges. On the stage, misfortune befell Ma Hai. The sight of Ning Chuan brought a frown to his face. Having faced him multiple times before, Ma Hai was acutely aware that he was no match for him, and defeat was inevitable. In the next moment, Ma Hai caught a glimpse of the densely packed audience below, and an idea sparked in his mind. With Ning Chuan's current fame, his loss would be understandable. No one would belittle him. Yet, if he could exchange a flurry of blows with Ning Chuan, it would surely draw considerable attention. What a splendid opportunity for recognition. With this thought, a glint of determination shone in Ma Hai's eyes. After all, Ning Chuan had cost him a considerable sum. It was high time to recoup his losses. As the match commenced, the referee's words barely faded when Ma Hai lunged forward like a fierce tiger. Within seconds, he closed the distance, raising his right leg in a sweeping arc, channeling immense power as it descended forcefully from above. Perhaps inspired by the prospect of future glory, Ma Hai felt that the martial arts he practiced were on the verge of breaking through the barriers of mere proficiency, inching towards mastery. With a fierce downward strike, the gust of wind whipped through the air. Ning Chuan did not retaliate with a flick of his finger, nor did he evade using swift footwork. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed, silently awaiting Ma Hai's kick. He wished to test the current state of his physical prowess. Ma Hai, a worthy opponent at the same level, was an excellent choice. Bang! With a dull thud, Ning Chuan's right hand met Ma Hai's strike. A surge of formidable power crashing down upon him, forcing his knee to buckle momentarily. Yet, in the next instant, Ning Chuan regained his balance. His elevated right hand, slender and fair, radiated strength as it firmly grasped Ma Hai's leg in midair. Ma Hai practiced a C-grade breathing technique and unleashed a D-grade martial art, the ground splitter. In this hand-to-leg confrontation, Ning Chuan was at a disadvantage due to the inherent gap in their strength, compounded by the absence of any martial arts application. Remarkably, the result was a stalemate. Ning Chuan's thoughts surged forth, analyzing with the swiftness of lightning. It appeared that his physical condition exceeded that of the average peak awakening stage 6 by a significant margin. However, he acknowledged that he still fell short of the higher awakening stage, which represented a qualitative leap. Ning Chuan concluded this without a hint of regret. Rather, he was somewhat astonished. Having practiced the dragon-elephant ancient scripture for merely 3 days, his physique had transformed from the initial awakening stage 6, tempered by the D-grade breathing technique, into one surpassing the peak of awakening stage 6 cultivated through the C-grade technique. Catching up to the standard of awakening stage 7 would likely require just over a dozen vials of beast nutrient solution. Chapter 43. Awakening stage 7? Awakening stage 8? There is no distinction. Ning Chuan, release me. Ma Hai bellowed, exerting force in an attempt to withdraw his leg with flair. However, the 5 fingers gripping his ankle were like unyielding iron hooks, utterly unshakable. Ma Hai struggled to regain his footing, his body teetering from excessive exertion, leaving him to hop awkwardly on one remaining leg in a desperate attempt to maintain his balance. Ning Chuan, aware of his own physical prowess, deemed it unnecessary to squander more time with Ma Hai. With a casual flick of his right hand, an overwhelming force erupted, propelling the hefty Ma Hai over 100 pounds into the air. The resounding thud echoed as Ma Hai crashed down to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The victor, Ning Chuan, the referee proclaimed once more. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as many exchanged incredulous glances. To dispatch an opponent at the pinnacle of awakening stage 6 in merely 2 moves. And with such ease, could Ning Chuan truly be on par with those at awakening stage 8? The most captivating moment of the battle was undoubtedly Ning Chuan's precise grip, accurately predicting the trajectory of Ma Hai's downward kick. I wonder if you all noticed that the instant Ma Hai lifted his leg to strike, Ning Chuan's right hand was already in motion. Such combat skill is utterly astonishing. It is hard to fathom that this belongs to a mere high school senior. An elder remarked, his voice tinged with admiration. Having been a soldier in his youth with numerous commendations, he was a figure of respect among martial artists. The surrounding spectators turned their gazes towards Ning Chuan, intrigued by the elder's words. What is the representative from the Wei Corporation attempting to convey? Ning Chuan is far from the pitiful figure he described. Some voiced their dissatisfaction, feeling deceived. Defeating an Awakening Stage 6 in 2 moves might simply be a stroke of luck. Had he encountered someone at Awakening Stage 8, who can truly say? A hidden skeptic among the crowd retorted. As Ning Chuan descended from the stage, he overheard the nearby debates, and a subtle smile graced his lips, rendering further words unnecessary. His mockery and skepticism will be utterly shattered by a series of victories. The next opponent is likely to be an awakened high-level fighter. However, before confronting Wei Bo-hu, I must conceal some of my abilities to avoid startling him, Ning Chuan murmured softly. The turbulent chill within him soon subsided into tranquility. Moments later, in the 7th match, Ning Chuan beheld his opponent leaping into the arena, his expression revealing surprise. What a coincidence! Another familiar face from the same class. After a brief contemplation, Ning Chuan's demeanor turned cold as he addressed Zhang Wensi. You dared to disclose the matter regarding those 3 bottles of beast nutrient solution to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wensi was incensed, retorting fiercely, how dare you blame me? That arrangement you mentioned, it concluded before this. With so many eyes upon them, Zhang Wensi hesitated to acknowledge that he had sabotaged Lu Minghua. TCH, so you were aware. Ning Chuan scoffed, initially intending to exploit the opportunity to extract further concessions from Zhang Wensi. Seeing Ning Chuan's attitude, Zhang Wensi's eyes blazed with fury. 500,000 is no trifling sum for him. Moreover, he had eagerly boasted to his elder about his achievements, oblivious to the consequences, which were now glaringly apparent. He had lost considerable face. Do not think that just because you have connections through Lu Zhan, your uncle, I am powerless against you. In today's arena battle, I shall make you aware of the price of deceiving me. Zhang Wensi ground his teeth. Ning Chuan chuckled nonchalantly. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? How laughable. You merely had the advantage of weaponry that day. Do you genuinely consider yourself my rival? Zhang Wensi let out a cold snort. As he spoke, he drew forth a cerulean blade from his waist, and with a swift motion of his arm, the air erupted with a piercing whistle. The sheer force of it unmistakably indicated he had reached the 8th stage of awakening. A fervent wave of discussion erupted from the audience below. The 8th stage of awakening, if all goes as expected, would secure him a place among the top 30 in his grade. Indeed, Zhang Wensi aspired to be the dark horse. I am familiar with him. He is the son of Lu Wan, and among the younger generation of the Lu family, he stands out quite well. This student is certain to expose Ning Chuan's true colors. Upon hearing the chatter surrounding him, Zhang Wensi's expression turned smug as he taunted Ning Chuan. If you bow and apologize to me now, I might show mercy in our upcoming battle and allow you to lose with a modicum of dignity. Your family certainly spares no expense on you. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, astonished. Just a week ago during the selection competition, Zhang Wensi had not yet reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage of awakening. In such a short span, he had surged to the 8th stage. It was simply implausible for him to have cultivated at such a rapid pace. The only plausible explanation was that he had consumed some rare medicinal supplement, perhaps something like the beast essence nutrient, priced in the millions, a truly staggering sum. Zhang Wensi's expression subtly shifted before he retorted with a cold smile. You are merely envious. In the realm of martial arts, only the outcome matters, not the journey. Ning Chuan shrugged, choosing not to engage further in this debate. The distinction between the 7th stage and the 8th stage held little significance for him. The match commenced. At the referee's command, Zhang Wensi made the first move. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he leapt over 10 meters in an instant, arriving before Ning Chuan, and unleashed a horizontal strike with his sword. Swift and fierce, the azure blade shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. Whoosh! As the sharp blade descended, Ning Chuan executed the Gale Step to evade its strike. His diamond body had reached the 4th level, rendering his physique remarkably robust. However, it could only withstand the blows from an awakened 8th-tier fighter. Should his opponent wield a weapon, unless he transformed his golden body, he would be unable to endure the onslaught. With a swift maneuver, he positioned himself beside Zhang Wensi, his fingers coiling into a fist, unleashing a ferocious strike imbued with extraordinary strength, the force of his punch creating a wind that seemed to materialize, wild, and unrestrained. Third style of the thousand-bone slaughter technique. White bone killing fist. Quick on your feet. Zhang Wenzi scoffed, catching a glimpse of Ning Chuan from the corner of his eye. With a flick of his wrist, the trajectory of his sword shifted instantly from a horizontal slash to a vertical cleave, slicing through the air with alarming speed to intercept the incoming fist. Ning Chuan's gaze remained tranquil as he continued his assault. Just as his fist was about to collide with the sharp blade, a blinding golden light erupted forth, dazzling in its brilliance. Through this luminous glow, one could discern that his fist seemed forged from some divine metal, exuding an aura of invulnerability. With a resounding clash, fist met blade, producing a thunderous sound likened to the ringing of metal upon metal as sparks flared in the air. Zhang Wenzi staggered, his sword lifted high by the impact, while Ning Chuan retreated a few steps to dissipate the force of the blow. He was not overly surprised. His mastery of the thousand-bone slaughter technique was still at a mere proficient level, not particularly advanced. His physical attributes paled in comparison to Zhang Wenzi's. Engaging in a direct confrontation, it was entirely natural to find oneself at a disadvantage. His swordsmanship is commendable. Without several years of diligent practice, one cannot achieve such skill. A martial artist praised. Yet, Ning Chuan's resilience is remarkable. How did he withstand that sword strike without any gloves? That golden light resembled the transformation of the diamond body, but that seems improbable. A burly man in the crowd gazed on, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Why is that? The diamond body is arguably the most challenging B-class martial art to master. To achieve the transformation into the diamond body, one must reach at least the third level. While the area of effect encompasses the span of a fist, demanding proficiency at the fourth level. Accomplishing this feat in less than 20 years is nearly impossible. The practice of external martial arts does not concern itself with one's innate comprehension. Amidst the spectators' confusion, the battle on the stage raged on. Zhang Wenzi wielded his sword with a fierce and swift strike, creating streaks of azure light that illuminated the arena. Ning Chuan refrained from drawing his blade, opting instead to employ his fists and feet, executing the thousand bones killing technique in defense. On one hand, he sought to conceal his true prowess. On the other, he seized the opportunity to refine his understanding of the technique. While martial arts could cultivate themselves without his intervention, the application of these arts in combat, showcasing their true power, relied solely on his own skill. Chapter 44. That day, Zhang Wenzi was once again haunted by the terror of the panda eyes. In truth, merely mastering the thousand bones killing technique was insufficient for Ning Chuan to contend against Zhang Wenzi, who had awakened at the 8th stage, traversing 2 major realms. However, Ning Chuan possessed other martial arts at his disposal, the 4th level of the diamond body and the perfected Gale step. During their confrontation, he not only held his ground, but subtly gained the upper hand. Thud, thud, thud. Ning Chuan continually unleashed the thousand bones killing technique, ferocious and ruthless, exerting tremendous pressure that made the sharp sword tremble, with sparks flying in rapid succession. This martial art is divided into 5 forms. The first form, Shadow Serpent Strike, is known for its uncanny nature and unpredictable trajectory. The second form, Lightning Fist, is characterized by its swiftness, with punches striking like bolts of lightning, akin to arrows soaring through the air. The third form, White Bone Killing Fist, is the most powerful move, intended for direct assault. The fourth form, Body Sundering Python Strike, the art of grappling, akin to the constriction of a mighty python, has the potential to shatter an adversary's bones. The fifth technique, known as the Power of 1,000 Bones, is characterized by its lack of a fixed form. It can be executed through fists, feet, elbows, or knees. Essentially, it embodies a sinister and penetrating force, exceedingly difficult to defend against. Even through a shield, it can penetrate the human body, reducing bones to countless shards. Naturally, the application of the power of 1,000 bones is of great complexity, requiring a profound mastery to even begin to wield it. Ning Chuan is still far from achieving this level. Depart from the Fist of Lightning. Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened as he unleashed the second form of the 1,000 bones slaughter technique, concentrating his power before erupting forth with a single punch. Crack! A sharp sound resonated from the bones of his arm. The speed of his punch was astonishing, with airflow surging as if an arrow soaring through the air. Zhang Wenzi's expression shifted slightly as he hastily drew his sword to defend himself. Yet, in his haste, his power fell short, with a resounding thud. His sword was met by Ning Chuan's fist, which then crashed heavily against his chest, forcing him to stumble back more than 10 steps. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had used the blade of his sword to intercept the punch. Had he faced the sharp edge, his body would have been cleaved in twain. To repel an awakening of the 8th stage with bare hands, and armed, his combat prowess could rival that of an awakening of the 9th stage. Yet, the bloody Zhao Weiping had diminished to merely an awakening of the 7th stage? Some spectators remarked coldly. The awakening stages, devoid of elemental energy, significantly amplify the effectiveness of weapons in combat. It was evident that there were malicious intentions at play, seeking to ruin this young man. To falsely accuse him of slaying a spy from Tianwu, such individuals are either wicked or foolish. I am ashamed to have believed such rumors and even participated in their ridicule. Many began to grasp the truth, their emotions igniting fervently. Hidden among the crowd, Tuan Mian exchanged glances, too afraid to utter a sound. Upon the arena, Zhang Wenci fixed his gaze on Ning Chuan, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his voice cold as he remarked, "To be honest, you truly caught me off guard. I had initially intended to reserve this trump card for a bid to enter the top 10, but now you shall witness it first." As the words fell, Zhang Wenci charged forward, wielding his sword high aloft. The 13 swords of the Long River's waves. This was a C-grade martial art. Unlike the lightning slash, which consisted of a single strike, the 13 swords of the Long River's waves, as the name implies, comprises 13 swords. Each sword draws a modicum of power from its predecessor, akin to the surging waves of a river propelling one another forward. The finals. 13th sword is unparalleled in its ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhang Wenci unleashed 6 swords in rapid succession, each swifter than the last. Ning Chuan executed the gale step, his footwork deft and agile, evading all the strikes. Whoosh. The 7th sword descended with ferocity. In that moment, Ning Chuan's eyes flickered, and he resolved not to dodge any longer. It was not that he could not evade, with his mastery of the gale step at perfection, agile as the wind. Even Zhao Weiping from that day could not touch him, let alone Zhang Wenci, who possessed merely an 8th-tier awakening. His sole concern was not to frighten Wei Bohu. Bang! With his body slightly turned, Ning Chuan thrust out a palm with force, striking the sword's blade horizontally. In a tremendous clash, he deflected the sharp weapon aside. Yet simultaneously, he was propelled backward by the sword's formidable force, landing heavily several meters away. There's no escaping now. Zhang Wenci sneered as he observed the situation. He had mastered the 13 swords of the Long River's waves to the 3rd realm, each sword stronger than the last by approximately 10%. Though seemingly few, the accumulation is indeed terrifying. The 7th sword wields a power twice that of the 1st. The final sword surpasses even that, reaching more than quadruple. With a resounding thud, Zhang Wenzi's footfalls remain relentless. As the 8th sword crashes down, the air surging like a mighty wave crashing forcefully. Bang! Ning Chuan's fist strikes the sword's body at an angle. As the blade alters its trajectory, Ning Chuan is once again sent flying. However, thanks to the indestructible body of the 4th level, he remains unscathed. The C-level martial arts, mastered to perfection, indeed reveal themselves as the examination approaches, with formidable contenders emerging. A teacher observing the battle remarked, "I recall Ning Chuan possesses a B-level knife technique of profound depth. Why does he not draw his blade?" The response lay in the nature of the Long River's 13 swords. Once this martial art commences, the offensive unfolds like the relentless waves of a river, one after another, leaving the adversary scarcely a moment to breathe, let alone draw a weapon. What a pity, many voiced their opinions, their eyes glued to the arena, fearful of missing any pivotal moment. Thud! The 10th sword descended, and Ning Chuan, with his elbow hardened, met it head-on. Amidst the cacophony, he was sent sprawling over 10 meters, nearly toppling off the stage. The Long River's 13 swords, with its continuous leveraging of power, proved itself formidable. In the future, I might pursue a similar knife technique, complementing it with the Thunder Slash. The results should be exponentially more effective. Ning Chuan mused casually. Although he appeared to be at a disadvantage under Zhang Wenzi's relentless assault, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Winning was a trivial matter. The true challenge lay in securing his victory while instilling confidence in Wei Bohu that he could indeed triumph over him. There were 3 more strikes, which he would withstand with the golden body transformation, waiting for an opportunity to defeat Zhang Wenzi. Ning Chuan mused inwardly. Though the golden body transformation was formidable, it was merely a defensive measure, a passive tactic. The gale step, however, was distinct. This agile technique could seamlessly integrate with offensive maneuvers, rendering opponents defenseless. Bang! 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 Zhang Wenzi unleashed his final 3 strikes with tremendous force, akin to a colossal wave concealed within the sword, ferocious and unrelenting. Amidst the cacophony, Ning Chuan was sent flying thrice. Yet, under the robust defense of the golden body transformation, he remained unscathed, save for a bit of dust upon his school uniform. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. It was confirmed. The golden glow was indeed a manifestation of the golden body transformation. Ning Chuan practiced the diamond body. With a martial prowess honed through rigorous training, Ning Chuan possessed indomitable will. How had he achieved the 4th level? Had he been cultivating since the womb? Many were left utterly astounded. Zhang Wenzi was equally taken aback, speechless, unable to fathom why Ning Chuan was so powerful. During the selection match, he had seemed to lack the battle prowess of the 8th tier. In that moment, Zhang Wenzi forgot even to regulate his heavy breaths. The 13 swords of the Long River consumed a great deal of stamina. Even those at higher awakening levels found it taxing, requiring time to adjust their breath. Ning Chuan, of course, would not grant Zhang Wenzi such an opportunity. With a powerful push off the ground, he closed the distance in an instant and unleashed a punch. Whoosh! The punch cut through the air, swift as a dragon. Zhang Wenzi attempted to evade, but his energy was severely depleted and his speed faltered. With a resounding thud, a heavy blow struck his abdomen, causing him to stagger backward. Bang! 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 Ning Chuan relentlessly swung his fists, raining down blows upon Zhang Wenzi, causing the sword in his hand to be knocked away. Without his weapon, Zhang Wenzi was even less of a match for his opponent. A sharp punch struck his right eye, quickly turning it a deep shade of black, and he could not suppress a cry of pain. This familiar sensation of agony reminded him of the time during the selection match, when he was pinned to the ground and rubbed against it by Ning Chuan. A wave of fear surged within him. "I concede," he exclaimed in a panic, hastily covering his uninjured left eye. A bruised eye, after all, was preferable to a pair of panda eyes. Chapter 45. Unlimited Combat. I accept the challenge. The victor is Ning Chuan, the referee announced loudly. As his words echoed, the screen beside the arena suddenly flickered to reveal a striking line of text. Victor Ning Chuan advances to the top 16 of the martial arts examination. The arena battles at Qingshan No. 1 High School were divided into 2 segments. The first part consisted of all students competing in matches, followed by a ranking based on their performance to determine the top 16, who would then compete in a knockout final. Gaining entry into the top 16 was regarded as a significant milestone, often seen as a precursor to becoming an underdog champion. The crowd was abuzz with excitement. Many fixated their gaze on Ning Chuan, their expressions a mixture of astonishment, admiration, and envy. It is worth noting that Qingshan No. 1 High School is no ordinary institution. A long-standing key school in the city, it is a prestigious academy where prodigies abound. To secure a place among the top 16 out of over 3,000 students in the senior year was no small feat according to past trends. Students in the top 16 had a 90% chance of gaining admission to the top 10 prestigious schools in the Federation. A bright future lay ahead, full of limitless possibilities. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Ning Chuan maintained a calm demeanor as he leisurely descended from the arena. He sought refuge beneath a solitary tree, waiting for the commencement of the top 16 finals while simultaneously regulating his breath to recuperate his energy. In truth, he had not expended much stamina. Not a drop of sweat adorned his brow, far surpassing the condition of Zhang Wenzi. The ancient breathing technique of the Dragon Elephant Sutra exhibited no weaknesses, particularly excelling in the domain of endurance. Its only drawback, however, was its formidable difficulty, a fact that left Ning Chuan somewhat disheartened. 3 days had elapsed, and he had achieved a mere 1 advancement in the foundational realm of the Dragon Elephant Sutra. It would require nearly a year to attain proficiency, and the timeline for achieving perfection remained an enigma. After more than half an hour, the matches concluded, and the names of the 16 contenders were displayed prominently on a large screen at the training ground. Ning Chuan cast his gaze upward, noting that the other 15 students were all of high awakening rank, 7 at the 9th rank and 8 at the 8th rank. Among them, aside from himself, 3 new faces emerged, dark horses in this competition. Ning Chuan paid little heed to them, his eyes lingering only for a moment on the name of Wei Bohu. As the finals were on the verge of commencing, speculation arose regarding who would emerge victorious. Who could say for certain? Yet, one thing was clear: the first place would undoubtedly be claimed by one of those three at the pinnacle of the ninth rank. Amidst the murmurs, the eager spectators and students who had concluded their examinations began to converge towards the arena designated for the finals, their expressions brimming with anticipation for the impending clash. The finals were about to begin. The referee announced loudly, producing a slip of paper and glancing down. In the first match, Wei Bohu from Class 1 of the senior third year faces Ning Chuan from Class 15. A commotion erupted among the spectators. This dark horse was destined to fall short at the top 16. Some lamented for Ning Chuan, remarking on his ill fortune in facing a peak 9th level awakeness. Defeat for Ning Chuan seemed inevitable. After all, Wei Bohu had secured second place in the recent monthly exam, while the first-place student, Lu Mingyue, had yet to compete. After this battle, it would become clear that Ning Chuan's prior victory over the Tianwu spy was merely a stroke of luck. In terms of strength, he was at best commendable at Qingshan No. 1 High School, far from the elite students who occupied a markedly higher tier. Many held a pessimistic view of Ning Chuan, believing he would be eliminated in the first round. Yet, Ning Chuan's mindset was strikingly different. A flicker of electricity flashed within his dark eyes, exuding an air of fierce determination. His right hand rested upon the hilt of his silver blade. At last, he would no longer have to endure. With steady strides, Ning Chuan ascended the stage, the focus of the crowd's attention. Wei Bohu stood opposite him, wearing a mocking smile. The chairman of the Wei Corporation had arrived. A voice called out, drawing the crowd's gaze towards the observation platform. There, in the VIP section, Wei Qianse approached, hands clasped behind his back. Flanked by several executives of the Wei Corporation, with the principal of Qingshan No. 1 High School personally accompanying him in jovial conversation. After all, he was a prominent figure in Qingshan City. Director Gu had even made an appearance. He was indeed a knight. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, Gu Tianyu appeared quietly. Not only Director Gu, but look, who is that beside him? My goodness, the foremost martial artist of Qingshan City. On the observation platform, Lu Zhan appeared. Standing beside him was Lu Mingyue, her cheeks radiant and her spirit vibrant, indicating that her injuries had nearly healed after several days of recuperation. The patriarch of the Wang family, one of the three prominent families in Qingshan City, had made his entrance. That gaunt old man seemed to be the deputy commander of the 27th Group Army of the Federation. There was also the starlet Li Yun, whose fanbase exceeded 10 million, present at the scene. The countless spectators, including students and teachers, were utterly astonished. Although the martial arts examination at Qingshan No. 1 High School garnered significant attention, it was still relatively ordinary compared to other schools. Typically, the audience consisted mainly of students' parents or onlookers intrigued by the spectacle. The school had to leverage its connections to invite even a couple of renowned figures. However, today was markedly different, with an abundance of distinguished guests in attendance. Soon, some astute individuals began to realize that the finals today were extraordinary. Their gazes searched until they settled on Ning Chuan, who could be considered the sole variable in this scenario. On the platform, Ning Chuan felt a tinge of confusion. He had indeed slain Zhao Weiping. But a mere Tianwu spy did not seem significant enough to draw such attention from so many prominent figures. Unbeknownst to him, the news of Lu Zhan leading him to demand 20 million from the Wei Consortium had already spread throughout the upper echelons of Qingshan City. They were all intrigued by what kind of youth could command such attention from the foremost martial artist of Qingshan City, to the extent that he would personally confront the Wei Consortium. Across from him, Wei Bohu glanced at his father, steadied his nerves, and raised his eyes toward the referee, declaring in a deep voice, "For this battle, I wish to apply for a quarter of an hour of unrestricted combat." The crowd erupted in a flurry of astonishment. A quarter hour of unrestricted combat, an exceptionally brutal affair. As the name implies, within this span of 15 minutes, the combatants are permitted to employ any means necessary to engage in a relentless struggle, with no cessation except in the event of death. The referee paused, momentarily taken aback by the implications. Such unrestricted combat typically occurs between opponents of closely matched capabilities, rendering the distinction between life and death indiscernible within that brief time frame. Moreover, it serves to hone one's will and enhance martial prowess. Thus, the Federation has legislated to permit such forms of combat. However, it was evident that Wei Bohu's realm of skill was superior. After a moment of contemplation, the referee found himself unable to render a verdict and turned his gaze toward the observation platform, seeking the principal's opinion. What do you think of this situation? Upon hearing this, the principal instinctively sought to decline. With so many adults present, there could be no room for error. Wei Qianzi cast a sidelong glance at the principal, seemingly discerning his thoughts, and offered a slight smile, saying, "A quarter hour of unrestricted combat would greatly enhance their resolve. Allowing these two children to engage in such a contest would be beneficial. Should injuries arise, the Wei Corporation shall bear the full cost of their treatment." After a brief pause, he added, "Furthermore, for this martial arts examination, the Wei Corporation will fully sponsor all medical expenses for the students' injuries." The principal hesitated, feeling an unsettling complexity beneath the surface. Yet, given Wei Qianzi's firm stance, to refuse might risk offending him. Not far away, Lu Zhan maintained an expressionless demeanor, seemingly unfazed. At that moment, a detached voice resonated from the arena, echoing across the space. "I accept the challenge of a quarter-hour unrestricted duel." Chapter 46. Do you look down upon E-rank martial arts of perfect realm? Upon the stage, Ning Chuan maintained a serene demeanor, yet a trace of cold amusement flickered within the depths of his gaze. Wei Bo, who was indeed eager to court his own demise. However, the multitude of spectators held a perspective starkly divergent from Ning Chuan's. How impulsive! He should not have acquiesced for the sake of pride. Someone lamented. The prospect of a quarter hour of unrestricted combat, once consented to by both parties, was beyond the government's ability to intervene. Soon enough, he would come to regret it. Though 15 minutes might seem brief, it was ample time for Wei Bo, who to be thoroughly overwhelmed multiple times. Such a mindset, one that believed in luck rather than skill when it came to eliminating Tian Wu's spies, was laughable. Those seeking to capitalize on the moment began to vociferate loudly. Ning Chuan paid them no heed, his gaze drifting toward the position of Wei Qian, so as he remarked indifferently, "I wonder if the executive from the Wei Consortium, who claimed my elimination of the Tian Wu spy was merely a strike of fortune, has arrived." "I said that." A middle-aged man interjected coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. "I am Wei Zhu, a third-tier martial artist. Do you have any objections?" Ning Chuan shook his head and replied, "Objections are not the issue. I merely believe you're mistaken." The middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "What qualifications does an awakening stage practitioner like you possess to question my viewpoint? You will soon understand." Ning Chuan offered a faint smile and fell silent. Moments later, the match commenced. With a command from the referee, he descended from the ring. A quarter hour of unrestricted combat required no officiating. The large screen in the training center displayed a countdown of 15 minutes. Wei Bo, who, exuding confidence, refrained from making the first move, asserting, "I just observed your fight. Your martial arts training is indeed formidable. Even the awakening stage 8 could not breach it. However, to me, your indestructible form is as fragile as a mere sheet of paper." With that, Wei Bo, who produced 2 finger tigers from his pocket. They appeared ordinary, devoid of any distinctive features, yet their surfaces shimmered with golden primordial energy, exuding an acute sharpness that stung the skin. Primordial pattern weapons. A gasp arose from the crowd. Such weapons, inscribed with arrays of primordial patterns, can store primordial energy, awakening at a moment's notice to unleash devastating power in battle, significantly enhancing one's prowess. Primordial pattern weapons often cost 7 to 8 million. Using them in combat seems incredibly unfair. One teacher remarked discontentedly. Wealth is also a form of strength, otherwise. What do you think the term unrestricted in unrestricted combat signifies? Ning Chuan was in dire straits. If Wei Bo, who held nothing back, he would surely perish. Many spectators grew solemn. Wei Bo, who donned the finger tigers and mockingly gestured towards Ning Chuan, taunting, "Can your indestructible form withstand my fists?" Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes, briefly fixating on the finger tigers before withdrawing his gaze. His refined visage remained as calm as still water. It wasn't he that Ning Chuan believed he could defeat a formal warrior. He acknowledged that he still lacked a certain level of strength. However, Wei Bo, who was not a true warrior, the disparity in power, agility, and explosive force was considerable, placing them on entirely different tiers. As for the primordial pattern weapons, they operate on a different principle than primordial energy. While their attacking force might be comparable, the true challenge of primordial energy lies in its elusive nature. Capable of manifesting in myriad forms and activating from any position on the body, it is akin to his ability to transform his indestructible form. If one could only use their hands to channel it, it would be inferior to a sturdy pair of gauntlets, which at least would not be bound by time constraints. The formidable power of the golden body transformation lies in its capacity to unleash its full potential across all regions of the body. As long as the golden body remains unbroken, there exists no fatal weakness. What a facade of mystery. Noticing the absence of panic on Ning Chuan's face, Wei Bohu let out a cold snort, taking several strides forward like a fierce tiger. With a sudden movement, Wei Bohu raised his claw-like fingers and unleashed a punch directed at Ning Chuan. The golden primal energy surged forth, generating a tempestuous wind that howled with ferocity. An impressive display indeed. Truly worthy of a primal pattern weapon. Its might is commendable, Ning Chuan remarked. He then clasped his hands behind his back, igniting a fervor among the onlookers. Faced with the peak of the ninth stage, Wei Bohu, Ning Chuan audaciously exhibited such bravado. A death wish. Witnessing this humiliating spectacle, Wei Bohu's expression darkened instantaneously, commanding his claw to unleash even more primal energy. In the blink of an eye, the claw was merely 3 inches from Ning Chuan. Just then, Ning Chuan sprang into action, pushing off the ground to execute the Gale Step, his body soaring backward as light as a feather carried by the wind. To the audience, it appeared as though Ning Chuan was being propelled by the force of Wei Bohu's punch. The claw remained suspended 3 inches away from Ning Chuan, unable to advance further. Wei Bohu's fist struck nothing but air, his brows knitting in confusion. He could not quite fathom how Ning Chuan evaded his punch. However, he dismissed it quickly, recognizing that Ning Chuan's Gale Step was of expert caliber, and it was not surprising that his agility was exceptional. Can you evade my punch again? Wei Bohu declared coldly, summoning his strength once more as he unleashed another punch. Bang! At the moment of his strike, a thunderous sound erupted from within Wei Bohu, shattering the air with a force akin to an artillery shell. The flowing fire cannon fist, a martial art of B rank, had been mastered by Wei Bohu to an extraordinary degree. As he unleashed his fist, it was as if a cannonball was fired, violently colliding with the air, exhibiting both might and ferocity. The tumultuous wind generated by his punch was exponentially more potent than before. Ning Chuan, with his tousled black hair dancing wildly and garments billowing, kept his hands nonchalantly behind his back. He elegantly sidestepped the oncoming force of the punch, his movements so fluid that they seemed devoid of any acceleration. With a swift motion, he evaded Wei Bohu's fist once more. What is happening? Wei Bohu's expression darkened as he gazed at the empty space where his punch had landed, disbelief flickering in his eyes. The Gale Step was merely an E-rank martial art. Even at the expert level, it equated to a well-practiced B-rank footwork. In contrast, his flowing fire cannon fist was at a mastery level. Furthermore, his own cultivation far surpassed that of Ning Chuan. Logically, there was no way Ning Chuan could evade his flowing fire cannon fist. Even if he managed to escape, he should have been left in a state of utter disarray, exerting all his strength. Yet, here he stood, hands behind his back, moving with the ease of a leisurely stroll after a meal. Thud, thud, thud. Wei Bohu's heart burned with determination as he gathered his strength, unleashing a flurry of 7 or 8 consecutive flowing fire cannon fists, the air rippling and exploding around him. The trees near the training ground trembled, shedding their leaves in the wake of the shock waves. Amidst the tempestuous onslaught of fists, Ning Chuan remained composed, stepping lightly as if he were a lone boat adrift in a turbulent sea, unscathed despite the raging storm. My heavens, this is the perfect realm of the Gale Step, exclaimed a martial artist in astonishment. Did not the instructors say that only the creators of martial arts could achieve such perfection? A curious child nearby inquired, how should one express this? Some geniuses, with a stroke of fortune, may attain the realm of perfection. However, your teacher's words are not entirely incorrect. An explanation was offered. In the distinguished seating of the observation platform, a ripple of interest emerged. The body technique of the perfect realm, albeit classified as the lowest E grade, is nevertheless commendable. It is no wonder that Lu Zhan is willing to stand up for him. It is quite intriguing that mastering a martial art of perfect realm at the age of 17 is exceedingly rare, even among formal warriors of the same age. Several prominent figures gazed at the arena, engaging in casual conversation, their demeanor reflecting a lack of serious concern. After all, it is merely an E-grade martial art. The difficulty of its cultivation is rather modest. Should the exceptional offspring of their families devote themselves to practicing the Gale Step diligently for over a decade, reaching the perfect realm may be uncertain, heavily reliant on fortunate circumstances. Yet, Achieving the expert realm is undoubtedly within reach. Chapter 47. How to attain B-grade martial arts of the perfect realm. On the stage, upon hearing the surrounding voices, Wei Bohu's expression shifted, and he promptly lowered his arms, ceasing the execution of the flowing fire cannon fist. The perfect realm represents a new echelon. His flowing fire cannon fist, not having advanced to the micro realm, couldn't even graze Ning Chuan's garment. Why did you stop utilizing the cannon fist? Ning Chuan remarked, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze teasingly assessing Wei Bohu. Eliminating such an individual with a single strike would be too lenient. It's merely an E-grade body technique of perfect realm. Do you truly believe I cannot contend with you? Wei Bohu scoffed, raising his fist to showcase the tiger claws he wore. With the formidable power of the original pattern weapon, a mere ordinary punch from me would be insufferable for you. You can only resort to the Gale Step to evade, yet with your stamina, can you truly endure this contest? Wei Bohu declared with confidence. Sustaining for a mere quarter of an hour is hardly a challenge. Ning Chuan, casting a glance at the large screen nearby, broke into a radiant smile and retorted, "You are mistaken. It is not merely a quarter of an hour. You need to withstand for an additional 13 minutes and 57 seconds. You." Wei Bohu was momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten about the time constraint. The color drained from his face as he realized his initial plan was to incapacitate, or even kill, Ning Chuan within that unrestricted quarter hour. However, I do not wish to prolong this contest. Ning Chuan's smile vanished, replaced by a frigid indifference. He withdrew his right hand from behind and grasped the hilt of the silver blood blade. Observing this, Wei Bohu scoffed derisively, taunting, "Are you implying you intend to defeat me? With your lightning slash? That is laughable. My blazing cannon fist is merely one realm below the subtle level. Yet how many realms do you fall short of me? Relying solely on the Gale Step to barely survive. You dare to speak such bravado. Have you finished?" Ning Chuan replied coolly. As the words left his lips, he unsheathed the silver blood blade and executed the lightning slash. Boom. The silver blood blade unleashed a thunderous roar. Amidst the deafening cacophony, it surged forth like a bolt of lightning from the heavens, over 10 feet long, its speed astonishing, slicing towards the ashen-faced Wei Bohu. Why is his blade so swift? The razor-sharp light bore down upon him, sending shivers down Wei Bohu's spine. He could not afford to be astonished. With a powerful push from his feet, he desperately attempted to evade. Meanwhile, he could not lift his finger to block the blade in time, and could only desperately channel the golden primal force through his finger guard, hoping to withstand the incoming strike. It was a futile effort, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Ning Chuan's gaze was icy. When he had just ascended to the 6th tier of awakening, he was able to shatter Zhao Weiping's primal force with the flawless lightning slash. How much more so now? With a sharp sound. The golden primal force emanating from his finger guard was utterly inadequate to counter the razor-sharp, silver-blooded war blade, which sliced through it like cloth. The speed of the attack was slightly diminished, reduced by 20%, yet it still surpassed Wei Bohu's retreating pace. Suddenly, a flash of silver darted through the air, accompanied by a dull thud as the blade met flesh, and a spray of blood erupted forth. Wei Bohu was immediately cleaved away. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This was a far cry from watching a live stream from behind a screen. They were right there in the moment. Anyone with even a modicum of martial arts knowledge could discern the caliber of this strike. The thunderous sound reverberated, emanating from the blade itself. This was the perfect realm of the lightning slash. A school leader quivered as he spoke, his voice trembling with disbelief. It was not that he lacked experience. The lightning slash was a B-grade martial art. It had been years since any student from Qingshan No. 1 high school had achieved such a feat. Indeed, no student had ever accomplished it. This was truly unprecedented in the school's history. Many in the audience were unsettled, their minds racing in disbelief. Even the prominent figures seated in the VIP area sat up straighter, their gazes fixed intently on the arena, each bearing a solemn expression. The lightning slash was not to be equated with the Gale Step. They understood the immense difficulty of mastering a B-grade martial art. Wei Bohu was a living testament to this truth. Among the younger generation of the Wei family, he ranked among the best. Yet he had merely mastered the blazing cannon fist to an adept level. How had this young man managed to achieve perfection in 2 martial arts? The patriarch of the Wang family marveled. I just assessed his strength. He is not yet at the pinnacle of awakening, having presumably sacrificed some time training his breathing techniques. But what does that matter? Among your clan's most exceptional individuals, Those who neglect breathing techniques in favor of practicing the lightning slash, can they even reach the realm of subtlety, let alone perfection? Such martial comprehension is nothing short of monstrous. The dignitaries of Qingshan City could not help but extol his virtues. Truly, it is no wonder he has garnered Lu Zhan's attention. He is indeed a prodigy. Rare as a diamond in the rough. Damn it. Wei Bo, who lay on the arena floor, his face contorted in agony. A knife wound, half a meter long, extended from his chest to his abdomen, blood gushing forth and quickly staining his garments crimson. Gasping for breath, Wei Bo, who struggled to rise, inspecting his injury, and a hint of trepidation flickered in his eyes. Had it not been for the primal force awakened by Ji Hu, which had somewhat diminished Ning Chuan's blade speed, he would now be eviscerated, if not dead. Gripping his battle knife, Ning Chuan regarded Wei Bo, who with an icy demeanor, refraining from pressing the attack. There remained ample time. 15 minutes was more than sufficient. Ning Chuan lifted his gaze to the distinguished seating of the spectators, grinning as he thought. Does that executive named Wei Zhu now comprehend his folly? Wei Zhu abruptly stood, eyes ablaze with fury, yet he opened his mouth, unable to articulate a single word. Given that even Wei Bo, who, at the peak of the 9th stage of awakening, had nearly met his demise at Ning Chuan's hand, to persist in claiming that Ning Chuan's slaying of the Tianwu spy was merely a finishing blow would be an affront to his own dignity. It seems you have come to realize, Ning Chuan remarked with a faint smile, withdrawing his gaze and striding purposefully towards Wei Bo, who. The sharp, metallic sound of the silver blade scraping against the ground echoed ominously, reminiscent of the harbinger of death. Fear flickered in Wei Bo's eyes as he hastily exclaimed, I concede. Yet, Ning Chuan continued his advance, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he jeered. Have you never heard of an unrestricted brawl lasting a quarter of an hour? You cannot simply concede. I did not rest well prior to this. Let us battle another time. Wei Bo stammered, fully aware that the perfect realm of the flash thunder slash rendered him utterly outmatched. Just then, Wei Qian's voice resonated from the observation platform. Ning Chuan, cease your assault. Bo, who speaks the truth. He has been aiding the police in apprehending the Tianwu spies, enduring sleepless nights that have taken a toll on his health. And he can only exert a fraction of his true strength. Fairness is paramount in the contests among students. Even should you emerge victorious, it would be a hollow triumph. Upon hearing this, the derision on Ning Chuan's face deepened. You and your son are utterly shameless. He cast a scornful glance at Wei Qiansa, mocking. Do you dare speak to me of fairness? Where did Wei Bo's pair of tiger claws come from, if not from your own machinations? Wei Qiansa rose, his demeanor frosty as he declared, I am not here to negotiate with you. As the chairman of the Wei Corporation, I command you to immediately cease this combat. A wave of astonishment swept through the training ground. This was a blatant display of power. The school officials exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. According to school regulations, outsiders were indeed prohibited from interfering in martial arts examinations. Yet the authority of the Wei Corporation's chairman was far from ordinary. Such a display of power was formidable indeed. Ning Chuan let out a cold laugh, shifting his gaze as he spoke. Uncle Lu, is it possible for Wei Qiansa to halt a quarter hour of unrestricted combat? Lu Zhan replied indifferently, to terminate a quarter hour of unrestricted combat. There are only two methods. Both parties must mutually agree to conclude, or one must meet their demise. Then I do not agree. The boy's icy voice resonated sharply, piercing the ears of every spectator present. Chapter 48. Have you ever heard of Lingqi? Boom. Amidst the deafening roar, Ning Chuan swung his silver-blooded battle blade, descending from above in a lightning-fast motion, ferociously intent on cleaving Wei Bo in two. Swish. The silver-blooded blade sliced through the air with astonishing velocity, leaving Wei Bo no time to evade. He crossed his arms defensively across his chest. As a torrent of golden primal energy surged forth from his pair of finger tigers, cascading like a spring. The efficiency of the finger tigers in channeling primal energy is limited. In such a reckless endeavor, Wei Bo, who could only unleash this power 2 or 3 times before the costly finger tigers would be rendered useless. Yet, with his life hanging in the balance, he had no time to fret over the potential destruction of his prized possessions. With a resounding crash, the golden primal energy was shattered, scattering in all directions. Ning Chuan's silver-blooded blade was also repelled. He had been intercepted. Wei Bo felt a weight lift from his throat. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a profound terror surged within his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, 2 streaks of silver light, each over a yard in length, effortlessly sliced into his wrists. which were devoid of primal energy protection. In an instant, 3 slashes. Zhao Weiping had perished under Ning Chuan's strike. Puff, puff. 2 arcs of crimson sprayed forth simultaneously, as Wei Bo, whose arms were severed from his body, due to the swift strikes of the silver blood battle blade. Wei Bo, who was oblivious to the severance of his hands, only sensing a chill. In the next moment, excruciating pain surged from his severed wrist like a tidal wave. Wei Bo, who let out a primal roar, his form wavering, and with a resounding thud, he knelt before Ning Chuan. Some timid spectators were so frightened that they shut their eyes. From the esteemed VIP section of the viewing platform, gasps of astonishment erupted. This young man is remarkably ruthless. He is intent on incapacitating the son of the Wei Corporation's chairman. Lu Mingyu gazed intently at the arena, pondering. Ning Chuan's 3 strikes were almost simultaneous, indicating his complete anticipation of Wei Bo, whose responses. This level of combat skill, I dare say, seems to surpass even my own. Lu Zhan cast her a glance. Be a bit more confident. Lu Mingyu felt a surge of joy. He hasn't surpassed me yet? No. Lu Zhan shook his head. I meant for you to eliminate the seams. Father, you've been corrupted by Ning Chuan. Lu Mingyu could not help but roll her eyes. While the father and daughter of the Lu family jested, Wei Qian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, wishing to strike Ning Chuan down with a single blow. Though his nature was ruthless, he valued familial ties. Otherwise, he would not have personally intervened to secure Wei Bo a place in the mountain and sea genius training camp. Ning Chuan, Lu Zhan may protect you. But what of your family, your relatives? If you do not relent, I shall ensure they do not see the light of tomorrow. Wei Qian's voice was chilling. Of course, such a blatant threat could not be uttered publicly. Wei Qianzi utilized his power to compress his voice into a whisper, ensuring it reached only Ning Chuan's ears. It appears that Wei Bo has not mentioned to you that I am an orphan. If you manage to locate my family, I shall certainly present you with a banner of honor. Ning Chuan grinned widely. Wei Qianzi, it seems there truly is no means to threaten Ning Chuan. With a swift motion, Ning Chuan wielded his blade, delivering a powerful strike that cleaved a deep wound across Wei Bo's chest, simultaneously propelling him backward. He was still influenced by Wei Qian's presence. Otherwise, that strike would have severed Wei Bo's head, with the promise of a path ahead. He harbored no fear of Wei Qian's vengeance, unless Wei Qian had resolved to perish alongside him. However, should he take Wei Bo's life in a fit of madness, Wei Qian might retaliate against his dear friend Guo Renyu and his family. Ning Chuan was unwilling to take such a risk. Regarding the matter of the dragon elephant ancient scripture, he owed the Guo family a debt of gratitude. Yet, sparing your life does not imply that I shall let you go unpunished. Ning Chuan's gaze was frigid as he brandished the silver blood war blade, advancing step by step toward the fallen Wei Bo, who lay not far away. Thud. As he approached, Ning Chuan brought his foot down heavily, pressing it against Wei Bo's chest. The ground trembled slightly under the weight. My hand. I will kill you. My father is Wei Qianzi. Wei Bo, racked with pain, had lost consciousness, his eyes wide as he muttered incoherently, cursing. Yet, under the chilling scrutiny of Ning Chuan's gaze, Wei Bo's body trembled, and he gradually fell silent, his face now a mask of sheer terror. Ning Chuan looked down upon Wei Bo. Lost in his thoughts, I once heard a rumor. In a bygone era before the Federation, there existed a torturous punishment known as Ling Chi, which entailed inflicting 3,000 cuts upon a person's body. The qualification of an executioner is determined by whether the condemned remains alive after the application of the Ling Chi method. Wei Bo seemed to realize Ning Chuan's intentions and struggled to escape. However, the foot pressing down on his chest was as heavy as a rock. I wish to test my own qualifications, Ning Chuan stated flatly. Upon hearing this, Wei Bo wept bitterly, pleading, Ning Chuan, I was wrong, I am sorry. Spare me this time, and I will never trouble you again. Ning Chuan remained unmoved, his expression indifferent as he glanced at the timer on the large screen. Only 10 minutes remained, equivalent to 600 seconds. 1 second for 5 strikes. For me, that is not difficult. My blade is swift. Bear with it. As he spoke, Ning Chuan raised his battle knife, silver blood, its edge glinting sharply in the sunlight. There was a deep-seated enmity between these two. Someone discerned the underlying tension. Wait. Just as Ning Chuan was about to strike, Wei Qianzi called out to him. If you forfeit the 15 minutes of unrestricted combat, I will give you 10 million as compensation. Wei Qianzi said with a grim expression. The crowd was aghast at the mention of such a sum. a fortune that an ordinary person could not amass even over 3 generations without food or drink. With a splatter of blood, Ning Chuan's blade, after a brief hesitation, descended upon Wei Bohu, eliciting a pained scream from him. "I cannot accept such money," Ning Chuan remarked, glancing at the visibly distressed Wei Qiansa, and flashed a grin. "Your offer stems from your fear that I might slay your son during the unrestricted bout. In a certain sense, this amounts to my silent extortion of you. I am a person who adheres to the law and never engages in wrongdoing." After being wronged last time, Ning Chuan deliberately read several books related to law. Among them, a biography titled Zhang San. I have filled a history of criminal law, and half a lifetime greatly benefited him, imparting a wealth of legal knowledge. This young man, having learned from his past mistakes, became astute. Lu Zhan smiled faintly, while Wei Qian's expression darkened, discerning the veiled implications in Ning Chuan's words. Money could be accepted, but it must carry no hint of legal risk. Suppressing his anger, Wei Qiansa forced a smile and said, "Please do not take offense, Ning Chuan. I misspoke in my eagerness. This 10 million has no connection to the unrestricted duel between you and Bohu. It is merely a voluntary donation from the Wei Corporation. Recognizing your potential to attend the esteemed Xinghe University, we hope you will represent your hometown with distinction." Ning Chuan pondered for 2 seconds before asking, "After taxes?" The room fell silent. Is the genius's thought process truly this extraordinary? Of course. Wei Qiansu gritted his teeth in frustration. Ning Chuan beamed. "Thank you, Chairman Wei. If it's not too much trouble, could we proceed with the transfer now?" Wei Qiansu gestured, and an executive promptly placed a phone in front of him. After a few taps on the screen, he coldly stated, "The funds have been transferred." Ning Chuan felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. It must be the bank's transfer notification. However, he still took out his phone, checked the amount, and confirmed it was indeed 10 million after taxes, relieving his concerns. The shamelessness of Wei Qiansu compelled him to remain cautious. "Ning Chuan, you have accepted the money. Our contest is now concluded," Wei Bohu pleaded. Ning Chuan lowered his head and kindly remarked, "Silly child, where is your mind wandering off to? Your father provided me with funds solely because I have the potential to gain admission to Xinghe University and bring glory to Qingshan City. It has nothing to do with you. Let us continue. Tell me, what is 3,000 minus 1? Ning Chuan raised the silver blood battle blade, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze was as frigid as millennial-old ice. Chapter 49. Tell me, what is 3,000 minus 2? Bang. Wei Qiansa observed the scene unfolding on the arena, his expression turning ominously cold as he crushed the armrest of his chair. "Ning Chuan, I beg you spare my life. I will do anything for you to forgive me." Wei Bohu trembled uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his face. It was hard to fathom that this was a genius at the peak of the 9th awakening stage. In stark contrast to Ning Chuan's earlier response to Zhao Weiping's promise of release with a blade, the disparity was clear. What a disgrace! Many spectators, including prominent figures, felt a sense of shame. Ning Chuan toyed with the silver blood battle blade and remarked nonchalantly, "Halting the match is not out of the question, provided you disclose the deeds you and your father have perpetrated against me." The 20 million Wei Qiansa offered was merely the price of a recording, and it did not imply he could not divulge secrets. This, Wei Bohu hesitated. He understood better than anyone how unsavory those deeds were. With a swift motion, the silver blood battle blade descended, splattering a wide arc of blood. Ning Chuan's voice was chilling as he demanded, "Tell me, what is 3,000 minus 2? Upon witnessing this, Wei Bohu's mental defenses crumbled instantaneously. He could no longer bear the pressure. He exposed the heinous act of framing Ning Chuan for the coveted spot in the Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp, using Beast Essence Nutrient Solution as a means to tarnish Ning Chuan's reputation for eliminating Zhao Weiping, leaving no detail unspoken. The atmosphere turned tumultuous, with a surge of outrage among the crowd. The general populace, already discontent with the colossal presence of corporations and conglomerates, could no longer contain their fury upon hearing such sordid revelations, leading to a cacophony of curses directed at the accused. Moments earlier, when Ning Chuan had severed his hands, I had thought him excessively merciless. However, it now appeared that he had been exceedingly lenient. He ought to have followed through with the dismemberment he had just suggested. The empire has crumbled, yet they still engage in such disgraceful tactics. Some members of the crowd, overwhelmed by rage, removed their shoes and hurled them towards Wei Qiansa, though the elevated viewing platform rendered their projectiles ineffective. "Get lost," Ning Chuan uttered coldly. raising his leg from where it pressed against Wei Bohu's chest and delivering a forceful kick that sent Wei Bohu flying off the stage. Take Bohu with us. We are leaving. Wei Chintz arose, his expression ashen. Today, he had suffered a tremendous loss of face. The embarrassment was trivial compared to the sheer magnitude of public resentment. The conglomerate's stock prices and relationships would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions, potentially inviting scrutiny from the relevant authorities. The Federation abides by regulations, overtly. They must adhere to the laws of the Federation, and no supergroup spanning administrative regions is exempt. An executive picked up the unconscious Wei Bohu and ascended the stage once more, retrieving the severed hands. Ning Chuan observed the scene with indifference, offering no resistance. When he had employed the method of dismemberment to intimidate Wei Bohu, several strikes had been deliberately aimed at the nerve-dense areas of the severed wrists. Even with the aid of healing-type abilities, recovery would prove exceedingly difficult. Even if one can be healed, the scars on the soul remain. Ning Chuan's gaze was as cold as ice. As long as he draws breath, Wei Bohu will never be able to overcome this hurdle, and his martial arts cultivation will face severe impediments. The victor, Ning Chuan, advances to the top 8. The referee, regaining composure, leaped onto the stage and announced with fervor. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. This was not an exceptionally thrilling duel, for the disparity in strength between the two was immense. Ning Chuan simply overwhelmed his opponent. Yet, many in the audience felt a surge of exhilaration. The tale of an ordinary youth rising against the odds and dismantling the schemes of a colossal corporation. Achieving fame in one fell swoop. This was a narrative fit for the silver screen. A tale of passion and inspiration. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Wei Bohu was at the pinnacle of the 9th awakening stage, and Ning Chuan dispatched him with merely 4 strikes, or perhaps 2 moves. Just how formidable is Ning Chuan? Some began to grasp the extent of Ning Chuan's prowess, and their expressions shifted in astonishment. The faces of those nearby changed dramatically. In this martial arts examination, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to claim the top position. To defeat him, among the remaining students, there must be a martial artist. Many engaged in fervent discussions. Even as the matches commenced on stage, their attention remained fixated on Ning Chuan. Soon, all 8 contenders were eliminated. Ning Chuan was assigned to the first match again. Fortunately, his opponent was the only other awakened 8th stage among the remaining 7, named Li Ruoyun, a strikingly beautiful girl who enjoyed immense popularity among the male crowd. I concede. As the match began, before Ning Chuan could even grasp the hilt of his sword, he heard Li Ruoyun desperately shout, as if a moment's hesitation would bring calamity upon her. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Li Ruoyun emerged as one of the dark horses in this competition, her strikes precise and her movements decisive, exhibiting none of the timidity typical of those who fear battle. I have no intention of answering your question about how much 3,000 minus a few is, she remarked with a slight curl of her crimson lips. After delivering this retort, she promptly leaped off the stage, anxious that Ning Chuan might lose his composure and lash out. Observing her hurried exit, Ning Chuan could only shrug in resignation. The question he posed, much like the act of slow slicing, was merely intended to intimidate Wei Bohu and shatter his psychological defenses. However, there was a silver lining. Advancing to the top 4 proved easier than sipping water. With a smile, Ning Chuan descended from the platform. Half an hour later, the other 3 students secured their places in the top 4, one having awakened to the initial stage of the 9th rank, while the other 2 had reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank. This time, Ning Chuan enjoyed a stroke of luck. Not only was he placed in the second match, but his opponent was also at the initial stage of the 9th rank. Soon, he realized he had underestimated his own fortune. The 2 competitors from the first match, both at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, had sustained severe injuries and were rendered incapable of continuing. Thus, it became clear that defeating his current opponent at the initial stage of the 9th rank would secure him the coveted title of champion in this martial arts examination. As the match commenced, with the referee's command echoing in the air, Ning Chuan wasted no time. He unleashed his swift wind steps, rapidly closing the distance to his adversary. Hu Kuan, aware of Ning Chuan's lightning-fast swordplay, knew that under normal circumstances, he would be unable to intercept it. Therefore, disregarding whether Ning Chuan had even drawn his blade, he exerted all his strength to wield the steel rod in his hands, unleashing a flurry of shadowy strikes that whirled around him, determined to prevent Ning Chuan's weapon from penetrating his defenses. In truth, Such an approach was rather foolish. Ning Chuan could stand still without drawing his sword, and Hu Kuan would merely exhaust his stamina in vain. Yet for Hu Kuan, this was a desperate measure born of necessity, at least after his defeat. He could boast about having engaged in a prolonged confrontation with Ning Chuan. With his awakened 9th rank and enduring stamina, if left to his own devices, he could likely wield his weapon for over half an hour. Ning Chuan shook his head, suddenly, with a sharp focus in his eyes. He seized the moment to execute the flash thunder slash, delivering a decisive strike. The elongated silver light accurately pierced through the dense shadows of the staff. In the next instant, Hu Kuan felt a chilling sensation at his neck, goosebumps rising, prompting him to cease the movement of his steel rod. Ning Chuan raised his silver blade with one hand, the edge poised against Hu Kuan's throat. "I concede," Hu Kuan said with a wry smile. The B-grade martial arts of the perfect realm excelled in speed, serving as a formidable weapon in the awakened state. Without comparable martial arts, resistance was nearly impossible. As the director of the senior year announced loudly, Ning Chuan, the top scorer of the martial arts examination, achieved a perfect score of 700. Unlike academic examinations, the martial arts test did not have standard answers. The first place directly received full marks, while subsequent ranks were determined by a specific scoring system. Coupled with his academic results, Ning Chuan astonishingly garnered a total score of 959, securing the first place in this monthly examination. He truly accomplished it. Su Yun gazed at Ning Chuan, the focal point of countless eyes, momentarily lost in a dreamlike reverie. Qingshan No. 1 High School had a tiered class structure, divided into ordinary and elite classes, with a significant disparity in the students' abilities. Students in the ordinary class rarely surpassed the 7th rank in awakening. Not only was there no first place, but even the top 10 were out of reach. To some extent, this marked a historic precedent. Su Yun was profoundly astonished. Shortly thereafter, amid the afterglow of the setting sun, the monthly examination at Qingshan No. 1 High School came to a close. Chapter 50, The Reclusive. Neither divine nor beast. The monthly examination lasted merely a day, yet the profound repercussions it unleashed were only beginning to unfold, igniting a tremendous uproar. That very night, with vigorous promotion from the television station, the news reverberated throughout the city. Various factions became aware of a formidable youth emerging from Qingshan No. 1 High School. In the presence of the chairman of the Wei Corporation, he incapacitated his own son. Most significantly, the youth possessed extraordinary talent, garnering the attention of Lu Zhan, the foremost martial artist of Qingshan City. The Wei Corporation found themselves utterly powerless in this situation. Decades hence, Qingshan City might very well witness the rise of another Knight Ning. Many leaders of influential factions expressed their sentiments. For the ordinary populace, however, their primary concern revolved around Ning Chuan securing the top position in the monthly examination at Qingshan No. 1, achieving a resounding victory. Overnight, Ning Chuan transformed into the epitome of an exemplary child in the eyes of countless parents. Look at yourself. You have merely awakened to the 7th stage. Yet you carry yourself with such arrogance. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, possesses strength that rivals formal martial artists, yet he remains humble and restrained. Why can't you learn from him? Dad, I have only awakened to the 6th stage. I truly cannot compete with someone at the 9th stage. Such an unworthy excuse. If Ning Chuan can do it, why can't you? He is merely a head taller than you, perhaps with an additional arm. In a multitude of examples, Ning Chuan ascended from the top of the must-eliminate list at Qingshan No. 1 High School to the foremost position on the must-eliminate list of all secondary schools in Qingshan City, etched into the memory of countless students. Yet, the central figure behind this tempest remained as composed as ever. In the ensuing days, Ning Chuan led a methodical life, attending school and diligently reviewing his studies. On March 31st, in the afternoon, at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the sounds of impact echoed. Bang, 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 within a private training facility. A monotonous and weighty sound reverberated continuously, seemingly forming an unbroken line. The source of this sound was Ning Chuan. He was relentlessly striking a testing machine with his fists. The display above updated rapidly, showcasing prominent red digits: 1845 kilograms, 1822 kilograms, 1819 kilograms. After delivering several hundred punches in one breath, Ning Chuan halted his movements. Appearing remarkably at ease, his forehead bore no sweat, and his breath remained steady. On the screen of the testing machine, a line of text materialized. Your punching power is currently 1822 kilograms. Observing this, a slight smile graced Ning Chuan's lips. This figure was quite commendable. More importantly, he would soon surpass it once again. A punching power of 1,800 kilograms is the typical benchmark for most individuals in the 7th awakening stage. Ning Chuan, you are truly astonishing. Lu Mingyue approached, her delicate features betraying her astonishment. The 7th awakening stage held little significance for her. However, just a month ago, Ning Chuan's strength was barely at the 4th awakening stage. Such progress was nothing short of phenomenal. Not even her father, Lu Zhan, had achieved such feats. Ning Chuan chuckled softly, saying, "My physical fitness has nearly caught up. Yet, there remains a gap in my coordination." The 7th awakening stage possesses a power that flows like a spring, embodying unity, allowing for superior control over the body. With each punch, the margin of error can be maintained within 10 kilograms. In my case, it exceeds 20 kilograms. That is not trivial. Lu Mingyue pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. With your physical abilities reached, mastering the spring-like power should not be difficult. You will surely achieve it before your college entrance examination. Perhaps so, Ning Chuan replied with a grin, offering an ambiguous answer. With the extraordinary legacy of the dragon elephant ancient scripture, even at the foundational realm, the awakened pinnacle of the 9th stage boasts a striking punching force of approximately 6,000 kilograms. By reverse calculation, one can deduce that an awakened 7th stage must possess a punching force of no less than 3,000 kilograms, leaving him still over 1,000 short, a figure not to be trivialized. For an ordinary individual to enhance their punching power by such a degree would necessitate years of arduous training. However, for him, with adequate nutrition, it could take no more than a month. By the way, here is the beast nutrient solution you requested. Lu Mingyue beckoned behind her. Uncle Yang approached, carrying a black backpack, and unzipped it to reveal numerous test tubes filled with a dark red liquid. Lu Mingyue chuckled, "You certainly are generous. Buying 200 at a wave of your hand. It is Wei Qiansa who is particularly generous." Ning Chuan teased. Were it not for the fact that during the monthly exam, Wei Qiansa had gifted him 10 million, even at the cost price of 150,000 per vial from the Lu family, he could not have afforded 200 vials of the beast nutrient solution. He currently had only a few million left, which he intended to invest entirely into his diamond body cultivation. You've nearly drained his son dry. How could he not be generous? Lu Mingyue shot him a glance, contemplating before inquiring, "Are you departing today?" "Indeed," Ning Chuan nodded lightly. Tonight's flight will land at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp by tomorrow morning. He had already secured leave from school, and upon hearing of his destination, the school leadership swiftly approved his request. Had it not been for Ning Chuan's polite refusal, they had even planned to rally the entire faculty and student body, inviting several celebrities to host a grand send-off ceremony for him. Before long, Ning Chuan took his leave and returned home. Ning Chuan glanced around, taking nothing but a few changes of clothes, all of which were school uniforms. Though he referred to it as selecting, it was merely a matter of packing. His backpack, which contained beast nutrition liquid, still had some space. He was too indolent to carry an additional bag, so he neatly folded the uniforms and stowed them inside. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and the landlord entered, holding a lease termination agreement. "Do you still need these things?" "No, I do not," Ning Chuan replied. "Will you not return again?" "I will come back once. But I won't stay for long," Ning Chuan stated. "The Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp lasts for 2 months. By the time he returns, the college entrance examination will have commenced." He would not linger in Qinshan City. A few minutes later, after signing the agreement, Ning Chuan exited the residential building. He glanced back at the apartment where he had resided for so long, a tinge of melancholy rising within him. After all, he had lived there for a considerable time. Yet, in the next moment, that feeling of wistfulness dissipated entirely. He had come alone. He would leave alone. Ning Chuan strode forth, his gaze resolute, the setting sun casting a brilliant glow upon him, akin to the radiance of dawn. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Qinshan Airport was bustling with throngs of people, lively and animated. Couples bidding farewell with glistening tears in their eyes, clinging to one another unwilling to part ways. Parents seeing off their children, offering incessant reminders. Each word and gesture steeped in reluctance. In stark contrast, Ning Chuan sat in the waiting area, solitary and isolated, exuding a certain desolation. However, his expression remained serene. Ning Chuan was quite adept at embracing solitude. Whether in this life or the previous one, it had always been thus. During his many days in Qinshan City, He had only made one friend, Lu Mingyue, a connection forged by chance when he saved her life, which blossomed into this friendship. Otherwise, he and Lu Mingyue would have merely been acquaintances. Without a single new friend, Ning Chuan is not plagued by social anxiety. Rather, he simply prefers not to engage in the warmth of camaraderie. Dear passengers, the announcement of ticket checking echoed through the air. As Ning Chuan rose to his feet, ready to take a step forward, a graceful figure appeared before him. We are friends. At least say goodbye, and allow me to see you off. Lu Mingyue glared at Ning Chuan, her tone somewhat irritable. Ning Chuan, taken aback, asked, "What brings you here?" He had never disclosed his flight number to anyone outside his circle. Lu Mingyue raised an eyebrow, her expression triumphant as she replied, "With my father serving as an honorary director of the 3 major airlines, I had him check it for me." Ning Chuan responded, "What a formidable reason." He cleared his throat and added, "By the way, could you ask Uncle Lu to help me upgrade to first class for free? The fare is rather steep." Lu Mingyue couldn't help but chuckle. After conversing for a while longer, the announcement indicated that ticket checking was nearing completion. "I must be off," Ning Chuan said, raising his plane ticket. Lu Mingyue nodded gently. Just a few steps away, Ning Chuan turned back, gazing earnestly at Lu Mingyue, and said, "Thank you for coming to see me off. Wishing you a smooth journey and flourishing martial arts." Lu Mingyue responded with a radiant smile, waving her hand vigorously, her beautiful eyes lingering on Ning Chuan's silhouette as it vanished at the ticketing gate. "Having seen you off, it's time to head home." Lu Zhan appeared silently from nowhere. Lu Mingyue pondered for a moment, a hint of concern crossing her delicate features as she remarked, "Dad, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp gathers the most outstanding talents from the Donglin Administrative District. The competition is incredibly fierce. Will Ning Chuan be struck down, unable to bear it, and thus fall into a prolonged state of despondency?" "No," Lu Zhan said lightly, offering no explanation. He countered with a question, "Do you know why Ning Chuan travels alone?" Lu Mingyue, "Excuse me, may I accompany him? Are you referring to Ning Chuan?" The corners of Lu Zhan's mouth twitched involuntarily. He does not forget to remind Wei Qiansu about paying taxes even when asking for money. Just moments ago, he was contemplating upgrading his cabin for free. Does such a person possess any sense of shame? Lu Mingyue also contemplated this, covering her mouth with a smile, and inquired, "Then why?" "There is an ancient saying in the Federation," Lu Zhan remarked, directing his gaze towards the direction of the tarmac. Outside the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, an aircraft descended into the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as if to pierce through the interminable night. The solitary wanderer is either a deity or a beast. Chapter 51. The Law of the Jungle. So, who is the sheep? Who is the wolf? In the night sky, an airplane howled through the wind. Ning Chuan sat by the window, his gaze traversing the glass to behold the scenery below. Though the hour was late and the light dim, he could still discern a vague outline. The ancient breathing technique of the Dragon and Elephant Sutra significantly enhances the human senses. Ning Chuan anticipated that if he could master the Dragon and Elephant Sutra, his senses would be honed to an astonishing degree, rendering night vision effortless. Upon reaching the expanse of the verdant mountains, Ning Chuan silently chanted a phrase. In his eyes, a vast and majestic mountain range was reflected. This is one of the longest mountain ranges within the Federation, originating from Qingshan City, stretching north and south, traversing the entire Donglin Administrative District, with numerous tributaries branching out in between. The destination of Ning Chuan's journey is a branch at the end of the endless green mountains, Linghai Mountain. This majestic mountain, embracing the sea, gathers the prodigies of Donglin, which indeed ignites anticipation. Ning Chuan withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes to repose. The airplane continued its ascent, the white wings slicing through the dark night like a knife, heading towards Linghai Mountain, miles away. On April 1st, the sky was clear and bright. At the entrance of the Linghai Mountain Prodigy Training Camp, many students had already arrived, even though they could come before midnight. Yet, no one dared to be complacent. I heard that an unexpected guest had arrived at this training camp. A 6th tier awakened. While waiting, the students engaged in casual conversation. Is it true? Many were astonished, finding it hard to believe. The quota for the Linghai Mountain Prodigy Training Camp is limited to 100 each year, of which 70 spots are reserved for formal warriors, leaving only 30 for those in the awakened realm. The level of competition is daunting, akin to a multitude of soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. Historically, no students below the 9th tier of awakening have ever participated. I have heard about this individual. They managed to enter using the old methods. It became clear that they completed some inconsequential tasks for the government, and through internal maneuvering, transformed these into significant contributions. Subsequently rewarded with entry into the Linghai Mountain Prodigy Training Camp, a group of students displayed expressions of derision. The Linghai Mountain Prodigy Training Camp is officially established, inevitably attracting those with connections. A few such individuals appear every year. Just then, a taxi halted outside the camp's entrance, drawing the attention of the crowd. Those who could gain entry to the Linghai Mountain Prodigy Training Camp undoubtedly hailed from families with private jets, or at the very least, were accustomed to being chauffeured. Who would take a taxi here? The car door swung open, and a striking young man emerged. He carried no luggage, only a black backpack slung over his shoulders, and a slender combat knife secured at his waist. This was the one who had awakened to the 6th tier. I had seen his photograph. His name was Ning Chuan. An informed student whispered a reminder. Taking a taxi here, pretending to be someone without connections. What audacity. Lacking the strength of a high-tier, awakened individual. How could he dare to come here? Once inside the Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp, his background would be of no consequence. Such a person is not unwelcome. The resources prepared for him by the training camp will now belong to us. Many students scrutinized Ning Chuan, their faces adorned with derisive smiles. A sheep entering a wolf's den does not transform into a wolf, it merely becomes prey. After days of honing his senses through the Dragon Elephant Classic, Ning Chuan possessed heightened hearing. Though the others spoke in hushed tones, their words reached his ears clearly. He remained impassive, extending his right hand to gently graze the hilt of the silver-blooded knife. The upcoming 2 months appeared far from dull. As the sun climbed higher, the Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp's base, nestled against the mountains, loomed with towering walls that concealed its inner workings. Ning Chuan remained silent, merely lifting his gaze toward the eastern sea. This expanse was known as the Songhai. According to geographical texts, a land inhabited by other races lay beyond its waters. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the 2 heavy alloy gates of the base swung open, and 3 men and 1 woman strode forth. I am Yin Zhuang, the weapons instructor for this session of the Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp, as well as the chief instructor, announced one. This is by Xiao, the combat instructor, who also offers guidance in various martial arts. My name is Ma Fengxing, your instructor in agility. As you become more familiar with me, you may simply call me Brother Ma. I am El Fong, entrusted with imparting knowledge about breathing techniques to you. The 4 individuals spoke in turn. The participants in the room fell into an immediate silence, ceasing their whispered conversations. These individuals, each with their unique personalities, some commendable, others less so, constitute the most exceptional group of talents from Donglin, their self-discipline beyond question. Indeed, everyone is present. Yin Zhuang nodded, his expression inscrutable. Now, please surrender all electronic devices, toys, and snacks you possess. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp operates under a closed management system. Ma Fengxing, standing nearby, added with a smile, do not even think about concealing anything. Open your luggage in turn, as the instructors will conduct inspections. Instructor, what are we to do if we need to use our phones? One of the participants inquired, quickly clarifying, I do not mean for games, but for contacting family or purchasing martial arts supplies, and so forth. Yin Zhuang replied, you will be allowed to use your phones for 10 minutes each week. Many participants exchanged glances, realizing that life in the training camp would undoubtedly be far from ordinary hardship. Hand them over. The participants found themselves unable to resist. Whether willingly or not, they had to surrender their belongings, opening their luggage for inspection. Soon, it was Ning Chuan's turn. I have only this. Ning Chuan efficiently handed over his phone. Having previously ordered a quantity of medicinal packs for strengthening his physique upon disembarking from the plane, he was assured that it would not interfere with his training. As for indulging in mobile entertainment, Ning Chuan had always exercised excellent self-control in this regard. His self-discipline is remarkably strong. Over the past few days, he has diligently engaged in the automatic cultivation of martial arts, finding himself with ample free time. Yet, he has never squandered it. Whether honing his combat skills or immersing himself in cultural studies, he remains steadfast. He opened his backpack to reveal an impressive collection. The instructor overseeing Ning Chuan is by Xiao. She possesses stunning beauty and a gentle demeanor, yet her aura exudes the coldness and efficiency of a soldier. With a swift motion, Ning Chuan unzipped his backpack, unveiling 200 bottles of beast essence. Instantly, a wave of astonishment rippled through those nearby. Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback. It is commonplace for students to carry martial resources. Nearly everyone possesses some. Some even bring beast essence valued in the millions. However, the sheer visual impact of Ning Chuan's backpack filled to the brim with beast essence was overwhelming. "Please stow it away," she instructed. After inspecting the backpack, Bai Xiuxiu refrained from further comments and proceeded to the next student. After more than 10 minutes, the inspection concluded without any dramatic incidents, such as students attempting to secretly conceal their phones. The 4 instructors, no longer delaying, led the students through the gates and into the training base. "Today marks the first day. There are no classes at the training camp. I will first take you to the dormitory to drop off your luggage. Then we will tour the base," Yin Zhuang announced. The students followed in succession. That awakened 6th-stage student is truly amusing. Is he here to cultivate or to sell beast essence? With that enormous bag, can he possibly consume it all? A few peak 9th-stage students trailing behind sneered. Among them, Qi Dong's eyes glimmered for a moment as he lowered his voice, saying, "That fellow has brought too much beast essence. He surely cannot finish it all. Perhaps we could assist him in consuming some." Qilong hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, isn't outright theft a bit too much? It certainly cannot be theft. But we might borrow it instead. After all, we are all classmates, and I trust he would be willing to assist." Qidong replied with a hint of meaning. Qilong, still somewhat taken aback, responded, "What if he refuses to lend it?" Nearby, a plump youth leaned in with a sly grin and remarked, "Would he dare? The Shanghai Talon's training camp adheres to the law of the jungle. Only the strong survive. The instructors hardly impose strict regulations on competition. If he refuses to lend, we shall teach him a lesson about the importance of caring for one's classmates." Haha, Li Pingyi, now I understand. Chapter 52. A truly remarkable place in front of a 3-story dormitory building. Yin Zhuang came to a halt and stated, "The rooms for those in the awakening realm are located on the 1st floor, while the rooms for formal martial artists are on the 2nd floor. Your room numbers are posted in the hall. Please take a look for yourselves. I shall give you 10 minutes. Yin Zhuang glanced at his watch as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the students hurried into the dormitory building. Ma Fengxing, observing their departing figures, remarked teasingly, "That fellow named Ning Chuan. I suspect he is in for quite a financial strain." Being a 9th-tier martial artist, he was not oblivious to the conversation among Qidong and the others. LV Fong, possessing a gentler disposition, inquired, "Shouldn't we intervene to stop the so-called privileged student? After all, we instructors have been selected by the government and are not entirely familiar with the student's true circumstances." Ning Chuan, being merely at the 6th stage of awakening, certainly appeared to be a favored individual. "No need," came the response. Yin Zhuang pondered for a moment before shaking his head, stating, "The Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp upholds the law of the jungle, where the fittest prevail. As long as those few students do not engage in outright theft, they fall outside our jurisdiction." Lu Fong sighed and remarked, "I hope they do not resort to excessive measures." "I beg to differ." Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes sparkled with thoughtfulness. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhuang expressed surprise. "Do you hold a favorable view of that individual named Ning Chuan?" "Why is that?" Bai Xiuxiu mused. "Perhaps it is his calm gaze or his indifferent demeanor. I cannot pinpoint the exact reason, but I can assert one thing. This young man has undoubtedly taken a life. And so what if he has?" Ma Fengxing shook his head in rebuttal. "The students who enter the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp are all top talents from Donglin. In the same realm, none of them significantly outmatch the others. How could he possibly surpass 3 realms? Even among top talents, there can be vast disparities." Meanwhile, within the dormitory building, Ning Chuan located his room, with his student card serving as the key. As he entered and was about to close the door, a hand forcefully pushed against it, halting the door's movement. "Is there something you need?" Ning Chuan chose not to resist, elegantly opening the door wide. His gaze steady as he assessed the 3 individuals outside, 2 twins and a stout figure. "I am Li Pingyi, and I wish to ask for a small favor." The chubby boy grinned, his eyes squinting with delight. The one who had just pushed the door was indeed him. Qi Dong chimed in to continue. "The 3 of us were in such haste to reach the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp that we did not bring any martial resources for our training." Qi Liang added, "You have brought so many beast essence nutrients, so I wish to borrow some from you." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes. The newcomer bore ill intentions. While he may not be aware of others, this individual, named Li Pingyi, a plump fellow before him, had indeed brought a vial of the coveted beast essence nutrients. In the instructor's examination room, it had caused quite a stir. After all, The Beast Essence nutrients could be regarded as the Pro Ultra Plus Supreme version of the ordinary Beast Essence nutrients, with a single vial costing over 10 million. Oh? Ning Chuan did not lose his temper. Instead, he raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise, and inquired, "What manner of borrowing do you propose?" Seeing this, Li Pingyi responded with a cheerful smile. "The three of us are all at the pinnacle of the ninth awakening stage, and our resources deplete swiftly. Therefore, we each seek to borrow 30 vials from you." Qidong beamed brightly and added, "As for the repayment deadline, we are all classmates. There is no need to be overly meticulous. Let us set it at 30 years, and we shall return it in full by then." Upon hearing this duration, the other students in the corridor paused to observe. 30 years was practically a gift. If Ning Chuan acquiesced, he would be akin to a plump sheep, and they could subsequently seize their share. But what if I refuse? Ning Chuan mused softly, his handsome face revealing no emotional upheaval as he pondered his thoughts. Li Pingyi frowned, displeased, and remarked, "We are all classmates. Must you be so stingy? It is merely a few vials of Beast Essence nutrients. By lending them to us, you could gain the friendship of 3 individuals at the pinnacle of the ninth awakening stage." He emphasized the phrase pinnacle of the ninth awakening stage with particular weight. Qidong, with an air of authority, threatened sternly, "The Beast Nutrition Serum, whether you wish to lend it or not, must be lent." Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes. "Do you dare to resort to forceful seizure? Robbery is a crime, and we certainly would not engage in such acts." Qidong shook his head, his expression serious. "However, we can certainly give you a thorough beating, leaving you bedridden for days." Li Pingyi chuckled menacingly. "If you refuse to lend the Beast Nutrition Serum, once you recover, we'll simply beat you again. You won't even be able to leave the dormitory. How can you train then? Surely you can discern which is more important, the Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp or the Beast Nutrition Serum." Qidong said with a smug demeanor. "Are you not afraid of the instructors with such actions?" Ning Chuan questioned, somewhat astonished. "If you hope for the instructors to intervene on your behalf, you might as well give up now." Li Pingyi scoffed at Ning Chuan. "The Mountain Sea Talent Training Camp is solely for nurturing the strong. The environment is harsh, and it could be said to be akin to raising venomous insects. A beating or two will incur no punishment, even if we continuously assault you. The worst we might receive is a verbal reprimand." Ning Chuan nodded lightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. This indeed was a remarkable place, one he found quite appealing. "Now you understand. 90 vials of the Beast Nutrition Serum, not a single one less." Li Pingyi strode confidently into Ning Chuan's room, with the Qi twins closely trailing behind. Qidong even went so far as to shut the door tightly. Ning Chuan did not intervene, merely standing quietly at the threshold. Once all 3 had entered the room, Ning Chuan turned, removing his backpack from his shoulders. However, he did not unzip it. Instead, he drew forth the silver blood battle blade. "Are you reconsidering your position?" Seeing this, Li Pingyi coldly inquired. Ning Chuan smiled faintly. "When did I ever say I agreed?" Qidong coldly retorted, "Stop wasting words with him. Just give him a good beating, and the subsequent matters will be much easier to negotiate." Did he truly believe that wielding a knife would allow him to cross boundaries in battle? With a mocking expression, Qidong stepped forward, ready to charge at Ning Chuan. Boom, boom. Just as he took a step, 2 thunderous sounds erupted almost simultaneously. Following this, 2 streaks of silvery light appeared before his eyes. The speed of the silver light was so swift that he was caught off guard and could not discern what it was. He felt a sudden chill on his scalp, and then an icy sensation coursed through his throat, causing goosebumps to rise. Instinctively, Qidong halted in his tracks. "What is happening?" Qidong, momentarily dazed, realized that Ning Chuan was holding a knife against his throat with one hand. A large clump of neatly severed hair floated down before him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Qidong's cheek as he comprehended what had just transpired. Ning Chuan had made 2 swift cuts. One grazed the scalp to shear off hair, while the other was poised at his neck. He had not even had time to react. It was not only due to the suddenness of the situation. Even had he been prepared, Qidong lacked confidence in his ability to evade. How could someone at the 6th awakening stage be so formidable? Gazing at Ning Chuan, Qidong's heart trembled. He was not the type to merely focus on elevating his realm. He was a top-tier genius with immense combat prowess. Having once defeated an opponent at the initial stage of the 9th awakening when he himself was at the 7th. "Qidong, be cautious. Let go of my brother." Li Pingyi and Qi Liang, witnessing the scene, gathered their strength and swiftly dashed forward. Both individuals regarded Qi Dong's capture of Ning Chuan as a mere trifle, thus paying little heed to the situation. Upon witnessing Qi Dong's downfall, they merely attributed it to his carelessness, failing to consider the formidable nature of Ning Chuan's swordsmanship. In an instant, 3 slashes. With a flick of his wrist, Ning Chuan unleashed the silver blood battle blade. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, it appeared as though 3 bolts of lightning erupted from the void, their silver brilliance dazzling and their momentum overwhelming, each striking towards the 3 individuals in the room. With a physique that rivaled the awakened elite, Ning Chuan's execution of the Thunder Slash became increasingly terrifying. Li Pingyi and Qi Liang's expressions changed drastically as they attempted to evade the incoming silver blood battle blade. Yet, the confines of the room were too cramped. Merely a single room of approximately 30 square meters, and with the furniture occupying space, it was even smaller. 4 individuals stood within the room, leaving no room to maneuver. Most importantly, the silver blood battle blade was far too swift. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, the hair of Li Pingyi and Qi Liang was neatly severed along their scalps. As their short hair began to fall, Ning Chuan's silver blood battle blade was once again poised at Qi Dong's neck. Gulp! Qi Dong swallowed hard, his throat visibly convulsing. He scarcely registered the fleeting moment when the battle blade departed from his neck. The speed was astonishing. Li Pingyi and Qi Liang halted their steps, ceasing any attempts at rescue. In that instant, all 3 recognized the terrifying prowess of Ning Chuan's swordsmanship. Chapter 53. You may not wish to lend it, but I desire to borrow your Thunder Slash, which exists in a realm of perfection. Qi Dong's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed on Ning Chuan, filled with disbelief. Having trained in B-grade martial arts himself, he was acutely aware of the inherent difficulties, let alone perfection. Even mastery was akin to reaching for the heavens. Many prodigies who cultivate B-level martial arts often find themselves stagnating at the mastery level. His selection for the Shanghai Genius Training Camp largely hinges upon a profound understanding of a particular B-level martial art. Li Pingyi and Qi Liang fixated intently on Ning Chuan, their gazes akin to that of observing an anomaly. They were not only astonished by Ning Chuan's proficiency in mastering a martial art at the perfect realm, but also perplexed by his choices. With ample time to practice the Thunderbolt Slash, why not allocate some moments to hone his breathing techniques? Is it truly enjoyable to masquerade as an awakened 6th-stage fighter? Li Pingyi cleared his throat and spoke in a subdued tone. It appears we have misjudged you, given your formidable combat prowess. If you choose not to borrow the beast nutrient solution, we shall not insist. Indeed, as classmates, we ought to foster mutual understanding and camaraderie. Qi Dong quickly echoed. Forcing a laugh, it suddenly occurs to me that I seem to have brought along some resources, so there is no need to borrow from you. As he spoke, Qi Dong lifted his foot, intending to stride toward the exit. In the next moment, however, his foot froze mid-air. The elongated blade at his neck began to exert pressure, causing the skin nearby to redden ominously. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. While you may not wish to borrow the beast nutrient solution, I certainly do. Ning Chuan flashed a grin, his teeth gleaming white. As for the terms of borrowing, they shall be akin to yours. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Qi Dong glared at Ning Chuan, his voice tinged with menace. Don't presume that your swordsmanship grants you free rein. When weapons are involved in a conflict among students, the nature of the situation escalates. The instructor will undoubtedly intervene. If I am injured, you will not escape unscathed and will face severe repercussions. Li Pingyi leaned against the wall, a trace of scorn curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, if you possessed a flawless B-level martial art, perhaps you could intimidate us to some extent. But as it stands, you lack the qualifications. It would be wise to relinquish your weapon immediately, lest you find yourself in an untenable position. His voice grew stern, seemingly attempting to exert an oppressive aura. Ning Chuan cast a sidelong glance at him, his smile unwavering. It appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. What do you mean? Upon observing Ning Chuan's expression, Qi Dong felt a tremor of unease wash over him, a foreboding sensation creeping in. Ning Chuan spoke softly. What you discussed outside and your brazen intrusion into this room have not gone unnoticed by numerous students. It is evident that you intend to forcibly seize my beast nutrient solution. Rest assured, should I injure you, or even take your heads, it would be deemed justifiable self-defense. The faces of the 3 shifted dramatically at his words. You speak recklessly. I do not believe you would dare to kill me. Qi Dong attempted to project an air of strength, but his words were abruptly cut off. He felt a warm sensation at his neck. an oddly comforting contrast to the coldness of the blade. Yet, his body began to tremble, for the blade had already breached his skin. That warmth was blood. Qi was enveloped by a palpable fear as he faced the knife-wielding youth, whose radiant smile belied the frigid malice emanating from his dark eyes. A thought flashed through Qi mind. If he did not lend his aid, he would surely perish. I am willing to lend it to you. Qi responded immediately, without the slightest hesitation, fearful that any delay might seal his fate. Ning Chuan disregarded him, shifting his gaze towards Li Pingyi behind him, and spoke icily. I advise you not to think of calling for help, instructor. I am aware that the speed of my blade cannot break the sound barrier. However, the time it takes for you to utter a single word is sufficient for me to sever your head. After a brief pause, Ning Chuan added, Do you wish to test that? Li Pingyi's face twitched, and he forced a smile. I have no such intention. I agree to lend you the nutrient solution. It's just that I currently do not possess it, as it is in my dormitory. I will retrieve it for you. With that, Li Pingyi attempted to depart, eager to extricate himself from the situation. As for the fate of the Qi twins, he was indifferent. They were merely fair-weather friends. I will not permit it. Do you dare to act? A faint voice caused Li Pingyi to freeze in place. Ning Chuan turned his head towards Qi Liang and commanded, Take Li Pingyi's student ID and go to his dormitory. Bring me the 10,000 beasts nutrient solution. Li Pingyi's expression darkened instantly. That nutrient solution was his assurance for advancing to a first-tier warrior. Ning Chuan, do not overstep your bounds. Li Pingyi gritted his teeth. Ning Chuan revealed a cold smile. Mocking him, everyone engages in the same actions. Why did you not consider yourself excessive before? Li Pingyi was momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a response. Ning Chuan ceased his mockery, and using his unarmed left hand, he picked up an electronic clock from the nearby desk, pressed a few buttons, and set a 1-minute countdown. Remember, you have only 1 minute. If you fail to return by then, I shall prepare for your brother's funeral. Ning Chuan's voice was frigid. Upon glancing at the clock, Qi Liang felt a surge of panic, scarcely able to utter a word as he snatched Li Pingyi's student card and dashed out the door. Outside, a throng of students had gathered. Many martial artists who had descended to the first floor were drawn by the commotion. I just heard a few muffled sounds. It seems Li Pingyi was rather ruthless with the Qi family's twins. The dormitory sound insulation is quite effective. Such disturbances wouldn't go unnoticed otherwise. A student jested, wondering if Ning Chuan might borrow something. Whether he borrows or not matters little, even if he acquires the beast essence nutrient. He cannot safeguard the resources of the training camp. If he refuses, he risks being beaten to the point of being unable to leave his room. The weak are unworthy of being here. The students conversed among themselves, displaying a palpable disdain for Ning Chuan, dismissing him entirely. Just then, the door swung open abruptly. Why are you blocking the entrance? Are you a doorkeeper? Get out of my way. Qi Liang exclaimed as he burst forth, straining to push through the crowd. Racing down the corridor, many students looked on in confusion, but their curiosity quickly shifted back to the interior, their expressions freezing in shock. The door stood partially ajar, obscuring the full scene. All they could see was a slender battle blade pressed against Qi neck, with streams of blood trickling down, staining his clothes crimson. Terror was etched across Qi face as he gazed at the crowd outside, opening his mouth yet unable to produce a sound. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Ning Chuan slammed the door shut once more. Gasps erupted among the onlookers. A 6th-stage awakener had subdued 3 pinnacle 9th-stage awakeners. Who is this formidable individual? One martial artist remarked in astonishment. Many students of the awakening realm lowered their heads, filled with a sense of shame. They had previously ridiculed him, viewing Ning Chuan as a mere lamb for slaughter. So what were they then? Roasted lamb skewers? Could he possess some extraordinary ability? A voice of skepticism arose among the crowd. The students present were all top-tier geniuses. It was difficult to fathom that anyone could engage in cross-dire combat. Uncertain. Yet he must possess some form of unique power. I concur. Otherwise, how could he keep Qi and the others in check? Surely, it cannot solely rely on advanced martial arts. One student remarked, garnering the agreement of many nearby. After all, to battle across 3 levels. What level of martial arts mastery would be required? If it were an ability, then your status as the sole wielder of such power would be challenged. Xiaxi. A student adjusted his glasses, jesting. Song Xiu possesses an ability, yet he lacks the qualification to be my opponent. Let him first slay a first-tier martial artist before we speak of him. Xiaxi, slender and proud, crossed his arms defiantly. Clear the way. Clear the way. Do not obstruct the path. At that moment, Qi Liang came rushing back, sweat covering his face without a care for wiping it away, diving straight into the room. Did you notice that he seems to be holding the Beast Essence Nutrient Solution? Not merely seems, it is indeed the Beast Essence Nutrient Solution. Ning Chuan intends to reverse the flow of resources. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This individual was clearly not one for peace. He would seek vengeance for even the slightest grievance. Chapter 54, Retribution. It does not exist. Let the dogs bite each other. Inside the dormitory. The thick walls muffled the sounds of the outside world. Qi Liang directly handed the Beast Essence Nutrient Solution to Ning Chuan, gasping for breath as he said, You must release my elder brother. Ning Chuan continued to hold the silver blood battle blade with a leisurely demeanor and said, Do not rush. First, please sign the IOU. He paused and added, 1 copy will suffice. After a moment's reflection, Ning Chuan reminded them that, under normal circumstances, a debt involving 4 individuals would necessitate a separate document for each. Li Pingyi, standing nearby, wore a sullen expression and muttered, That IOU undoubtedly belongs to you. Without it, how can one demand repayment? He was acutely aware of Ning Chuan's intentions. There was no intention of repayment at all. Retaining a single IOU merely served as evidence, a safeguard against any future accusations of robbery against him. Indeed, Ning Chuan nodded, readily admitting, When you borrowed the 100 Beasts Nutrient Solution from me, did you intend to leave an IOU? As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Qi Dong, who was held at knife point, and coldly declared, I am a man of fairness. If you leave one, I shall reciprocate, but should you dare to utter a falsehood, I will end your life. I have no such intention. Qi Dong quickly shook his head, aware that admitting to the intent of leaving an IOU could be perilous. Then let us dispense with the idle chatter and proceed with the IOU. Ning Chuan gestured toward the desk, where paper and pen awaited. Before long, the IOU was drafted by Qi Liang, with each of the 3 signing their names in turn. Li Pingyi, however, hesitated the most, his face a mask of reluctance, far less decisive than the Qi twins. After all, that precious 100 Beasts Nutrient Solution was solely his. Just as he was grappling with his reluctance, Li Pingyi heard Ning Chuan inquire, How much did you pay for that 100 Beasts Nutrient Solution? 12 million. Li Pingyi retorted with indignation. Ning Chuan pointed towards the Qi family twins and instructed, You too, draft an IOU for him, each for 4 million. With the repayment date set before the conclusion of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Upon hearing this, Li Pingyi's heartache dissipated significantly, and he quickly chimed in, Indeed. The Beast Essence Nutrient Solution was borrowed collectively by the 3 of us for Ning Chuan. You two owe me 8 million. This time, the twins became the ones to procrastinate signing, yet they were compelled by Ning Chuan's knife. Despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to comply. Li Pingyi scrutinized them intently, urging, In 7 days, you will have access to your phones. Make sure to transfer the money to me promptly. What's your hurry? The phone can only be used for 10 minutes. That time is surely insufficient. Qi Dong, don't feign ignorance with me. There are still 2 months until the final deadline. The 3 engaged in a quiet dispute while signing. Ning Chuan observed the scene with a subtle smirk, a testament to his cunning strategy's success. His specific request for the Beast Essence Nutrient Solution was deliberate. Firstly, it was undeniably excellent, and he was quite envious of it. Secondly, it served to divert conflict and sow discord among the trio. Had he coerced each individually for an equivalent amount of resources, they would undoubtedly unite to cause him trouble afterward. Although he was unafraid, he preferred not to squander time on such matters. His purpose for being here was to enhance his strength. Thus, he claimed the Beast Essence Nutrient Solution that belonged solely to Li Pingyi and had the Qi family twins issue an IOU to Li Pingyi with a 2-month grace period for repayment. Without his instigation, the trio would inevitably clash over the timing of the repayment. Indeed, events unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Enough, everyone. Let us finalize the contract and be on our way, Ning Chuan declared, tucking away the Beast Nutrient Solution, his smile radiant as he opened the door. In the corridor, the other trainees had yet to depart. Upon seeing Li Pingyi and the Qi twins emerge, they eagerly inquired, Is Ning Chuan an ability user? What power does he possess? Qi Dong, how many moves did you manage to endure? What happened to your hair? Is his ability wind blades? The trio, faces stern and silent, squeezed through the crowd. Being defeated by a 6th tier awaken, even one wielding the perfect realm's flashing thunder slash, was hardly a commendable feat. Moreover, they had incurred a substantial financial loss. No one felt inclined to explain. Observing trainees expressed their discontent, yet none dared to intervene. After venting a few grievances, they gradually dispersed. However, one young man remained. Though he bore an unremarkable appearance, his attire was quite presentable, endowing him with an agreeable demeanor. A pair of frameless glasses perched on his nose, adding an air of astuteness to his character. "Are you here to borrow the beast nutrient solution as well?" Ning Chuan glanced at the bespectacled youth. "I merely wished to make your acquaintance," the young man replied with a shake of his head and a smile. "My name is Song Shiyu, 17 years old, a local from Shanghai City, currently at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of awakening." "Ning Chuan," came the response. Song Shiyu grinned broadly and continued, "Please, don't be so aloof. I possess considerable knowledge about the training camp and can share valuable information with you." "What are the terms?" Ning Chuan inquired coolly, casually closing the door as he strode down the corridor towards the dormitory building. He did not believe that defeating Qi Dong and the others would intimidate the other awakened trainees into flattering him. Those who gain admission to the Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp are undoubtedly the most exceptional students in their respective cities, possessing an unrivaled prowess among their peers. They are individuals of considerable ambition and pride, firmly believing in their superiority over others before any confrontation occurs. The prevailing sentiment among many can be summed up as, "Heaven takes the first place, earth the second, and I claim the third." Such thoughts reflect their true convictions. As fellow classmates, engaging in negotiations feels rather pedestrian. Song Shiyu smiled as she caught up with Ning Chuan. Noticing his silence, she could only express her mild exasperation. "Of course, it would be even better if you could answer me one question." "Go ahead." Ning Chuan made no promises. A hint of seriousness crossed Song Shiyu's face as she asked, "Did you forcibly seize, merely borrow the beast essence nutrient from Li Pingyi, and also had Qi Dong and Qi Liang sign a loan note with him?" Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan halted, turning to face Song Shiyu with a look of astonishment. "Do you possess abilities related to sound?" "I deduced it." Song Shiyu adjusted her rimless glasses and replied confidently, "Among the three, only Li Pingyi has the beast essence nutrient. You threatened Qi Dong with a knife and sent Qi Liang to retrieve the essence. There must be deeper implications behind this action. Analyzing the situation led me to this conclusion." "You are not mistaken," Ning Chuan acknowledged with a nod, feeling no excessive surprise. "It is quite common for the Mountain and Sea Talent Training Camp, renowned as the best in Donglin, to produce exceptionally astute students." Meanwhile, in the open space in front of the dormitory building, Ma Fengxing shook his head and said, "Instructor Bai, it's not that I am being stubborn, but that Ning Chuan, the one with connections, is certainly not going to fare well. He has taken a life, yet at most, he exhibits a resilient spirit and the courage to refuse the requests of those three trainees. However, enduring a severe beating is certainly inevitable." Ma Fengxing presents his argument. "Look, he hasn't emerged yet. He must have already suffered injuries and collapsed in the dormitory." No sooner had he spoken than Ning Chuan stepped through the door, his appearance unscathed, his eyes dark and spirited, exuding an extraordinary aura under the bright sunlight. Many female trainees nearby couldn't help but steal glances at him. Bai Xiuxiu glanced at Ning Chuan, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. "Instructor Ma, what is your opinion now? I believe he must have submitted the beast nutrient solution, yet his demeanor remains composed, unexposed." Ma Fengxing pondered briefly but maintained his previous stance. "Those three trainees will be out shortly." Bai Xiuxiu tilted her fair chin towards the entrance. Chapter 55. The Dragon King Ascends. Exuding an unmatched majesty. "Hey, your style is quite unique. The people from the capital city, indeed, do not conform to the ordinary." Accompanied by a burst of laughter, Li Pingyi and the Qi twins arrived outside the dormitory building, each wearing a gloomy expression. Upon returning to their room, they realized that Ning Chuan had not merely trimmed a few strands of hair, he had completely sheared off the hair atop his head, resulting in a quintessential Mediterranean hairstyle, a nightmare for countless middle-aged men. It is said that a single haircut can ruin everything. No matter how handsome the face or how profound the aura, one cannot carry it off. The four instructors were momentarily taken aback at this sight, and Bai Xiuxiu was no exception, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She held a favorable view of Ning Chuan, believing that he might at most be comparable to the pinnacle of a level 9 awakening. This perception would dissuade individuals like Li Pingyi from harboring thoughts of exploiting resources. However, it now appeared that Ning Chuan possessed the formidable strength to confront three opponents simultaneously. And these three were among the elite geniuses who emerged from the vast pool of 10 million students in Donglin. His hair had been severed with a blade at an astonishing speed, surpassing the reaction limits of those three. As a weapons instructor, Yin Zhuang's caliber was unquestionable. He gazed at Ning Chuan and spoke solemnly. The one wielding the blade, or rather, Ning Chuan, demonstrates an exceptional mastery of swordsmanship and possesses considerable self-assurance. A strike along the hairline, if executed even slightly off, could result in a blow to the skull. Ma Fengxing, dismissing his embarrassment, pondered for a moment before stating, I have reviewed Ning Chuan's dossier. He has only practiced one sword technique, the B-class Flash Thunder Slash. Could it be that he has achieved the expert level? Otherwise, how could he have defeated those three students? Those admitted to the training camp must at least have mastered a B-class martial art at the nuanced level. That seems improbable. Yin Zhuang shook his head decisively and elucidated. The Flash Thunder Slash is exceedingly difficult, even surpassing the typical A-class martial arts. Attaining the expert level is incredibly challenging. Moreover, an expert-level Flash Thunder Slash would not be sufficient to prevent those three from reacting. Ma Fengxing speculated. Could it be that Ning Chuan possesses an extraordinary ability related to speed? LV Fong interjected. There is no information regarding that in the dossier. Let us refrain from further inquiries. We shall discover the truth when classes commence tomorrow. Yin Zhuang glanced at his watch. 10 minutes had elapsed, and all students had gathered. Yin Zhuang surveyed the students with a serious demeanor and stated, Before we commence our tour of the base, I have a few words to impart. It is imperative that you comprehend the true essence of the Shanghai Talent Training Camp. Many students appeared perplexed. What could it possibly be? To put it plainly, it is an institution designed for intensive preparation for the college entrance examination. Yin Zhuang seemed to discern the thoughts of the students and continued. You all are the finest talents from various cities. Your innate abilities are unquestionable. Resources such as nutritional supplements, martial arts training, and guidance are presumably abundant. Yet, why has the Donglin government taken the effort to establish the Shanghai Talent Training Camp and convene you all here? Because the training camp possesses distinct advantages in these respects. A confident student interjected. Ma Fengxing shot him a sidelong glance and jested. Would it not be more efficient for the Donglin government to simply allocate 10 million to each of you? It would save trouble and reduce expenditure. The costs associated with the Shanghai Talent Training Camp are indeed astronomical, he continued. Not to mention the martial arts resources. Merely selecting the most outstanding students from millions. Choosing the most suitable instructors and tailoring training plans entails hidden expenditures that, when converted to currency, would easily exceed $1 billion. Only the Donglin government can shoulder such a financial burden. The student, now flushed with embarrassment, found his earlier confidence evaporating and was at a loss for words. Yin Zhuang paid him no mind and continued, the Shanghai Talent Training Camp is not solely focused on the college entrance examination. Its primary purpose is to hone your mental fortitude, instilling within you the heart of a champion, unafraid of adversity, as you strive toward the pinnacle of martial arts. Rather than aspiring to become a 7th or 8th tier warrior a decade later, merely satisfied with earning millions within a year, Yin Zhuang's voice grew increasingly impassioned. You must dare to become knights, become divine generals, become the backbone that supports the dark sky of the martial realm. Become the guardians of the 800 million human souls of the Federation. The expressions of the students on site shifted dramatically. Their blood surged, and one by one, they stood tall like arrows. No one dreams of being ordinary in their youth. Ning Chuan stood at the back, letting out a sigh. Beside him, Song Shiyu caught a glimpse of his action and quietly inquired, Do you think Instructor Yin is speaking in vain? Not at all. Ning Chuan gently shook his head and replied, Rather than honing mental fortitude, I wish the training camp would invest more in martial resources. Song Shiyu stroked her chin, pondering briefly before smiling. No wonder you feel disheartened. Your ability to devise a plan to differentiate Li Pingyi and others in such a short time clearly indicates an exceptional mindset. You would not settle for mediocrity due to setbacks. I have a premonition that you will have a place among the Knights of Donglin in the future. Ning Chuan glanced at Song Shiyu and suddenly remarked, Why do I feel as if you were flattering yourself? His mindset was indeed extraordinary, yet Song Shiyu, who discerned his plans so swiftly, must possess an even higher caliber. Engaging with clever individuals is remarkably convenient. There is no need for me to remind them deliberately. Song Shiyu chuckled. Ning Chuan found himself somewhat speechless. A few minutes later, Yin Zhuang announced, It seems you all have realized the significance of this place. So follow me as we tour the base. With that, he turned and strode forward. The students eagerly followed suit. The base, nestled against the mountains, is adorned with numerous edifices. However, only 2 buildings pertain to their daily lives, the the cafeteria, and the dormitory they had just visited. There are no recreational facilities. The other structures are entirely dedicated to martial arts training grounds, wind pressure chambers, bullet rain fields, deep-sea platforms, and so forth. Many of these locations, by their very names, offer no hint of their purpose, and Yin Zhuang provides no explanation, merely assuring the students that they will come to know in due course. Fortunately, Song Shiyu spoke the truth. He possessed considerable knowledge about the training camp and elaborated to Ning Chuan on each aspect. As time passed, the students completed their extensive tour of the base. Yin Zhuang glanced towards the mountain peak and announced, "There remains one final location, the Dragon King's ascension platform. Let us ascend the mountain to take a look." Linghai Mountain is not particularly high, standing at just over 1,800 meters. In comparison to the lofty peaks of the distant mountains, it is less than a tenth of their height. In less than half an hour, the summit was within their sight. The top of Linghai Mountain possesses a distinctive shape, with 3 deep ravines extending from the section nearest to the sea. Each ravine exceeds 100 meters in length, its surface darkened and remarkably smooth due to the erosion of rainwater, resembling a mirror. Clearly, they have existed for quite some time. Upon reaching the summit, the expressions of the many students transformed dramatically, turning pale. The sky above the entire area seemed to threaten collapse, enveloped in a bleak and desolate aura, as if a divine presence were gazing down from the mountain peak, instilling an irresistible sense of dread. "Do you see the 3 deep ravines?" Yin Zhuang pointed with his hand, speaking in a grave tone. "The terrifying aura you are sensing emanates from here. According to some archaeologists, the 3 ravines were created over 90,000 years ago when a king of the Dragon Clan ascended to this peak, leaving behind a claw mark. The aura of the Dragon King still lingers. 90,000 years. Many students widened their eyes in disbelief. Yin Zhuang nodded, pondering for a moment, then addressed the students. "You should truly immerse yourselves in this aura. Perhaps you may gain something from it." Ma Fengxing raised an eyebrow and smiled, teasingly remarking, "Instructor Yin, don't paint too rosy a picture for them. This aura, to put it in scientific terms, is essentially a unique magnetic field that has become utterly chaotic over the years. Numerous knights and divine beings from the Federation have come through, and none have managed to grasp anything significant." Upon hearing this, many students felt their previously fervent spirits dampen. Elfong contemplated for a moment and reassured. "Ma Instructor's words hold some truth, yet throughout history, there have been a few rare geniuses who found insights here. You might as well give it a try. Who knows what might happen?" Elfong suggested with a smile. However, despite his words, none of the 4 instructors truly believed in the possibility. Chapter 56. I had an epiphany. I just won't speak, just play gazing at the claw mark of the Dragon King, Song Shiyu casually remarked. The instructors probably don't even believe it themselves. Since the establishment of the Federation, over a millennium has passed, and those who have gained insights at the Dragon King's ascension platform could be counted on one hand. The probability is so minuscule that it can be deemed an impossible event. After speaking, Song Shiyu waited for a moment, but did not receive a response from Ning Chuan. Glancing sideways, he was taken aback. Ning Chuan had his eyes half closed, his expression grave and still, as if he were sensing something profound. Song Shiyu was aware that his acquaintance with Ning Chuan was still in its infancy, yet having encountered countless individuals since childhood, the brevity of their interaction was sufficient for him to form a judgment. Ning Chuan was not the type to feign profundity. At this moment, he genuinely experienced a revelation. Damn, this beast can actually attain enlightenment. Upon regaining his composure, Song Shiyu could not help but exclaim in exasperation. The instructor and the students were startled by his outburst, their gazes converging upon him. Ning Chuan remained utterly still. Unbeknownst to others, a chilling notification echoed incessantly in his mind. The ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra sensed the presence of the Dragon God, entering a state of comprehension, thereby exponentially accelerating his cultivation speed. Progress surged by 20. The advancement continued unabated. The ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra amassed sufficient understanding to ascend to a proficient realm. Progress increased by 10. Waves of insights flooded into Ning Chuan's consciousness, akin to a dam bursting forth. He concentrated all his mental faculties, barely managing to accept the influx. In the external realm, at the Dragon King's ascension platform, a cacophony erupted. Is this merely a fade? What else could it be? How could someone at the awakening realm glean anything from the Dragon King's aura? It was evident that he sought to attract the instructor's attention and garner a deluge of resources. With his eyes closed, he feigned enlightenment. As for what he comprehended, one should not inquire. merely assert that the Dragon King is formidable. The discussions surged like waves, with some students deriding him, their expressions laced with disdain. Convinced that Ning Chuan was being disingenuous, deliberately pretending for the sake of fame and resources. Suddenly, a resounding roar swept across the Dragon King's ascension platform, sending a tremor through the hearts of all present. Within that roar lay an undeniable authority, one that brooked no resistance. It was as if a colossal dragon roared skyward, resembling the frenzied howl of some ancient malevolent force. The onlookers, having been engrossed in their discussion about Ning Chuan, perceived it with acute clarity. That roar undeniably emanated from Ning Chuan himself. I was taken aback. This was a genuine revelation. How did he achieve this? I had just moments ago immersed myself in the experience, merely feeling the might of the Dragon King. I was witnessing history in the making. What profound understanding had he attained to evoke such terror? Many of the students shifted their perspectives, astonished and engaged in fervent discussions. It was not just the students. The 4 instructors nearby were equally bewildered, exchanging thoughts among themselves. Ma Fengxing swallowed hard and remarked, "Goodness, I, a dignified 9th-rank warrior, am struck with fear by that roar. What has transpired with this young man?" He turned to his companion, saying, "Old LV, you possess the most knowledge among us. Enlighten me." LV Fong furrowed his brow, fixated on Ning Chuan, yet he merely shook his head in silence. Bai Xiuxiu contemplated for a moment before mused. Is it possible that Ning Chuan is awakening a special physique? However, certainty eluded her. LV Fong withdrew his gaze and elucidated certain special physiques, upon reaching a particular stage, can indeed emit tremendous sounds. Yet, other circumstances may yield similar phenomena. For instance, when a formidable martial arts breakthrough ascends to a profound realm, the body may also produce resonant sounds imbued with overwhelming pressure. Upon hearing this, Ma Fengxing questioned. That roar left even us warriors feeling alarmed. In the awakening realm, with S-rank martial arts achieving a perfect state, such might should not be possible. Indeed, Elfong nodded. I was merely offering a casual example, without much thought. Moments later, Ning Chuan slowly opened his eyes, promptly summoning the system. A translucent, luminous interface emerged before him. In it, the first column displayed a significant transformation. Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture. Mastery. Progress 72. Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. This sudden enlightenment from the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture equated to several years of conventional training. However, he regretted that this epiphany did not last long enough to reach the profound state. Despite the fact that he was less than 30 away from achieving the profound state, a breakthrough in the short term seemed implausible. After engaging in numerous martial arts, Ning Chuan had discerned certain patterns. With each elevation in martial arts rank, the time required for progress almost doubled. The Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture posed an exceptional challenge. At the foundational level, it took 3 days to improve by 1 percentage point. Now that he had reached the 3rd level of mastery, it would take approximately 10 days to increase by just 1 percentage point. To attain the profound state would require over half a year, certainly not achievable before the college entrance examination. Wipe your drool. What remarkable insight have you gained that nearly caused me to plunge into the sea? Song Shiyu's words jolted Ning Chuan back to reality. Upon glancing around, he noticed that fellow students and instructors were all fixated on him. The roar emitted during his breakthrough to mastery must have drawn their attention, he mused. After a brief contemplation, he cautiously inquired, Dragon King transmission of teachings? The matter concerning the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture could not be disclosed. Should it attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, they could trace it back to Guo Rinyu's family through his experiences. Song Shiyu rolled her eyes, exclaiming with irritation, "Why don't you just say it's the Dragon King seizing control? After 90,000 years, that Dragon King has turned to ash. The remnants of the claw marks barely retain any fragmented insights from his cultivation. To think you could discern the truth is impressive." Ning Chuan responded with surprise. Song Shiyu's forehead twitched in annoyance. "Do you truly consider me a fool?" At that moment, Yin Zhuang interrupted their banter, speaking earnestly, "Ning Chuan, regardless of what you have comprehended, feel free to express it boldly. The Donglin government will never seize it. They will only assess the situation and enhance your training accordingly. Those who have achieved results in the history of the Federation have all experienced this." Indeed, Song Shiyu seemed well-versed in this matter, adding, "One individual was even recommended by the Donglin government to have a divine general take him as a disciple. I truly do not know what transpired. It was an unfathomable sensation that seemed to induce some changes within my body. However, To articulate the specifics of those changes eludes me. Ning Chuan pondered for a moment, fabricating a vague response. In the future, when his physical strength surpassed that of ordinary people, this excuse would serve him well. Surely, he and T comprehended nothing. The other students regarded him with skepticism. Yin Zhuang, however, maintained a neutral expression, nodding and stating, "I understand now. Your exceptional performance on the Dragon King's Ascension platform has earned you 100 points. What are points? Are they significant?" Ning Chuan inquired with curiosity. Yin Zhuang replied, "You may simply perceive it as the currency within the training camp, utilized to acquire various resources such as the wind pressure chamber, guidance from formidable mentors, and the blood of the sea dragon, among others." Ning Chuan, this reward is indeed substantial. Song Shiyu added with a smile, in previous years, the bottom-ranking participants of the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp hardly earned even 100 points over the course of 2 months. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembled students. The resources allocated in each session of the Mountain and Sea Genius Training Camp are fixed. If one person acquires more, naturally, the share of others will be diminished. Instructor Yan, I do not question your authority, but it seems Ning Chuan himself is uncertain of what he has comprehended. It is possible he has grasped nothing at all, yet is awarded 100 points. Isn't that excessive? A lean youth stepped forward boldly, his gaze unwavering as he met Yin Zhuang's eyes without fear. This audacious individual was named Xia Shi, endowed with the power of ice. Song Shiyu quietly introduced Ning Chuan. Among the 30 awakened students, Xia Shi is nearly considered the foremost, boasting a remarkable record of having directly slain a first-tier martial artist. There exists a vast chasm between the awakened realm and formal martial artists. Even the most exceptional talents find it challenging to bridge this gap. The peak students of the 9th stage of awakening present at the scene, let alone slaying a first-tier martial artist, would struggle to even engage in direct confrontation. Nearly? Ning Chuan pondered the implication of Song Shiyu's words, casting him a sidelong glance. This nearly cannot possibly be attributed to you, can it? Understanding him well, Ning Chuan thought. Song Shiyu gave a thumbs up in response. On the other side, Yin Zhuang spoke coldly. It is precisely because one does not comprehend the essence that only a mere 100 points of reward are granted. If you can emit such a roar, I shall also bestow upon you 100 points. If you cannot, then kindly keep your mouth shut. The Federation is vast, and geniuses are only becoming stronger. There is no pinnacle of strength. Yin Zhuang glared down at Xia Shi as he scolded. What you cannot achieve does not indicate that others are incapable. Maliciously speculating about others is not the pride of a genius. It merely reveals the hypocrisy of the weak. Xia Shi's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and red. After a moment, she turned to glance at Ning Chuan and gritted her teeth, saying, "Instructor Yan, I shall stand firm in my convictions. Tomorrow, the training camp will officially commence. I will prove to you that I am the strongest among the 30 awakened ones, in both talent and strength." Chapter 57. Let me be blunt. You have not the slightest hope of victory. This is dire. It seems you have caught the attention of Xia Shi, who is almost first. Song Shiyu remarked with a mocking smile. As she spoke, she deliberately distanced herself, seemingly fearful that getting too close might bring misfortune upon her. Ning Chuan shrugged, displaying little concern. Compared to a few days prior when he defeated Wei Bohu, his strength had seen further enhancement. His physical prowess was now on par with a typical 7th-tier awakened individual, and he was not far from achieving the 5th level of the King Kong body technique. Other martial arts had also progressed correspondingly. As for whether he could contend with Xia Shi, who had slain a first-tier warrior, Ning Chuan was uncertain. Yet, this was not a pressing issue. He lacked no resources, and with each passing day, his strength continued to rise. Even if he were not a match at this moment, he remained undeterred. In a span of 10 to 15 days, it would be sufficient to surpass Xia. At 5 in the afternoon, the tour of the base concluded. Many trainees, still captivated by the novelty, continued to explore their surroundings. Ning Chuan, there are plenty of intriguing things in the training camp. Would you like to join me for a look? No. Ning Chuan declined Song Shiyu and proceeded directly to his dormitory. He had pressing matters to attend to, specifically, assessing the efficacy of the Longxiang ancient scripture in refining his body. Recently, his bullish strength had advanced from the proficient realm to the subtle realm, nearly doubling his refining efficiency. Although the transition to the subtle realm marked a significant threshold, the Longxiang ancient scripture had elevated him by 2 realms this time. Hence, the improvement should be considerable. Ning Chuan uncapped a vial of beast nourishment liquid, tilted his head back, and consumed it in one gulp. In his mind, a series of notification chimes resonated. The Longxiang ancient scripture sensed the surging energy, stirring excitement within him, and his cultivation speed skyrocketed. It was estimated that the energy would be depleted in 2 hours and 30 minutes. Ning Chuan quickly calculated in his mind, unable to suppress a smile. When he was at the foundational realm of the Longxiang ancient scripture, consuming one vial of beast nourishment liquid took about 6 hours. Now, it was more than double that efficiency. However, upon further calculation of the consumption rate, his smile faded. He would need to consume approximately 10 vials of beast nourishment liquid per day, having spent 30 million to purchase 200 vials from Lu Mengwei. It was shocking to realize they wouldn't last a month. Such a revelation was indeed alarming. Under normal circumstances, even a 7th-tier martial artist would not have such a terrifying resource consumption rate. Fortunately, resources could be exchanged for points here. A glimmer of determination flashed in Ning Chuan's dark eyes. The following day, April 2nd, the training camp officially commenced. Yesterday evening, as the session concluded, the course schedule had already been distributed among the students. At 7 in the morning, the sun shone warmly as Ning Chuan arrived at the training base's shooting range. His morning lesson was dedicated to Master Ma Fengxing's movement techniques. The training camp's curriculum distinctly separates the awakened realm from that of formal warriors. Perhaps due to the novelty of the first day, Ning Chuan entered the gates to find the other 29 students already present. Master Ma Fengxing stood at the front with a smile, accompanied by several staff members clad in various uniforms. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp, ranked first in Donglan, undoubtedly boasts more than just 4 instructors. It includes assistant instructors, analysts, data specialists, nutritionists, and many others. The total number of staff at the training camp exceeds several hundred, all dedicated to devising the most suitable training plans for each student. Since everyone is here, I shall commence the lesson early, Master Ma Fengxing announced with a smile. The students immediately perked up, their eyes fixed intently upon him, intrigued by the unique strengths of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp. Master Ma waved his hand and said with a chuckle, "No need to be so formal. Today's primary task is to assess your movement skills." The students nodded in understanding. When the camp's agents gathered information, they inquired only about the martial arts each had practiced, without delving into their respective realms. However, merely allowing you to display your movement techniques would be rather dull. Master Ma said, his smile unwavering, yet his tone gradually sharpening. "Why don't we engage in some practical exercises instead? After all, a high level of movement technique does not necessarily equate to adept application." As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, a palpable tension enveloping the scene. As the numerous students exchanged glances, an indomitable spirit of competition surged within their eyes. All were exceptional talents, the elite among their peers in the city, and none harbored doubts about their superiority. "Instructor Ma, what kind of practical exercise is this?" stepped forward Xia Shi, her expression brimming with pride as she inquired aloud. "We will engage in combat utilizing our agility." Instructor Ma Fengxing indicated a designated area nearby. "Do you see the machine guns above?" A section, enclosed by tempered glass, measured 30 meters on each side. The ceiling, glass walls, and even the corners of the floor were outfitted with multiple 6-barreled machine guns, 20 to 30 in total. Each was connected to an automated support system, capable of shooting in a full 360-degree arc without any blind spots. The stark, pale light reflected off the cold metal, creating an austere atmosphere. "Do not worry. The machine guns fire rubber bullets, which possess minimal lethality," Ma Fengxing assured with a smile. "We will enter and dodge the bullets. Whoever is struck first will be deemed defeated. To ensure fairness, I will restrain my strength to match yours. Furthermore, the martial arts techniques I employ will align with yours as well." "Same martial arts?" A voice expressed astonishment. There were 30 awakened students present, and even if each practiced a unique technique, with some overlapping, there would still be at least 20 distinct martial arts styles represented. Observing the students' skepticism, Ma Fengxing smiled confidently. "I have reviewed your profiles. Collectively, the 30 of you practice 49 martial arts techniques. Remarkably, 46 of these are included in the 105 techniques I have mastered. The remaining 3, which I have not learned, can easily be substituted with strikingly similar techniques." An uproar erupted throughout the venue. Many gazed at Ma Fengxing with astonishment. The impact of mastering 105 martial arts techniques was overwhelming. Ning Chuan's pupils widened as well, But his reaction was not one of shock, rather envy. What a remarkable family background to be able to study 105 forms of martial arts. Standing beside him, Song Shiyu, mistaking Ning Chuan's expression for disbelief, remarked with a smile. Martial instructors like Officer Ma, who are at the 9th rank, often choose to become professional educators after realizing they cannot advance to knighthood. Their profound understanding of martial arts makes the study of awakening-level techniques significantly easier for them. Moreover, martial arts concepts can often be interconnected. As long as one is willing to dedicate themselves, mastering numerous techniques is achievable. Yet, 105 martial arts is an extraordinary accomplishment, Ning Chuan stated. That is indeed the case. Song Shiyu nodded in agreement, adding, otherwise, the Donglin government would not have invited Officer Ma to teach the martial arts class. The other students began to discuss animatedly. Ma Fengxing raised his hand and smiled, saying, no need for such astonishment. If you knew that my 105 martial arts techniques are all at least at the subtle realm, you would surely be rendered speechless. The room fell silent, not out of obedience, but due to the overwhelming shock of such a revelation. 105 martial arts techniques. All at least at the subtle realm. No wonder the Shanghai Talent Training Camp was renowned as the best in the Donglin Administrative District. Setting aside all else, the caliber of this instructor was simply terrifying. With a smile still on his face, Ma Fengxing continued, when it comes to comparing your skills with mine, well, let's be straightforward. You have not the slightest hope of winning. However, this does not imply that there is a distinction in your abilities amongst yourselves. Under the relentless barrage of machine gun fire, those students who endure long enough shall be rewarded with corresponding points. Yet, what if I manage to defeat you? One student, brimming with defiance, believed that their mastery of martial arts had reached an exquisite level, endowing them with a chance of victory. I truly do not wish to diminish your confidence. Ma Fengxing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, letting out a sigh. However, after decades of serving as an educator in martial arts and mentoring thousands of students, not a single one has ever triumphed over me in a contest of equal skill and agility. Chapter 58. The power of the machine gun is the sole criterion for evaluating agility. Mo Yuyan. You are the first. Ma Fengxing gestured towards a female student among the group and inquired, please tell me your punching power and the martial arts style you practice. Punching power serves as an excellent reflection of one's physical prowess, and Ma Fengxing could use this to gauge his own strength. Mo Yuyan stepped forward and replied, currently, my punching power is 5,400 kilograms, and my martial arts style is the B-class Moon Shadow Step. The other students exchanged astonished glances. A punching power exceeding 5,000 kilograms undoubtedly indicates mastery of an S-class breathing technique. This girl's background must be extraordinarily formidable. Ma Fengxing's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. Please follow me. The two entered a glass chamber equipped with machine guns. We may begin now. Ma Fengxing directed his gaze through the glass towards the staff outside and instructed, set the initial machine guns to 3. And increase the number by 1 every minute. Understood. One of the staff members nodded and rapidly tapped on the tablet in hand. As the automatic stand rotated, the 3 machine guns mounted on the ceiling unleashed a barrage of fire. Though their number appeared limited, they were 6-barreled Gatling guns, meaning 18 barrels in total. With the sound of rubber bullets piercing the air forming a nearly continuous line. Most significantly, the glass chamber was compact, spanning merely 30 meters on each side. And the intensity of the firepower was formidable. With a swift motion akin to the wind, Mo Yuyan evaded the onslaught. Her moonshadow steps were executed with mastery, and her practical application of the technique was exceptionally high. The rubber bullets fired simultaneously from the 3 machine guns posed little threat to her. However, when compared to Ma Fengxing nearby, she seemed to pale in comparison. While Mo Yuyan skillfully dodged the rubber bullets, her movements covered the entirety of the glass chamber. In contrast, Ma Fengxing remained in a corner, hands clasped behind his back, his pace nowhere near as swift as hers. Yet, he effortlessly avoided the incoming rubber bullets, exuding an air of tranquil ease. This is the nuanced realm of the Moonshadow Steps, perhaps even the pinnacle of subtlety. A student marveled. Observing the 2 figures within the glass chamber, Song Shiyu reflected, not only does Instructor Ma's Moonshadow Steps surpass a mere level, but even among those proficient, Mo Yuyan cannot match his prowess. The combat level of a 9th-tier warrior, along with their neural reflex speed and heightened senses, far exceeds those of us in the awakening realm. Ma Fengxing, suppressing his true strength, could only actively control his power and speed. Indeed, Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. The ability to evade rapidly incoming rubber bullets, enhanced by superior sensory perception and neural response speed, constituted a significant advantage. 3 minutes later, the sixth machine gun whirred into action, unleashing a torrent of rubber bullets from its barrel. The onlookers quickly noticed that Mo Yiyan was becoming increasingly strained. Although she had not yet been hit, the rubber bullets occasionally grazed the edges of her clothing and her long hair. It appeared she had reached her limit. Indeed, just a minute later, 7 machine guns began to rotate simultaneously, unleashing a barrage. Mo Yiyan could barely endure for a few seconds before a rubber bullet struck her shoulder from an oblique angle, causing her to stagger backward. The firing ceased. Ma Fengxing waved his hand to the outside, and the 7 machine guns promptly halted their rotation. Turning his gaze towards Mo Yiyan, he smiled and remarked, "You performed adequately. I award you 2 points." As he spoke, he shifted his attention to the staff and instructed, "Record this, Mo Yiyan's agility level, measured against the force of 6 machine guns." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembled students brightened instantly. Evaluating agility through the force of machine guns was an exceptionally vivid analogy. Each individual among them had varying degrees of mastery and agility, differing levels of physical fitness, and distinct experiences in practical combat. Judging solely by superficial data made it nearly impossible to determine superiority. The force of the machine guns was different, regardless of one's attributes. The higher the number of machine guns one could withstand, the greater their agility level. Many students felt a surge of competitive spirit ignite within them. "Huang Shitao, you are next. Step in." "Yes." As Ma Fengxing's words faded, a student eagerly rushed into the glass chamber. Unfortunately, within less than 2 minutes, he emerged dejectedly, having only demonstrated the agility level equivalent to the force of 4 machine guns. He did not even earn any points. Subsequent students entered the glass chamber in succession, and soon, an hour had passed, with the majority of the students having tested their agility against Ma Fengxing. Without exception, all have faced defeat. The previously indignant student has now made his appearance. His prowess is formidable, his punching power rivaling that of Mo Yiyan, and his mastery of movement is exquisite, earning him the commendation of possessing the power of 7 machine guns. Yet, he too succumbed to defeat. Ma Fengxing's martial arts, characterized by its profound mastery of movement, is at the expert level. The numerous students gathered around the glass chamber have long since abandoned any thought of overcoming Ma Fengxing. Their sole aspiration is to maximize their own acquisition of machine gun power. The 19th student, Xia Shi, stepped forth. With a casual gesture, Ma Fengxing indicated him to proceed. "Yes." Xia Shi strode forward confidently, momentarily halting as he passed by Ning Chuan, arrogantly proclaiming, "Open your eyes wide and observe closely. I shall demonstrate the disparity between us." The difference between us, indeed, seems substantial. Ning Chuan appraised Xia Shi, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of understanding. "At least you possess self-awareness." Xia Shi scoffed, averted his gaze, and continued on his way. Song Shiyu glanced at Ning Chuan, his expression tinged with skepticism. "Why do I sense that you have ulterior motives?" Ning Chuan merely smiled in silence. His aim has never been merely to accumulate machine gun power. For decades, no student has triumphed over Ma Fengxing. It shall be he who becomes the first. In the glass chamber, Xia Shi boldly announced, "My martial arts technique is the serpent glide, with a punching power of 500 kilograms. Upon entering, he declared with confidence. Clearly, he has also cultivated an S-grade breathing technique. The maximum punching power of an A-grade breathing technique does not exceed 400 kilograms. Casting a glance at the onlooking students, Xiaxi's expression radiated pride as he stated, "Instructor Ma, I require no adjustment period. I shall commence directly from 6 machine guns." Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Some trainees expressed their discontent, for among the 18 tested individuals, a significant majority possessed skills comparable only to the capabilities of a 4 or 5 barrel machine gun. Quite the confidence they had. Ma Fengxing chuckled softly, signaling for the staff to commence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6-barrel machine gun unleashed a barrage, bullets cascading like raindrops. The 2 individuals immediately evaded. Xiaxi moved with remarkable swiftness, dodging effortlessly. The serpent sliding technique was merely a C-level martial art of average rank. However, Xiaxi had cultivated it to a profound level, executing it with the grace of a gliding serpent, showcasing extraordinary agility. His refined movements explained his audacity. Many trainees quietly marveled at his prowess. The refined level represented a critical juncture among the 6 great realms of martial arts, an exceedingly challenging threshold to surpass. These elite prodigies typically managed to elevate only one martial art to the refined level, often opting for offensive styles for their superior cost-effectiveness, as they provided the most direct enhancement to combat power. In contrast, martial arts focused on horizontal training or evasion offered more indirect benefits. Song Shiyu pondered for a moment and remarked, the trainee who previously doubted Instructor Ma also wielded a sea-level evasion technique at the refined level, yet could not withstand the onslaught of 8 machine guns. Xiaxi should not fare any better. Not necessarily. Perhaps he possesses some hidden trump cards. Ning Chuan replied casually with a smile. Song Shiyu glanced at him, confirming her earlier suspicion. Ning Chuan was not conceding to Xiaxi. Rather, he was confident that his evasion skills surpassed those of Xiaxi. But how could a mere awakened 6th stage boast such assurance? Chapter 59. My Gale Step is of expert realm, crushing Ning Chuan with unwavering ease. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7th machine gun whirred to life, its 6 dark barrels unleashing a frenzied barrage of rubber bullets. Just as Song Shiyu had anticipated, Xiaxi found himself laboriously evading the onslaught of rubber projectiles, with several narrowly grazing his attire. A minute later, all 8 machine guns erupted simultaneously, their ferocity overwhelming as rubber bullets cascaded like raindrops. The onlookers fixated intently on Xiaxi, for among the competitors, none had yet matched the might of 8 machine guns. In a split second, as several rubber bullets were poised to strike Xiaxi, a chilling aura emanated from the soles of his shoes, coalescing into a sleek layer of ice. This sudden transformation exponentially heightened the velocity of his serpent slide technique, propelling his body with such swiftness that it generated a gust of wind, allowing him to deftly evade the incoming bullets. Frostability! A student exclaimed in astonishment. This formidable power significantly enhanced combat prowess. Ning Chuan, though not overly surprised, regarded the scene with intrigue as he closely observed the icy soles of Xiaxi's shoes. It was his first encounter with such extraordinary abilities, and they were indeed remarkable. A martial artist practicing the ice technique would require at least a 6th rank to extract moisture from the air and condense it into ice. Song Shiyu raised her brow and remarked, "You were indeed correct. Xiaxi has hidden strengths. The serpent slide technique, when combined with the frost ability, still falls short of the expert realm's mastery, yet it can certainly be compared to the limits of subtlety. He should be able to withstand the barrage of 8 machine guns." Another minute elapsed, and the 9th machine gun was activated. Unfortunately, Xiaxi was unable to evade the oncoming rubber bullets this time, resulting in his defeat in the contest. However, the agility exhibited by the 8 machine guns was indeed remarkable. Many trainees were profoundly impressed. "Well done." A glimmer of praise flickered in Ma Fengxing's eyes as he remarked. Ordinarily, when individuals wield the ice crystal ability, it is merely for offensive purposes to immobilize their foes. Your ability to integrate it with your agility is quite innovative. I award you 5 points. Thank you, instructor. A sense of pride intensified on Xiaxi's face. Points reflect the excellence of a student. And the previous highest scorer had merely attained 3 points. He had nearly doubled that. Next student. Ma Fengxing's gaze swept across the 11 trainees yet to compete. And upon spotting one individual, a smile graced his face. "Ning Chuan, it's your turn." "Yes." Ning Chuan stepped forward, coincidentally colliding with the returning Xiaxi. A trace of disdain lingered at the corner of Xiaxi's mouth as he said, "If you lack refined agility, I advise you to refrain from embarrassing yourself. Don't falter against the most fundamental 3 machine guns." Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, "If I don't go up, how will you ever comprehend the disparity between us?" Xiaxi mused, realizing the truth in his words. Without the presence of green leaves, the beauty of the flowers cannot be appreciated. "Then hurry along." Xiaxi quickly stepped aside, his tone unconsciously laced with urgency. Ning Chuan smiled nonchalantly as he entered the glass enclosure. Observing this, the other trainees began to murmur, deeming Ning Chuan excessively timid. If he couldn't win, he could at least muster a few defiant words. Yet, he had no choice. If he made bold claims and then failed to evade a sufficient number of machine guns, it would be even more humiliating. His ability to intimidate Li Pingyi and the others stems solely from his formidable powers. It does not imply that his agility is equally impressive. The attendees at the scene voiced their skepticism, expressing a clear preference for Xiaxi over Ning Chuan, with the exception of Song Shiyu. Ma Fengxing, as customary, inquired, "Please provide your punching strength and the martial arts techniques you possess." After a moment of contemplation, Ning Chuan responded, "My punching strength is approximately 2,000 kilograms, and I have two martial arts techniques, Gale Step and Wind Shadow 3000. It had only been 2 days since his testing at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. However, after mastering the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scriptures, his refining efficiency had significantly increased, allowing him to enhance his punching strength by several hundred gene in just 1 day." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Among a cohort of students whose punching strength began at 4,000 kilograms, 2,000 kilograms was indeed striking. Ma Fengxing maintained his composure and declared, "I am also proficient in Gale Step. Let us commence our duel using this technique." Without seeking Ning Chuan's consent, he urged the staff to promptly activate the machine guns. Ning Chuan felt a twinge of surprise. Previously, when Ma Fengxing faced students who had mastered multiple martial arts techniques, he always allowed them to choose one for the contest, acknowledging that everyone had their area of specialization. However, Ning Chuan dismissed the thought. This suited him perfectly. In a contest of Gale Step, he felt unfazed. Even if Gu Tianyu were to arrive. Little did he know, Ma Fengxing was indeed underestimating him. The latter chuckled inwardly, recalling how he had boisterously articulated various reasons to assert that Ning Chuan would undoubtedly be bullied by Li Pingyi and others, only to have his face metaphorically slapped in the process. This incident had spread like wildfire through the training camp's work group. Ma Fengxing, possessing a good-natured disposition, bore no ill will towards Ning Chuan as a result. However, one must assert themselves and vent their frustrations. The Gale Step is merely an E-grade martial art, undoubtedly learned by Ning Chuan during his initial training, and his realm could not possibly exceed the subtle realm, whereas my Gale Step is at the expert level. Ma Fengxing wore a smug smile. Without a doubt, the ensuing spectacle would be a one-sided affair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The automatic stands began to rotate, and 3 machine guns commenced their barrage. Both individuals simultaneously executed the Gale Step to evade. As before, Ma Fengxing confined his dodges to a corner, avoiding the rubber bullets. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Ning Chuan's range of movement was even more restricted than that of Ma Fengxing. This level of fluidity, could it be? Upon witnessing Ning Chuan's movements, Ma Fengxing was taken aback, quickly shaking his head in disbelief. It is impossible. It must merely be the pinnacle of the expert level. Ma Fengxing, having cultivated numerous martial arts, understood well the challenges of achieving perfection. If one were to quantify it, the difficulty of advancing to the perfect realm is at least tenfold that of reaching the expert level, and this privilege is reserved for a fortunate few. Martial arts experts create techniques based on their unique characteristics, allowing these arts to harmonize perfectly with their abilities. However, for other practitioners, aligning with such characteristics is exceedingly challenging. Any slight mismatch prevents the practitioner from attaining the perfect realm, leaving them at the pinnacle of the expert level. Among the hundreds of martial arts Ma Fengxing has mastered, only one has attained the perfect realm, and it is merely an E-grade palm technique. No need for concern, it is merely the limit of the expert level. And my senses are sharper than Ning Chuan's, which is sufficient compensation. Ma Fengxing mused. 2 minutes later, the number of machine guns increased to 5, unleashing a simultaneous volley. Rubber balls flew across the arena. As Ning Chuan and Ma Fengxing dodged, the disparity between the two became strikingly apparent. The distinction between expert proficiency and perfection seemed but a thin line, yet in reality it was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Moreover, Ma Fengxing's Gale Step had yet to reach the pinnacle of expert proficiency. My heavens, Ning Chuan's Gale Step exemplified perfection. One student, recognizing Ning Chuan's level, could not contain a gasp of astonishment. Many others turned pale with trepidation. Was such a reaction truly warranted? It was merely an E-rank martial art. What significance did its perfect state hold? It was evident that your theoretical understanding of martial arts was woefully inadequate. The expert-level E-rank martial art, when converted, roughly equated to a proficient-level B-rank martial art, something we could manage. However, once an E-rank martial art ascended to the perfect state, it would lag behind even a nuanced-level B-rank martial art. How astonishing! None of the students who had previously competed possessed a nuanced-level B-rank technique. The student who initially doubted Ning Chuan was left in shock. Ning Chuan was remarkably fortunate to have encountered a martial art that resonated perfectly with his being. Many were filled with envy, eager to discern whether a martial art could indeed align flawlessly with oneself. Essentially, without reaching expert proficiency, It was challenging to uncover such a truth. I have a feeling that Ning Chuan might just triumph over Instructor Ma. Someone murmured, and the atmosphere among the students shifted. They ceased their conversations and fixated intently on the two figures within the glass enclosure. Chapter 60. Look again. Ning Chuan appears to be far stronger than you had anticipated. With a swift motion, Ma Fengxing tilted his neck sharply to the side, narrowly evading a rubber ball aimed directly at his forehead. Immediately, Ma Fengxing's body contorted into an exaggerated angle that seemed painful to behold, narrowly evading several rubber bullets that grazed his clothing. Under the relentless barrage of 5 machine guns, Ma Fengxing struggled to dodge. After all, his current strength and speed merely aligned with the standard of a 7th-tier awakener. Achieving this was largely due to the advantages he possessed as a 9th-tier martial artist, particularly in terms of sensory perception and neural response speed. Had it been an ordinary 7th-tier awakener, they would have already succumbed, at best managing to harness the power of 4 machine guns. It was indeed a flawless realm. Ma Fengxing caught sight of Ning Chuan, who appeared to stroll leisurely, and was filled with astonishment and a twinge of frustration. His perfect record maintained for decades was shattered. Moreover, how could this brat consistently manage to slap him in the face? Buzz. The 6th machine gun whirred to life, intertwining with the firepower of the other 5 to create a dense net of bullets. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Ma Fengxing barely held out for less than 10 seconds before being struck. The gunfire came to an abrupt halt. I concede. Ma Fengxing turned to Ning Chuan and succinctly admitted, your gale steps vastly exceed my expectations. I cannot match you. As a reward for defeating your instructor, you may earn 50 points. The crowd erupted in excitement at these words. Many students began to discuss fervently, noting that the total points accumulated by the previous contestants paled in comparison, falling short of even 20 points, let alone 50. Song Shiyu glanced at Xiaxi, a smile playing on her lips as she remarked, now you see the disparity in your abilities, don't you? That has 50 points, 10 times yours. That was merely a stroke of luck in defeating Instructor Ma. In terms of true mastery of movement, he remains my superior. Xiaxi let out a disdainful snort, her pride unabated as she declared, Ning Chuan's punching power is merely 2,000 kilograms, and even with the perfect realm of the Gale Step, it equates to at most the force of 7 machine guns. You claim he lacks physical prowess, but once he awakens to the pinnacle of the 9th stage, you will surely find yourself outmatched. Song Shiyu smiled and replied, let us see. Xiaxi shot him a sidelong glance and retorted coldly, you are conflating concepts. We are of similar age, yet my level of strength and cultivation is superior. Is that not my advantage? By the time he reaches the peak of the 9th stage, I will have already ascended to become a formal martial artist. Such is the nature of martial cultivation. One step ahead leads to perpetual superiority. Xiaxi's demeanor exuded unwavering confidence. For the moment, I can suppress him. Throughout my life, he will never be able to hold his head high. Song Shiyu chuckled, choosing not to continue the debate. Let us observe. The competition has yet to conclude. In the glass room, Ma Fengxing coughed softly, pondering aloud. I have not practiced the martial art Wind Shadow 3000. For the upcoming contest, shall we simply lift the restrictions on the number of movement techniques, allowing free expression? What do you think? Of course, I shall still restrain my strength to match yours. Ma Fengxing quickly added, though his cheeks burned uncontrollably. It was evident to the discerning that he intended to leverage his advantage in varied movement techniques to dominate. Yet, Ma Fengxing found himself in a predicament. If he could not surpass a student of equal standing, how could he teach thereafter? Who would heed the call of a mere instructor? Ning Chuan contemplated for a moment, then inquired, are there points to be earned? Indeed, the better the performance, the more points one accumulates. Then let us commence. Moments later, the 3 machine guns resumed their relentless barrage. Ning Chuan, as before, continued to employ the Gale Step to evade attacks. This martial art is renowned for its agility, making it exceptionally suitable for confined spaces. Conversely, Wind Shadow 3000, while faster than the Gale Step, lacks its nimbleness. This is primarily due to his current level of mastery, should he advance to the micro realm. The unparalleled agility of Wind Shadow 3000 would vastly surpass that of the Gale Step. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The number of machine guns swiftly escalated to 7, unleashing a torrential downpour of rubber bullets, saturating the air. Ning Chuan found it impossible to evade within such a limited area and fully unleash the Gale Step, weaving through the barrage like a gust of wind, expanding his movement across the entire glass enclosure. Ning Chuan's eyes glimmered with realization as he observed Ma Fengxing alternating between two distinct martial arts techniques. One was the familiar Gale Step, while the other eluded his identification. However, it was evident that this second technique excelled in explosive speed. Utilizing this speed advantage, Ma Fengxing maneuvered to a region where the hail of bullets was sparse, then seamlessly transitioned back to the Gale Step for close-quarter evasion. When the gunfire intensified in his vicinity, he repeated the process. I could try that too. Inspired by the characteristics of Wind Shadow 3000, a spark ignited in Ning Chuan's mind. With determination, he swiftly executed Wind Shadow 3000, his speed surging dramatically, the air resonating with a sound akin to fabric tearing. Alas, in the initial attempts, Ning Chuan struggled to find the precise moments for transitioning between the two techniques, leaving him flustered and nearly struck by the barrage. Yet, within mere seconds, Ning Chuan quickly acclimated, skillfully employing two methods of movement to evade the barrage of bullets. Akin to executing the swift wind step in isolation, he would no longer exhibit any glaring errors. His capacity for learning was remarkably strong. Of course, this did not pertain to academic subjects, where he merely ranked moderately. A perfectly smooth wooden block could perplex him for an extended period. What Ning Chuan truly excelled at was applying martial arts in practical combat. Previously, he had transformed from a novice fighter into someone who could surpass even a prodigy like Lu Mingyue, who had been immersed in martial arts since childhood. In less than a month. Damn, what a beast. Ma Fengxing, witnessing this scene, felt an uncontrollable urge to curse. He could discern that when Ning Chuan initially switched martial arts, his movements were awkward, clearly a first attempt at such a series of techniques. Yet, in mere moments, he managed to grasp the basics. Having dedicated decades to training warriors, Ma Fengxing had never encountered such a monstrous talent. The young divine general was truly exceptional. With a hum, the barrel rotated, and the 8th machine gun began to fire. The intensity of the firepower surged dramatically. Among the onlookers, the perilous situation Ning Chuan found himself in became palpable. Rubber bullets grazed his scalp. The force of the winds they stirred sent his dark hair swirling. It seemed he might falter at any moment. Seeing this, Xiaxi let out a long breath, the anxiety that had lodged in his throat finally dissipating. After Ning Chuan had traversed past the 7 machine guns, he had feared that Ning Chuan would surpass him. Now, it appeared that he would be halted before the 8th machine gun, falling short by just one. Xiaxi turned his head to glance at Song Shiyu beside him and proudly declared, "What do you think? His movement skills are inferior to mine, aren't they? However, I must admit, his agility surpasses my expectations." Song Shiyu did not glance at him, but merely gestured forward, saying, "Take another look. Ning Chuan seems to be stronger than you anticipated." Xiaxi turned his head and was momentarily taken aback. Inside the glass chamber, Ning Chuan continued to evade with remarkable finesse. His movements, far from effortless, nevertheless rendered the rubber bullets incapable of grazing his garments. Chapter 61. The Might of 10 Machine Guns. Is it fearsome? There exists something even more terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. 8 machine guns unleashed a simultaneous barrage, the oppressive force palpable. Yet, Ning Chuan's gaze remained tranquil, devoid of panic. Amidst the torrential rain of bullets, he diligently practiced his martial arts, showcasing his agility with palpable improvement. The techniques of Wind Shadow 3000 and Swift Wind Steps flowed seamlessly, enhancing his proficiency with each transition. Ning Chuan was no longer confined to the initial strategy of merely navigating through the sparse areas of the bullet storm. At this moment, the fluidity of his transitions between the two techniques exhibited no trace of hesitation. Within the relentless downpour of bullets, he swiftly maneuvered using Wind Shadow 3000, then adeptly shifted direction with Swift Wind Steps. The amalgamation of both techniques elevated Ning Chuan's agility to an entirely new echelon. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. The 9th machine gun was activated. The onlooking students widened their eyes, fixated on Ning Chuan. Thus far, no one had managed to withstand the onslaught of 9 machine guns. Even Xiaxi, utilizing his supernatural abilities, could not endure for a single second. With a roar, the rubber bullets cascaded down like a torrential rain. Ning Chuan, unfazed, alternated between his two techniques, weaving through the chaos like a gust of wind in a downpour. Utterly untouchable, even the garments of Ning Chuan, fluttering in the wind, remained untouched by the rubber bullets, indicating that he had yet to reach his limits. The atmosphere at the scene erupted with fervor. Could the combination of the Gale Step and the Wind Shadow 3000 be so formidable? I must give it a try. One student could not contain their excitement. Do not attempt it. You would surely meet your demise. Ning Chuan's remarkable demonstration of agility stemmed from the fact that his Gale step had reached a state of perfection. This foundation allowed him to switch seamlessly to the Wind Shadow 3000 without any sense of interruption, enabling effortless transitions. Indeed, observe Instructor Ma. Although his evasions appeared more effortless, his transitions were nowhere near as fluid as Ning Chuan's. Many students engaged in animated discussions. They were all exceptional talents hailing from various regions of Donglin, possessing keen insight. They quickly deduced the reality of the situation with remarkable accuracy. Yet, this only deepened their awe towards Ning Chuan's extraordinary agility. Another minute passed. 10 machine guns unleashed a barrage, the rubber bullets falling like a torrential downpour. Ning Chuan immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, necessitating total concentration to evade. Any momentary distraction could lead to being struck. He realized that 10 machine guns represented his current limit. After all, his Wind Shadow 3000 had only reached the second realm of proficiency, and his physical attributes were still lacking, with a punching force of merely around 2,000 kilograms. Indeed, when the 11th machine gun was positioned, Ning Chuan staggered momentarily. A high-velocity rubber bullet struck his shoulder. Cease fire. Ma Fengxing waved to the staff outside, silently relieved. Ning Chuan's earlier performance had truly startled him, fearing yet another defeat. Fortunately, Ning Chuan's stamina proved insufficient. He could persist with 2 or 3 more machine guns. That disparity is immense. Ma Fengxing felt relaxed, knowing that Ning Chuan could not catch up to him before the training camp concluded. The instructor's dignity would still be upheld. The power of 10 machine guns. A student exclaimed in astonishment, their voice unintentionally becoming hoarse. This level of agility far surpassed the previous best, Xia Shi, creating a significant gap. Song Shiyu retracted her gaze and turned to Xia Shi, grinning as she remarked, "This is rather awkward. In terms of genuine agility, it seems Ning Chuan surpasses you. And by more than a little." Nearby students couldn't help but chuckle. This was even more embarrassing for Ma Fengxing. Xia Shi's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. In the realm of martial arts, being one step ahead means being ahead in every step. If I can suppress him now, I shall forever keep him from raising his head. Song Shiyu echoed Xia Shi's earlier words in a teasing manner. Such declarations are indeed quite imposing. Who? Xia Shi, possessing considerable mental fortitude, took several deep breaths, gradually regaining his composure. I admit, my agility is inferior to Ning Chuan's. Xia Shi fixed his gaze on Song Shiyu. Speaking resolutely, however, agility is merely one facet of strength and does not encompass the entirety of it. This afternoon, during Instructor Yan's weapon class, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Ning Chuan is not my equal. I am the strongest among those in the awakening realm. Having witnessed the prowess of agility akin to 10 machine guns, Xia Shi remained confident that Ning Chuan was still beneath him. Yet, the other students did not share such confidence, especially for those trainees whose skill levels fall below the strength of 7 machine guns. A sense of gravity loomed over them. Given the significant disparity in agility between the two sides, their attacks would likely fail to reach Ning Chuan. Should a confrontation arise, Ning Chuan would inherently stand in an invulnerable position, rendering any attempts futile. In the glass chamber, Ma Fengxing pondered for a moment before addressing Ning Chuan. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. For this competition, I shall reward you with 50 points. As his words echoed, before Ning Chuan could respond, a student voiced a challenge. Instructor Ma, I do not dispute the prowess of Ning Chuan's agility. However, why is the awarded point total so substantial? Previously, when someone achieved the strength of 7 machine guns, they received merely 3 points. Xia Shi, who withstood the barrage of 8 machine guns, was only awarded 5 points. Ning Chuan has surpassed by just 2 machine guns. Why, then, does his score multiply tenfold? What justifies this? Many students nodded in agreement, deeming the situation unjust. While they admired Ning Chuan's agility, they understood the camp's resources were limited. The rapid increase in Ning Chuan's points would severely diminish their own benefits. Why such a large sum? Ma Fengxing surveyed the assembly of students, a derisive smile playing on his lips as he retorted. If you all were to suppress your strength to 2,000 kilograms of punching power, let alone enduring the onslaught of 10 machine guns, even 8 machine guns, if anyone can achieve that, I shall reward them with 50 points. Can any of you, one by one, accomplish such a feat? The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. No one dared to challenge him further. Many students' expressions betrayed their inability to mask their discomfort. With Ning Chuan's agility reaching the strength of 10 machine guns, they instinctively regarded him as one of their own, a pinnacle of the ninth awakening stage. One has unexpectedly overlooked a startling fact. Ning Chuan has yet to reach the pinnacle of the awakening stage. One can only ponder the heights of his agility when he attains the ninth tier of awakening. Will it rival the might of 11 or even 12 machine guns? Or perhaps even greater? Many students recalled the words spoken by Yin Zhuang on the Dragon King's Ascension platform yesterday. A genius is only stronger, never the strongest. What you cannot achieve does not imply that others cannot. These top talents from various regions gradually came to realize a harsh truth. A vast chasm exists even among geniuses. Noticing the silence among the students present, Ma Fengxing ceased his critiques and turned to Ning Chuan, saying, "Your Gale steps are at a perfect realm, and your application level is quite high. There is little room for further enhancement. However, regarding the Wind Shadow 3000 martial art, I perceive that your mastery is not yet profound, and there remains significant potential for progress." Ning Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, admitting, "Indeed, my proficiency is still at a rudimentary level." After a moment of contemplation, Ma Fengxing advised, "You should make time to visit the wind pressure chamber. It greatly benefits the enhancement of agility in martial arts. You have accumulated a considerable amount of points as well. Although it may be improbable to elevate to a proficient level within 2 months, you will undoubtedly gain valuable insights." "I understand," Ning Chuan replied with a smile. Before stepping out of the glass enclosure, the remaining 10 students took turns sparring with Ma Fengxing, among whom emerged a remarkable contender, Song Shiyu, who, utilizing a B-class agility technique at the micro-limit, barely endured the onslaught of 9 machine guns before faltering against the 10th. This achievement is truly commendable among 30 awakening stage individuals. Song Shiyu stands alone in reaching the strength of 9 machine guns. However, with the formidable power of 10 machine guns from Ning Chuan before them, there was little stir. As the clock struck 11, the inaugural lesson of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp concluded. Chapter 62. Instructor Ma, my Thunder Slash is at the expert realm. Let me teach you a lesson on Ning Chuan. At noon, in the dining hall, sighing, Ning Chuan fiddled with the food on his plate, his disappointment palpable. The meal had been meticulously prepared by several nutritionists, rich in essential vitamins and trace elements to nurture the body. Yet, it lacked sufficient energy, failing to support the breath techniques necessary for refining one's physique. "What's wrong?" Song Shiyu inquired casually from across the table. "Is the food unappetizing?" Ning Chuan shook his head, exhaling a sigh. "I had expected the training camp to be like other exam preparation institutions, offering unlimited free beast meat." At this, Song Shiyu blinked and couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have guessed that the training camp would admit someone as eccentric as you? Backed by the Donglin government, the Shanghai Genius Training Camp was affluent and would not hesitate to provide some beast meat. However, it was unnecessary. For martial artists, the energy derived from beast meat was negligible. They had little need for it, while beast meat was decent for those at the awakening realm. All students admitted to the Shanghai Genius Training Camp were at the pinnacle of the 9th awakening stage, their bodies already refined to the utmost limit. The only thing left for them was to ascend to formal martial artists. That process demanded an immense amount of energy, far beyond what beast meat could provide. After all, the human stomach has its limits, no matter how much one could consume. Even a feast of dozens of pounds could not compare in energy to a vial of beast nutrition essence. By the way, what resources does the training camp offer? The instructor hasn't mentioned where to redeem them, Ning Chuan pondered before inquiring. Song Shiyu curled her lips in annoyance and replied, "That's because you are the only one sitting on 200 points. The majority of the other participants have only a fraction of that, with not a single one reaching double digits." Ning Chuan chuckled. "Well, that makes me the richest." Song Shiyu continued, "Once everyone has accumulated a decent number of points, the instructor will distribute a resource list detailing the point costs for redemption. You can simply apply to the instructor for what you desire. According to past practices, the resources prepared by the training camp have remained largely unchanged, consisting mainly of the same few types." "Tell me more," Ning Chuan urged. Song Shiyu, not one to hold back, elaborated, "The variety is limited, but the items are quite precious. Common goods like the beast nourishing liquid are not on the list. The least you can expect is the level of the 10,000 beasts nourishing liquid. Additionally, there are several medicinal supplements that greatly benefit martial arts training, such as sea dragon blood." Song Shiyu, well versed in the offerings of the Shanghai Genius Training Camp, recounted them one by one. Ning Chuan listened attentively, interjecting occasionally with questions. Meanwhile, on the second floor, in the staff cafeteria by the floor-to-ceiling windows, Bai Xiuxiu withdrew her gaze from observing Ning Chuan and smiled gently. Sing, Instructor Ma, I heard people say that you lost to Ning Chuan in a contest of agility? Colonel Bai, it's not just hearsay, it's the truth. I was there, witnessing it firsthand. Ning Chuan moved with such ease, completely dominating Instructor Ma and leaving him utterly humiliated. Instructor Ma, how are you going to face anyone after this? The staff recognized that Ma Fengxing possessed an affable demeanor, devoid of the typical arrogance associated with martial artists, prompting many to indulge in light-hearted banter. Ma Fengxing rolled his eyes, retorting, in the subsequent match, I decisively triumphed. So, it is true that you were bested by a student in the first round? Yin Zhuang, seated at an angle, rarely displayed a hint of amusement, teasingly remarked. A coach defeated by a student, particularly one renowned throughout the entire Donglin for their martial prowess. How mortifying. Ma Fengxing wore a look of exasperation as he replied, who could have anticipated that lad mastering the Gale Step to perfection? Normally, one would regard it merely as an introductory martial art for transitional purposes. Fear not, during the weapon class this afternoon, I shall assist you in restoring the coach's dignity. Yin Zhuang jested. Ma Fengxing shot him a sidelong glance, cautioning, do not speak so confidently. You ought to be wary of your own potential missteps. Yin Zhuang raised an eyebrow, exuding confidence as he declared, have you forgotten that I mentioned yesterday that Ning Chuan's soul sword technique is the lightning slash? A skill surpassing the typical A-grade martial arts in difficulty? He is still quite young, likely only reaching the subtle realm. I am an expert-level practitioner, and with my 9th-tier martial prowess, defeating him should be a mere formality. Then place him among the lower-ranked students. We, the instructors, shall conclude our class early and go observe. Very well, allow me to demonstrate what it means to create a sensation. After the meal, under the brilliant midday sun, Ning Chuan exited the cafeteria, pondered briefly, and proceeded towards the wind pressure room. Since the wind pressure room was capable of accelerating the speed of 1's movement training, it might also yield benefits for his martial arts practice. The base was constructed around the mountains, covering a vast expanse. A quarter of an hour later, Ning Chuan finally arrived at the wind pressure chamber. This was a square building that, from the outside, bore a striking resemblance to a swimming pool, lacking any distinctive features. Hello, I would like to rent a wind pressure chamber, Ning Chuan said as he approached the reception desk. A girl in uniform looked up. While she was not exceptionally beautiful, her features were quite delicate. Upon seeing Ning Chuan's face, her smile blossomed even more radiantly. The wind pressure chambers are categorized into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The prices are, respectively, 5 points, 10 points, and 20 points per hour. Which one would you prefer? Ning Chuan pondered momentarily before responding, I will go with the beginner level. He intended to test the effects first, and if satisfactory, he would then opt for the advanced chamber. I'll lead you there, the girl said, rising and walking ahead. Ning Chuan followed closely behind. Before long, they entered a spacious room, approximately 300 to 400 square meters, which possessed a unique character. The walls, ceiling, and floor were dotted with finger-sized openings. Those with a fear of dense crowds would likely find it intolerable. The girl explained, these small openings will emit erratic gusts of wind, disrupting one's form. Practicing martial arts techniques in such an environment is exceedingly challenging, yet the benefits are immense, yielding significant results with minimal effort. Ning Chuan nodded. I'll give it a try. Do be careful, she cautioned as she exited the wind pressure chamber and activated the switch. With a whoosh, countless small openings erupted with fierce winds, howling fiercely. Ning Chuan staggered as his body was buffeted. The winds did not blow in a single direction but changed incessantly and unpredictably, rendering any attempt to brace against them futile. If one can adapt to such an environment, then once outside, one's agility will undoubtedly ascend to a higher level. Ning Chuan mused inwardly as he began to execute the Wind Shadow 13. However, due to the chaotic gusts of wind swirling around, it proved challenging for Ning Chuan to maintain his balance, and he nearly stumbled several times. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips. A series of melodic notifications resonated in his mind, distinctly pleasant to hear. For the first time, Wind Shadow 13 was provoked by the fierce wind, and, in a fit of extreme indignation, it glided into a state of enlightenment. The progress of his training surged dramatically. Progress increased by 20. Progress increased by 20. Wind Shadow 13 accumulated enough to ascend to mastery. The progress continued to rise. As the anger of Wind Shadow 13 dissipated, The state of enlightenment came to an end. Chapter 63. Defeating the instructor is quite simple. Utilize advanced martial arts to overwhelm with authority. Wind Shadow 13. Mastery. Progress 50. Gazing at the panel, Ning Chuan felt a tumultuous mix of emotions, both elation and regret. Had he chosen the advanced wind pressure chamber earlier, perhaps Wind Shadow 13 would have been even more incensed, achieving a state of enlightenment that transcended into the subtle realm. The subtle realm represents a significant watershed. The mastered Wind Shadow 13 roughly equates to an advanced B-grade agility technique at the threshold of the subtle realm. Yet, with the exceptional S-grade quality of Wind Shadow 13, it is said that even B-grade martial arts, let alone A-grade, cannot be subdued unless they reach a state of perfection, just as he was engulfed in regret. Another notification echoed in Ning Chuan's mind. Wind Shadow 13 continued to be provoked, and in a fit of anger, it attempted to glide into a state of enlightenment once more, but failed. Ning Chuan nearly twisted his waist in the process. However, it was not entirely unexpected. Aside from the profound artistic conception, other methods to attain sudden enlightenment in martial arts often involve a degree of serendipity. Fengyin Sanqian remained undeterred. With a cultivation speed surging by an astonishing 600, this enhancement persisted until the conclusion of the provocation. Ning Chuan blinked, a wave of unexpected joy welling up from within. Although he could not continue his epiphany, the cultivation speed of Fengyin Sanqian had indeed multiplied sixfold. One could only ponder. If he were to utilize a high-level wind pressure chamber, would the increase in cultivation speed be even more pronounced? With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan promptly exited the wind pressure chamber and returned to the workstation. The elegant young woman paused for a moment and asked, "Has there been an issue with that wind pressure chamber?" "No, the wind pressure chamber is functioning quite well," Ning Chuan replied directly. "I will try a high-level wind pressure chamber instead." The graceful girl was taken aback, pondering, is this young man quite affluent? Having worked at the Shanghai Genius Training Camp for over 2 years, she was well aware of the value of points. Just 1 point, when measured in monetary terms, exceeded her entire monthly salary. Changing the wind pressure chamber is permissible. After a brief moment of contemplation, the young woman cautioned, "But I must remind you, the high-level wind pressure chamber is typically reserved for the strongest martial arts students. For those in the awakening stage, its effects may not necessarily surpass those of the basic or intermediate wind pressure chambers." Ning Chuan smiled. "I will give it a try." "Very well." Inside a high-level wind pressure chamber, the howling winds roared ferociously, the force of the wind utterly astonishing. Ning Chuan could barely maintain his balance, struggling to perform Fengyin Sanqian. Just as the elegant girl had mentioned, the high-level wind pressure chamber was indeed not suited for those in the awakening stage. Yet, amidst the howling winds, a subtle smile graced Ning Chuan's lips. The Wind Shadow 3000, provoked further, surged with an escalating fury, enhancing its training speed by an astounding 4,000. This state of heightened intensity would persist until the provocation ceased. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Ning Chuan's heart. The Wind Shadow 3000 had reached a realm of mastery, capable of achieving a 1% improvement in skill within 3 to 4 days. Now, it stood just 50% away from the next level of refinement. Typically, such an advancement would require approximately 6 months. However, within the confines of the wind pressure chamber, time could be compressed to a mere 1/40th, translating to a span of just 4 to 5 days. While this may sound straightforward, the practical execution proved to be immensely challenging and exceedingly costly in terms of points. The advanced wind pressure chamber demanded 20 points per hour, leading to a cumulative expenditure of at least 2,000 points over the span of 4 to 5 days. Ning Chuan gradually tempered the excitement surging within him. His right hand gently rested upon the hilt of the silver blood blade. The afternoon's weaponry class marked his inaugural session, likely intended to assess the student's proficiency. He resolved to make a commendable impression. Ning Chuan murmured softly to himself. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the training ground came alive as the weaponry class commenced. The instructor, Yin Zhuang, was precisely as Ning Chuan had anticipated. The first lesson would serve as an evaluation of the student's weapon skills. Employing a methodology akin to that of the morning's agility class, Yin Zhuang would suppress his own abilities and engage in combat with the students using weapons. Ning Chuan's expertise lay predominantly in the use of knives, swords, and daggers, followed closely by polearms, great axes, and heavy hammers. Yin Zhuang surveyed the 30 students before him and stated in a deep voice, "I have acquired knowledge of the 10 most common weapons within the Federation." "Master Yin, How many martial arts do you practice? Inquired one eager student. Yin Zhuang's lips curled slightly as he remarked, just a tad superior to instructor Ma's martial arts techniques. By how much? The various martial arts related to weaponry amounted to an impressive total of 309 disciplines. The students present fell into silence upon hearing this revelation. Indeed, it was a minuscule increment, 200 more martial arts than before. No wonder the chief instructor of this training camp was Yin Zhuang. No student dared to inquire further about the realms of martial arts. One could discern from Yin Zhuang's expression that all were undoubtedly at the initial stage of the subtle realm. The first contender, Huang Shitao. Yin Zhuang casually gestured. Yes. One student stepped forward, brandishing a sword. My punching power is 4,400 kilograms. My weapon is the standard long sword of the Federal Army. And my martial art is the iron blood-killing sword. Let us commence. Yin Zhuang effortlessly drew a long sword from the weapon rack and engaged him in combat. The onlookers observed intently. This clash was far more exhilarating than the morning's agility contest. On one hand, the students' martial arts skills were considerably advanced, most having reached the subtle realm. On the other hand, this was a genuine duel. Despite the restrictions that limited them to weapon-based techniques, the engagement felt more direct and thrilling. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding echoes of metal striking metal filled the air as time elapsed swiftly. Before long, the majority of the lesson had passed. Over 20 students had faced Yin Zhuang, and without exception, all had suffered defeat, utterly and completely. Throughout the battles, there were no signs of victory. It was simply impossible to triumph over instructor Yin. Huang Shitao remained steadfast in his belief that in this hands-on confrontation, the advantages of a ninth-rank martial artist would be magnified infinitely. Instructor Yin has gained a greater advantage than Instructor Ma did this morning. Do not be so certain. Ning Chuan, who excelled in the agility test, has yet to take the stage. It is futile. Combat is confined to weapon-related martial arts, and he cannot employ his Gale Steps or 3,000 Shadows, leaving him with no hope of defeating Instructor Yin. Many students lamented, abandoning any thoughts of overcoming Yin Zhuang. Amidst the crowd, Song Shiyu glanced at Ning Chuan and remarked with a smile, "You seem quite composed. Are you pondering an effective method to counter Instructor Yin?" "Indeed. There is one. Do share," Song Shiyu urged, her spirits lifted. With a demeanor as calm as a still pond, Ning Chuan replied, "Engage in martial arts that surpass Instructor Yan's realm, overpower him directly, rendering his combat proficiency and sensory advantages ineffective." "Isn't that merely stating the obvious?" Song Shiyu retorted, her eyes involuntarily rolling. The student's martial arts level is at best subtle, while Yin Zhuang's martial arts begin at the subtle realm, with a significant number at the expert level. Suddenly, a scene from the morning's agility class flashed in Song Shiyu's mind, and she was taken aback, exclaiming, "You don't mean to say you possess a perfect level E-grade sword technique, do you?" "I do not," Ning Chuan replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. "However, I do have a B-grade technique." "The instructors are approaching," someone shouted, prompting the students to turn their heads. There, at the entrance, were instructors by Xiao, El Fong, and Ma Fengxing striding forward, followed by a throng of staff. "What is happening?" a student inquired with curiosity. "I possess some insider information." Huang Shitao chuckled lightly and continued without hesitation, stating, "I have a relative who works at the base, and according to him, Instructor Yin intends to redeem his honor from the morning's defeat against Ning Chuan. Therefore, when facing Ning Chuan, Instructor Yin will exert his full strength and dominate. It is likely that Ning Chuan will suffer a devastating loss." Some individuals shook their heads. In battles against students, Yin Zhuang typically retains some of his strength to engage with the learners. This is not merely a speculation, it is a certainty. Consider this. Ning Chuan has devoted an immense amount of time to perfecting the Gale Step, and mastering weapon-related martial arts to an advanced level is already commendable. Thus, it is conceivable that Instructor Yin may only require a mere few seconds. The students present discussed among themselves, feeling that Ning Chuan's upcoming match would not bode well for him. Chapter 64. I have but one question. How many points will I earn for defeating you? Upon hearing the surrounding comments, Song Shiyu raised an eyebrow and remarked teasingly, "Now that Instructor Yin has set his sights on you, your situation is dire. With all his might, he could conclude the battle with you in just 4 or 5 seconds. It won't take that long, within a second." Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and replied earnestly. Song Shiyu appeared somewhat astonished. Ning Chuan did not strike him as the type to capitulate easily. Suddenly, a resounding clash of metal interrupted Song Shiyu's contemplation. Yin Zhuang and Xia Shi were engaged in a fierce duel with their swords. The clash of blades sparked continuously, creating an intense spectacle. The A-level martial art, the snowfall sword technique, had reached an exquisite level. Many students were left in awe. Many among them have cultivated martial arts of a rank, yet most have only reached the realm of proficiency, with the intricate techniques predominantly belonging to B rank. Suddenly, an astonished voice exclaimed, "Look! Xiaxi has unleashed his ice abilities." On the field, as Xiaxi wielded his sword, a chilling aura coalesced, and large flakes of snow danced around the blade. From more than 10 meters away, numerous students felt a penetrating cold, as if enveloped in the harsh winds of winter. One can only imagine how frigid the temperature was near the sword. A look of gravity crossed Song Shiyu's face as he remarked, "No wonder Xiaxi can slay a first-tier martial artist head-on. He has fused his ice abilities with the snowfall sword technique, capable of freezing his opponent's body. Only Instructor Yan, being a 9th-tier martial artist, can withstand such cold. Otherwise, with his mastery of the snowfall sword technique, he would likely face defeat." Indeed, the temperature was quite low. Ning Chuan assessed the situation, his expression remaining tranquil. His diamond body not only enhanced physical defense, but also fortified him against fire, frost, and poison. If he could achieve the legendary 18th level, he would be immune to all toxins and unafraid of ice and fire, able to withstand a missile strike. Moments later, Xiaxi conceded, sensing a chill at his neck. His movements abruptly halted as he sighed, expressing disappointment. A sword was pressed against his throat. "Well done," Instructor Yin remarked, retracting his long sword and adding, "You are awarded 20 points. A wave of commotion rippled through the training ground. It is noteworthy that the students who previously participated earned a maximum of 10 points. Xiaxi's performance evidently transcended that level. "Thank you, Instructor. In the days to come, I shall continue to demonstrate my excellence." Xiaxi clenched his fists and spoke in a deep voice, his previous despondency dissipating. He then turned and strode towards Ning Chuan without returning to his original position. "I concede that your agility surpasses mine." Xiaxi fixed his intense gaze upon Ning Chuan and asserted, "However, my swordsmanship, coupled with my ice abilities, is sufficient to bridge the gap in our agility. Perhaps even to exceed it significantly." Ning Chuan smiled faintly and replied, "How do you know that my blade techniques are lacking?" After reaching mastery in Wind Shadow 3000, his prowess ascended to another level. The prospect of vanquishing a first-tier martial artist seemed quite promising. "Indeed," Song Shiyu chimed in with a smile. "Be cautious not to speak too boldly. You might face a harsh reality like this morning when Ning Chuan decisively counters you. He cannot prevail." Xiaxi crossed his arms, his tone resolute. His perspective was similar to that of the other students. Ning Chuan was undoubtedly talented, yet his time spent on Gale steps had been excessive. Thus, Xiaxi believed that Ning Chuan had not awakened to a high tier, making it improbable for him to have sufficient energy to cultivate his blade techniques. In that case, the next student shall be Ning Chuan. Yin Zhuang, having overheard their conversation, chuckled and said, "Indeed." Ning Chuan approached, choosing not to engage further with Xiaxi. Words often proved inadequate. The truth would reveal itself through action. As he drew near, Ning Chuan unsheathed his silver-blooded warblade and calmly stated, "My martial art is Thunder Slash, with a punch power of approximately 2,000 kilograms. I am aware of your capabilities," Yin Zhuang replied with a smile. "After you defeated Instructor Ma this morning, he relayed the information to me. I can see that you, old Yin, possess a heart darker than anyone else." Ma Fengxing stood on the sidelines, murmuring softly in discontent. Ning Chuan displayed no trace of pride upon his face and remarked, "Instructor Ma merely encountered a stroke of bad luck. His skills and movement are exceptionally high, and he is a genuinely kind person. He guided me to train in the wind pressure chamber, where I have reaped considerable benefits." Instructor Ma is quite enthusiastic in his approach. Yin Zhuang pondered for a moment before responding with a smile, "Before the match begins, feel free to ask me any questions regarding the issues you've encountered while training in the Flash Thunder Slash." Ning Chuan gently shook his head. "There are none. I have reached the perfect realm. What issues could possibly arise?" The only uncertainty that lingered in Ning Chuan's mind was the fact that the numerical progress of the Flash Thunder Slash and the Gale Step continued to rise after attaining the perfect realm. However, such thoughts were not something he could voice aloud. How could there be none? Yin Zhuang expressed disbelief. During his own training in the Flash Thunder Slash, he had faced numerous challenges. Yin Zhuang, adopting a serious tone, declared, "I possess substantial insights into the Flash Thunder Slash and have reached an expert level. Guiding you would be no problem at all." "Truly, there are none," Ning Chuan replied, somewhat helplessly. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhuang's brow furrowed. His greatest concern had indeed materialized. Ning Chuan had secured first place in agility that morning and had even bested instructor Ma Fengxing, leading to an inflated sense of self-importance and excessive pride, to the point where he felt embarrassed to seek assistance from others. On another note, "I do have a question," Ning Chuan contemplated for a moment before continuing. "How many points can one earn by defeating you, instructor?" he inquired with a smile, his teeth gleaming brightly under the light. Instantly, the more than 20 students and staff members present erupted in astonishment. What did this mean? Had Ning Chuan lost his mind? Even if he possesses the ability to merge his powers with the Thunder Slash like Xiaoxi, he remains incapable of contending with Instructor Yin. Did you not hear Instructor Yin proclaim that the Thunder Slash belongs to the realm of experts? Should he be overwhelmed in this encounter, it would result in utter disgrace. Many perceive Ning Chuan as excessively arrogant, a sentiment echoed by Yin Zhuang. Indeed, has he become too prideful? With a sigh of resignation, Yin Zhuang solemnly remarked, "Ning Chuan, after this battle, you may find yourself in a rather embarrassing situation, facing significant setbacks. I hope you can recover swiftly. A genius who has never encountered adversity cannot evolve into a true martial arts master. Instructor Yin, I strongly advise you to prepare yourself," Ning Chuan earnestly warned. He was acutely aware of the astonishing speed of the Thunder Slash at the perfect realm, under the constraints of his suppressed strength. A moment of inattention could lead to injury. At that point, Yin Zhuang might very well surreptitiously deduct his points. Very well, Yin Zhuang sighed helplessly, drawing a battle blade and pointing it directly at Ning Chuan. Boom. The two engaged in weapon combat without employing movement techniques, thus their distance was minimal. Ning Chuan executed a diagonal slash, unleashing a brilliant silver light that erupted in the training ground, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder, slicing through the air with lightning speed. This is not good. Yin Zhuang's expression shifted dramatically. As he pondered how to guide Ning Chuan afterward, his mind was abruptly cleared. As a ninth-tier martial artist, he was acutely aware of the source of the ear-piercing thunderous sound emanating from the slender blade aimed at him, a clear indication of the Thunder Slash at its perfect realm. Clang. Sparks flew. With incredible reflexes, Yin Zhuang managed to block the diagonal strike with his blade. However, under the constraints of his strength, the long sword was lifted high by the force of the impact. The air emitted a sharp, tearing sound. A horizontal silver flash, tracing an arc, sliced toward Yin Zhuang's neck. The speed was astonishing, akin to a sudden spark in the void. Yin Zhuang, unable to execute his lightning slash in time, remained composed. Years of combat experience allowed him to decisively pivot his wrist, blocking Ning Chuan's horizontal strike with the hilt of his blade. His body staggered back from the impact. I must create distance. Before Yin Zhuang could fully form his thought, a streak of silver light, like lightning, struck directly at his forehead. Ning Chuan, wielding silver blood, possessed a merciless gaze. In an instant, 3 strikes. Chapter 65. Defeating you. 1 second is too long. 0. 1 second will suffice. Bang. With a resounding impact, Ning Chuan's blade struck Yin Zhuang's forehead. A trickle of blood cascaded down. The blade of silver blood sliced through Yin Zhuang's skin but failed to penetrate further. From the wound, dark primordial energy surged forth as hard as iron, firmly blocking Ning Chuan's assault. Yet, the use of primordial energy indicated Yin Zhuang's defeat. The scene erupted into a frenzy, boiling over with astonishment. What just transpired? I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. How did Ning Chuan manage to place his blade against Instructor Yan's head? He was defeated in a mere second. No, not even a second. Song Shiyu shook his head. I am quite sensitive to time. The entire exchange lasted only about 0.1 seconds. During this brief interval, Ning Chuan unleashed 3 strikes. The first cut diagonally, forcing Instructor Yan's long blade back. The second strike was horizontal, causing Instructor Yan to stagger. The third was a vertical slash, resulting in the scene you now witness. Song Shiyu took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. He comprehended why Ning Chuan had previously claimed that the battle could be concluded in less than a second. It was a testament to his own formidable prowess. To unleash 3 strikes within 0.1 seconds, could it possibly be true? Such an assertion seemed entirely plausible, for the blade resonated with the sound of thunder. Ning Chuan's Thunder Slash had reached a state of perfection, a martial art of the B rank at the pinnacle of its form. Amidst the murmurs, many students were left in a state of disquiet, struggling to accept this revelation. The majority of them had traversed the arduous path of mastering B-rank martial arts, a journey that demanded an extraordinary level of dedication and effort. Let alone the two realms above, that perfection seemed an insurmountable feat. How foolish I have been. The jester was indeed myself. Ning Chuan lacked supernatural abilities. He had subdued Li Pingyi and the Qi twins solely through the supremacy of his martial skills. Such mastery at the level of perfection was a rarity among the hundreds of cohorts in the training camp. Only a handful had achieved it. Not just the students, but even the staff on the sidelines were equally astonished. Ma Fengxing stared wide-eyed at Ning Chuan, exclaiming, "Did this young man cultivate the Thunder Slash from birth to attain such a flawless state?" Lu Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Even if he had begun his training from an early age, Ning Chuan's innate understanding remains exceptionally formidable. Yet, in truth, Ning Chuan had begun his training in the Thunder Slash quite late. Bai Xiuxiu, with her beautiful eyes fixed upon the two instructors, shook her head and remarked, "I had the military's intelligence department investigate his background, and what they uncovered was astonishing." Ma Fengxing, bewildered, inquired, "How late was this?" "He only received the martial inheritance on March 2nd, and today marks exactly 1 month." Bai Xiuxiu's tone was tinged with agitation. Ma Fengxing opened his mouth, rendered speechless by the shock. In less than a month, the difficulty of the Thunder Slash, comparable to A-level martial arts, has ascended to a perfect realm, which is nothing short of astonishing. Is the divine general reborn? Elfong pondered for a moment and cautiously inquired, "Is it due to enlightenment?" "Indeed." Bai Xiuxiu nodded, her delicate face displaying a hint of shock, and remarked, "Moreover, this occurred 4 times within a month. The first instance of enlightenment, the exact timing remains unclear, but it is certain that it transpired within 3 days following the inheritance of Thunder Slash. On the 3rd day, Ning Chuan, during the centenary oath-taking ceremony for the college entrance examination, executed 3 strikes in a mere second, slaying 3 attacking Thunder Sparrows. This marked Ning Chuan's initial display of brilliance. The second instance of enlightenment occurred when the creator of the Gale Step, Gu Tianyu, demonstrated this martial art live, in the presence of hundreds of observing students. Yet only Ning Chuan derived benefits. He directly attained the expert realm's pinnacle in Gale Step. The 3rd and 4th instances of enlightenment occurred 3 days later. Ning Chuan encountered a spy from the heavenly martial realm and, amidst a torrential downpour, engaged in a fierce battle, achieving breakthroughs in both Gale Step and Thunder Slash, reaching the perfect realm. Having accomplished such a remarkable feat, the government rewarded him with entry into the training camp, and it was not due to any connections. After Bai Xiuxiu concluded her narration, the vicinity fell into silence. Many employees, like Ma Fengxing, were rendered speechless in astonishment. For instances of enlightenment within a month, just how high must his comprehension be? After a moment, Elfong turned to Ning Chuan, confidently proclaiming, "His future begins as a knight, with the prospect of becoming a divine general. I concede, you have triumphed." Yin Zhuang's voice bore an unmistakable tone of admiration, not solely due to the perfection of the Thunder Slash, but also owing to Ning Chuan's mastery of combat. Although only 3 strikes were executed, Yin Zhuang could discern that among the more than 20 trainees he had encountered, Ning Chuan's combat prowess could be deemed unparalleled. Even Xia Shi, who combined swordsmanship with extraordinary abilities, fell somewhat short. Yin Zhuang proclaimed, "Achieving the perfect realm's Thunder Slash, coupled with defeating me, your instructor, will earn you 500 points." Upon utterance, the training ground fell into a deep silence. Many were left agape. It was not merely a question of whether any trainee could rival Ning Chuan's points. The cumulative points of the remaining 99 trainees might not even surpass his own. However, no voices of dissent emerged. They empathized. Had they displayed Ning Chuan's performance, they would deem 500 points a meager reward. Xia Shi, once again, faced a stinging rebuke. Song Shiyu remarked with a smile, "Do you still believe you can bridge the gap solely through swordsmanship? By the points alone, Ning Chuan surpasses you by a factor of 25. Xia Shi, his countenance stern, remained silent. The agility of 10 machine guns and the perfect realm's Thunder Slash eclipsed his capabilities. The only advantages he possessed were 2, his realm of strength and his ice abilities. Confronting Ning Chuan, "I am confident of my victory." Xia Shi clenched his teeth and declared, "Defeat and triumph are 2 distinct matters." Song Shiyu glanced at him, teasingly stating, "That may hold true for now. But once Ning Chuan awakens to the pinnacle of the 9th tier, you shall no longer be his match." Xiaxi interrupted Song Shiyu, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, and coldly asserted, "That day shall never come. Before then, I will surely ascend to the ranks of warriors. I reiterate my advice. Refrain from making overly confident assertions, for you may find yourself humbled." Song Shiyu chuckled. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin Zhuang called out to Ning Chuan, urging him not to hurry away. "Your lightning slash has reached perfection. I find it challenging to offer you further assistance. Do you possess any other weapon techniques?" "No," Ning Chuan replied softly, shaking his head. Over the past few days, he had earned a considerable sum. Yet all of it had been spent on the beast-nourishing elixir and the Diamond Body's medicinal packs. With the college entrance examinations approaching, enhancing his tangible abilities proved to be more cost-effective. As for martial arts, he could devise a plan after entering university. "I shall impart a knife technique to you," Yin Zhuang declared. "Thank you, instructor." Ning Chuan grinned and inquired, "To which tier does it belong?" "It is an A-grade martial art, the 36 slashes of the torrential rain." Yin Zhuang pondered. "Most importantly, this technique includes a subsequent energy component, which you may purchase from the Martial Arts Alliance once you ascend to the rank of a warrior. The grading ranges from E to S, categorizing it as an awakened tier martial art. However, certain martial arts rated B and above will also possess an energy component, allowing you to continue utilizing them upon your advancement to warrior status, thus safeguarding the efforts you have invested thus far. This, Ning Chuan blinked. An A-grade martial art, even if it were not a breathing technique, would typically command a price in the hundreds of thousands. This was merely the standard rate. The cost of an A-grade martial art with an energy component could easily multiply tenfold. Was Yin Zhuang truly so reluctant to part with such talent? Chapter 66. My system functions well, yet you believe I possess a dragon-like constitution. Naturally, if possible, I would appreciate your assistance with a favor. Yin Zhuang seemed to perceive Ning Chuan's perplexity and stated, "After class each day, could you spare some time to spar with me in the art of Thunder Slash?" His tone was imbued with a palpable lack of confidence. The disparity between the perfect realm and the expert realm was undeniably overwhelming. The notion of sparring seemed almost ludicrous. If Ning Chuan were not foolish, he would soon realize that this was an attempt at guidance. Recalling the words he had uttered prior to the match, when he had expressed his intent to mentor Ning Chuan, Yin Zhuang, despite his extensive experience, felt waves of shame surging within him. What a social demise. Yet, there was no alternative. The allure of the perfect realm was too potent. It was a domain typically reserved for the creators of martial arts. Should he master even one technique, his stature within the Donglin educational sphere would ascend significantly. The Thunder Slash was particularly suited to his attributes, harboring the potential for advancement to the perfect realm. However, the barrier to transcendence loomed insurmountable, and he had no inkling of how to proceed. Engaging in combat with Ning Chuan might one day spark an epiphany, leading to a breakthrough. Yet, how peculiar did Yan's words sound? What was this talk of sending techniques? What sparring? These were mere pretexts. The storm's 36 cuts served as the tuition for Ning Chuan's instruction in the Thunder Slash. The onlookers gradually grasped the implications, incredulous at the audacity of the situation. A student instructing a mentor? Such an occurrence had not transpired since the establishment of the Shanghai Talent Training Camp centuries ago. Unprecedented in history, and likely to remain so. I could almost hear the relentless march of history echoing around us. Alas, being uneducated, I could only exclaim, "I will conquer the world." Amidst the murmurs, Ning Chuan nodded in agreement. "Instructor Yan, I have no objections." He possessed no reason to decline. Martial arts can be actively cultivated, and it is quite effortless to dedicate some time to spar with Yin Zhuang. Moreover, this practice serves to enhance his combat proficiency. Yin Zhuang produced a martial seal, stating, "This is a one-time martial seal for the 36 slashes of torrential rain. Its inheritance method is akin to that of a conventional martial seal. Simply press it against your forehead." With a serious demeanor, Yin Zhuang continued, "Do not underestimate the 36 slashes of torrential rain merely because it is classified as A-grade. Its might ranks among the foremost within S-grade sword techniques. The complexity of the technique and the high difficulty of its cultivation are the reasons it has been designated as A-grade." "How formidable is it?" Ning Chuan inquired eagerly. Curiosity piqued. To put it succinctly, Yin Zhuang pondered momentarily before replying. "If your 36 slashes of torrential rain were, at its perfect state, The speed of your sixth strike would rival that of your lightning slash. Subsequently, with every 6 strikes, the speed would double. By the final strike, the speed would be 32 times that of the lightning slash. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement at this revelation. 32 times faster than the lightning slash. Not even a first-tier martial artist, nor even a second-tier, could withstand such a blow. However, Ning Chuan was acutely aware that reality was not quite so extravagant. The 36 slashes of torrential rain requires a continuous sequence of strikes, with 35 preceding blows needed to achieve the velocity of the final, most rapid strike. In some respects, it bears similarity to the 13 swords of the Great River executed by Zhang Wenshi during the previous monthly examination, necessitating a sustained process. During this interval, should the opponent perceive danger, they could create distance to evade the onslaught. Nonetheless, the flaws do not overshadow the brilliance. The 36 slashes of torrential rain is undoubtedly a potent martial art. Yin Zhuang fell into a moment of contemplation and remarked, "Once, there existed a prodigious talent who perfected the technique known as stormy rain 36 slashes when unleashed with full force. The dazzling blade light resembled a torrential summer downpour, dense and overwhelming. In his prime, he was utterly unstoppable. Many martial artists who faced him were compelled to avoid his formidable edge." Ning Chuan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this and replied with a smile, "Instructor Yin, I shall return to inherit the martial arts. Go ahead. After all, there is no class today." In the dormitory building, Ning Chuan opened his eyes and removed the disposable martial seal from his forehead, casting a glance at the alarm clock on the desk nearby. No wonder Instructor Yin claimed that Stormy Rain 36 slashes rivaled S-class blade techniques. A smile crept upon Ning Chuan's lips. The duration of this inheritance was 14 minutes. Previously, he had inherited the top-tier S-class movement technique Wind Shadow 3000, which took about 15 minutes. In comparison, it was merely a minute longer than Stormy Rain 36 slashes. Suddenly, a series of chilling notification sounds echoed consecutively. Stormy Rain 36 slashes sensed a similarity in the comprehension of lightning slash and began to absorb it, resulting in a dramatic increase in cultivation speed. Progress surged by 30. Progress continued to rise. Stormy Rain 36 slashes accumulated enough insight and, through enlightenment, advanced to the proficient realm. Progress increased by 25. The absorption of Stormy Rain 36 slashes concluded, and the cultivation speed returned to normal. A flood of realizations surged into his mind. Ning Chuan remained in a daze for a considerable time before regaining his senses. He promptly opened the interface and gazed at one of the entries. Stormy Rain 36 slashes. Proficient. Progress. 25. Well, how should one put it? It was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. Ning Chuan grinned widely. The Stormy 36 slashes and the Flash Thunder Slash are, at their core, both techniques that excel in speed, undoubtedly sharing certain similarities. However, the degree of likeness between the two is somewhat lesser than that between the Swift Wind Step and the Wind Shadow 3000. Ning Chuan pondered quietly. The Swift Wind Step, merely an E-rank martial art, can elevate the S-rank Wind Shadow 3000 to a proficient level through the comprehension of its perfected realm. In contrast, the Flash Thunder Slash is a B-rank martial art, among the elite of its kind. Consequently, the Stormy 36 slashes also resides within the proficient realm. Ning Chuan surmised that the extent of similarity dictates the absorption and understanding of martial arts. Were it a technique focused solely on a decisive strike, such as the S-rank flicker of the swallow, it could likely be absorbed directly into the subtle realm. Ning Chuan mused softly. I shall certainly endeavor to try it when the opportunity arises. Meanwhile, in an office building in the northern part of the base, 4 instructors were engaged in a meeting. Ma Fengxing, with a sardonic smile, remarked, what did Chief Instructor Yin say earlier? My Flash Thunder Slash is of expert caliber, capable of handling Ning Chuan with absolute certainty. El Fong could not suppress his amusement and teased, what was true then is not necessarily so now. Your reputation has certainly taken a nosedive. Yin Zhuang's cheeks flushed instantly. This was a complete disaster. He had lost face even more thoroughly than Ma Fengxing. At least Ma Fengxing had not boasted in front of other staff members. Clearing his throat forcefully to suppress his embarrassment, Yin Zhuang hastily shifted the topic, saying, By the way, Instructor Bai, why are you investigating Ning Chuan? That seems rather inappropriate. Instructors do not possess the authority to infringe upon a student's privacy. It is possible that Ning Chuan possesses a unique constitution and the Donglin government permits such confidential investigations. Bai Xiuxiu smiled gently and calmly stated, "The results of the investigation have further confirmed my suspicions." Upon hearing this, the three individuals immediately perked up, ceasing their jesting regarding Yin Zhuang. Lu Fang's gaze flickered as he inquired, "Have you discovered new evidence?" "Indeed," Bai Xiuxiu nodded. "Ning Chuan's innate understanding has only become apparent in the past month." Lu Fang stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "Merely having insight is insufficient to substantiate the hypothesis of a unique constitution. Numerous factors could contribute to this, such as a sudden epiphany or brain stimulation, which can enhance one's perception." Bai Xiuxiu pondered briefly before asking, "Do you know why Ning Chuan has only awakened to the 6th stage?" The three instructors exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of perplexity. This was indeed a challenging conundrum to explain. Ning Chuan's mastery of martial arts at a perfect level was achieved through sudden enlightenment, indicating that he possessed ample energy to cultivate breathing techniques. Thus, his strength should not be so low. According to reports, over a month ago, Ning Chuan had merely reached the 4th stage of awakening. Bai Xiuxiu revealed the shocking answer, breaking through 2 realms in just 1 month. The three instructors were momentarily stunned. Such a pace of cultivation could hardly be deemed miraculous, yet throughout the history of the Federation, few have accomplished it. Bai Xiuxiu then posed another question. "Are you familiar with the martial art known as the Diamond Body?" "I have heard of it." Ma Fengxing chuckled. "The Shi family's secret martial arts comprise a total of 18 levels. What is known in the Federation is a truncated version, containing only the first 9 levels, classified as B grade. Nevertheless, it remains exceedingly formidable. Upon completing the 9th level, ordinary firearms become ineffective. Only a massive caliber anti-material sniper rifle can breach such defenses." El Fang pondered for a moment and added, "Achieving the 18th level is a remarkable feat, and it significantly increases the chance of comprehending the manifestation of the Mingwan." Bai Xiuxiu then posed a rhetorical question. "Are you aware of how swiftly Ning Chuan cultivates the Diamond Body?" She answered herself on March 6th. He received the inheritance at the martial arts building of Qingshan No. 1 High School. By March 28th, during the monthly examination, Ning Chuan demonstrated a mastery equivalent to the 4th level of the Diamond Body. The three individuals across from her exhibited expressions of astonishment. Practicing martial arts through horizontal training is a gradual endeavor. No matter how exceptional one's comprehension may be, it cannot be achieved overnight. To ascend to the 4th level in just over 20 days is not explicable solely by talent. There must be other underlying reasons. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xiuxiu spoke with gravity. The only explanation for such rapid advancement in horizontal martial arts is that Ning Chuan is undergoing a period of awakening due to a special physique, unlocking boundless potential. This also clarifies why Ning Chuan carries an abundance of nutritional liquids. During the awakening of a special physique, energy consumption is extraordinarily high. Bai Xiuxiu's tone was resolute. "I concur with your assessment." El Fang, appearing contemplative, remarked, "In light of the phenomena observed at the Dragon King's ascension platform, it may indicate a certain dragon-like physique. However, we cannot be certain yet, as all of the above is merely conjecture based on appearances." Bai Xiuxiu tapped the table thoughtfully and mused, "Thus, I wish to ascertain whether he indeed possesses a dragon-like physique. Do you have a solution? Provide him with a sample of sea dragon blood." Bai Xiuxiu's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination as she spoke decisively. Yin Zhuang shook his head and replied, "That is quite challenging. Sea dragon blood is a strategic resource of the Federation. The Shanghai Genius Training Camp possesses only 3 vials in total. Currently, Ning Chuan's points are still far from sufficient." Ma Fengxing remarked, "Among us 4 instructors, we possess the authority to mobilize 1 share of sea dragon's blood, yet no justification has been provided for Ning Chuan. It is merely suspected that he possesses a unique physique that cannot be easily accepted by the masses. Have you ever heard of insider dealings?" Bai Xiuxiu smiled slightly, unperturbed, and said, "The 4th level of the Diamond Body is quite resilient." Chapter 67. The Power of the Long Whip. The Sole Criterion for Evaluating Horizontal Martial Arts. April 3rd. A sunny day. In the combat class, many students, having surpassed the initial novelty of attending class, arrived early at the training ground. It was inevitable, for the allure of the combat instructor Bai Xiuxiu was simply irresistible. With her gentle appearance and cold, elegant demeanor, the stark contrast easily stirred the inherent desire for conquest within men. Ning Chuan stood amidst the crowd, feeling quite pleased. Bathed in sunlight, his skin radiated a delicacy akin to jade. This morning, His diamond body had ascended to the 5th level. Curiously enough, as he advanced in this martial art, his skin had not become coarse, but rather increasingly fair and refined. However, he understood that future progress would be increasingly arduous. Ning Chuan mused to himself. After reaching the 5th level of the diamond body, the efficiency of the medicinal packs had dropped significantly once more. Each pack could only enhance approximately 3 percentage points. When aiming for the 6th level, the expected improvement would dwindle to a mere 1 percentage point. The subsequent levels, 7, 8, and 9, would continue to diminish. Even with an ample supply of medicinal packs, it would require several years of dedication. This was merely the incomplete version of the diamond body. The complete version still held 9 more levels. Ning Chuan shook his head. No wonder it is said that horizontal martial arts are challenging to cultivate. It indeed demands a considerable investment of time. If someone nearby could discern Ning Chuan's thoughts, they would undoubtedly draw their blade without hesitation. It is utterly nonsensical. One must understand that even the most exceptional geniuses who cultivate the diamond body require decades of arduous training to ascend to the 5th level. Before long, the formal class commenced. Bai Xiuxiu stood tall, like a sharp sword, and proclaimed, "When it comes to unarmed combat, cross-training in martial arts is of paramount importance. In a contest where both parties possess comparable fighting skills, the one with superior cross-training will emerge victorious. Even if there is a disparity in combat proficiency, one can compensate through cross-training. To put it in gaming terms, cross-training is akin to one's health points. With ample health, one can endure relentless onslaughts." Ning Chuan smiled silently. Finding Bai Xiuxiu more intriguing than he had anticipated, he had assumed she was simply a taciturn ice queen. "How many among you practice cross-training in martial arts? Raise your hands, let me see." Bai Xiuxiu surveyed the students. To his astonishment, a wave of arms shot up eagerly. Generally, ordinary individuals would refrain from cross-training due to its exhausting nature. However, given their extraordinary talents, the students present were still capable of mastering a discipline. "Very well," Bai Xiuxiu replied with a slight smile, extending her delicate right hand to the side. A staff member promptly approached, placing a long whip into her grasp. "While Instructor Ma will assess your agility using the might of a machine gun, I shall evaluate your cross-training prowess with the power of this whip." Bai Xiuxiu tightened her grip on the whip and, with a smile, declared, "The number of strikes your body can withstand equates to your strength." With that, she cracked the whip, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air, accompanied by a small plume of radiating white smoke. The students' expressions shifted dramatically. Bai Xiuxiu, with a single lash, unleashed a sonic strike, piercing through the sound barrier. The radiating white mist that lingered was the residue of the sonic boom. Ordinarily, only a knight possesses the capability to generate such sonic strikes. However, the long whip is a unique weapon, allowing its force to be transmitted entirely along its length, resulting in an acceleration that culminates at the tip, capable of tearing through the sound barrier. Ning Chuan had encountered a related explanation in his physics textbook. Once a long whip is swung, the total kinetic energy remains constant, but the areas of movement diminish, causing an increase in speed. "Do not fret," Bai Xiuxiu reassured, pressing her hand as she smiled. "Only the very tip of the whip breaks the sound barrier. It is lightweight and supple. Thus its power is rather negligible and cannot be compared to a bullet. Instructor Bai, I must confess, my training in horizontal martial arts is merely at an entry level, so I shall refrain from participating in the test." "Me too." Several students timidly lowered their arms. While it was true that the whip was light and soft, to assert that its power was minimal, that was a deception. The invisible air, exceeding the speed of sound, could transform into blades of wind. Bai Xiuxiu's expression remained unchanged, her gaze lingering on Ning Chuan for a moment before continuing. "I nearly forgot to mention. The first place in the horizontal martial arts test will be awarded with a vial of sea dragon's blood." As her words fell, the crowd erupted in fervor, exclamations rising in a cacophony as if they might lift the roof off. "Even if it kills me, I must secure first place today. Save your breath. The test evaluates physical strength, not how little you fear pain. I'm so frustrated. I regret not having practiced horizontal martial arts more diligently." Ning Chuan blinked, somewhat astonished. He had heard from Song Shiyu about the sea dragon blood, a supplement extracted from the bones of dragonkind by the Federal Academy of Technology using genetic techniques, which greatly benefits the practice of horizontal martial arts. But is such fervor truly necessary? Ning Chuan turned to Song Shiyu and inquired. "Aside from its benefits for horizontal martial arts, does sea dragon blood possess any other effects?" Upon hearing his words, Song Shiyu chuckled, teasingly remarking, "Your horizontal martial arts must not be that impressive. However, this revelation does offer me some comfort. Your agility and swordsmanship are at a perfect realm. If you were to further hone your horizontal martial arts, would there be any room left for others?" After sharing a light-hearted moment, Song Shiyu adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Horizontal martial arts enhance one's hard power, providing lifelong benefits. It's not that the original force becomes obsolete. The difficulty of cultivating horizontal martial arts requires immense dedication, often resulting in diminishing returns, which is why few pursue it." Ning Chuan pondered thoughtfully. As for sea dragon blood, it has two significant effects. Song Shiyu raised two fingers and continued, "First, it can substantially elevate the realm of horizontal martial arts. Second, it can slightly improve one's physique, making the cultivation of horizontal martial arts somewhat easier. Do not underestimate this aspect. Oftentimes, that slight enhancement can enable you to break through barriers with greater ease." Understanding dawned upon Ning Chuan, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. He was musing over a particular question. Would an improvement in his physique accelerate the training of his diamond body? Regardless of that, the mere prospect of significantly enhancing the realm of horizontal martial arts was enough to compel him to acquire sea dragon blood. Ning Chuan resolved firmly within himself. Could the indomitable Vajra body of the 5th tier secure the foremost position among the 30 students? Ning Chuan was uncertain. However, the Vajra body possessed a unique characteristic absent in other martial arts training: the ability to transform into a golden body. For a brief period, it could render a specific area of the body as solid as iron. Ning Chuan was confident that no student could match the defensive prowess of the golden transformation. "Instructor Bai, I shall be the first." One student stepped forward. "Very well," Bai Xiuxiu replied nonchalantly, raising her right hand and unleashing a whip. Boom! The air erupted, and a mist rose. The tip of the long whip struck the student, resulting in a resounding crack as a shirt was torn apart, leaving his chest a gruesome sight. The force of the whip was overwhelming. After class, he would need to visit the medical room for treatment. Bai Xiuxiu remained calm, as though she had long been accustomed to the sight of blood, not urging the student to seek immediate care. "Next, I'll go, Jiangren, practitioner of the vibrant golden battle body." Another student stepped up. He fared slightly better, managing to endure the first strike, but the subsequent blow shattered his defenses. Bai Xiuxiu's strikes grew progressively heavier. "Continue." Other students eagerly approached for their assessments. Ning Chuan remained still, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Xiuxiu's whip movements. The tip of the whip surpassed the speed of sound, rendering it indistinguishable to his eyes. The 5th tier's Vajra body could not achieve a full golden transformation. To utilize it as a defense, one must anticipate where the whip would land. Fortunately, the whip functioned as a cohesive entity, allowing him to predict its general trajectory through the analysis of Bai Xiuxiu's motions. One by one, the students completed their evaluations. Ning Chuan gradually honed his predictive skills. Most students received an assessment of enduring a single strike, while the best performer managed to withstand 5. Bai Xiuxiu awarded 20 points, a score identical to what Xiaxi achieved yesterday in the weaponry class. This clearly indicates a commendable performance. "It's your turn." Bai Xiuxiu gestured towards Ning Chuan. Chapter 68. My results. It seems I have once again outshone you all. Ning Chuan stepped forward, and all eyes in the room were fixed upon him. It was inevitable. The previous day's flawless mastery in 2 martial arts had been nothing short of astonishing. The students were eager to discern the caliber of Ning Chuan's unorthodox training. "Please wait a moment," Ning Chuan interjected as Bai Xiuxiu raised her whip. "I would like to remove my jacket first." This was not due to any concern for the cost of clothing. Unlike the other students, he had packed several boxes. He had only 3 sets of school uniforms to change into. The base prohibited the use of mobile phones, making online shopping inconvenient, so he preferred to conserve his resources. "Very well," Bai Xiuxiu replied casually. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan unfastened his outer garment and peeled off his shirt, revealing his physique. An immediate wave of murmurs erupted around him. Ning Chuan's build was tall and upright, with muscles that, although not excessively pronounced, were streamlined and tightly fitted to his form, emanating a sense of sharpness. "Wow, his skin is remarkably flawless, so fair and delicate. I'm utterly envious. Hee, I'm more focused on his physique." Gulp. He is not even swallowing. Moyuyan, your drool is spilling out. A group of girls giggled softly. In stark contrast, the nearby male students reacted differently. I thought Ning Chuan was undressing to facilitate the execution of his unorthodox martial arts, but it turns out he was merely showcasing his physique. That skin. It's evident he hasn't been tempered by unorthodox martial arts. Is it not perfectly normal? Ning Chuan possesses mastery in both martial arts, achieving perfection. No matter how formidable his horizontal training may be, one must ponder. Does he remain human, or has he transcended to the divine? I dare say that a mere lash from instructor could bring him to tears. Numerous male students engaged in lively conversation, their faces adorned with smiles. Eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle, Ning Chuan cast a glance their way, his expression unyielding, as he placed his jacket upon a nearby bench and calmly declared, "Instructor Bai, I am prepared. Then let us commence." Bai Xiuxiu responded decisively, her wrist flicking as she lashed out with vigor. Boom. A sonic boom erupted as the whip tip broke the sound barrier. Ning Chuan refrained from employing his golden body transformation, allowing the whip's tip to strike him with a resounding crack. He sought to test the resilience of his physique, uncertain of the full extent of Bai Xiuxiu's power. He nonetheless harbored confidence that he could withstand the first strike. Most students managed to endure such an onslaught, being at the 5th stage of the King Kong body. It was unreasonable for him to falter. A slight sting registered, yet he remained far from breach. Ning Chuan lowered his gaze to inspect the situation. The contours of his 8 abdominal muscles were distinctly visible, and at the site of impact, his skin remained fair and smooth, devoid of even a hint of redness. This. Bai Xiuxiu blinked, her eyes wide with astonishment. The 4th stage of the King Kong body indeed boasts formidable defense, so withstanding the first whip should pose no issue. Yet, to emerge without even a mark is extraordinary. There could only be one explanation. Ning Chuan's King Kong body has ascended. A somber expression crept into Bai Xiuxiu's demeanor. If Ning Chuan's dragon-like physique were genuine, his ranking would undoubtedly be exceedingly high. Goodness. The skin exhibited no response whatsoever. What unparalleled defense is this? I am utterly astounded. I may not be human, but Ning Chuan is truly divine. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. A single falling leaf heralds the arrival of autumn. Although Ning Chuan had only received a single lash, it was evident to all that his martial arts and horizontal training were undeniably formidable, surely ranking among the top 3. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Bai Xiuxiu unleashed 4 consecutive lashes, each more ferocious than the last. The sound waves reverberated throughout the arena. Ning Chuan remained expressionless. Enduring it all, he had already matched the power of Shi Feng's 5 lashes. Yet, he was still not at his limit. A student's voice trembled with disbelief. Initially, he had held a high opinion, but it turned out to be an underestimation. It has become clear to me. Aside from his lack of focus on breathing techniques, Ning Chuan's prowess in other martial arts is astonishingly inhuman. But why does he not dedicate himself to refining his breathing techniques? Perhaps it is the capriciousness of a super genius. Defeating opponents of the same rank is not as exhilarating as conquering those beyond one's level. His talent is so exceptional that he is indifferent to temporary shortcomings in realms. He is confident he can catch up in no time. The students present were filled with myriad emotions, acknowledging their inferiority. There was no denying it. His agility, swordsmanship, and horizontal training all belonged to an entirely different echelon. The disparity was immense. Many harbored no thoughts of even attempting to catch up. Boom. Bai Xiuxiu executed her 6th lash. The air exploded with an astonishing force. Crack. A sharp sound resonated, yet Ning Chuan stood unyielding, once more enduring the assault. However, the skin in the area struck began to turn a deep crimson. It seemed that if the strength of the lash were to increase any further, blood would begin to seep forth. Clearly, without employing the golden body transformation, the force of 6 lashes was my limit. Ning Chuan cast a glance, nodding to himself in quiet approval. This was better than he had anticipated. Without utilizing the golden body transformation, he had secured the 1st place. His skin was on the verge of bleeding, yet fortunately, this time the margin above the 2nd place was minimal. I fear that Ning Chuan will unleash more than a dozen lashes of strength. Observing this, a group of students began to whisper among themselves. Bai Xiuxiu set down her long whip and inquired, having already received the reward of sea dragon blood, "Do you wish to continue?" Ning Chuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Is it true that the better the performance, the more points one earns?" Indeed, Bai Xiuxiu smiled, her crimson lips curving elegantly. "You can currently earn 30 points, and for every additional lash you endure, you will receive 10 points. After the 10th lash, each additional lash will grant you 15 points. Beyond 20 lashes, Each will yield 25 points. Ning Chuan quickly calculated the potential rewards and felt a surge of motivation. I shall continue the test, he declared. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Clearly, Ning Chuan's body had reached its limits. Why would he choose to press on? Had he been blinded by the allure of points? Many shook their heads in uncertainty, having been proven wrong so many times before. They had learned to keep quiet until a definitive outcome surfaced, refusing to utter any words suggesting Ning Chuan was unaware of his own limitations. With a resounding boom, the air fractured as Bai Xiuxiu unleashed the seventh flash. Golden energy materialized. Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened as he anticipated the whip's descent. In the next instant, a palm-sized burst of golden light erupted from his left abdomen, enveloping his skin. Thud! The whip struck forcefully against Ning Chuan's left side. This time, the sound was no longer crisp, but rather a deep, resonant thud, akin to striking solid metal. The golden aura resolutely absorbed the impact, and as it dissipated, his skin remained as flawless as jade, unmarred by any trace of the collision. In that instant, the atmosphere surged with excitement, akin to the tumultuous sea in the wake of a typhoon. The seventh flash, how could it be blocked as effortlessly as the first? That golden light bears some significance. It is far too resilient. What could it be? A supernatural ability? Many students were filled with doubt. No, this is the manifestation of the golden body. Shifeng, who had attained the strength of 5 lashes, shook his head with a grave expression and explained, our family's secret martial art, the diamond body, grants practitioners this ability upon reaching the 3rd level. I have heard that the cultivation of this martial art is exceedingly arduous. Just how arduous? One curious student inquired. Shifeng fixed his gaze firmly on Ning Chuan and said, let me put it this way. If Ning Chuan were a member of the Shijia family, his displayed proficiency in the diamond body alone would place him among the top 30 heirs to the family head. By the way, my current ranking among heirs is outside the top 100, Shifeng added. The other students were taken aback by his words. Shifeng was no weakling. After several classes, he had accumulated enough points to rank within the top 5. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Xiuxiu, aware of Ning Chuan's mastery of the diamond body, was not surprised. With her whip in hand, she lashed out repeatedly, creating a series of sonic booms as the air exploded, seemingly forming a continuous line. Ning Chuan remained as steadfast as a mountain, his eyes sharply focused on Bai Xiuxiu's movements, anticipating her next move. Golden light emanated from various parts of his body, impenetrably solid, completely intercepting the tips of her whip. Bang! The 29th lash struck. The golden light flickered violently, reaching its limit of endurance before shattering. In the next moment, the whip tip struck Ning Chuan, breaking the skin and leaving a small wound, no thicker than a thumb. Yet, blood oozed out, signaling the conclusion of this test. Chapter 69. A street in the Mountain Sea base. Inquiring who was the father with an air of authority, Bai Xiuxiu proclaimed, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Ning Chuan, brimming with uncontainable admiration. Not only had he achieved the 5th level of the diamond body, but more significantly, he had astutely predicted the landing point of her every whip strike. Such precision necessitates an exceptionally high level of practical combat skill. Among the ranks of the Federal Group Army, many battle-hardened Special Forces soldiers would falter in this regard. As for the points you have accumulated, Bai Xiuxiu calculated in her mind, declaring, a total of 420 points. No sooner had she spoken than the other students erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Heaven help us. After 3 classes, Ning Chuan, no, now he must be referred to as Ning Shen, has consistently garnered points that far exceed the combined total of his peers. Haha. Nothing can change this. It's still a crushing victory. This is absolutely insane. Someone take him away. Honestly, it's so demoralizing that I'm tempted to flee with the train tonight. Many students lamented, feeling utterly disheartened. Ning Chuan maintained his composure, smiling as he replied, thank you, Instructor Bai. With the points accumulated over the past 2 days, his total had surpassed 1,000 points, leaving him with approximately half of what he needed to fully grasp the intricacies of Fengying Sanqian. Of course, Ning Chuan was well aware that the primary reason for his substantial point gain was the recent evaluations conducted by the instructors on the students' abilities. Bai Xiuxiu regarded Ning Chuan thoughtfully, then remarked, the sea dragon blood awarded to you cannot be exchanged for points. Therefore, it must be consumed personally, as it serves to test whether you possess the physique of a dragon. Bai Xiuxiu harbored concerns that Ning Chuan might either sell the acquired skills or let them languish unused. After today's class, Please visit the deep sea platform at the base to partake in the sea dragon's blood, Bai Xiuxiu added. Understood, Ning Chuan replied, momentarily taken aback but not dwelling on it. And then the combat class resumed. I have a general understanding of your martial arts proficiency, Bai Xiuxiu remarked, her gaze sweeping across the students. In the time ahead, I will outline the content of this course. A curious student raised a hand and inquired, Instructor Bai, how many forms of unarmed martial arts do you know? 9. Bai Xiuxiu responded. This declaration was met with a chorus of skepticism. While 9 forms of unarmed martial arts were undoubtedly sufficient for a martial artist, they fell short of the extensive repertoire required for effective instruction. In comparison to Ma Fengxing's hundreds of martial arts techniques and Yin Zhuang's over 300 weapon arts, Bai Xiuxiu's offerings seemed woefully inadequate. Silence. An assistant instructor interjected sternly, addressing the students. Instructor Bai is not merely an educator in martial arts. She hails from the 27th Group Army of the Federation and possesses formidable strength. At just 23 years of age, she has already attained the rank of colonel. Upon hearing this, many students could not help but be taken aback. To be a colonel at 23 means she could ascend to a general rank in her 30s, becoming a significant figure within the military. Ning Chuan pondered, recognizing the truth in his assumptions. Bai Xiuxiu exuded an air of authority that commanded obedience. With a stoic expression, Bai Xiuxiu continued, my primary objective is to teach you how to integrate martial arts into combat, thereby enhancing your practical capabilities. Just in time. Taking advantage of the remaining moments, let us assess your skills in combat. Bai Xiuxiu surveyed the students and declared, as for the method, similar to the 2 instructors yesterday, I will suppress my strength to match your level. By instructor, I shall be the first. A student eagerly raised his hand and hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, nearly stumbling in the process. I am Huang Shitao, with a punching power of 4,400 kilograms, and my martial art is the anaconda soft technique. Upon hearing this, several male students exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. It was no wonder Huang Shitao was so anxious. The anaconda soft technique, a form of grappling martial arts, once successfully executed, would ensnare the opponent like a constricting serpent. Bai Xiuxiu cast a glance at Huang Shitao and said calmly, let us begin. Understood. Huang Shitao reacted swiftly, charging forward in an instant. He spread his arms wide, resembling an iron hoop, intent on locking Bai Xiuxiu in an embrace for close-quarters combat. Bai Xiuxiu's expression remained serene. Instead of evading, she stepped forward. In that moment, her right knee surged upward, striking with fierce precision against the oncoming Huang Shitao. With a muffled thud, Huang Shitao's body stiffened, akin to a scalded shrimp, as he cradled his abdomen and knelt at Bai Xiuxiu's feet, beads of sweat forming on his brow from the pain. Witnessing this scene, many students felt a jolt of shock. Huang Shitao had not managed to withstand even a single move. Most astonishingly, Bai Xiuxiu had not even unleashed her martial arts techniques. It was as if Huang Shitao had willingly collided with her knee. In terms of combat prowess, Yin Zhuang and Ma Fengxing were significantly inferior to Bai Xiuxiu. Ning Chuan pondered intently. Bai Xiuxiu cast a cold glance at Huang Shitao, stating, if you were an adversary I encountered on the battlefield, that knee strike would have targeted your groin. At these words, Huang Shitao involuntarily shuddered. The male students in attendance stood taller, their demeanor shifting. Bai Xiuxiu turned her face slightly and spoke in a solemn tone. Martial arts, at its core, can be viewed as a weapon. The higher the realm, the more formidable the weapon. Yet, this does not imply that you can unleash its full potential. Many of you possess skills akin to children wielding machine guns. With a pointed gesture, she indicated, Mo Yuyan, you are second in line. The summoned girl stepped forward to engage Bai Xiuxiu in combat, with the remaining students sequentially stepping up for their trials. What ensued was a harrowing spectacle of defeat. They were like fish, none managing to endure more than 5 moves against Bai Xiuxiu. Even the proud Xia Shi, whose ice abilities were nearly igniting, met the same fate. Felled by a swift chop, lying on the ground like a fool, drooling. Bai Xiuxiu's combat skills were exceedingly ruthless. Yet, hope lingered, not all was lost. Many students turned their gazes toward a quiet, handsome youth standing at the edge of the arena, their eyes reflecting an indescribable anticipation. The previous 2 lessons had unfolded similarly, with the instructors enduring a brutal onslaught before the youth entered the fray, imparting a lesson to instructors Ma Fengxing and Yin Zhuang in the realm of the Mountain Sea base. Inquire who the true master is. Unfazed by the crowd's scrutiny, Ning Chuan maintained an expression of calm. Before him lay a luminous interface visible only to himself, within which a particular section beckoned. The art of bone killing. Proficient, progress 87, in less than a month. It is on the verge of attaining mastery in the third realm. This pace is quite astonishing. However, compared to the nearly simultaneous training of the Thunder Slash and the Diamond Body, the art of bone killing lags significantly. There is no remedy for this. The Thunder Slash has achieved enlightenment twice, while the Diamond Body has absorbed medicinal packages worth over 1 million. Ning Chuan, you are the last hope of our village. How about you take this one? Song Shiu teased. Very well, Ning Chuan replied nonchalantly, stepping forward. He understood that without a high realm of unarmed martial arts, he would most likely be unable to defeat Bai Xiuxiu. Yet, defeat held no concern for him. He bore no obsessive attachment to winning or losing. Obtaining sufficient points was his primary goal. With the Gale Step and the Wind Shadow 3000 techniques, combined with his combat prowess, Ning Chuan believed that ranking first was within his reach. Chapter 70. The one ascending the mountain encounters the one descending the mountain upon arrival. Ning Chuan pondered briefly and said, Instructor Bai, my punching power is approximately 2,100 kilograms. After reaching the proficient level in the Dragon Elephant Ancient Scripture, his refining speed became astonishing. Provided he received adequate nourishment from the beast nutrient solution, he could enhance his punching power by about 100 kilograms per day. Wait a minute. Wasn't it 2,000 kilograms just yesterday? Had he lost his mind? No, Ning Chuan was simply modest. His punching power yesterday was likely around 2,090 kilograms. But he had omitted the decimal. An increase of 10 kilograms in a day was still formidable. Over 3 months, that amounts to 1,000 kilograms. Many students engaged in fervent discussions, utterly astonished. Bai Xiuxiu's expression grew increasingly solemn. She was becoming more certain that Ning Chuan was awakening his dragon lineage. Maintaining his composure, Ning Chuan continued, in terms of unarmed martial arts, I have only practiced one technique, the thousand-bone slaughtering art. Once he finished speaking, before Bai Xiuxiu could respond, the noise among the gathered students surged once more. I have heard of this martial art. It is reputed to be the most intricate and challenging among B-grade unarmed techniques. Indeed, Ning Chuan was formidable, choosing only the most difficult martial arts to pursue. The simpler ones would cause him to cough if he attempted them. Bai Xiuxiu raised her hand to signal for silence among the students. After organizing her thoughts, she addressed Ning Chuan, I have also practiced the thousand-bone slaughtering art. And in the upcoming contest, I will primarily engage you using this technique. She refrained from using the term guidance, mindful of the 2 previous examples that loomed close at hand. Thank you, Instructor Bai, Ning Chuan replied with a slight bow. Shall we begin directly? Absolutely. Bai Xiuxiu responded decisively, taking a step forward. Ning Chuan remained unperturbed, raising his arm to form a fist, and struck forcefully towards Bai Xiuxiu's chest. The sound of the rushing air was astonishing. White bone slaughtering fist. Ning Chuan was ruthless, launching the strongest offensive move right from the start. He was acutely aware that such an action might offend a woman, yet he remained indifferent in the heat of battle. All he knew was that the target he aimed for was at least 20 centimeters closer than other parts of Bai Xiuxiu's body, making it easier to hit. With a stoic expression that revealed no emotions, Bai Xiuxiu raised her right arm and executed a white bone slaughtering fist in return. The air crackled with the force of the punch, resonating like thunder. Its power far surpassed that of Ning Chuan's strike. Moving with a swiftness that eclipsed even my own lightning fist, it was the lethal technique of the thousand-bone slaughter, honed to an expert level. Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened as he immediately invoked the golden body transformation, a glimmer of golden light emanating from his fist. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, producing a deafening sound. Bai Xiuxiu's body merely trembled slightly. Ning Chuan, however, staggered violently, retreating swiftly with rapid footfalls. After all, the bone slaughter fist was 3 realms behind. Ning Chuan had anticipated this, and with his mastery of 2 profound techniques, his retreat was steady, allowing him to remain poised for combat. Yet, he felt a sense of novelty. It was the first time he had been so thoroughly suppressed by a martial art of the same school. Suddenly, Ning Chuan's eyes flickered. A chilling notification echoed in his mind. Engaging in battle with the expert-level thousand-bone slaughter had led to an insight, resulting in a 5 progress increase. For a moment, he was taken aback. It appeared he had stumbled upon a method for rapid advancement in martial arts. On the sidelines, the observing students were stirred as they witnessed Ning Chuan being forced back, creating quite a stir. Ning Chuan's thousand-bone slaughter seemed to be lacking. nearly at the proficiency level. Many found it hard to believe. It is important to note that most of the students present had mastered hand-to-hand combat to an expert level, with a rare few even reaching the subtle realm. Ning Chuan's proficiency level thousand-bone slaughter was, indeed, insufficient, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he was at the bottom tier. His talent in unarmed combat appeared rather ordinary. Ning Chuan, oh no. Ning Chuan seemed to have his own areas of weakness, sparking a glimmer of hope for me to catch up, perhaps even surpass him. With a chuckle, the skies cleared and the rain ceased, leading one to feel a renewed sense of capability. Numerous young women expressed their discontent towards Ning Chuan, voicing their rebuttals. Those ascending the mountain, upon encountering a descending deity, often believe themselves capable of equaling the divine. Even if Ning Chuan relies solely on his martial arts and agility, he possesses a considerable chance of withstanding 5 strikes from competitive.I. Hence, you too doubt the efficacy of Ning Chuan's thousand-bone slaughter technique. Both parties remained steadfast in their arguments, engaged in an incessant debate. The battle continued unabated. Swish! Bai Xiuxiu advanced, her fingers aligned like swords, striking fiercely. As swift as lightning, tearing through the air as if it were mere fabric. She had further moves in store. Ning Chuan's mind surged, discerning Bai Xiuxiu's intentions. He neither dodged nor flinched, responding with a palm sword strike of his own. Just as their fingertips were about to collide, both of their arms trembled, serpentine in their movements, narrowly missing each other and striking towards their opponent's body. The first stance of the thousand-bone slaughter technique, snake strike. Engaging in combat with the expert-level thousand-bone slaughter technique, he gained insight, enhancing his progress by 5. Another notification echoed. In the next moment, Bai Xiuxiu, possessing a higher mastery of the thousand-bone slaughter technique, struck first, targeting Ning Chuan's throat. Thud! Golden light surged forth, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Thanks to his golden body defense, Ning Chuan remained unscathed. However, the force of her palm sword caused him to lean back, distorting the trajectory of the snake strike, rendering it unable to reach Bai Xiuxiu. Ning Chuan's expression remained serene, as if everything unfolded as anticipated. Snap! He spread his fingers, slicing through the air with a crisp sound, seizing Bai Xiuxiu's outstretched arm. Subsequently, his right arm coiled around it, twisting with great force. The broken body python strike. Upon witnessing this, Bai Xiuxiu's eyes flickered with a blend of astonishment and perplexity. The astonishment stemmed from Ning Chuan's composed demeanor after failing a move, swiftly adapting with another. His battle prowess was evidently seasoned. The perplexity arose from the question of why Ning Chuan chose to employ the technique of the broken body python strike, which seemed akin to offering oneself as prey to a tiger. As her thoughts whirled, Bai Xiuxiu remained undeterred, her arms twisting fiercely to counter with the broken body python strike. Bang! Their arms entwined like constricting serpents, producing a dull thud. However, to Bai Xiuxiu's surprise, in this clash, Ning Chuan's arm remained unbroken. The 5th level of the diamond body was still insufficient to envelop his entire arm. Yet, from his elbow, 2 golden threads extended, akin to the thickness of fingers, connecting his shoulder to his wrist, forming a triangle that fortified the overall defense of his right arm. A mathematical truth. A triangle is the most stable of shapes. This was the manifestation of golden light. Witnessing this scene, Shifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the 5th level of the diamond body achieve such prowess? To what extent had Ning Chuan refined his body? Many were left puzzled by this. Shifeng promptly elucidated. In the realm of martial arts, levels are often categorized by layers. Typically, reaching about 70% mastery at a given level allows for advancement. Most individuals only attain this degree of refinement, as the benefits of breaking through far outweigh the continued honing at their current level, offering optimal cost-effectiveness. Ning Chuan's ability to manifest golden light indicated that he had refined each layer of the diamond body to at least 95%. Shifeng's tone was far from calm. He could break through, yet deemed it unnecessary. It was merely a game. 95%. This is the realm of the elite. How enchanting. The one ascending the mountain encounters a descending deity. What unfolds is the deity remains. The atmosphere is charged as the women present engage in spirited exchanges, their voices crescendoing far beyond their previous levels. While I do not dispute the formidable prowess of Ning Chuan's martial arts, let us address the matter at hand. What is the caliber of his unarmed combat? Regardless of the circumstances, the mastery of the thousand bones killing technique places him at the bottom tier among us. Numerous students seize upon this point, launching their rebuttals. Meanwhile, within Ning Chuan's mind, two notification chimes resounded succession. The confrontation between the Thousand Bones killing technique and the expert-level variant has yielded insights, enhancing his progress by 5%. With sufficient comprehension of the Thousand Bones killing technique, he ascends to the realm of mastery. Chapter 71. The deity has descended, yet not entirely. Then it turns back. Ning Chuan ensnares by Xiuxiu's right arm, his fingers like iron hooks, gripping tightly to prevent her escape. His Thousand Bones killing technique has reached mastery, yet it still does not surpass by Xiuxiu's skills. In close-quarters combat, he can mitigate some of the disadvantages stemming from his martial arts lag. Furthermore, this proximity facilitates his application of the Thousand Bones killing technique against Bai Xiuxiu. Boom. A deafening crack reverberates throughout the venue. Ning Chuan's gaze is clear as he unleashes a punch, swift as a shooting star, striking toward Bai Xiuxiu's chest with the speed of lightning. Boom. The sharp sound resonates again. Bai Xiuxiu retaliates with an equally swift strike, her fist ablur, producing a resounding impact that sends Ning Chuan's arm recoiling. Undeterred by the unfavorable exchange, Ning Chuan remains unfazed. This is precisely the outcome he yearned to witness. The technique of Qiangu killing art, when pitted against the expert-level mastery of the same, yielded a revelation, advancing his progress by 3. A notification chimed softly. Ning Chuan nodded inwardly. After elevating the Qiangu killing art to a state of proficiency, the rate of progress gained from each battle had diminished. Yet, it remained astonishing. With a mere 3 percentage points gained in over 30 encounters, he would soon reach a state of subtlety. Opposite him, Bai Xiuxiu raised an eyebrow. As a practitioner of the expert-level Qiangu killing art, she instantly recognized that Ning Chuan's recent lightning fist had attained a level of proficiency. Had he achieved a breakthrough in the heat of battle, or was there another reason? While pondering this, her movements did not falter. After her fist sent Ning Chuan's left hand flying, she unleashed another swift strike. Just as it was about to collide with Ning Chuan's right shoulder, a flash of golden light emanated from that very spot. The golden body technique activated. Bang! Bai Xiuxiu's fist struck the golden light, producing a resonant and powerful sound. The golden aura remained unbroken. However, Ning Chuan felt a sharp force penetrate his body, leaving most of his shoulder numb. The right hand that had gripped Bai Xiuxiu's arm loosened involuntarily, and he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his balance. A quick glance at his right shoulder revealed it rapidly swelling and reddening. What on earth was happening? Ning Chuan was filled with bewilderment. He was certain that Bai Xiuxiu's fist had not shattered his golden body. Normally, if the golden body remained intact, he would be impervious to injury. Just as in prior tests of martial arts, Bai Xiuxiu had first shattered his golden body before